The president's wife proposed a divorce for the sake of her white moonlight and said, "What conditions do you have? I can compensate you an extra 50 million. I pretended to look pitiful and tearful on the surface, but inside I was overjoyed, just waiting for her to say this. I had long wanted to leave this scumbag woman. Once the divorce money was settled, I would go live in a club and find a few young and beautiful models to accompany me, watching her and her dragon-proud sky type of pursuers fight and compete in the backyard." Yi Qingyu was a bit confused. She seemed to have heard a happy celebration sound just now, but when she looked closely at my expression, she didn't notice anything unusual and thought she might have misheard. After all, we had been married for 2.5 years, and in her eyes, apart from using her connections to open a processing factory, I spent all day trying to please her, showing no ambition that a man should have. And her white moonlight, Lin Jie, not only studied abroad but also founded a media company. After taking over the family business, he secured 4 or 5 government projects in one go. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu coldly said, "Lin Jie has returned to the country, and both our families hope to renew my engagement with him. So let's part on good terms." I pretended to sigh in disappointment and said, "In that case, Yi Zong must take good care of herself." But inside, I couldn't help but complain, "Yi Qingyu, you really are a scumbag woman. When you took over the nearly bankrupt Yi family group, did you forget who put out all their assets to help stabilize the stock price?" At this point, Yi Qingyu was sure she had heard clearly. She could actually hear my inner voice. I looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "President Yi, I wish you happiness in the future. With your behavior, I think you'll find it hard to be happy in this lifetime. Lin Jie doesn't like you, he actually likes Yin Yanshu, which must mean he has seen through your nature. I really feel it's not worth it for the original self." The original self was actually very smart. During college, they invested in a dating app and have already received over 100 million yuan in scattered profits. After marrying Yi Qingyu, in order to help the Yi Group boost its stock price, they invested all that money into the stock market. Looking back now, it was really foolish. If it weren't for wanting to smoothly divorce tomorrow, I would want to just leave Yi Qingyu right now. Yi Qingyu stared intently at my back. Just now, she heard me internally mocking her as a bad girl and mentioned that Lin Jie liked Yin Yanshu. As Lin Jie's childhood friend, she knew everything about his experiences, but she didn't remember that Lin Jie met Yin Yanshu before going abroad. She thought to herself that Song Yang must love her too much, which is why he would say such things. So she planned to call the lawyer later and ask for a bit more money from me. At this point, I had already adjusted my mood, thinking that after the divorce tomorrow, I would have nothing to do with Yi Qingyu anymore. At that time, I would sell the factory under my name, take the money, and immediately return to my hometown. That life would be simply perfect. Perhaps because this meal was our last one together, Yi Qingyu ate 2 large bowls in one go. In the end, her gaze at me seemed to carry a hint of reluctance. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. No wonder Song Yang loved Yi Qingyu so much. With her figure and looks, who wouldn't be moved? Yi Qingyu, hearing my thoughts, felt both proud and a bit guilty, thinking that since I loved her so much, maybe she should ask the lawyer to give me a bit more money. Back in the room, I lay on the bed contentedly, full of dreams about the wonderful life after the divorce. However, Yi Qingyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, as my thoughts echoed in her mind. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She thought to herself, Song Yang clearly loved her deeply, so why were his thoughts so strange? Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Could it be that someone else was trying to steal her man? And Song Yang wanted to experience being with other women? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Yi Qingyu dialed her best friend Shin Luoluo's number and said, Luo, I suspect Song Yang is cheating. Shin Luoluo instantly woke up, quickly pulled out another phone from under her pillow, and opened it to look at the chat records with me on her alternate WeChat account, which were filled with various photos of sexy black and white silk pajamas. She felt a sudden jolt in her heart and thought, could it be that Yi Qingyu has discovered that I am trying to steal her man? She suppressed the fear in her heart and said softly with little confidence, Qingyu, how could Song Yang possibly cheat? The person least likely to cheat in the world is him. Yi Qingyu sighed and said, I'm not sure if he has cheated or not. Can you help me analyze it? Lin Jia has returned, and Lin Jia hopes that I can get a divorce and then marry Lin Jia. I mentioned it to Song Yang today, and he actually said he was just waiting for me to say that. Do you think there is some woman trying to steal my man? Song Yang was moved, but he was just too embarrassed to bring up the divorce himself, afraid of ruining his warm-hearted image, so he deliberately waited for me to speak up. Yi Qingyu said a lot, but found that the person opposite hadn't responded for a long time, so she quickly asked, Hey, Luo, why aren't you speaking? What happened? Shin Luoluo's eyes flashed with a hint of glee, thinking, good best friend, you are finally going to let go of Song Yang. She automatically filled in the blanks of what Yi Qingyu didn't finish saying. After all, it was her who was digging the wall, and she was the only one doing it, so she guessed that I was most likely already moved by her active pursuit. She cautiously asked, "Qingyu, when do you two plan to get a divorce?" Yi Qingyu sighed and said, "Don't worry about that for now. Just tell me if someone is really digging at my wall." Shen Luoluo hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, "Qingyu, a man like Song Yang, who has been backed by the Yi Group for 2.5 years but only runs a chip processing factory, has no ambition, and spends all day revolving around trivial matters. If he really cheats, you must decisively cut ties with him. You tell me when you are getting a divorce, and I'll come to support you." Yi Qingyu was a bit at a loss due to Shen Luoluo's sudden excited reaction, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it usually to advise reconciliation and not separation?" Shen Luoluo exclaimed in distress, "Sister, wake up! A man who cheats shouldn't be kept. What are you still hesitating about?" Yi Qingyu said aggrievedly, "I'm just unwilling. How could he do such a thing?" Shen Luoluo secretly sneered, thinking, why shouldn't he? You haven't let Song Yang get anything for 2.5 years, and you still have Bai Yue Guang in your heart. You are the **** here. But she advised, "Sister, listen to my advice. Stop torturing yourself. Just tell me when you're getting divorced. I'll definitely come to support you." Yi Qingyu whispered, "Tomorrow, but you probably won't be able to make it." Shen Luoluo's eyes widened in surprise and said, "Sister, don't worry. I can definitely go. I'm booking a flight right now." After hanging up, she quickly sent a message to her mother, "Mom, after my persistent efforts, Yi Qingyu is finally going to divorce Song Yang. Get your household registration book ready. I'm going back right now. Try to get Yi Qingyu divorced by tomorrow morning, and I'll go to marry Song Yang in the afternoon." Her mother replied, Okay, my daughter is finally successful. Hurry up and bring Song Yang home." On the other side, Yi Qingyu's Secretary Jean, looked at the divorce agreement and was overjoyed, thinking that after 2 years of being an undercover, always telling Yi Qingyu that I was not ambitious, it was finally not in vain. He decided to go home tonight to get the household registration book and accompany Yi Qingyu to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce procedures tomorrow, and then find an opportunity to take me to get married. He thought that based on his understanding of Yi Qingyu, she would definitely be in a low mood and absent-minded at that time, and he could take this opportunity to win me over. Lying in bed, Yi Qingyu was just about to fall asleep when she was suddenly awakened by a gust of cold wind, feeling as if she had been targeted by a poisonous snake. In her dream, she saw that after the divorce, I became particularly sought after, and my chip processing factory technology made a significant breakthrough, capable of mass-producing 3-nanometer chips. In the context of foreign countries blocking chip technology, I monopolized the domestic chip market with this technology. Immediately after that, his own girlfriends, secretary, sister-in-law, and some pretty women he didn't know surrounded Song Yang, and each one of them competed to be the first to offer themselves to Song Yang. Yi Qingyu instantly sat up, touching a handful of sweat on his forehead. Yi Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was a dream and not real. However, Yi Qingyu's mind recalled Shen Luoluo's voice urging her to break up, and thought of the scenes of Secretary Jean continuously instilling in her that Song Yang did not work hard and Lin Jie worked hard during the month that Lin Jie had returned. At the end of the end, Yi Qingyu thought of Song Yang heart that sentence just waiting for you the sentence yet. There's always a sense of being counted out. Touching out her cell phone and checking the time, Yi Qingyu realized that it was only 3:30, but she couldn't sleep anymore. Why don't you brush up on the video? The previous Yi Qingyu did not brush short videos. Before taking over the family business, Yi Qingyu studied acting and dreamed of being a pair of sisters with Shen Luoluo, entering the entertainment industry, and becoming a popular movie queen. In those days she spent her days in grueling training and had no time for anything else. After taking over the family business, she spent her days maintaining the company and had even less time. Clicking on a certain sound that was on fire, Yi Qingyu instantly felt blind. These dance rubbers are scum compared to Song Yang. These dancing scrubs are scum compared to her. Boring. Videos like this are not interesting at all. Taking stock of the worst girls to be green, this title managed to attract Yi Qingyu. The table of 20 was filled with voluptuous girls. The woman in black tights stood up with her wineglass and said confidently, "We are all good sisters and girlfriends, and I don't want to make it too ugly. Which one of you seduced my husband? Raise your hand and stand up. I won't be difficult for you." In the next second, the other 19 girls lowered their heads together, raised their hands in embarrassment, and stood up nervously. The woman in black tights put down her glass, covered her face and took the lead, whispering, "Sit down, all of you. Waiter, serve." Yi Qingyu laughed. These types of videos are not bad. They're pretty funny. The video was swiped all night long. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu, who had dark circles under her eyes, and shook his head, taking out the concealer for her and manually helping her with her makeup. Looking at Song Yang, who was gently helping herself with her makeup in the mirror, Yi Qingyu kind of regretted mentioning the divorce. Song Yang is okay except for not being progressive. At the very least, it was genuine to her. Under hesitation, Yi Qingyu slowly spoke. Song Yang, as long as you promise to work hard afterward, I cannot divorce the marriage contract with the Lin family. I actually don't care. Yi Qingyu's eyes were serious. Song Yang's movements stiffened for a moment, his heart raging with fury. No, 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 I want a divorce. I really want a divorce now. If you don't divorce me, how am I going to find a beautiful young lady to spend my life with? On the surface, Song Yang, after stiffening, continued to gently apply makeup to Yi Qingyu, whispering, Qingyu, I'm not much of a big shot. I'm sorry for letting you down. At this moment, there was endless anger in Yi Qingyu's eyes. You've really gone off the rails. Your heartbeat has betrayed you. In that case, let's get a divorce. Yi Qingyu said in a cold voice. There's no need for you to draw. We're leaving now. Downstairs, Secretary Kim, Zhao Zhenjin was already waiting for the duo. As soon as Yi Qingyu stepped out of the elevator, Zhao Zhenjin presented the divorce agreement. Mr. Yi, Mr. Song, it's been revised. Just sign it. Yi Qingyu coldly grunted, waved his hand, signed and got into the car. Song Yang took the initiative to receive it. Casually scanning two eyes also signed the words. Yi Qingyu, who got into the car and turned around, saw Song Yang take the initiative to sign. A wave of anger surged up again and couldn't help but sneer. Is this busy looking for a mistress? Song Yang frowned and didn't bother. It was almost time for the divorce and he was too lazy to act with Yi Qingyu. Next to her, Secretary Kim took the divorce papers with joy in her eyes. That's great. It's so cool. The car drove steadily toward the civil administration. The atmosphere in the car was awkward and no one dared to speak. As if Yi Qingyu suddenly reacted, she suspiciously said to Secretary Jean, Why are you driving today? Where is Zhao Shuang? Secretary Jean glanced at the reverse mirror and calmly returned. Sister Sharp went to pick up the kids. I'm working part-time today. Yi Qingyu nodded and said nothing more. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, just getting off the car, Song Yang was attracted by two figures, and his heart was strange. Why are Lin Jie and Shen Luoluo here? Only to see a pair of handsome girls standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was Lin Jie and Shen Luoluo. Yi Qingyu also saw them when she got off the car and said suspiciously, Why are you guys here? Shen Luoluo glanced apologetically at Song Yang, came to Yi Qingyu's side, and said indignantly, Afraid that you'll be bullied. I purposely came over to be a mother and father to you. Yi Qingyu happily hugged Shen Luoluo, worthy of being her good girlfriend. Lin Jie stood aside and tenderly said, Me too, to be a mother's family for you. A murderous intent flashed in Secretary Kim's eyes. Song Yang rolled his eyes. Yes, you're really her mother's family. After all, you like Yin Yinshu. You can still send Yi Qingyu to prison for the sake of Yin Yinshu being able to inherit the family fortune. Yi Qingyu, who was just about to speak to Lin Jie, had her body shaken and her eyes flashed with incredulity. What? Chapter 4, Song Yang wants to run away. Qingyu, what's wrong with you? Shen Luoluo, who was holding Yi Qingyu, asked in a small voice. She had just felt Yi Qingyu's body stiffen for a moment. Lin Jie hurriedly spoke. Qingyu, are you not feeling well? Yi Qingyu slowed her breath and looked deeply at Lin Jie. She believed that Song Yang wouldn't lie to her, but she really didn't think that Lin Jie and Yin Yinshu could know each other. What a difference in level between the two. Also, she trusts her dad not to cheat on her. At this moment, Yi Qingyu's heart was torn. Zhao Zhenjin glanced at the sun in the sky and felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Don't dilly-dally here. Sighing, Zhao Zhenjin took the initiative to speak. Mr. Yi, why don't I go get you a number? Hearing this, Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up with a solution and immediately spoke. Take a number? Take what number? Yi Qingyu took the divorce agreement from Secretary Jin's arms and shoved it into Zhao Zhenjin's arms, saying angrily, Look at the divorce agreement you drew up. On it, there's only Song Yang dividing up my property. Where's all his property gone? Zhao Zhenjin's eyes widened. What's going on here? Why are you all of a sudden on my back? That's not what you said yesterday when you asked me to draw up the agreement. You said that Song Yang didn't have much money and didn't need to calculate his share. The heart of the boss is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Zhao Zhenjin responded with a bitter face. I'm sorry boss, it's my fault. Then you see today. Yi Qingyu pulled Shen Luoluo and got on the car. Dissatisfied, the divorce agreement is not even written clearly. How to divorce? Let's talk about it some other day. This sudden change caught everyone in the room off guard. Shen Luoluo's hand holding Yi Qingyu subconsciously exerted force. Sister, you can't be like this. Loss flashed in Secretary Kim's eyes. Song Yang was anxious. Qingyu, I don't have any possessions. No, you're worth tens of billions of dollars. Why do you care about my little fights? You're damn stingy. An annoyance flashed across Yi Qingyu's face, and she couldn't help but chide. Song Yang, you don't have much money, but this money is also our common property. so how can I allow you to take my money to support another woman? Shen Luo and Secretary Jean subconsciously tightened their hearts. Lin Jie, who was next to him, spoke gently. Qingyu, since Song Yang has already cheated on her, you should just get a divorce to save you the trouble. I'll make up for his bit of money in the resettlement housing program. Lin Jie's words caused the people passing by in the surrounding area to sigh in admiration of the atmosphere. After saying that, Lin Jie looked at Song Yang again. Mr. Song, how can you cheat on your wife? Qingyu is such a nice person. Song Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Jie. You again tea in front of Lousy. Believe it or not, Lousy wait for you to pit Yi Qingyu in the resettlement housing project when you burst a thunderbolt for you, so that you are dumbfounded. Yi Qingyu's heart snapped, and incredulousness flashed in her eyes. There is a pit in the resettlement housing project? By the way, after divorcing Yi Qingyu, should I expose the two things that Yi Nianshu is the illegitimate daughter of old General Yi and Lin Jie's white moonlight? I remember that Lin's private hospital has the paternity records of Yi Nianshu and old Chief Yi. Come back and get a pulse out of it. Yi Qingyu's heart turned over huge waves. Yi Nianshu is Lin Jie's white moon? There's a paternity record in Lin's private hospital. Good. At this moment, Yi Qingyu no longer believed in her previous judgment. She wanted to look at the facts. Yi Qingyu glanced at Lin Jie slyly. No, I just can't swallow it. Taking another deep look at Song Yang, Yi Qingyu asked Shen Luo for her car keys and threw them to Song Yang. You drive Lolo. We'll talk about the divorce some other time. I've got other things on my mind right now. After saying that, Yi Qingyu asked Secretary Jean to drive straight away. Under the thunder and lightning, only two people, Song Yang and Lin Jie, were left in the same place in a daze. What is this? In the car, Shen Luo couldn't help but speak. Qingyu, you don't look like someone who would care about Song Yang's little assets. Secretary Jean, who was driving the car, also looked at Yi Qingyu through the reverse mirror, wondering, she didn't look like someone who cared about that little bit of money. Yi Qingyu spoke with a gloomy face. I don't want others to spend our joint marital property. Immediately after, Yi Qingyu thought of the video she swiped in the early hours of the morning. Her sixth sense rose in warning, and she looked at Shen Luo suspiciously. Luo, why are you so concerned about my divorce? With a tight heart, Shen Luo smiled brightly and said, I'm not trying to let you find true love. No way. I just crave Song Yang's body. Shen Luo sighed secretly. The opportunity that was so hard to wait for was gone again. She could imagine herself being counted down by her mother when she got home at night. Her mother, that 43-year-old middle-aged beauty, also particularly admired Song Yang. Secretary Jean in the front also spoke up at the right time. Right, Yi? Mr. Song doesn't have much money at all. There's no need for you to waste your time on her. With that kind of energy, you've earned the worth of several Mr. Songs. Yi Qingyu shook her head and said softly, you guys don't understand. Secretary Kim sighed. The account book in her bag is useless. The atmosphere gradually quieted down, and Yi Qingyu looked at Shen Luo. Luo, I remember that your family has shares in that private hospital under the Lin family, right? Shen Luo nodded. Well, there is, just not much. Secretary Kim, we're going to Lin's private hospital now. Lolo, I need you to pull a paternity test for me as my boss. Yi Qingyu did not want to make a mess. Single shot. Get the evidence. Make sure that Song Yang's heart is absolutely accurate. Then all the calculations behind are simple. What with the Dragon King? What with the Stepford wives? What with Lin's calculations? The illegitimate daughters? The pitfalls in the program? She was confident in dealing with them all. She was the queen who had pulled Yi back from the borderline of death in 2.5 years. She has the confidence to face everything. On the other side, Song Yang and Lin Jie, who were unaware of Yi Qingyu's actions, were squatting by the side of the road to smoke. It was Lin Jie who gave the cigarette, and Song Yang just happened to be in a depressed mood and took it. Those who don't know must have thought the duo were good friends. Ayo, it's been hard on you these past 2 years. Lin Jie was the first to speak. Song Yang sighed with a cigarette in his mouth and melancholy eyes. It's really quite hard. My back hurts, and Yi Qingyu is in great demand. Although he didn't know what Lin Jie's purpose was for inviting him to smoke, Song Yang decided to zap his heart first. Lin Jie obviously body stiff. He and Yi Qingyu University together for 4 years, but also holding hands, kissing each other are not allowed to marry. Song Yang said he waste pain, really angry especially in association with Yi Qingyu's plump status and sexy lips. More angry, suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Lin Jie softly said, as long as you are willing to leave Qingyu, the price is whatever you want. Song Yang's eyes lit up. This was a gift of money. If you're getting divorced anyway, it's only right to make a profit before you leave, as a way to collect interest for your predecessor. Mr. Lin, since you said so, then I'll be polite. 100 million. I'll leave Mr. Yi. Lin Jie snorted. That's all there is to it. He couldn't help but mock. I thought you'd want the project. Projects at their level can make hundreds of millions just by taking one. Song Yang heard his mockery and mocked back in return. Project? I'm afraid there's a pit and you're sending me in. Lin Jie's heart tightened. So as soon as the money arrives, I'll leave immediately. Absolutely no dilly-dallying. Thinking of you on the night you. Lin Jie picked up the phone. Mr. Shaolin. It's not good. Mr. Yi and Mr. Shaoxin came to the hospital to retrieve the paternity test of Mr. Nianshu and Mr. Yi Sr. An anxious voice came out quickly, causing Lin Jie's head to shake. What's going on here? Next to him, Song Yang was confused. What? Yi Qingyu went to get a paternity test? Never give it to her. Lin Jie roared in exasperation. It's something that's been hidden for over a decade and should never go out. Oh, can't let me know anything, brother Lin Jie. I didn't expect you to betray me again. Yi Qingyu's grim voice came out from the phone. We'll see. Drop. The phone was hung up and Lin Jie stood frozen in place. Song Yang next to him was still confused. What was going on? That's not in the original book. Lin Jie glared viciously at Song Yang. Well, you and Yi Qingyu really put on a good show. Song Yang continued to be confused. You're sick, right? Why do you have the right to scold me? Lin Jie saw that Song Yang was still pretending and sneered. What else are you pretending to do? Isn't this just you and Yi Qingyu acting out a play to trick me into coming over? Then you stalled me while she went to adjust the paternity test records. This round, count yourselves winners. Song Yang tilted his head, with a look of I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Jie left in a huff. Song Yang shook his head, and his heart was alert. The plot had changed. It was different from the book. He'd better hurry up and find a way to run away. The farther away from this Thai place, the better. Chapter 5, Dinner at the Old Mansion. Lin's private hospital. Paternity Testing Center. Yi Qingyu looked at the report that had just been printed out with a gloomy face. The dean and vice dean and a group of others stood on the sidelines, shivering. Shen Luoluo's eyes were filled with shock. The famous wife-lover in the circle has cheated on his wife, and his illegitimate daughter is the same age as his main wife's child. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu suppressed the irritation in her heart and instructed Secretary Jean, have someone pack up the villa in Shanglin Yard and have Uncle Li personally bring someone to check it out, and then check all the cars under my name. Every day. Secretary Kim suppressed the horror in her heart and nodded her head yes. Still, it's not right in any way that someone who was recognized as unlikely to cheat in the ring has cheated. Walking out of the hospital and back to the car, Shen Luoluo silently spoke. Qingyu, it's not so exaggerated. A viciousness slipped through Yi Qingyu's eyes as he said grimly, why not be so exaggerated? The Yi Group is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and whoever gets it will become a nationally known tycoon. Taking on a few random projects is money that ordinary people wouldn't make in dozens of lifetimes of work, and it's possible to do anything for that money. Shen Lolo shut up. Indeed, Secretary Jean asked in a low voice. Mr. Yi, then where are we going now? Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered for a moment as she slowly spoke. Go to the company and wait for the guests to come to the door. On the other hand, Lin Jie dialed Ye's father's number once he sat back in his car. Uncle, things are exposed. Yi Qingyu already knows about your relationship with Nianshu. In the Yi family's old mansion, the man in his middle age, still a handsome man, Ye's father's heart thumped and roared. Who leaked the secret? Lin Jie said quietly. I don't know. Today I was set up by Yi Qingyu and Song Yang. Lin Jie eased out the events of the day. Yi father sighed, then there's nothing we can do. First act according to the original plan, just to see if she's willing to take over the resettlement housing project. If she's still willing to earn it, that's an opportunity, and if not, then we'll find another opportunity. Lin Jie nodded and hung up. Then he dialed Yi Nianshu's number again. Address, like a white lotus flower. Yi Nianshu, who was inspecting the factory, froze for a moment when she saw the incoming call and pressed off, finding a room and having his men exit before picking up. He spoke petulantly. Brother Jie, why are you in the mood to call me today? Lin Jie's heart melted when he heard the soft and sticky voice. Still, she did not forget her mission and told Yi Qingyu that she already knew about her relationship with Ye's father. Yi Nianshu laughed softly a few times and said easily, so what if I know? At most, I'll just lose the face of my cheap old dad. Yes started out as a real estate company. I'm in the beauty industry. It doesn't match she can't suppress me. Lin Jie nodded. Indeed, it's just that your path to inheriting the Yi family's property is going to be problematic. Yi Nianshu laughed chirpily. Brother Jie, not to mention having you. Let's just say that the country's latest bill on illegitimate children having the right to inheritance. In the future, just what kind of problems will arise? I'll also be able to get half of the Yi family. And Yi Qingyu is just a stinking part-time worker. Lin Jie smiled broadly at his words. Well said. Worthy of being Nianshu's sister. Just resourceful. It's all because Jie taught me well. After the phone hung up, Lin Jie drove towards the Yi Group's headquarters. Yi Old Mansion. Yi father's face was quite gloomy after hanging up the phone, and he was in a bad mood. He then gritted his teeth and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Qingyu, it was you who forced father me. On the other side, Song Yang drove himself into Shin Luoluo's car after Lin Jie left, and as soon as he sat on it, he saw the account book on the passenger seat. Is it hard to believe that this girl is here to get married? Song Yang couldn't help but laugh. That Yi Qingyu's sins are pretty big, pulling her away so that she misses out on a marriage. The more he thought about it, the more Song Yang wanted to laugh. Then, a memory of a predecessor sprang up in Song Yang's mind. It's the memory of Shin Lolo seducing the predecessor a year and a half ago and finally adding the tweets. Song Yang's face was green. Another bridge that was not in the book. The only plot recorded in the book is that licking dog, formerly known as Yi Qingyu, leads a group of Yi Qingyu's little sisters, who angrily dislike the Dragon King and Yi Nianshu after Yi Qingyu's death. Thinking of this, Song Yang hurriedly logged into his predecessor's small number. As soon as I boarded it, I was stunned by the densely packed unread chats on the first one is Shin Lolo. Clicking in, Song Yang hurriedly exited. It's so luscious. Song Yang hesitated and replied to Shin Luoluo with a received. Song Yang scrolled down and also found Secretary Jin's WeChat. Secretary Kim to the point where she didn't post those luscious photos, but Secretary Kim's circle of friends are pretty racy. Going through it, there were almost a couple dozen friends who basically messaged the predecessor every now and then. Song Yang couldn't help but lament. I've inherited a huge legacy here. After clicking on them one by one and looking at them, Song Yang sent a selfie to his friends. Dear predecessor, you're willing to keep your body for Yi Qingyu, but I'm not. After the divorce, I'm going to indulge hard. After cutting the chat back, Song Yang first drove to find a cell phone store, bought a second cell phone, and transferred the card and WeChat of the small WeChat number. Song Yang then drove to the factory opened by his predecessor. The factory is very large, with a market value of more than $1 billion, mainly doing chip processing and chip technology tapping. The undertakings are small orders. After seeing the huge factory, a strange thought surged in Song Yang's mind. Why does Yi Qingyu always say that the predecessor has no motivation? Couldn't she see the factory that preceded it? With a market capitalization of over $1 billion, it's not like it's not up and coming in any way, is it? Turning his head, Song Yang shook off this strange thought and began to study the future of the factory. The chip industry is a very worthwhile industry with a great future. The only unfortunate thing is that this world is about as technologically advanced as the last one, and the country is lagging behind in chip development. Too bad I didn't major in chips in my previous life. Suddenly, Song Yang's mind flashed a brilliant light. He remembered, the Dragon King Hua Chengfeng will also be Yi Nianshu's husband. Against the Yi family's real black hand behind the scenes, wants to the predecessor chip company to strike. There was a chip expert hired at great expense for this purpose, but unfortunately it was not invited. That expert did not like Hua Chengfeng's style of doing things, so Hua Chengfeng gave up on dealing with Song Yang in the chip industry, and turned to sniping Song Yang in other channels. Stroking his chin, Song Yang's mouth brought up a smile. I remember that expert was from the Lin family in the capital, and the reason he came to Fenghai City was to look for his abducted daughter. So as long as I find his daughter ahead of time, I'll be able to gain the other party's friendship now, and I'll also be able to hook up with the Lin family. Song Yang has a goal. Just before his thoughts could hit the ground, his cell phone rang. Caller ID. Master Yi. What's the old man calling me for? Master Yi was Yi Qingyu's grandfather and very much despised the predecessor. At the same time, he also looked down on Yi Qingyu because he, patriarchally, favored women. However, Song Yang still picked it up. You tell the dead girl Yi Qingyu that she must return to the old mansion for dinner tonight. I have something to announce. Song Yang hummed. Searching through the book's memories, Song Yang didn't find the plot of returning to the old mansion for dinner. Forget it, it doesn't matter. However, it seems like I can use this meal to get away from Yi Qingyu. Although Elder Yi favors sons over daughters, but it's transferred all the shares to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu should listen to him. Chapter 6. Arriving downstairs at Ye's group. Sitting in the front lobby, drinking the tea sent by the little girl, Song Yang began to recall everything about Ye's group. Ye's group is a 100-year-old group, first owned by Yi Qingyu's grandmother's family, what was called the Chamber of Commerce at that time. Later, as Yi Qingyu's grandmother's family died one after another, the name was changed by Yi Elder. 40 years have passed since the name change. During these 40 years, the Yi group had gone through a lot of storms. According to the older generation of people in Fenghai City, from the time Yi Qingyu's grandfather changed his name and took power, Yi group had been going downhill, and by the time Ye's father took power for the first time 20 years ago, Yi group had already faltered. Luckily, Father Yi married a good wife. It was Ms. Yi Pillow who saved the Yi group with the company she founded. Ye's father and Yi Pillow have been in love for the 20 years of their marriage. It was also during the 20 years that Yi Pillow was in power that the Yi group reached its peak. from small businesses in Fonghai City and a few neighboring cities to large conglomerates throughout the country. And after Ms. Yi Pillow's death, Ye's group was once again in the hands of Ye's father, and after 2 glorious years, it started to go downhill again, until 2.5 years ago, he almost went bankrupt and was saved by Yi Qingyu. Therefore, there had been a joke circulating in Fonghai City that the Yi family men were trash. TSK, the Yi family men are losers and the women are all love brains. Song Yang thought of the plot in the original book. Grandma Yi Qingyu took the family business to marry Master Yi and eventually died of a brain hemorrhage. And as we all know, a brain hemorrhage can be saved as long as it's delivered early. Not to mention the fact that a large family like Ye's has a live-in doctor present. Yi Qingyu's mother, Yi Pillow, fought hard for Ye's father, and was finally killed by Ye's father who couldn't stand the rumors of waste and found someone to run him over. Yi Qingyu loved White Moon Lin Jie in the original book and ended up being pitched into prison by Lin Jie and Ye's father. TSK, 3 generations of female love brains in the Yi family, living to lose the family business. Yi Qingyu, who had just come downstairs, couldn't help but darken her face when she heard Song Yang's spitting heart. Shen Luoluo, who was following beside her, sighed when she saw this. Qingyu, if you don't like Song Yang, break up as soon as possible. Why bother to meet and blacken your face once? Slightly stunned, Yi Qingyu realized that she had broken her defense again and covered up. Then I can't let other little ES spend my money either. Shen Luoluo rolled her eyes. Don't worry, Song Yang will only spend my money if he divorces you and I'm still happy. Seeing Shen Luoluo beside Yi Qingyu, Song Yang revealed a smile and took the initiative to go forward. Your car is really good, it's especially nice to drive. Shen Luoluo pretended to be cold and said, well, you can ask Qingyu to buy it for you. Inside, Shen Luoluo got excited. Song Yang took the initiative to talk to me. Seeing Shen Luoluo like this, Song Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart, pretending to be quite good, obviously sending me black silk temptations every day. An incredulity flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. What? It's my best friend who's prying me away? Yi Qingyu only felt a blackness in front of her eyes and was about to fall. Song Yang subconsciously hugged Yi Qingyu and fished out a piece of candy from his mouth pocket and put it into Yi Qingyu's mouth. The smooth habit made Song Yang froze, understanding that it was left over from his predecessor. Shen Luoluo hugged Yi Qingyu's other arm and looked at her enviously. It's so nice to have a man who takes care of you at all times. After Yi Qingyu recovered, she pushed Song Yang away with a murderous intent in her eyes as she stared at him dead on. You cheating man. Yi Qingyu then looked at Shen Luoluo, who was holding her arm, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Instead, he ended up just sighing deeply. Song Yang was a bit confused as to what was going on. Yi Qingyu is really a nerve. Obviously do not like me, but still dragged not divorce, or I do not want the property? Yi Qingyu's face became even darker, and the words she wanted to question Shen Luoluo were swallowed back. I'm not going to ask, I'm just going to drag out the divorce, so that your love story can never be put on a pedestal and piss you off. Thinking this way, Yi Qingyu brought Shen Luoluo to Song Yang and easily placed a kiss on Song Yang's lips. Hubby I'm sorry for just now. I was the one who was stressed. Let's both go back to the old mansion now. Yi Qingyu noticed a flash of loss in Shen Luoluo's eyes. Heck, good girlfriend, just you wait. At this moment, the nastiness in Yi Qingyu's bones grew wildly. She thought of many ways to be angry at Shen Luoluo. Song Yang was still continuously confused. No, is Yi Qingyu crazy? Why are you still kissing me? Shen Luoluo's heart was full of unhappiness, and she left after saying to Yi Qingyu that she would see her another day. Song Yang looked at Shen Luoluo's lonely back and couldn't help but yell in his heart. Yi Qingyu, you nuisance. If it wasn't for you, Shen Luoluo wouldn't have left yet. Song Yang was not happy. Yi Qingyu was happy and took Song Yang's hand and headed out. Honey, let's both take the car back to the old house for dinner. Yi Qingyu had never been a generous person. She has not accepted any betrayal since Lin Jie left 2.5 years ago, not even if that person is their dog licker and bestie. Shen Lolo went home disappointed. Upon seeing her, Shen's mother hurriedly asked what was wrong and why her handsome and charming son-in-law hadn't returned. Shen Luoluo explained little by little. Mom, I think Qingyu might have found out about my feelings for Song Yang. She kissed Song Yang in public today, and in 2.5 years, this is the first time they've been intimate. Mother Shen, who was a strong woman in the workplace, looked at her daughter's reddened eyes and calmly said, I think you might have guessed right. In that case, it's good for you to express your attitude directly to Yi Qingyu. Shen Luoluo looked at her mother in shock. What are you talking about? Sitting on the sofa, Shen mother calmly said, Daughter, both, and if it is impossible, friendship and love can only be one or the other. Unless Yi Qingyu is willing to share Song Yang with you. Shen Lolo sighed. Indeed, Mother Shen continued. However, it's not impossible. Thinking of something, Shen mother's mouth hangs a fox smile. Shen Luoluo raised her head. What does that mean? Mother Shen proudly said. I reviewed the situation between Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, especially the image of Song Yang that Yi Qingyu expressed to the outside world, and the image of Song Yang in our eyes. I realized that someone is constantly instilling the notion that Song Yang can't work into Yi Qingyu. Mother Shin admired Song Yang. 6.5 years ago, Song Yang first appeared in the public eye as Yi Qingyu's licking dog. People thought he was a joke then. 2.5 years ago, Song Yang married Yi Qingyu to salvage his collapsing stock market. Song Yang then began to help Yi Qingyu save Yi Clan. During this time, Song Yang ran for Yi Qingyu all over the country's branches of Yi Clan, especially the commercial plazas under his name, and finally proposed the strategy of using the new company to feed the old company. Set up a chain of theaters centered on commercial plazas to enter the entertainment industry. In terms of publicity, Song Yang had Yi Qingyu put all of his money into Mountain Women's Aid, gaining great fame. It was also this set of guidelines that managed to save Yi, who was on the verge of collapse. Rumors then began to circulate within Yi that Song Yang was going to eat a Jedi, and Song Yang shocked everyone by quitting. After that, Song Yang set up a chip processing plant. It was also at this time that Yi Qingyu's words to the outside world became that Song Yang was not progressive, but Mother Shin, who has been paying attention to Song Yang, clearly knows that Song Yang's chip processing plant has a market value of more than $1 billion, and all those companies he privately invested in also have a market value of several $billion. This is quite a capable, charismatic man. Of course, what was more appreciated by Shin's mother was Song Yang's integrity. A year and a half ago, she participated in a certain circle party. Some drunken hooligans had to let a little girl at that time on stage to dance. Song Yang directly protect each other. There was also the Wind family from a year and a half ago, an old family that almost went bankrupt and was saved by Song Yang. At that time, the head of the Feng family wanted to give his daughter to Song Yang. Then Song Yang decisively refused, stating that it was just a normal cooperation. There was also a time half a year ago when she got drunk at the table talking business, and it was Song Yang who happened to be passing by who took her home. Mother Shin wasn't boasting. As far as her figure, face, and temperament were concerned, it was definitely something everyone aspired to, and Song Yang took care of her for half the night without doing anything out of the ordinary. Mother Shin now recalled the way Song Yang had cooked the sobering soup, and wanted to lament. Yi Qingyu, you ate too well, didn't you? And such an excellent Song Yang, in Yi Qingyu's eyes, was just a waste who did not get ahead. Mother Shin felt that Yi Qingyu was definitely deluded, and that the people around her had isolated Yi Qingyu's knowledge of Song Yang. After all, Yi Qingyu wasn't stupid, and someone who could bring Yi back to life definitely had no problem with his intelligence. Of course, there was another possibility that Yi Qingyu didn't want other people to see how good Song Yang was and was creating rumors, but Shin's mother was more convinced by the former guess. So, Mother Shin whispered to Shin Luoluo, "You and Yi Qingyu made everything clear and said that Song Yang's company has a market value of more than $1 billion, and that your aim is not to possess Song Yang, but to join them." Shin Luoluo stunned. "Mom, you are letting your daughter take the initiative to be 3A. Mother Shin sneered. "The only way you can pry away is to stay close to Song Yang." But, Shin Luoluo is still hesitant. "Is this possible? Can Yi Qingyu agree?" Mother Shin firmly said, "Yi Qingyu will definitely agree. Having just learned of her father's betrayal of her marriage, it's the right time for her to be on her guard when the wind is blowing." On the way to the old mansion, Song Yang depressively drove Yi Qingyu's big G. Why let him drive when he obviously has a driver? Next to her, Yi Qingyu was in an equally bad mood. Her husband wants a divorce. Her best friend whom she knows for 22 years is prying. Her own father is cheating on her. Her bamboo horse is counting on her. And there's an illegitimate daughter she doesn't know who's out there watching over her. Most of all, there is a great enemy called the Dragon King in the future. Yi Qingyu felt that she was being targeted. Ding dong. Annoyed, he picked up his cell phone. "Shin Luoluo, Qingyu, I like Song Yang. Sincerely, I hope you'll let me join you." Yi Qingyu was infuriated and laughed. "Good man, you're still here to join us. Shin Luoluo, don't be angry. Let me just say one thing. Song Yang's chip processing plant has a market value of more than $1 billion. Did you know that?" Yi Qingyu instantly suppressed the anger in her heart, put down her cell phone, turned to Song Yang, and said word for word, "Your company, how much is it worth?" Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu strangely. Hello, inexplicable. Stunned that Yi Qingyu didn't know how much Song Yang's company was worth. "No, she's not testing me, is she?" Having an idea, Song Yang calmly said, $1 billion or so. I personally also invested in some of my classmates' companies. There are paint factories, steel cable processing plants, and media companies. The scattered shares add up to $1 billion or so. Oh, and I have some shares in the Wind family's company. You can count it all in if you're dividing up your assets in a divorce. I just want a divorce." Yi Qingyu only felt a wave of rebellious blood rushing to her heart. Yi Qingyu took out her cell phone and sent a message each to Secretary Jean, and Feng Qiuyu, the current young president of the Fong family. You like Song Yang? Secretary Jean, who had just arrived home, hesitated and returned. Yes, Mr. Yi, I like Mr. Song. If you don't think it's possible, I can resign, but I'll pursue Mr. Song in name only. Mr. Yi, I hope you can make us whole. You don't like Mr. Song anyway. Feng Qingyu, you're joking. How could I like a stingy man like Mr. Song? I would only like a man like Lin Jed who gives away hundreds of millions of dollars in projects with a big hand. Fang's group. Feng Qiuyu put down her phone and said bitterly, Yi Qingyu, that scum girl shouldn't know something. I also don't know when she'll divorce Song Yang. Yi Qingyu laughed coldly, extrapolating from the fact that Secretary Jean kept saying around her that Song Yang wasn't motivated and wasn't good enough. Feng Qiuyu and her saying that Song Yang was careful and unlike a man. The odds were that they were all lies as well. All to make her not have a good impression of Song Yang. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but say in her heart, well, it turns out that I'm surviving in a huge Chu Men world. A deep look at the driving Song Yang. Yi Qingyu heart cannot help but mutter, Song Yang is not just a good figure, handsome, gentle character, can cook, will spoil people, unlimited tolerance of the wife's small temper, have a point of commitment, how so many people like it. Sighing, Yi Qingyu replied back to Feng Qiuyu with a sorry, I'm just having fun, I'll treat you to dinner some other day, and replied back to Secretary Jean with a no need, as long as you don't betray me. Finally, she gave Shin Luoluo a sentence back, okay, but the two of us have to attack and defend against other goblins together. Shin Lolo, okay. Shin family, Shin mother's mouth brought up a smile. Everything was expected. Yi Qingyu put down her cell phone, and a brilliant light flashed in her eyes. Thinking about it another way, as long as she was good enough, she could completely turn Song Yang's confidant into an ally and strengthen herself. As a businessman, you must know how to separate the pros and cons. After comforting herself, Yi Qingyu's eyes swept towards Song Yang. She remembered that Song Yang was still a virgin. No, Song Yang had so many confidants, she had to test them out. Clearing her throat, Yi Qingyu asked, Song Yang, after 2.5 years of marriage, I haven't asked how many times you've been in love. Glancing suspiciously at Yi Qingyu, Song Yang said glumly, you're the first love. No, Yi Qingyu is sick. Why do you ask about this? Thinking about it is angry. Song Yang dozens of confidants, but for a do not give touch Yi Qingyu guard body. Really crazy. We have to find a chance to break the body. Otherwise, it's too bad if we die one day. Yi Qingyu's eyes brightened and her mood improved. Sure enough, Song Yang still loves me. Well, in that case, she's welcome. Song Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some flooding beast. The car drove all the way into the Yi family's old mansion. It was a garden located in the suburbs, covering an area of 500 acres. It was passed down from Yi Qingyu's grandmother's family. The Yi family's old man and his father both live here. Chapter 7, Compound Your Paralyzer. The security guard at the old mansion opened the door when he saw the car from a distance. Song Yang drove all the way to the entrance inside the hospitalization unhindered. As soon as the car stopped, a butler came up to open the door for him. Welcome home, Missy, Auntie. Looking at the courteous young butler and the young servants coming and going, Song Yang couldn't help but spit in his heart. What a luxury. From the security guards to the butlers to the servants, Song Yang estimated that he would have to pay more than $1 million a month in salary. And that's not even counting the money spent on the upkeep of Ye Old House's vicarage. That's why I don't like living here. I'd really like to donate this place to a museum if it's possible and get some items in return. Yi Qingyu hated it as if she had a grudge against the Yi family's old mansion. The butler beside him led the way ahead in silence. The old mansion is worthy of being an old mansion, and the architectural design is still all that of a classical garden. The butler first brought Song Yang and Yi Qingyu to the main hall. Before he even entered, he heard laughter from inside. As soon as he looked up, Yi Qingyu's face went cold and Song Yang smiled. The people inside Song Yang recognized, wearing a tang suit, pretending to be a cultural person Ye Old Master, a Confucian gas, known as the Confucian businessman Ye Father, as well as Lin Jie's family and Ye Old Master's sister-in-law with grandchildren as well as an unrecognizable, holding the child's beauty. Yo, isn't that Yi Qingyu's cousin, Yi Yun? This skinny-looking teenager is a ruthless man who surrendered directly and sacrificed his wife to the Dragon King after he was sure he couldn't get the Yi family and couldn't beat him. The little young woman following him couldn't be his wife, could it? But it's right. After all, this little young woman is Elder Ye's young lover. Yi Qingyu was stunned. Is our house so messy? And what's up with this lately? Guys who used to be honest are bubbling over with ambition. The people in the main hall saw that Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were about to get up. The Yi family's old man, obviously a feudal remnant, snorted coldly, raised his hand for the crowd to sit down, and said dissatisfiedly, not entering the door when you're here, waiting for me to invite you? No manners at all. Song Yang rolled his eyes. Lousy, just arrived. You really have a personality that follows your clothes. Feudal remnants, it's all modern, and you still pose as a great head of the family. Yi Qingyu snorted and laughed. A good scolding. The laughter made Elder Yi angry. As a junior, or a woman, when you see your elders, your fiancé and son-in-law, don't you know to serve tea and curtsy? And laugh. Song Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes once again. You're still living in the Qing dynasty, aren't you? You're still serving tea and water. Don't you have a servant at home? However, thinking that he would have to rely on Elder Yi to get him to divorce Yi Qingyu later on, Song Yang decided to hold back and complied. Grandpa is right. But Song Yang heart also beat drums. The novel. The plot began. Yi Qingyu directly after the calculation into the prison. Out is in Yi family break. Did not write the relationship okay. Song Yang could only hope that Yi Qingyu had feelings for Elder Yi. After all, the other party had given all the shares to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang. How did you manage to curse in your heart and obey on your face? I can't do that. Though, Yi Qingyu glanced at Elder Yi, pulled on Song Yang's hand, entered the living room, and directly found a place to sit down under the shocked gazes of the crowd, and slowly said, First of all, I've been married for 3 years now, so where did I get my fiancé son-in-law? Secondly, a woman has to be an elder to serve tea to an elder, and our family. The last 2 words are a direct statement of attitude. Elder Yi's beard was shaking with anger. Song Yang sighed. It's finished, can't count on old man Yi. Lin Jie, who was on the opposite side, stood up and said gently, Qingyu, aren't Grandpa Yi and Uncle Yi your elders? Am I not your fiancé? Yi Ermu's family hid aside and didn't speak. Yi Ermu's little grandson even held the little young woman's hand and stood behind Yi Ermu. Yi Qingyu was surprised as if she had just seen Lin Jie. Isn't this my fiancé who left the country at a time of crisis for the Yi family? Why did you come back? Is it because you saw my Yi family rise up and came back to eat soft food? 6. Song Yang heartily praised Yi Qingyu. That's awesome. The Lin family couple and Lin Jie's faces darkened. Yi Qingyu looked at Elder Yi and Father Yi again. If it isn't my grandfather who kept a mistress and cheated on his father while his wife was pregnant. After saying that, Yi Qingyu looked at Lin Jie again. Lin Jie, you probably don't know that my Yi family has an ancestral motto that those with insufficient morals are not worthy of being elders. So, Elder Yi, Father Yi's face also darkened. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at the fiery Yi Qingyu. So handsome. There are no elders of mine present, so why bother to honor them? Yi Qingyu's eyes filled with killing intent swept over the people present. That domineering spirit of bringing back a $100 billion group that was on the verge of collapse made the people present realize this was not a lady of the world who could be silenced by heckling. Instead, it's a bully who's in charge of a $100 billion conglomerate. Rebel girl. Ye's father spoke angrily. A son does not speak of his father's faults. I see that you have read to the dogs. With red eyes, Ye's father seemed like he wanted to kill someone. Song Yang teasingly watched this. TSK, this breaks the defense. Mental quality is really not good. Look at Yi Qingyu, knowing that her old man is having an affair and guessing that the white moonlight bamboo horse is backstabbing her, and she hasn't even broken her defense. Yi Qingyu was speechless to the extreme. Are you damned if you are praising me, or are you undermining my bad luck? Next to her, Yi Ermu also spoke appropriately. Qingyu, what are you babbling about? How could your grandfather have kept a lover? How could your father have an illegitimate daughter? What happened to the Lin family was unorthodox, but they came to admit their faults as well. Saying that, Yi Ermu glanced at Song Yang with contempt. Qingyu, Song Yang came to the Yi family for 2.5 years. Nothing has been accomplished. Not a good match. Look at Lin Jie. Just returned to China and took down a lot of projects. In order to express his apologies, he just said that in addition to resettlement housing, he gave us that piece of land in the southern part of the city as well. Just waiting for demolition to arrive. Our family will be able to lie down and make money. Song Yang was speechless. With Yi Ermu's opening, Lin Jie once again smiled gently and said, Qingyu, I'm also doing this for your own good in the case of uncle. As a token of apology, I'll sell you that piece of land in the south of the city that's up for demolition at a flat price. Lin mother also frowned and advised, Qingyu, 2.5 years ago it was our Lin family that was unorthodox. Now we admit our mistake. Saying that, he gave Song Yang an equally despicable look. An auntie really doesn't want you wasting your time on crap. Song Yang was speechless to the extreme. Elder Yi, who was next to him, snorted coldly. Yi Qingyu, I forgive you for your disorganized speech just now. Figure out what to do on your own. Saying that, he glanced at Song Yang with contempt. Waste. Yi Qingyu sneered. Song Yang had already endured to the extreme at this point. Martyr, I came to use you to divorce Yi Qingyu, not to be aggrieved. And now it seems that Yi Qingyu is too lazy to take care of you, so I still put up with your ass. Song Yang stepped forward and Yi Qingyu sat back down. Song Yang swept a glance at the whole scene. The first to look at Yi Ermu, Yin Yang said in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Ermu, you can be really bullish. If I remember correctly, your son, Yi Yin his father, that was a big fat boy in July of 8 pounds. Right, TSK, 3 months premature, and 8 pounds, which if it is not premature, shall not be more than a dozen pounds. Yi Qingyu snorted and laughed. Oh, so the uncle on the second house's side is out of wedlock. My second master shouldn't have died of anger. After saying that, Yi Qingyu covered her mouth in a pretense of panic. Gee, that doesn't seem to be something that can be said. Pulling Song Yang's hand, Yi Qingyu nervously said, Hubby, I won't be beaten. Bull, this pompous acting is on par with Sister Bauer. After lamenting in his heart, Song Yang similarly pretended to be nervous and said, Wife, don't be afraid, Hubby will protect you. Moreover, looking at how Grandpa takes care of the second house uncle, it might be his son. Elder Ye's face turned red as he angrily cursed. You fart. Saying that, he was about to step forward to make a move. Song Yang smiled coldly. Annoyed? Yi Qingyu similarly smiled icily. This Yi family, it's really dirty. Elder Yi was exasperated by a sentence of annoyance and sat back. Song Yang looked at Lin Mother and tilted his head. Auntie, I'm a loser, but I don't cheat. Unlike our Uncle Lin and Mr. Lin Jia Lin, that's using the media company as a greenhouse. Lin's father immediately got up and roared. You fart. Rumor mongering is a mouthful. Disproving rumors is a runaway success, and this can never be recognized. Song Yang took a slight step back, as if he was startled, and covered his mouth. Really? Then I would like to ask, since you, Puling Media, don't have all sorts of messy deals, how did those little girls who want acting skills but no acting skills, and fame but no fame, become the #1 female? Yi Qingyu stood up at the right time, came to Song Yang's side, hugged Song Yang's arm, and said softly, Hubby, you mix the business circle to mix the money. You don't know that the old Lin always once famously said that whoever I want to be on fire can be on fire. And then the next day there had been a subterfuge incident of a media company under Lin's group. Naked cussing, especially dirty. Lin's father wanted to hit someone. Lin's mother wanted to do the same. Lin Jia looked at the duo of Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. He sort of understood that these two people came back not to talk about things. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia said in a deep voice, Qingyu, stop it. I really want to get back together with you. Compound your paralyzed Bull you year don't go. Stay with Yi Qingyu to struggle together Song Yang's heart opened up directly. Although he was afraid of the Dragon King, he also had a heart of justice. Yi Qingyu sneered, scanning the whole scene, directly to Lin Jia sprayed, compound you paralyzed. Do not say as if we have been together. Chapter 8, will you step on the doorstep for me? The rough language silenced the living room. The butler at the door, who was about to call the crowd to dinner, was stunned, and good manners could not be maintained. Yi Qingyu, a female tycoon who had a reputation in Fenghai City and was famous in the whole country, even said dirty words and cursed people. Is this really the future high-cool female villain Yi Qingyu? Song Yang was shocked. Elder Ye's face was red with anger, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yi Qingyu and hissed, Shame on you, shame on you. Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh and didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she looked at Lin Jia indifferently and mocked, My dear bamboo horse Lin Jia, you're a defiant youth who puts aside beautiful and pretty young millennials and doesn't marry them, but has to marry a second wife girl like me. Are you not sick? An annoyance flashed in Lin Jia's eyes. Next to her, Lin Mother braced herself and said, Qingyu, I know you're angry, but this proves that Lin Jia loves you. Ha ha. Yi Qingyu laughed, a maniacal laugh, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery. Love me? Love me enough to know that my father has an illegitimate daughter out there who's only a few months younger than me and not tell me? Lin Jia held back his anger and suppressed his opening. Qingyu, I just don't want to make you angry and want to secretly help you get rid of her. Yi Qingyu cocked her head and held out her hand. Take out your cell phone. The people present were puzzled. Lin Mother was puzzled. Qingyu, what do you mean by that? Yi Qingyu's eyes were ghostly, and she slowed down her rice. It's nothing meaningful. It's just using his cell phone to make a call to Yin Yinshu. Ask him how he got rid of it. The aggressive Yi Qingyu made Lin Jia and the other family hang back. Lin Jia clenched his fists, not expecting Yi Qingyu to be so faceless, playing so directly, not speaking the rules of the game at all. Seeing this, Lin's father slammed the table and got up, roaring, You Yi family bullies people too much. Turning around and pointing his finger towards Yi Qingyu, he continued, You girl, if it wasn't for Lin Jia's love for you, do you think we'd come to marry you? A second wife who often throws her weight around and doesn't know how many people she's accompanied for the sake of the project? That's a statement that's too heavy on the humiliation. Killing intent flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang's face changed as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old thing. don't you give a. Saying that, Lin father turned his head to look at Song Yang and said with contempt in his eyes, the two of you, a poor laborer from the countryside oil fields and a shameless woman who accompanies people to drink and get projects, are really a perfect match. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't stand it. Song Yang stopped Yi Qingyu, who wanted to open her mouth, and copied the fruit plate next to her and smashed it on top of Lin father's head. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang, who was rubbing his wrist in surprise. Hubby is so handsome, isn't he? Song Yang immediately went up and kicked down Lin's father, stomping on his chest with his foot, and said grimly, ever since Qingyu and I entered, you people have been suppressing with all kinds of language. Now it's even insulting Qingyu and my family. Who the hell is shameless? Lin's father, who was lying on the ground, was furious. I'll beat you to death. Lin Jie, who had just reacted, was about to step forward when Yi Qingyu copied the pieces of the fruit plate on the ground and pointed at him. I'll see if any of you dare to move. Elder Yi and Father Yi hurriedly called out for bodyguards. Yi Qingyu looked at the bodyguards that surrounded him and said grimly, I pay your wages. Whoever of you makes a move today, I will make sure that he won't be able to work in the bodyguard industry. The bouncer stops and silently exits. Whoever writes the paycheck is a bully. Song Yang glanced at Yi Qingyu in surprise. This woman is defending me? Although the original book proved that Yi Qingyu wasn't the kind of fool who loves her brain to the extreme, it didn't say that she loved Song Yang. Regardless, Song Yang stepped on Lin's father's chest and laughed coldly. Come on, keep insulting my family and Qingyu with your mouth. One more word from you and I'll just stomp your chest off. By then, I'll be in the police station and you'll be in the hospital. And the headline will be that the Lin family forcibly robbed a good woman, was brutally beaten by the woman's husband, and forcefully pressed the man to send the other man's husband in. Lin's father swallowed back hard, definitely not making this headline. Father Yi looked at this sudden change and gritted his teeth. Rebellious daughter, what exactly are you two going to do? Seeing that the other party didn't dare to beep anymore, Yi Qingyu pulled Song Yang to sit back and slowly said, I should be the one to ask. What did you call me and my husband back for? State your purpose. Lin Jie helped Lin's father up, took 2 deep breaths, suppressed the anger in his heart, and tried his best to say in a gentle tone, Qingyu, believe it or not, I love you and have come to marry you. Yi Qingyu raised her eyebrows and mocked. An ex-fiancé who can leave the country in the middle of my crisis. An in-law who calls me a, how much do you think I have to love you to marry you? Song Yang interjected from the sidelines. One more thing must be added. To give up a husband who can be born and die for me. Yi Qingyu rewarded Song Yang with a complimentary look. Yes, Lin Jie was worthy of being the man who had succeeded in calculating Yi Qingyu in the original book, and in the face of the persistent and incessant cynicism, he was still able to gently open his mouth and say, so in order to express my sincerity, Qingyu, I'm willing to share the resettlement housing project with you on an equal basis, and I'm willing to sell that piece of land in the northern part of the city at an equal price to you, and if you still don't think it's enough, I'm willing to open up the Lin's group to your yes. Yi Qingyu impatiently interrupted Lin Jie and mocked, I'm a love brain, but not a fool. That land north of the city can only be developed for residential, and now that there are 5 times more homes than total population in the country, are you sure you're giving me the benefit of the doubt? Lin Jie firmly said, yes, you know, my family has someone up there. Fonghai City is trying to develop the north of the city there into a development zone. The house will be worth money. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu and laughed in his heart. This Lin Jie can really touch his upper lip to his lower lip and fool people. The north of the city too will be developed. It's that there's an ancient tomb underneath that land. Yi Qingyu's eyes sank. Good guy, really a ring of calculations. Lin Jie is trying to get me killed. However, Yi Qingyu did not directly attack this time, but instead glanced meaningfully at Elder Yi and Father Yi, and then meaningfully looked at Lin Jie to ask a new question. If I marry you, won't the entire Yi clan become a dowry? I have 57% of Yi clan's shares in me. Lin Jie was just about to open his mouth when Elder Yi beside him took the initiative and said, if you marry little Jie, then of course the shares will stay. Just give it to Cloud when the time comes. I'm looking for you today to talk about this matter as well. I'm going to pass the Yi family to Xiao Yun. After all, you'll always have to marry someone. Lin Jie closed his eyes. It was over. Master Yi, as expected, was a famous fool, and what little wisdom he had was probably used on eating soft food. Yi Qingyu coldly smiled, directly stood up, looked straight at Elder Yi and opened his mouth. Pass it on to Yi Yun? On what grounds? Elder Yi tersely said, because Xiao Yun is a Yi family male. Song Yang rolled his eyes on the side. It's because Yi Yun can't have children, and that little young woman next to him is holding your son, right? Yi Qingyu sneered. Then why didn't you pass it on to Yi Yun 2.5 years ago? Don't think I don't know what you old Biden think. Yes is about to close down. Just give me all the shares. You guys put the fixed assets, the value of the transfer away from the pension, and then let me be the only one to carry the debt. now that ye's up, kick me out and give ye to your favorite. Killing intent flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. You dream, as long as Yi Qingyu, live, I won't give back the vomit that came into my hands. Honey, let's go. Knowing the purpose of this Hongmen banquet, Yi Qingyu turned around and left. Song Yang bloated and glanced at Elder Yi and Father Yi. TSK, Yi Qingyu is blacking out early. You guys are screwed. Song Yang could remember that shortly after Yi Qingyu was released from prison and blackened in the original, the two Yi family members were involved in a car accident. Originally, he thought that the Yi family in this time period had kinship in place before he counted on them to get Yi Qingyu divorced. Disappointment. When she was almost out of the doorway, Yi Qingyu turned her head to look at Lin Jie again and said disdainfully, Mr. Lin, there are ancient tombs underneath that piece of land in the north of the city, and you have the nerve to put it up for sale? Lin Jie's pupils shrunk violently. It was over. From today onwards, he had completely broken with Yi Qingyu. Song Yang was surprised. How did Yi Qingyu know? The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth hooked up a smile. Because I have you as a plug-in. After watching the two of them, Yi Qingyu, walk out. The main hall fell into an awkward atmosphere. They were tossed around enough this night. Lin Jie looked at Elder Yi and sighed. Grandpa, what next? The original plan is definitely not working. Elder Yi glanced at Lin Jie and sneered with a cold snort. Don't worry, the Yi pillow of that year was also so strong, and in the end did not also send the shares back. Master Yi said he had experience. Ye's father also said confidently from the side. Xiao Jie, don't worry, our cooperation won't end. Yi Qingyu won't be an obstacle. Lin Jie nodded. What's with the mess in the living room? Just at this moment, the door walked into a woman wearing a white dress, like a lotus flower out of the mud in the pond. Seeing the woman, Lin Jie's eyes lit up and he softly called out, Read. Lin's mother came forward to greet the woman. Elder Yi and Father Yi's face also looked a lot better. Yi Yun, who had been acting as an invisible person, also brought the little young woman forward and respectfully said, Sister Nianshu. At this moment, it was as if Yi Nianshu was the real first daughter of the Yi family. Yi Nianshu gently greeted everyone, and after understanding the process, she finally sat down next to Master Yi and softly said, Grandpa, sister is also paying too much for Yi group, that's why she's agitated and unwilling to give up the group. We have to understand her. Elder Yi snorted coldly. Next to him, Ye's father spoke with dissatisfaction. Nianshu, you're just too kind. That woman Yi Qingyu's lust for profit is not worth sympathizing with. Elder Yi similarly spoke. Nianshu, you don't know. Yi Qingyu was raised by that lowly person Yi Pillow. Yi Pillow is full of the greed of the marketplace, and so is Yi Qingyu. Yi Nianshu's heart surged with a wave of anger. How is the city people greedy? What gives you the right to add this label to the city people? Next to her, Yi Ermu smiled and spoke. It's still good to read the book, to understand the big picture, to know that a woman can't inherit the family business, and to let everything go to Xiao Yun from the very beginning. Lin Mother likewise smiled and spoke. That's right. And Nianshu also cooks well. This would be a good thing for both of us if she marries Xiaojie. We get a good daughter-in-law from the Gu family, and you guys get back the shares that were taken away from you by Yi Qingyu. Lin Jie had been gently looking at Yi Nianshu. Elder Yi slowed his breath. His voice was cold and full of killing intent as he slowly spoke. Yi Qingyu, she is too self-righteous. The Yi family can let her live. They can let her live. Yi Nianshu silently stood to the side. She decided that when she got what she wanted, she would stay away from this group of psychos. The Yi family, the Lin family, none of them treated her like family. Inside the manor, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu walked together with gloomy faces. Upon exiting the house, they were surprised not to see the car parked out front. More crucially, the butler and the manor's bodyguards had also disappeared. 500 acres of gardens. How long will it take to walk to the parking lot? Yi Qingyu listened to the complaints in Song Yang's heart and silently took Song Yang's hand. Mom, I'm being touched by a scummy girl. Dirty. Yi Qingyu's grip got tighter and Song Yang didn't break away. Or maybe the hands are too soft to break free. Slowly, Song Yang stopped struggling. At night, in the garden, the handsome faces of the two made the moonlight a foil. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Yi Qingyu thought of Song Yang beating up Lin's father for her in the main hall. Thought of the two of them working together to save the Yi clan 2.5 years ago, fighting side by side in the scene, and thought of Song Yang's subtle to extreme care for her in the past 2.5 years. Song Yang, I'm sorry. The sudden apology put Song Yang on alert. The scummy girl apologizes. There's bound to be a trick. I have to be careful. Song Yang's vigilance made Yi Qingyu laugh and said to herself, Song Yang, when we finish settling the Yi family's affairs, let's go back to your house together and see your parents. Yi Qingyu's voice was getting smaller and smaller. This was her initiative to show her favor. I knew there was a trick. You woman, are you trying to squeeze all the value out of my family? Yi Qingyu blackened her face. This man. Song Yang decided to stop Yi Qingyu's idea and spoke firmly. No. Yi Qingyu frowned while a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Why? As long as Song Yang stated an unjustified reason, Yi Qingyu said that she was going to get angry. The queen makes a gesture. And you don't take it? Because you have bad ingredients. Yi Qingyu was confused. What was the meaning of this? Song Yang spat in his heart as he flipped through his predecessor's memories. I'm not lying. It's your ingredients that really don't work. To use a popular online phrase, my family is a positive red flag. My grandfather, who was from the army and participated in the anti-eagle campaign, rushed to the northwest for the country's oil freedom and became a first-generation oil worker. Our family has fought on the front lines of our country and came out of a real hard struggle. Your Yi family, a merchant family and a cockamamie, is really not looked upon by my great-grandfather. Song Yang all felt that the origin in his predecessor's memory was too awesome. Unfortunately, in the novel, Song Yang, who was the villain, was gone before he could use his family's influence. Yi Qingyu was stunned as she listened to Song Yang's heartfelt words. She had no idea, but Yi Qingyu felt that it was not his fault. Song Yang, who just went to college that year, was a mountain village boy with a northwestern accent, carrying a snakeskin bag for bedding. The only thing that stood out was a body of sleek muscles and bronzed skin, and a gentle confidence that radiated from his bones. The topic of meeting the parents didn't come up again, and the two of them made their way slowly to the parking lot. Looking at the big G that was parked there alone, a strange color flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang, are you afraid of death? Care to accompany me on a ghostly journey? Chapter 9, Mantis catching cicadas. Sparrow behind. I don't want to. Song Yang's eyes looked at Yi Qingyu in a weird way. Sis, what are you talking about? Why are you bringing up ghosts? Yi Qingyu nodded and calmly got into the main driver's seat. Calmly, then you can wait here for Secretary Jean to pick you up. You're gonna leave me here all alone? Woman, are you trying to get me killed? Song Yang rolled his eyes, thinking that Yi Qingyu was a big drop of badness. He had just finished scolding the Yi family's old man, Ye's father and a bunch of other people, and then he was told to stay here. Song Yang got on the passenger side without thinking. Yi Qingyu was touched. Sure enough, one cannot look at what he says. One needs to look at what he does. Yi Qingyu was touched as she looked at Song Yang's decisive behavior of accompanying her in the car. When Big G drove out of Ye's manor, the gatekeeper sent a message to Master Yi. Inside the restaurant, Elder Yi, who was eating, revealed a smile to Father Yi and nodded slightly. Father Yi sent a message out in a low voice, and after raising his head, he smilingly said to Yi Yun, Yuner, when you enter the Yi group, make sure to work hard, and bring out the best in you to show the others, so that they will know that the men of the Yi family are talented, but just don't want to compete with the rest of them compete. Being teased by the circle for relying on his wife is a constant pain for Yi's men. Elder Yi looked at Lin Jia again and said kindly, Xiao Jia, our two families will be family from now on. You have to be good to Nianshu, and even more so, you have to help Yi Yun. Yi Nianshu's eyebrows jumped as he said softly, Grandpa, Father, didn't Sister Qingyu not allow Yi Yun to enter Yi clan? Isn't it too early for that? Elder Yi heatedly laughed. Nianshu, how can that girl Yi Qingyu be my opponent? She's only okay with a couple of screams. On the road from the suburbs to the city, Yi Qingyu felt the gradually failing brakes. Her mind suddenly floated back to what she had seen, the scene of her mother's car accident. Heavy rain, highways, broken cars, cold bodies. Song Yang, are you afraid of death? Fox glanced at Yi Qingyu suspiciously. Afraid? This is a good drive. Why suddenly come such a sentence? Is the brake failure? Yi Qingyu laughed lightly. The brakes are failing. Song Yang's pupils shrunk. Are you kidding me? Yi Qingyu brake failure death is not in a long time to come. How now appeared? Yi Qingyu laughed even louder. So she died of brake failure. As if in response, heavy rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Song Yang gulped. God is letting him die. God, bull, you don't let me live. Don't let me know who did it. I'll chop him up. Song Yang, I'm sorry. Live this time and I'll give you my best self. Boom. The big G was rear-ended, and from the reverse mirror, it looked like a van. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qingyu steered hard, and the big G directly crashed through the guardrail, rushed out of the main road, into the fields on both sides of the road, and ran all the way wildly. Yi Qingyu was glad he hadn't been driving fast. Yi Qingyu was glad that the old Ji family mansion was built on the outskirts, and that there was a section of fields on the way back. Yi Qingyu was glad that it was raining heavily today, making the fields wet enough to slow down. Song Yang felt the vibration of the car and listened to the big pie Yi Qingyu drew for him. His pupils shrunk violently and he yelled, Don't draw a pie at this time. Save yourself. Yi Qingyu looked at the van that chased down and plunged into the mud through the reversing mirror, and excitement jumped up in her eyes. Stupid people looking for people who are also stupid. The fact that you followed me down here confirms that you have a problem. Yi Qingyu looked at the tractor parked in the field and drove straight into it. the big G stopped, and the huge impact caused the airbags to pop out, shaking Yi Qingyu and Song Yang dizzy. Yi Qingyu braced herself and touched her cell phone, sending a location to Secretary Jean before fainting too. Song Yang had one thought when he was about to faint, and in his life, he hadn't broken it yet. Sirens cut through the night. Secretary Jean arrived in time with the police and ambulance and sent Yi Qingyu and Song Yang to the hospital. That night, the president of the Yi Group, Yi Qingyu, who had just been elected one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City, and her husband Song Yang, who had been hospitalized in a car accident, logged on to the microblog. And it's still a car accident right out of the old Yi mansion. There are even magical people who put out the records of Yi Qingyu's mother, Yi Pillow, who was in a car accident, then associating it with the rumors circulating on the internet that the Yi family men were wastes, as well as the distribution of Yi Qingyu's shareholding in the Yi Group of holdings on the Sky check. Everyone started to have conspiracy theories. Elder Yi and Father Yi. The Lin family was having a post-dinner tea and chatting freely about their behavior when they were suddenly approached by the police. Hello, Mr. Yi Jiangwo, Mr. Yi Lin Chang. Someone is now calling the police to say that you are suspected of Yi Qingyu's car accident murder case. Yi family father and son. Ye's old mansion. Everyone was taken away when the scene is even rushed to the news overnight hot search. There were even paparazzi who took pictures of Lin Jie's family and Yin Yinshu coming out of Ye's old mansion. For a while, all kinds of rumors came out on the internet. The major marketing numbers started coming out of the woodwork overnight. This is his hotness. No one has bought the script yet, but they can already conspiracy theories to rub it in. Early morning, Yi Qingyu woke up from the hospital bed, and what met her eyes was Secretary Jean and Shen Luoluo, who hadn't slept all night. Looking at the duo, Yi Qingyu smiled. Even though you guys stole my man, you're still my best girlfriends. Shen Luoluo's originally sad mood disappeared in a flash. Secretary Jean silently handed the tablet to Yi Qingyu. Looking at the news above, especially the headline image of Elder Yi and Father Yi being taken away, Yi Qingyu laughed, laughing wildly. It's not a waste of time for the old lady to enter the game with her body. Secretary Kim pushed up her glasses and began with a serious face. Uncle Lee has sent the car's inspection records to the police station as you requested. The driver of the truck was also detained, and we found out that the other person had cancer and had parents and children to support at home. It's all so dog-eared. Yi Qingyu spat in her heart and slowly spoke. I'm not bad at sending money to the truck driver's house, and an outlaw like him definitely has a record. Our next goal is to get my grandfather and father in and leave me with a clean Yi family. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Ever since she received the news to go back to Ye's old mansion for dinner last night, Yi Qingyu had been making arrangements. Getting in on the ground floor with your body is a sure thing. The only way to count out the other side is to commit murder. As for why, because Yi Qingyu suspected that her mother's car accident was man-made. Evidence she didn't have, but suspecting it, she could make preparations. It ended well, with the other person falling into her trap. Secretary Jean, dump the paternity test of Yi Nianshu and my father, and investigate my grandfather's relationship with Yi Ernyan, as well as my grandfather's relationship with the young woman that Yi Yun brought there. Secretary Kim's pupils narrowed violently. So powerful? Chapter 10, The Only Good Thing. Shen Luoluo spoke up from the side. Qingyu, Grandpa Yi is so old. It's impossible for him to do something about an old husband and a young wife. It's really hard to believe. Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes and spat. If you can like Mr. Song, why can't he like a young and pretty one and have an entire son to inherit Yi? Shen Lolo shut up. Yi Qingyu continued. If everything is as expected, buy some more circulars and say that the Lin Group is also involved in this murder, on the grounds that Lin Jie's family is also in Ye's old mansion. Finally, compose some more stories about Lin Jie and Yi Nianshu falling in love with each other, the older generation beating the lovebirds with sticks, and Lin Jie framing his once fiancée Yi Qingyu in order for Yi Nianshu to become the Yi family's first lady. Finally, send out the circular that it was me who called the police, the big righteous one. It is my duty as a citizen not to harbor any criminal. It must be investigated to the end. Yi Qingyu's attitude was obvious. Get all foreign enemies dead. Secretary Kim returned to the Yi Group and immediately began to operate. Lin Jie looked at the news that appeared on the internet about his involvement in a car accident and murder and vomited blood straight away. Lin Group's stock price began to fall wildly, and shareholders called to ask if Lin Jie was going crazy. On the contrary, Ye's stock, thanks to Yi Qingyu's great righteousness, instantly alarmed the big hostess set. Ye's stock with eating the gold bumpy as, all the way up wildly. The power of feminism is just powerful. Ye's strands moved to advise Yi Qingyu to recuperate properly, and then they mobilized their own contacts to start making things more difficult for Lin, for Ye's old man, and for Ye's father. Yi Nianshu, on the other hand, is very indifferent. Her company is not listed, and she is living in style. Inside the police station, the police began a lightspeed investigation amid waves of public opinion. Yi Qingyu's murder case is well calculated, and under Secretary Jin's big money attack, the truck driver, and the people in Ye's old mansion admit their mistakes. Father Yi and Elder Yi went straight in. The chain of evidence is complete and the murder charge is proven. And Yi Qingyu asks to reopen her mother's car accident case. Elder Yi and Father Yi were scared when they got the news inside and went crazy to see Yi Qingyu. That case was a death sentence. If they were convicted, they wouldn't get out at all. Yi Qingyu went to meet the duo with her injuries. You can be spared, but only on the condition that all the property in both your names belongs to me. Make a will. Elder Yi and Father Yi could only give in the end in the face of Yi Qingyu's icy cold face. They don't want to be out for the rest of their lives. Yi Qingyu nodded with satisfaction, wrote a letter of understanding in person, and withdrew the application to reopen her mother's car accident case, and said that we are all family well. She certainly can't see her grandfather and father suffer inside, and will save them out. Elder Yi and Father Yi laughed at this. A woman is still a woman, not ruthless enough. Just, the truck driver who was in the same cell block as Ye's old man, Ye's father, met his parents, and his wife. Son, Mr. Yi is a good man, gave us $5 million each, on our own cards. It also bought 2 separate suites for the eldest and youngest, created a school fund, and the youngest now attends an international bilingual kindergarten as well. And also, your father and I have jobs too, as janitors at Yi, $10,000 a month. Good times are coming for our family. The truck driver looked into his mother's teary eyes and clenched his fists. 10 days later, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were discharged from the hospital together. Come on, let's go to a funeral. Yi Qingyu took Song Yang's arm and said with a smile. Song Yang's face stank, walking on the edge of life and death. He couldn't blame Yi Qingyu yet. It was really annoying. The other person, Yi Qingyu, had asked him if he was willing to step on the ghost gate. He's the one who refused and then stepped in. No one else is to blame. Whose funeral? Song Yang asked suspiciously. Yi Qingyu nodded with a smile. My father and my grandfather's. The two of them were killed off because they didn't negotiate the final payment with the truck driver. Song Yang was silent. You really didn't do this? At the funeral, Yi Qingyu cried her eyes out. Yin Yinshu was also invited, standing to the side with lifeless eyes and a played-out expression. Next to them were Hua Changfeng and Lin Jie. Song Yang shot a glance at Hua Changfeng after helping Yi Qingyu sit to the side. This is the Dragon King, much more handsome than on TV. Yi Qingyu raised her head at those words and glanced at Hua Changfeng. He's the Dragon King? Doesn't look very strong. Don't want someone who can get me killed. The guests all revealed a smile when they saw Yi Qingyu. Look at Yin Yinshu and Lin Jie with jokes in their eyes. They already knew that Elder Yi and Father Yi had left all the money to Yi Qingyu, and Yin Yinshu hadn't gotten a dime. Don't underestimate these legacies. Elder Yi and Father Yi's private property is very high. Like the villa in his name, the luxury car is over $1 billion. On top of that, there are some investment shares, stock funds, etc. that the duo holds that are worth a lot of money. Piecemeal adds up to $3 to $4 billion or more anyhow. Although everyone is the upper class of Fonghai City, the group is a few million up and down the main minute. But no one would turn down a multi-billion-dollar inheritance either. That's pure cash flow. Put it in the bank and it eats thousands of dollars in interest every day. A few $1,000s. A month's salary for a working cow or horse. That's why many people say that Yi Qingyu is ruthless enough, crazy enough, and Yin Yinshu's methods are not strong enough. At the end stage of the funeral, Yi Ernest wanted to claim a share of the inheritance for Yi Yun as well as the little young woman and her child. Yi Qingyu asked in public, grandmother of the second house, may I ask what is the relationship between Yi Yun and my grandfather, my father, this child, and the little young woman? 1. It's not on the same account. 2. We're not immediate family. And 3. There's no will, so what right do they have to divide the property? By cheek? Some people also said that Yi Qingyu should be a man of honor and not go too far. Yi Qingyu wow cry out, crying while saying I am a girl, just died grandfather father. A group of people up to fight for the inheritance. Another illegitimate daughter who is no more than 2 months below me. Another little uncle that my grandfather probably screwed up for me. Are you guys trying to force me to die? Do you guys know how much Yes Group pays in a month? I'm easy for me. Yi Qingyu's tears, the image of a weak woman, embarrassed those who advised her. After the funeral, Yi Qingyu dragged Song Yon to a stinky ditch in the suburbs. Yi Qingyu is crazy after all. Who's a good person to come to the stinking gutter? Yi Qingyu didn't pay attention to Song Yang's tirade, but took out 2 boxes from the trunk. I know you hate my scummy father, scummy master, so here's my chance to send you personal revenge. Song Yang is not a fool, looking at the 2 boxes, dumbfounded. This is, grass shaking, Yi Qingyu, you're going for the big score. Yi Qingyu said with a smile in the corner of her eyes. That's right, it's what you think. What was buried today was actually 2 cans of powdered milk. Song Yang looked at the box and then at the stinking ditch. Overhead shot. Let's get you to find someone to run me over. Taking another look at the second box, Song Yang stepped back and gave the opportunity to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu similarly went up and kicked. Makes you patriarchal. Looking at the boxes floating in the stinky gutter, Yi Qingyu murmured in his heart, "Old master, scum daddy, I actually didn't just inherit grandma, mom's love brain, I also inherited your only good point, a ruthless heart." Chapter 11, The Undead Game. On the car back to the villa, Song Yang sat in the driver's seat and Yi Qingyu sat in the co-pilot. Neither of them opened their mouths. Yi Qingyu observed Song Yang's expression through the mirror. She didn't know if Song Yang liked her gift or not. However, it didn't matter. She had a second gift, and she would give it to Song Yang tonight. One was to make up for Song Yang taking care of her for the past 2.5 years. Secondly, she really wanted to be with Song Yang now. During the time she was hospitalized, she investigated Song Yang again in detail. Excellent family history. Some of the elders' names could not be researched or found from the school's family contacts. Masculine and handsome in appearance. He is still hanging on the list of schoolboys in their school. Gentle in nature. Even when he wanted to divorce her, he didn't do anything excessive, but gently negotiated and waited for her to propose. The ability to storm, 2.5 years to run a chip processing plant worth more than $1 billion, and has the ability to develop its own perfect character. She found that in the past 2.5 years, the female friends and girlfriends around her, whether it was a prodigal young lady, a small family, or a mature beauty, basically all seduced Song Yang, and Song Yang refused one by one. When this point was investigated, Yi Qingyu almost exploded with anger. This group of people could be the ones who chimed in when she spat on Song Yang and spat together. Like a cash widow Wang who was famous for collecting rent in the circle, she treats the other party as a forgotten friend, but the other party keeps spying on Song Yang. Yi Qingyu now sort of understood that they were all drinking friends. Just Song Yang was the only one who treated her well. The more she thought about it, the more Yi Qingyu felt that she had to rush the second gift to Song Yang. If this gift still couldn't dissuade Song Yang from the idea of divorce, then she would have to go on the series of ultimate tricks that Mother Shen had told her during her hospitalization, such as her and Secretary Jean teamed up in the office dedication of the beautiful president of the beautiful secretary, and Shin Luo Luo to create the girlfriends and sisters, and even the mother of Shin to pull down and create. Yi Qingyu didn't believe that Song Yang could stand it. Thinking about it, Yi Qingyu blushed. Song Yang glanced at this scene and spat in his heart. Nerves, sitting by yourself and blushing. Yi Qingyu was a bit angry. Why is my mother blushing? Don't you know? Oh, you have no idea. But you'll find out tonight. Song Yang's thoughts returned and he began to worry about himself. Yi Qingyu has obviously blackened out in advance. And the battle with Dragon King Hua Chengfeng is expected to be brought forward as well. Then I'll have to speed up this divorce. What to do? Yi Qingyu clenched her teeth. Was Song Yang so afraid of the so-called Dragon King? No, she doesn't believe it. There is a way. So many beautiful women in the cell phone. I just need to show some philandering. Yi Qingyu will surely divorce. After all, no woman would accept a man dabbling with women outside the home. No, you underestimate me. Yi Qingyu sneered in her heart. Man, you're so naive. You don't know what a relationship brain can do. Like my mother, she's the top relationship brain. So do you think she really doesn't know about Yin Yanshu's existence? Yi Qingyu decided to go back later to teach Song Yang a lesson. Song Yang, who thought he had found another road to divorce, drove his car beautifully, secretly plotting a bright future in his heart. Hey, as long as Yi Qingyu and I divorce, I'll pretend to sell the factory and go behind the scenes. Then we'll find the daughter of the capital's Lin expert. And then we won't worry about making big money in the chip industry. Yi Qingyu was puzzled in her heart when she heard this. Chip majors make big money? As far as she knew, the chip program had been cool in the country. After all, it is 100,000 miles away from foreign technology. Nevertheless, Yi Qingyu made a note of this passage. Well, I remembered that expert Lin came to Fenghai City to stay at the Hua family, so the problem now is also the Hua family. At that time, Hua Chengfeng will definitely block it. How should I block it? Thinking of Hua Chengfeng gave Song Yang a headache. Who would have thought that Hua Chengfeng, the real young master who was replaced by a nanny, would meet a group of deep-rooted big brothers in the countryside, and learn all the skills of Taoist magic, medicine, and treasure appreciation, as well as what the Dragon King's Hall token is. Just outrageously awful. But what's even more outrageous is the blackened Yi Qingyu. This grandma is only a mid-stage boss, but she's the one who almost got Hua Chengfeng killed. When Song Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but take one more look at Yi Qingyu next to him, who was wearing a special black dress for attending funerals. Well, it's very seductive. Yi Qingyu silently memorized Hua Chengfeng's information. It was all the basis for the future against the enemy. At the same time, Yi Qingyu also understands why Hua Chengfeng's company can start with medical technology, and how to start the capital came. The Dragon King Hall. I have not heard of. I do not know if I can beat the government machine. What made Yi Qingyu the happiest was still Song Yang's remark that the only being who almost dead Hua Changfeng to death. Since it's just a little bit short, that means it's still possible. Alas, can only C and Yi Qingyu divorce? Can not with Hua Changfeng false with the snake in general. The mission now. Let's find Specialist Lin's lost daughter first. I just don't know what this daughter has. Damn. I can't believe I didn't write about it. Only that the forest expert met it by chance during a snack sometime. Damn. I can't believe I'm still playing look over my shoulder and that person is in the lights. Song Yang's wonderful mood was lost with such a circle of imagination. Yi Qingyu's mouth, on the other hand, curled into a smile. As the vehicle continued traveling, Song Yang felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward after his thoughts returned. Recalling the following habit of his predecessor, he opened his mouth and said, Qingyu, the speed of our Fenghai city's case handling is also quite fast. Having said that, Song Yang somewhat understood why his predecessor had not been able to lick Yi Qingyu into bed after licking for several years. How can any girl like you with your chatting habits? Yi Qingyu snorted disdainfully. Which is that they are fast. It's me who has paid more in these 2 years in Fenghai City. Saying that, Yi Qingyu glanced deeply at Song Yang. She decided to add a little confidence to Song Yang. I don't dare to say about other places, but for this acre of Fenghai City, I, Yi Qingyu, can still say underground queen. Looking at Yi Qingyu's rampant appearance, a sentence came to Song Yang's mind. I spent so much money and raised so many people for so many years in the capital C, just for this moment. Grasping the grass, didn't say that Yi Qingyu is still involved in blackmail. Song Yang screamed in his heart. Yi Qingyu's face darkened. Who said that my mother was involved in the black? I just paid my taxes on time, arranged for my company's enterprises to target poverty alleviation, saved some children who had gone astray, and gave some merits to some bigwigs. The angry Yi Qingyu glared fiercely at Song Yang, but there was nothing she could say to clear it up. The car traveled faster and faster, and came to the villa of Shenglin Yuan in the twinkling of an eye. Song Yang, according to his predecessor's habit, got out of the car first, opened the door for Yi Qingyu, helped Yi Qingyu out of the car, and sent Yi Qingyu into the villa before he went to park the car. When Song Yang parked his car and opened the door to walk into the villa, bang! Song Yang closed the open door behind him, took 2 deep breaths, and frantically chanted Umatba Buddha twice. Opening the door again, Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu, who was sitting on the sofa under the light with an undead temperament, and said with the corners of his mouth twitching, Qingyu, what are you doing? Woman, you're playing with fire. You know that? Yi Qingyu showed a touch of undead pity on his face and laughed wildly in his heart. Ha ha, it wasn't in vain that she listened to Shen's mother and watched dozens of undead movies while she was hospitalized. Sure enough, the undead are killing it. Great. This is her second gift to Song Yang, the undead game. Touching the tears at the corner of her eyes, Yi Qingyu weakly opened her mouth. Brother-in-law, my sister is no longer there. Grandfather is no longer there. Father is no longer there. And there are also people on the second house side who are fighting for the family's property. What should I do? Song Yang felt the hormones in his body spiking. Under the warm light, just busy father, grandfather funeral young woman wearing a black sari, exposed snow-white thighs, tearful eyes, pathetic look at you, but also called a brother-in-law. Woman, I'm going to lose my grip. Song Yang was furiously angry in his heart, and his face was rigid and incomparable. Yi Qingyu smiled faintly and quickly pressed down again, slowly coming to Song Yang's side. Her foot wiggled and fell on Song Yang, raising her head, pitifully saying, brother-in-law, can you help me? I'd give anything. I do. Song Yang couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, Song Yang no longer cared about the identity of the boss in Yi Qingyu's book or the Dragon King threat. He only thought about dying under the peony flower and being a ghost. Chapter 12, A Series of Changes. At 9 p.m., the delivery boy rang the doorbell. Leave the dishes at the door. Okay. Listening to the sound of the motorcycle going away, Song Yang opened the door a crack and quickly took the dishes inside. Closing the door, Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on the sofa, drooling from the corner of her mouth and staring at the ceiling with her eyes lifelessly, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. Humph, that's how strong I am in battle. Little Daisy, convinced or not? Song Yang laughed wildly in his heart. Yi Qingyu stiffly turned her head. Her eyes looked at Song Yang slyly, and her voice said hoarsely, give me medicine. Cook for me. I haven't lost yet. Song Yang rolled his eyes, fished out the medicine box from the express and carried Yi Qingyu upstairs. I can't help it. I've crossed over for half a month and I'm holding it in my heart. The former body held back for more than 20 years, only ever in the ability to leave behind the body with more energy. Plus the predecessor grew up in the oil fields and was physically fit. In a fit of excitement, Yi Qingyu fledgling was ruined. Straight up swollen. Carry Yi Qingyu, who only had a stiff upper lip, into the bathroom. and personally wash her. Song Yang bit by bit coated Yi Qingyu with medicine, covered her with the quilt, and tenderly said I'll bring you the meal later, and then went downstairs to cook. The duo arrived home at 6 p.m. and played for 2.5 hours. Yi Qingyu forced herself to get up after Song Yang left the room. That's crazy. I just said that the first time a fledgling is fast, and that's why there's a storm behind it? Yi Qingyu came to the closet and pulled it open. Looking at the sarong nightgown inside, a phrase came to her mind. Her sister said that purple is very charming. Yi Qingyu can lose. General Yi, who brought Yi Group back from the dead in 2.5 years and embarked on the path of prosperity, cannot lose. In the restaurant, Song Yang hummed a song and familiarly started frying beef and lamb chops, squeezing fruit juice, and cooking wolfberry and red date soup. Before crossing, Song Yang had read a wild history, which said that Ji Xiaolan no meat, no women, at least 2 pounds of beef and mutton every day, to have fun with 2 women, and finally live to 82 years old, at the age of 65 years old, but also 15-year-old concubine. In the words of a Taoist priest Song Yang met later, the reason why Ji Xiaolan was so powerful was because he loved to eat beef and mutton every day. After frying 3 steaks and 3 lamb chops, Song Yang turned around and stiffened in place. Only Yi Qingyu, dressed in a purple sarong, was seen sitting on the dining table. The light shines white under the sari. Husband, will you eat the meat first, or will you have the soup first, or the juice with me first? The gentle seductive words, the sliding calves, and the reflected white light made Song Yang gulp. However, Song Yang still held back the flames in his heart, put down the plate, and said softly, Qingyu, you've just been injured and need to recuperate. Yi Qingyu walked off the table and catwalked next to Song Yang, gently caressing his abs and whispering in his ear, my study material says above that 3 prongs are the way to go. So, I'm not afraid of you. Song Yang gulped and said with difficulty, then we'll eat the meat and drink the soup first. Goblin, too much torture. Yi Qingyu giggled, picked up her plate and juice, and wriggled her way to the dining table, pulling out her chair. Sit. Song Yang held back the flames in his heart and sat down. Oops, honey, the stool is too hard. What to do? What do we do? What did you say about the stool being too hard? What else is there to do but sit on my? Yi Qingyu felt a burst of joy as she listened to the roar in Song Yang's heart and the forced patience on his face. Song Yang loves me and can't even bear to hurt me. Yi Qingyu sat down. This night, Song Yang ate 2 steaks, 2 lamb chops, and drank 3 glasses of juice. Yi Qingyu ate a steak, a lamb chop, and drank a glass of milk. She said, not liking fruit juice. The next day, Secretary Kim instantly blushed when she arrived at the villa's lobby and looked at the mess all over the place. Song Yang, who had a hard time getting up, blushed when he saw Secretary Kim when he came downstairs. Sorry to make you laugh. I'll clean up right away. Secretary Kim shook her head. Indifferently, I'm with you. Sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, wiping the table. Song Yang quickly cleaned up and started making breakfast. Secretary Kim went upstairs to the bedroom. Once you open it, it's a room full of spring. Yi Qingyu leaned on the bed to play with his cell phone, saw Secretary Jean, patted the side and asked him to come up. Secretary Kim sighed and said grudgingly, if I had known that coming in was this environment, I wouldn't have come. Watching the man she loves make merry with other women makes Secretary Kim excited. She had an urge that was hard to hide. Yi Qingyu smiled, then said seriously, you'll have to get used to it then. Secretary Kim was dumbfounded. What the hell? Yi Qingyu put down her cell phone and took Secretary Jin's hand. I lost last night, so why don't you pack up and move in together today? I've sent a message to Lolo asking her to move in as well. What the hell? Secretary Kim felt a wave of vertigo in her brain. What the hell kind of plot is this? Yi Qingyu continued with a face full of seriousness. Secretary Jean, you and Luo Luo have signed a covenant with me to advance and retreat together. Secretary Kim giggled. Should I be happy? Or should I be sad? Moreover, Secretary Jean didn't know if Yi Qingyu was counting on her. So, Mr. Yi, you can't be examining me. Yi Qingyu blushed and lowered her head, squirming. It's not a test. It's really hoping that you and Luo Luo can come over. Secretary Kim frowned. Why? She really doesn't get it. Yi Qingyu sighed quietly. Because I'm heavily in love brain. What? Secretary Kim was confused. What does this have to do with a love brain? Because of love brain. Because Song Yang is too good to me. I hope he's good too. Yi Qingyu used to read the history of the Qin dynasty and thought that Zhao Ji was really sick, giving her heart and soul for a man and almost sending the river and mountain. Ridiculous to the core. Secretary Jean was dumbfounded. She knew that Song Yang was charismatic and surrounded by countless women who liked him. It was just that Song Yang kept himself clean. However, it wasn't enough to make Yi Qingyu submit in one night. Yi Qingyu took Secretary Jin's hand and said meaningfully, question Zhao Ji, understand Zhao Ji, become Zhao Ji. You're only one song away? Lao AI? Young. Secretary Kim felt dizzy. Creaking. The door to the room opened and Song Yang walked in carrying a small table. Secretary Kim, please get up. Aha. Secretary Jean got up. Song Yang put the small dining table on the bed, helped Yi Qingyu sit in front of the table, took out a wet towel, and wiped Yi Qingyu's hands. Secretary Jean looked at this with envy. She also wanted to be Yi Qingyu, especially the small dining table with fried eggs, fritters, red date and goji berry soy milk, shredded potato burrito, sautéed baby greens, and chicken thighs wrapped in rice just looks good, although they are all home cooking, but the cooking cooks are highly skilled. After serving Yi Qingyu, Song Yang tenderly looked at Secretary Jean. Secretary Kim, thanks for cleaning my room this morning. There's still food in the cafeteria. You can get it. Taking a look at Yi Qingyu, and then thinking about going to the restaurant to get the sentence, Secretary Jean felt that she should agree to Yi Qingyu. So, in order to experience this emperor-like enjoyment early, Mr. Yi, I promise you. After saying that, Secretary Kim took away the chicken leg wrapped rice from Yi Qingyu's small dining table and left with a big stride. Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion. What is she saying? Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you. You'll know tonight, husband. Song Yang shook his head and watched Yi Qingyu eat, saying softly, Qingyu, I'll go out to work later and come back at noon to cook for you. Is that okay? Yi Qingyu shook her head and decisively refused. No, you go about your business. Song Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Secretary Jean came in with the rice, just in time to see the scene, and said lazily, Mr. Yi, it seems that you're putting a lot of pressure on Mr. Song, hearing that you're letting busy yourself. She's obviously relieved. Yi Qingyu blared angrily at Secretary Jean and tenderly said to Song Yang, hubby, you busy yourself. Don't worry about me. Secretary Kim rolled her eyes. He's got something to be busy about. After saying that, Secretary Jean regretted it. Now that Yi Qingyu knew that she was secretly in love with Song Yang, she no longer had to dislike Song Yang as she did in the past, to gain Yi Qingyu's favor, thus compelling Yi Qingyu to stay away from Song Yang and creating a chance for herself to rise to the top. Song Yang had met Secretary Jean in his predecessor's small WeChat and immediately guessed what she was thinking and said in amusement, I'm also very busy. Since I'm a real couple with Qingyu, I can't just think about divorce and watch Qingyu go and fight to the death with Dragon King Hua Chungfeng. Song Yang says he's not a scumbag, and he has manhood in him. Yi Qingyu was satisfied and took a sip of soy milk. Hubby loves me so much. It's nice to go against the enemy of my fears for me. Then she couldn't be discouraged. After seeing Song Yang off, Yi Qingyu asked Secretary Jean to bring the computer over. With the computer in hand, Yi Qingyu gradually entered the battle state. The imposing return of the president of a company that belongs to the hundreds of billions of dollars. Secretary Kim also stopped joking and got into the swing of things. Mr. Song, the Hua family's fake young master, Hua Ling, wants to see you. Yi Qingyu raised her eyebrows and lifted her head. Puzzled, see me? Secretary Kim took out her own cell phone and flipped open her email, which contained an email. The Hua family is a company that started as a foreign trade company, and there is no connection with the Yi family. Coupled with the fact that Yi Qingyu does not mix with the second-generation circle, Hua Ling can only contact Yi Qingyu through the proper channels, send an email and make an appointment. And among the letters in the mailbox was Hua Chengfeng's relationship with Yin Yinshu. Yi Qingyu laughed out loud while looking at it. Funny, really funny. So Yin Yinshu was her mom running with the ball. Yin Yinshu was brought back by Lin Jie to specifically deal with me. And for that reason Lin Jie gave Yin Yinshu the first startup capital. And Yin Yinshu's true love is her childhood friend Hua Chengfeng from middle school, who she felt was outstanding before she rose to the occasion and started her business. After reading the email, Yi Qingyu sneered. Secretary Kim, does this look like a doggone romance novel to you? Secretary Kim nodded. It's not like that. It is. A vicious light flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Send a message back to Hua Ling. Just one sentence. I've already sampled him. Yi Qingyu wondered how Song Yang was sure that Hua Chengfeng would deal with him. She also wasn't sure if Hua Chengfeng would deal with her for Yin Yinshu, but she didn't mind finding something for Hua Chengfeng. Yi Qingyu didn't know if Hua Chengfeng's Taoist wonders, his amazing medical skills, and the Dragon King's palace's ability to just come back to the person who was hit by the dump truck. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu added, let's add one more sentence. Secretary Kim was puzzled. Add what? Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Dirt Bike Yuhi is also Yuhi. Secretary Kim was speechless. On the other hand, in the Hua Group building, in the vice president's office, Hua Ling, dressed in a suit and sitting seriously in front of the computer office, looked at the replying emails, laughed, and muttered, is Dirt Truck Juho also Juho? After laughing, venom flashed in Hua Ling's eyes. He really wanted to run over Hua Chengfeng. The other party was too good. Not long after he returned home, he cured Master Hua's back problem. The Huayang Technology Company, which he founded himself, was even more prosperous, and the pharmaceutical business under his name was a great success, bringing huge benefits to the Hua family. More crucially, Elder Hua took Hua Chengfeng on a trip to the capital and cured Elder Long of the Long family in the capital. The dying man is said to have had his life renewed for 10 years. Elder Long still had the heart to marry his granddaughter Long Ling to Hua Chengfeng. Hua Ling's fists hardened at the thought. The most critical thing is that he has no property whatsoever in his name right now. Car, house, all belong to Hua Group. Once he is kicked out, he, Hua Ling, will be cool to the core. If he had the money, he wouldn't want to be hostile to Hua Chengfeng. That's an absolute genius. Yi Qingyu won't enter the game. Then Song Yang, ding dong. Song Yang, who was driving to the company, looked at the email sent on his cell phone and clicked on it suspiciously. Anonymous, above is a video. In the bar, Brother Chengfeng. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so ruthless. I didn't have time at all. It's okay, I'll think of something else. Brother Chengfeng, why don't I sell my company and fill up your cash flow? No, I can think of something else. Hua Chengfeng's face in the picture was incredibly gloomy, and Yin Yanshu's face was full of worry. Brother Chengfeng, I'm going to fight Yi Qingyu in the lawsuit. Hua Chengfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. It's no use. This kind of lawsuit is a year and a half. Yin Yanshu said indignantly. It's all because those people don't keep their word. Get the goods and don't pay, causing your company to have problems. Hua Chengfeng smiled bitterly. It's because I'm immature and too eager to get what I want. That's probably why there's no big family to cultivate me. How's it going at Ringers? In the box, Yin Yanshu sighed, took a sip of wine, and helplessly said, Lin's group's cash flow is now completely collapsed. He is busy starting the resettlement housing project, and he can only live on government grants. Otherwise Lin Jia wouldn't have approached me a year ago in an attempt to split the Yi family with us. If there are any more problems with the resettlement housing project, Lin's group can pack up and go out of business. Song Yang smiled and followed the mailbox number, sending back a sentence to the other party. Since Hua Chengfeng's company is having cash flow problems, why don't you take advantage of the situation? What's the point of sending it to me? It's not like I have a grudge against him. Hua Ling sighed when he received the reply. This one didn't take the bait either, but it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of hitting a shot with or without dates. They can't even. They can still be on their own. As for luring the other party to make a move, Hua Ling is not so stupid. Point to point can be excessive luring. The other party will certainly not make a move. Who do not want to be cannon fodder? After arriving at the company, Song Yang directly entered the office, leaned back in his chair, and mentally began to compare the plot of the original book. According to the book's plot, this is the time when Yi Qingyu divorces her predecessor Song Yang and gets engaged to Lin Jia. The Yi group and the Lin group began to work together in a feverish manner. Immediately after that, Ye's father and Lin Jia teamed up to send Yi Qingyu in. Ye's father announced Yi Nanshu's identity. The marriage contract was transferred to Yi Nanshu. Yi Nanshu took a big piece of cake from Ye's group, and Yi Yun formally entered the Yes group and took on the role of president. From the intelligence we have now, this is a plot to divide up the Yi group. Lin Jia, Hua Chengfeng, the two got enough cash from Yes group to leave the market. Song Yang muttered, this time, I don't know what reason. Yi Qingyu wave sent away Yi elder, Yi father, let Yi group in their own hands. Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jia did not have enough cash flow to get through the hard times. It's an opportunity to deal with the duo. However, I remember that in the original book, Hua Chengfeng and Long Ling of the Long family in the capital were going to be engaged, but Long Ling repented of her marriage for the predecessor Song Yang and slapped Hua Chengfeng hard. The corners of Song Yang's mouth hooked up into a smile, and he had indeed found Long Ling's WeChat from his small cell phone. Song Yang quickly flipped through his predecessor's memories, and soon, he found the record. It turned out that Long Ling had followed her grandfather to visit old Master Song in the oil fields when she was a child. During that visit, Long Ling nearly had an accident, which was saved by his predecessor, and from then on, it was love at first sight for the two of them. Song Yang thought it was outrageous. Enough bloodshed. No wonder the dragon spirit repented of her marriage for the sake of her predecessor. The killing power of the white moonlight was still great. As Song Yang pondered, his cell phone rang. Brother Song Yang, I'm here in Fenghai City. Can you pick me up? That's right. Long Ling was 3 years older than Song Yang. Chapter 13, Crazy Rain. Airport. Song Yang had just walked into the hall when he saw a white-clothed Long Ling gently rejecting a young handsome man who had accosted him. It's been a long time, Sister Spirit. Your beauty has not diminished. Song Yang appeared in front of Long Ling holding a lily and said with a smile. Sizing up Song Yang, Long Ling let go of the suitcase and directly hugged Song Yang. It's been a long time, Yang Yang. The young handsome man who had just been rejected was full of brokenness. The other men around them who wanted to strike up a conversation looked at Song Yang with indignation. Feeling the softness on his chest, Song Yang couldn't help but tease, "Sister Ling, if you keep hugging me, I'm going to become the public enemy of men in the entire airport." Dragon Spirit snorted out a laugh, handing over the suitcase to Song Yang. Long Ling took Song Yang's hand and walked together with a smile towards the outside of the airport. In the car, Song Yang asked smilingly, "Sister Ling, how are Grandpa Long and Uncle Long's health?" As if hearing a bad name, the smile on Long Ling's face dimmed. Grandpa had an illness some time ago, and was cured by Hua Changfeng, the eldest young master that the Feng Hai Hua family just got back. When Hua Changfeng was mentioned, an unwillingness flashed in Long Ling's eyes, and the emotions mixed in her voice were complicated. "This time I came to Feng Hai, mainly because I was ordered by my father to match with Hua Changfeng." The reluctance in the dragon spirit's voice was even greater. Song Yang's eyes flickered for a moment, thinking that he still shouldn't be as inappropriate as his predecessor, taking advantage of Long Ling's love for him, thus allowing Long Ling to escape the marriage. In the original book, Long Ling's ending after escaping her marriage is that Song Yang is forced to become a monk and live her life in a Green Lantern after failing to take revenge on Hua Changfeng. The reason is also very simple. No one dares to marry Long Ling anymore. However, when he thought that he and Yi Qingyu would definitely face off against Hua Changfeng in the future, Song Yang had a bit of a headache again. When she was entangled, Long Ling opened her mouth and asked, "Forget about me, tell me about you. Yang, how is your married life?" The tone had taken on a hint of dissatisfaction. "You're going overboard with this marriage and you're just ignoring me as your sister." Touching his nose, Song Yang felt a pang of embarrassment for his predecessor. "You say you're getting married. How come you don't even contact your friends of the opposite sex? Properly pure, isn't it?" Song Yang is unable to understand. Maybe he is slag. Long Ling looked at Song Yang's silence. A slyness flashed in her eyes. "Since you're incapable of refuting, then sister will take this as you being sorry for me. Punish you for treating me to dinner. And by the way, tell me a little bit about this person, Hua Changfeng." After saying that, Long Ling blushed slightly and looked at the scenery outside the window. "Brother, as long as you say Hua Changfeng is bad, you like me and are willing to divorce for me, sister is willing to marry you." Song Yang could see Long Ling's thoughts, hesitated, sighed slightly, and slowly said, "Sister Spirit, I don't want to lie to you. Hua Changfeng and we might be on a hostile path." Dragon Spirit turned her head and said in shock, "What?" Song Yang handed his cell phone to Long Ling and played out the video he received. "Sister Ling, that Yin Yanshu who is communicating with Hua Changfeng is my father-in-law's illegitimate daughter. She was with my wife's ex-fiancé Lin Jie some time ago and my father-in-law is dealing with my wife together. The result was that my wife's chess won. Yin Yanshu, Lin Jie, they didn't get what they wanted, and my father-in-law died." Even after a few days, Song Yang still felt that Yi Qingyu was ruthless and crazy enough. Based on the conversations on the video, it is presumed that Hua Changfeng's company is now short of money, and the gap should not be small. And Hua Changfeng has a special relationship with Yin Yanshu. So, after Hua Changfeng has slowed down, he will most likely target us for Yin Yanshu. After all, avenging his wife's death is a choice that every capable man would make. Song Yang glanced at Long Ling and found that her face did not change, so he continued. "There is also the fact that there is also a conflict between Hua Changfeng and the Hua family's fake young master, and I suspect that this video was sent to me anonymously by the fake young master, Hua Ling. I guess, if Hua Ling knows that you're coming to Feng Hai City, he'll definitely send it to you as well, hoping to open a gap from you to deal with Hua Changfeng. Sister Spirit, you." Before the words were finished, Long Ling twisted her head around and looked at Song Yang with a smirk on her face, teasing, Yang, when you say all this, are you saying that you don't want me and Hua Changfeng to be together?" A sentence that made Song Yang almost choke on his saliva. There didn't seem to be a single word he said that meant he didn't want the two of them to be together. Of course, he didn't want the two of them to be together. Sighing, Song Yang calmly said, "Sister Ling, stop it. We are siblings. You said it. I'm only talking to you about this because I want you to have more information so you can analyze it." A pain flashed in Long Ling's eyes, and his thoughts went back to that summer. After graduating from senior high school, Song Yang confessed his love for her. She refused, because back then she didn't believe in love. That summer, she met her father and mother's divorce. Who would have thought that his father, who had always been a gentleman, would bring home a biological boy from the outside? Her grandfather, who had always loved her, said at that time that the Long family needed boys to inherit the family business. How understandable and helpless. During that period of time, everyone in the Long family, including the various branches, stayed away from Long Ling. Long Ling wanted to follow her mother and leave, but her grandfather and father didn't back down at all. In the words of a cousin who married in a branch line, being born into a large family and enjoying the glory of the family requires something to give. and one of the most basic items that a lady pays for is jeans. During that time madness she said outrageous things to Song Yang. Among other things, none of you men are any good. You say you love me, do you dare to promise that you won't cheat on me when I can't produce a son? At that time Song Yang's reply was guaranteed. Dragonling still remembers his answer. I don't believe it. 3 words that cut off everything. Later that summer, Song Yang even chased after her for a whole summer, accompanying her on an around-the-world trip, but she still unknowingly refused Song Yang's kindness, or refused it while enjoying herself. On the day the globe-trotting ended, Long Ling said to Song Yang, we're just siblings. When Long Ling graduates, works, and looks back, she gets the news that Song Yang likes another girl. Taking a deep breath, Long Ling looked at the scenery outside the window and faintly said, yeah, we're just siblings. Song Yang sighed. From the plot of the original book, he could tell that the dragon spirit was in love. But sorry, she has Yi Qingyu now and she has to be faithful to her love. The two were silent when the car pulled up in front of a private house. As always, Song Yang opened the door for Long Ling and helped her out of the car. Just sat down and about to order. The wind blows. The cell phone rang, and Long Ling's face instantly darkened as she looked at the caller ID on it. But pick up anyway. Long Ling, I know you are not satisfied with this union, but that is not a reason for you to privately change your flight information and have Little Wind wait for you at the airport. The call came through, and a mature, steady male voice came out. Only, it was questioning. Song Yang heard it. It was the voice of Father Long. Dragon Spirit sneered. First of all, I didn't tell you guys that I came to Toyahai. Secondly, I didn't ask Hua Changfeng to pick me up either. So don't make it seem like I'm the same as a scum girl. The word scum girl was bitten hard, causing Long's father on the other end of the phone to sigh. Ever since the dragon's father had claimed his illegitimate son, the bond between their father and daughter had declined extremely rapidly, and was currently close to zero. After a few seconds pause, Father Dragon's voice came again. I'll send you Windy's cell phone number later so he can receive you. The phone hung up. Song Yang handed the menu to Long Ling and did not ask too many questions. Putting down her cell phone, Long Ling sighed slightly and said irritably, sorry for making you laugh. Yang. Song Yang shook his head. What a joke. Song Yang silently followed his predecessor's memories and began to iron Long Ling's teacups and tea bowls, pouring tea for her. Picking up the teacup, he took a light sip of tea and said sadly, does it feel ridiculous that the grand lady of the Long family has become a bargaining chip for the marriage? Song Yang shook his head. It's not ridiculous. Isn't this just a fixed play between your gentry? A high-end game that we oilmen who cry that labor is the most glorious can never experience. Song Yang's mind recalled the scene of his predecessor following his father to the capital for the first time. The predecessor was only 13 at the time, but the memories are vivid. The former body and Song's father, because of the years of living in the oil town in the northwest, under the wind and sun, no matter how much care is taken, they all carry a wildness in their bodies. Wheat-colored skin was different from the milk-colored skin of the young masters of the capital's gentry. So, as the young masters taunted the predecessor as a bumpkin, a forced laborer, and ignorant of the game of mansion, the predecessor raised his fist. The wolf boys of the northwest beat up the capital canaries. Since then, the predecessor had become famous among the capital's gentry. Savage is the label. Dragon Spirit laughed. You still remember what those people taunted you with? Ah. Shrugging his shoulders, Song Yang was indifferent. If he was the predecessor, he also fought. Soon, sorrow once again climbed onto Long Ling's forehead as she gracefully sipped her tea and smiled bitterly. If I had accepted your confession back then, wouldn't there have been nothing like what's happening now? Song Yang shook his head and casually said, go over. The past is not to be pursued. This young lady, when you recall the past, you lose. Yi Qingyu's cool voice rang out, and Song Yang raised his head in surprise, only to see that not far away, Yi Qingyu walked in a black dress with Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean, her face filled with frost. A surprise flashed in Long Ling's eyes when she saw Yi Qingyu. This queenly aura was top-notch even among the capital's great ladies. Why is Qingyu here? Shouldn't she be at home resting today? Song Yang was very strange in his heart. Yi Qingyu scraped a hard glance at Song Yang with her eyes. Why am I here? It's not because you're a chimera out cheating on me. At the same time, Yi Qingyu's heart also rose in celebration. Fortunately, she had taken Secretary Jean under her wing and made the other party stand on the same side as her. Or else she wouldn't have been able to pick up the information about Song Yang's sudden trip to the airport to pick up someone. Secretary Jean, through her network of contacts, had Song Yang in her sights. Song Yang glanced apologetically at Long Ling and introduced a few people. Sister Ling, this is my wife Yi. I know, President Yi. Hello, my name is Long Ling, Song Yang's childhood friend's sister. Song Yang watched Long Ling extend her hand in greeting and hurriedly introduced Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, this is my sister. I know, the eldest miss of the Long family in the capital. Hua Chengfeng's soon-to-be engaged fiancé. Yi Qingyu shook Long Ling's hand and said meaningfully, Miss Long, I just received a piece of gossip that you will marry Hua Chengfeng with 1.5 billion in cash. Shock flashed in Song Yang's eyes. How did Yi Qingyu know about this message? Also, shouldn't the one who brought $1.5 billion in cash to marry Hua Chengfeng be the first lady of the Chen family in Fenghai? How did you become a dragon spirit? Song Yang was speechless for a while. Yi Qingyu's eyes darkened. Hua Chengfeng had many allies. By the way, after Yin Yanshu teamed up with Lin Jie to send Yi Qingyu to prison, the cash flow Yin Yanshu shared solved Hua Chengfeng's financial problems. Hua Chengfeng used his Taoist skills to save the evil old lady of the Chen family after Long Ling skipped the wedding and punched her in the face. In order to repay the favor, the Chen family's old lady made the decision to let the Chen family's eldest miss marry Hua Chengfeng with 1.5 billion in cash, which solved the second crisis of Hua Chengfeng's company, TSK. Think about it from another angle. Hua Chengfeng is really not business material. The first cash flow break because of the black zone side of the warlord swallowed his goods do not pay. The second time, about 2 years later, it is Yi Yun to match him with an overseas luxury businessman surnamed Wang. That luxury businessman paid the deposit, did not give the final payment, so that 2 billion cost, selling 6 billion of the drug order flew away. It's outrageous to think that there is no such thing as a delivery without payment, or a multi-billion-dollar order. Wasing Feng Ah, or dish. Now, it seems that Hua Chengfeng is trying to capitalize on his kindness to Elder Long, and then join forces to marry Long Ling and gain cash flow to save his life. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth hooked into a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Taking a deep look at Song Yang and then at Long Ling, Yi Qingyu felt that Song Yang still loved her, and in order to solve the crisis, he even came to seduce his childhood friend. After self-compassionate follow-up, Yi Qingyu was in a much better mood and greeted everyone to sit down and eat together. The four of them, Long Ling, Shen Luoluo, Secretary Jean, and Yi Qingyu, quickly chatted together under Yi Qingyu's intention, and Song Yang became an outsider. As they chatted, Shen Luoluo asked strangely, Sister Ling, you're so young, how come you suddenly want to marry Hua Chengfeng? An annoyance flashed in the dragon spirit's eyes. She was annoyed when she didn't get any news. Taking a deep breath, Long Ling smiled bitterly. Sister, if sister says she doesn't know either, do you believe her? Shen Luoluo pretended to be surprised. Next to her, Secretary Jean pushed up her glasses and said softly, Miss Long, I believe it. Yi Qingyu hummed. She believed it too. Song Yang said suspiciously, where did you guys get the information? Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang, took out her cell phone, and logged into a forum called Gold Coast. Fenghai City used to be called the Golden Sea, and then as the internet became more advanced, someone created a forum called the Gold Coast. Here are the family heads, young masters, and young misses of various powerful families. It's membership by invitation. Maybe it's because there are more upper-class people and it's become a gossip gathering place. Sister Ling is going to marry Hua Chengfeng, and the news that the Hua family is going to marry the Long family came out from here. Saying that, Yi Qingyu once again glanced meaningfully at Long Ling. Long Ling's body stiffened a bit and smiled. Can you show me? Yi Qingyu smiled gently. Of course. After handing the cell phone to Long Ling, Yi Qingyu aptly said that she had to go to the bathroom and asked Shen Luoluo to accompany her. Inside the restroom, Shen Luoluo said with dissatisfaction, Qingyu, that dragon spirit is looking at Song Yang with the wrong eyes. Yi Qingyu nodded her head, letting Shen Luoluo touch up her makeup while saying calmly, I know, so I have a particularly simple trick that can be used to sabotage the marriage between the Long family and the Hua family. Shen Luoluo was surprised. What method? The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth hooked into a smile. Young Master Jin is in love with his childhood friend's illegitimate daughter while holding her hostage for the company to marry Jin Qianjin. The real millennial is with her childhood friend in a fit of rage. What do you think will happen if this scandal gets out? Yi Qingyu had ruthlessness in her eyes. Shen Luoluo was stunned. She thought Yi Qingyu was really crazy. It's a trick to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Chapter 14, Calculations. Swallowing her spit, Shen Luoluo followed up with an annoyed, do you know that if this news is distributed, Song Yang will also be involved? At that time, the Long family and the Hua family will certainly not be able to continue their marriage, but Long Ling, Song Yang, and the three of you will also be involved in the gossip. The main thing is that Song Yang's accumulated good guy persona will instantly collapse and backfire. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered. Shen Luoluo got angry. She wouldn't allow Song Yang to be caught up in such gossip. Miss Shen. Of course, Mr. Yi knew that Song would be involved, but that's what Mr. Yi asked for. Secretary Kim's clear, cold voice tinged with annoyance rang out. I only saw that at some point. Secretary Kim, who was wearing a professional suit with a perfect figure, appeared at the bathroom door. Yi Qingyu frowned. Why are you here? She should have stayed there and supervised Song Yang and Long Ling. Judging himself, Yi Qingyu suspected that Long Ling was also bold. Shen Luoluo then looked at Secretary Jean. What do you mean by what you said? Secretary Jean glanced meaningfully at Yi Qingyu. If I guessed correctly, the reason why Mr. Yi chose to use the self-defeating rumor ploy to destroy the marriage was to destroy the marriage between the Hua and Long families, so that Hua Chengfeng would lose the infusion of cash flow. The second one was to discredit Song Yang and cut off other women with crushes on him from coming around like Long Ling. As of this moment, Long Ling will be Song Yang's last woman. Shen Luoluo felt as if she was an idiot. Standing with Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean made her look too innocent. However, Shen Luoluo said unconvincingly, but then, Song Yang will have to officially go to war with the Long family and the Hua family. Taking someone's fiancé and destroying the union is bad any way you look at it. Yi Qingyu laughed and took Shen Luoluo into her arms, ruthlessly taking advantage of her for a bit, and whispered in her ear, "Guess why the Hua family didn't inject cash flow into their own family's talented true young master? Guess why the Long family of the capital is coming to Fenghai City to make a marriage with a regional second-rate family?" Two questions that left Shen Luoluo in deep thought. Why? Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. I don't know. Annoyed, she broke away from Yi Qingyu's arms. Shen Luoluo glared fiercely at her. Nuts. You don't know what you're molesting me for. Yi Qingyu went back towards the dining table with a smile on her lips. Secretary Jean glanced at Shen Luoluo, and couldn't help but spit out in her heart. You're also quite ruthless. Knowing that Yi Qingyu's second scheming target, you actually didn't refute the other party. However, Secretary Kim let out a bitter laugh immediately afterward. She was also quite ruthless, and she didn't want to refute Yi Qingyu, hoping to follow Yi Qingyu's scheming. Song Yang is defeated and they take over this perfect man. How nice. When the time comes to put the reputation of rumor-mongering on Yin Yinshu, the reason is all thought out. Don't want her childhood boyfriend Hua Chengfeng to marry someone else. Jealousy. What a great excuse. Table. Long Ling's face was grim as he paddled his cell phone and watched the exchanges on the Gold Coast Forum. A photo of her getting off the plane was top of mind. Here's the news of the upcoming marriage between the Hua and Long families. A large group of local young masters and young ladies of Fenghai were frantically swiping the screen. Envy, jealousy, all sorts of words converge. And this conversation was interrupted until 10 minutes ago by Lin Jia. Lin Jia, 3 days from now will be Sher's sister's birthday. We will be hosting a banquet at the Shenglin Hotel, and we welcome you all. Invitations will be delivered today. When Yi Qingyu's trio came back, Long Ling returned the cell phone to Yi Qingyu. Thanks, you're welcome. Yi Qingyu was calm. Song Yang also put down his cell phone, and when Long Ling was reading the forum, he was also reading it. For a while no one spoke except the waiter walking around serving food. Everyone has their own ideas. Knowing that he had been publicly counted out, Dragon Spirit couldn't maintain the gentle smile on his face. She just didn't understand. Her own father was so cruel that he could do such a thing as betrothal reckoning. Satisfied with Long Ling's ugly face, Yi Qingyu gave Secretary Jean a look after the waiter served his dishes. Secretary Kim pulled out a couple of cash from her bag and handed it to the waitress. After which don't come over. After the waiter left, Yi Qingyu spoke calmly. Love is never equal, especially in a powerful family like ours. Even if the elders are not patriarchal, they will unconsciously sacrifice their daughters for the benefit of the family. After watching the dragon spirit look over, Yi Qingyu paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery. Not to mention, it's a family like yours where the parents are divorced and the father has a younger brother. The hostility of your stepmother and brother, the vigilance of the paramours who were afraid that you would go to the head of your love brain and dedicate the family, and your own disobedience, have all distanced you more and more from the family, and, in the end, have made the family resolve to displace you in favor of a benefit before you betrayed the family. The mocking smile at the corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth grew bigger and bigger. Song Yang couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. TSK, my Black and Qingyu's wife is really strong, tearing down Dragon Spirit Sister's defenses with a few words. This heartfelt voice satisfied Yi Qingyu that, hubby, you make me happy by calling me your wife. Long Ling did not pay attention to Yi Qingyu, but sighed and started eating the food on her own. Ignoring, while impolite, is a good means of refusing to answer a question. Yi Qingyu gave Shen Luoluo a look, and the other party immediately understood. Shen Luoluo smiled and got up, pinching food for Long Ling. Sister, try these plum chops, they are very good. Dragon Spirit softly thanked him. She was very attracted to the gentle Shen Lolo. Sister, as I recall, hasn't the capital always refused to marry local families? This marriage is not a favor for Hua Changfeng. I heard that he has excellent medical skills and saved Grandpa Long. Shen Luoluo brought a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes, and even waved her fists adorably for a moment. He can be so bad. Long Ling looked at the state of Shen Luoluo's face that was fighting for her, laughed lightly and said with a gloomy face, it's not holding a favor, it's running both ways. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jean, and Shen Luoluo all stared at the same time. What? Song Yang even growled in his heart. Holy, the Long family and Hua Chungfeng are running in both directions? Then look at it this way, with the tense relationship between Dragon Spirit and her father, she's partly vindictive for fleeing the marriage for Song Yang. Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed. What? Long Ling could actually escape the wedding for Song Yang. As for retaliating against the Long family, Yi Qingyu felt that was not the main factor. Long Ling served herself a bowl of soup, twirling the bottom of the soup with her spoon, looking at Yi Qingyu and Shin Luoluo, smiling slowly. I know what you're thinking, wanting to know the specifics of the Dragon family and the Hua family. For example, why the Hua family doesn't inject funds into Hua Chengfeng themselves, or why the Dragon family wants to get down to the marriage. Saying that, the Dragon Spirit glanced at Song Yang grudgingly. Brother, you're so heartless, you don't even ask your sister. Yi Qingyu lightly coughed. I'm still here. Don't look at my husband one way or the other. Song Yang was also embarrassed. Long Ling sighed, his eyes slightly reminiscent. There are some people, they can get rich not because of how strong their abilities are, but because they met good times. Yi Qingyu nodded his head. That's right, his grandfather and old man were like that. My father, Long Jin, was such a person, and by borrowing my grandfather's power, he managed to get his start in that era. And the main business is foreign trade. The Hua family, where Hua Changfeng is from, is a vassal of the Long family. A sudden realization flashed in the eyes of Yi Qingyu and the others. It turns out that the Long family, like the Hua family, started out in foreign trade. Foreign trade business in those days was very good, because all kinds of domestic resources, technology are lacking, import and export laws are incomplete. As long as you have contacts, you can do it in minutes. Like my father, who made his fortune importing and exporting scrap steel. Shin Luoluo interjected with a smile on the side. Sister, you're not going to say next that with the development of the times, the foreign trade business between the Long family and the Hua family is on the verge of collapsing, and that's why the Hua family doesn't have the means to inject capital into Hua Chengfeng, right? If so, it's a bit of a dogfight. After that, a few people laughed. Long Ling did not speak, but only gently, quietly looked at Shin Luoluo. A smile like a spring breeze made Shin Luoluo stop smiling. It's so bloody. Long Ling casually continued. I'm not sure about the Hua family's business. Anyway, the Long family's foreign trade business is completely cool. If not for my father's resourcefulness in getting out of the business quickly and cashing out a large amount of cash to leave the market, the Long family's economy would have to be cool now. My guess is that the Huas are no better. So it turns out, Song Yang's heart was clear. Yi Qingyu had also understood and interjected. Because the family business collapsed, the Long family targeted Hua Chengfeng's pharmaceutical company. A miracle doctor plus a pharmaceutical company is very messy indeed. However, I'm quite curious about one thing. Doesn't the Long family have any other business besides foreign trade? And it looks like the Hua family's business is still doing well. Yi Qingyu didn't understand that it was impossible to keep the family business in a cage according to the habits of the big families. Also, the Hua family should be making money. At the very least, Yi Qingyu didn't see the lintel of the Hua family degenerate. Of course, Yi Qingyu also admitted one thing. She didn't understand foreign trade business. Song Yang also had this doubt. Long Ling revealed a mocking smile. That's why I said at the beginning that some people, they are just making money based on the times. Well, everyone understands that Father Long must have failed in all his investments in other industries. As for the Hua family, the only part of their foreign trade business left now is shipping. But they're really out of money too. When Hua Chengfeng treated my grandfather, Elder Hua said that the cruise ship business that the Hua family invested in lost money. A realization flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. No wonder the Hua family has been very honest in recent years. The same realization flashed in Song Yang's eyes. Wait, if that's the case, it seems to explain away Hualing's crime. TSK, it's a pot to carry for the Hua family. No wonder the Hua family later went full on drug research and production after being taken over by Hua Chengfeng. And no wonder Hua Ling went in for that offense. This is the Hua family doing the cutting to completely abandon Hua Ling. Listening to Song Yang's heart, joy rose in Yi Qingyu's heart. Long Ling himself said that foreign trade is not profitable, but the Hua family is still able to maintain. Hua Ling will go in under the name of crime, followed by the full transformation of the Hua family into Hua Chengfeng's pharmaceutical company. What does that mean? Yi Qingyu really knew too much. This means the Hua family is not clean. Is there anything more uplifting than hearing that your opponent is unclean? As if she had thought of something, Long Ling said with a smirk, by the way, the Hua family has a ship that routes through Hong Kong and Taiwan, the Stick, and the East. Yi Qingyu nodded. Secretary Jean also nodded. And Song Yang also nodded. We get it. Long Ling continued to start eating as soon as she finished. The hours of flying had left her exhausted and in need of rest. Plus, the meals were all her favorites, which made Long Ling unable to resist looking at Song Yang a few more times. Just as he ate, the dragon spirit realized that something was wrong. Sister Qingyu, why don't you eat? Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. Sorry, I'm not used to eating outside. I usually only eat my husband's cooking. Let the woman pretend to be there. Long Ling felt that the table that Song Yang ordered, the dishes that perfectly matched her taste didn't even smell good. Song Yang sighed. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. The person who was chatting well just now, is now like this. After finishing the meal, Yi Qingyu took the initiative to invite Long Ling to stay at her place, which caused Song Yang to panic. Yi Qingyu smiled faintly at Song Yang. Our family villa is huge. How can we let sister live outside? Song Yang hesitated. Bad influence, I guess. Long Ling raised her hand to interrupt Song Yang's later words and said with a smile, Brother, although my surname is Dragon, my relationship with the Dragon family is not good. Yi Qingyu happily took Long Ling's hand. She liked this kind of person who didn't sing against the truth and was straight to the point. Song Yang could only say okay. The crowd drove all the way to Ye's group. Since she was out, Yi Qingyu of course had to go to work. The dragon spirit rejoiced at this. In her words, the Long family has no hope, and her own mother married and had another child, so she has to find a way out for herself. It's good to see the business skills of the genius president Yi Qingyu. Ye's group downstairs. Song Yang and the others had just gotten off the bus when they met Ji Yun and the little young woman holding the child. Sis, brother-in-law, long time no see. Yi Yun smiled happily and sunny. The little young woman also greeted softly. Yi Qingyu's face darkened with flesh. She hated people who had no sense of boundaries, but she couldn't kick people out downstairs here at Ye's group. Come with me. Yi Qingyu and the others came directly to the top floor office. As soon as he came in, Secretary Jean went out to pour tea, and Yi Qingyu didn't bother to dilly-dally and spoke directly. I don't want to recover the property that the old man used to transfer to you privately, and I'm not too lazy to care about it, so don't be ungrateful, you guys. Before the young woman wanted to open her mouth, Yi Yun jumped ahead. Sis, of course I won't be ungrateful. After all, the money the old man gave us is already enough for us to live well, but I thought it would be a good idea to have some serious work to do. So, Yi Qingyu coldly glanced at Yi Yun, then at the little young woman and the boy in her arms. A disgust flashed in her eyes. Vermilion lips slightly parted. Get lost. Yi Yun and the little young woman were stunned. The little young woman was in a hurry. Yi Qingyu, I don't believe you don't know whose seed the child in my arms is. Do you really want the Yi group to be eaten out of existence as your dowry? Snorting disdainfully, Yi Qingyu indifferently said, none of your business. Send the guests. Yi Qingyu's domineering attitude stunned Long Ling. Was this the domineering attitude of a genius female president? Yi Yun took a deep breath, no longer able to show a gentle smile, stepped forward and said with a leathery smile, Sister, no matter how we say it, we are all family. There is no need to be so desperate. Yi Qingyu glanced at Yi Yun, who was no longer pretending to be a good guy, and said with a smile, You guys are still living in the old mansion, right? Yi Yun froze for a moment. What did it mean? The young woman stepped forward with her child in her arms and proudly said, Don't you dare try to drive us away. The child in my arms also has the right to inherit the old mansion. Yi Qingyu nodded and smiled casually. I donated the old mansion with historical value to the state. I figure they're due to collect in the next couple days. Send the guests. Yi Qingyu said that words cannot be full. Things must be done. Yi Yun was dumbfounded. An old mansion worth several $100 million. Donated? That crazy? The young woman became anxious and roared. Yi Qingyu, since you're so heartless, don't blame us. Yi Qingyu looked at her with the eyes of a fool. The young woman got up and said to Yi Yun, Let's go. Yi Qingyu won't give us what we want. Then we'll sell the last bit of cards to Hua Changfeng and Yin Yanshu. Hearing this, Song Yang became interested. Hua Changfeng? This is when Yi Yun hooked up with Hua Changfeng? Interesting. Then I might as well use Yi Yun's hand to deliver a forbidden fruit to that businessman idiot Hua Changfeng. Chapter 15. The background is actually a virtual Damien. I don't know if it's the original book author's thing, or if Hua Changfeng's skill points are all on other points like Taoism, medicine, and martial arts. Anyway, Hua Changfeng is not a good businessman. In the original, the company under his command was victimized several times and nearly went bankrupt is the simplest manifestation of this. Therefore, Song Yang decided to give Hua Changfeng a big gift through Yi Yun, outside the president's office. After the two of them, Yi Yun and the little young woman, came out angrily, Song Yang came out right after them. Yi Yun, have a chat. Song Yang looked at the duo with a gentle smile. Yi Yun and the little young woman looked at each other, both seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Yi Yun said with a mocking voice, Mr. Song, are you calling out to us for something? If not, don't delay us from going home and packing up. We don't want to be thrown out. At this moment, Yi Yun was furious. He didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so ruthless as to donate the old mansion, when they didn't get a single point of the old master and Yi father's inheritance before. They were thinking of hijacking the old mansion and spreading the word. After all, An old mansion on 500 acres of land with over 100 years of history is worth a lot of money. However, Yi Qingyu unexpectedly gave a donation. Song Yang acted as if he didn't hear the mockery in Yi Yun's words and continued to say gently, "Let me treat you two to a drink. As your brother-in-law, there's no way I'll see you living on the streets." Yi Yun and the little young woman looked at Song Yang suspiciously. "You're a licking dog. Shouldn't you only saddle Yi Qingyu? How come you still have to take care of us?" "No, we've got to be careful. No scams." Saying hello to the passing secretary, Jean, Song Yang led the duo to the rest area within Yi Group. After sitting down at the window seat and ordering 3 cups of milk tea, Song Yang said mildly, "I know some of the secrets between you guys. It's quite disgusting." "Yi Yun." The little young woman's face darkened in unison. Yi Yun said in a deep voice, "Song Yang, don't rub it in. The love between Linglong and I doesn't need you to evaluate it." Raising his eyebrows, Song Yang glanced at the little young woman in surprise. "So she was Linglong? TSK, the top female assassin who follows Dragon King Hua Chungfeng, the future head of the Dragon King Palace's sacred killing hall, is actually Elder Ye's former young lover, Yi Yun's wife." Inside the top floor office, Yi Qingyu, who was monitoring Song Yang through the surveillance, felt indifferent, although she didn't know why she could still hear Song Yang's heartbeat. "The point is, Linglong is a killer? Or a top female assassin? Interesting, too interesting." On the side, Long Ling and Shen Luoluo as well as Secretary Jean all looked at the monitor in confusion. Shen Luoluo said in dissatisfaction, "What's Song Yang doing hitching a ride on these two bad guys?" Secretary Jean pushed her glasses. "There might be an arrangement. I trust Song Yang." Long Ling looked at Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean and Yi Qingyu with interest. All 3 of these people had made no secret of the fact that they liked Song Yang, and they were quite close. Is this 3 women and 1 man now? Funny, little brothers are really charming. A wave of emotion ran through Long Ling's heart. After the milk tea came up, Song Yang took a sip and said with a smile, "I love Qingyu, so I definitely won't explicitly go against Qingyu. So there's a limit to how much I can help you guys." The young woman frowned and interrupted Song Yang, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "Mr. Song, the fact that you're Mr. Ye's dog liquor is well known, so what makes us believe that you'll help us? That's a little hard to hear, but true." Song Yang did not change his face and continued to say gently, "Because I don't want Qingyu to be sad because of you guys. If you guys storm out the Yi family scandal regardless, then the Yi Group will definitely be in bad luck. So I'm helping Qingyu." Yi Yun and the little young woman looked at each other once again. This reason was acceptable. Song Yang said to himself, "I know that Elder Yi must have privately given you guys money and even supported you to start your own company. For example, Linglong, that female security company under your name. Yi Yun's company named Open Flower." Yi Yun and Linglong's faces changed. Smiling, Song Yang continued, "There are also some building materials that were cut off from Qingyu's business, and I won't mention the media company." Yi Yun and Linglong looked at Song Yang warily. "I didn't realize you lickspittle knew so much. We are all family after all. Qingyu no longer takes care of you guys, and I'm also too lazy to take care of you guys. The meaning of me pointing this out is very simple. That is, from today onwards, you guys take this path that I'm pointing out to you, and then you don't bother Qingyu anymore. Understand?" Yi Yun nodded with an ugly face. "Understood." Waving his hand and having someone bring over a piece of paper, Song Yang slowly spoke while writing and drawing on it. "What you want is nothing more than money, and today, what I'm offering you is a way to make money. Like Yi Yun, that Open Flower. I think it's too dish. You can completely take out a large sum of money to the bank for collateralization, and then use the data as a reason to relend, lend it out, and then collateralize it again, prying a small amount of money into a large amount of money, and finally listing, cashing out, and leaving the market." Yi Yun looked at Song Yang in shock. "Gripes, why are you so good at this?" In Yi Qingyu's office, Yi Qingyu sneered, "Song Yang is so bad." Dragon Spirit Shen Luoluo looked at her in surprise, and Yi Qingyu did not answer. "That's the first, the second way for building momentum." Saying that, Song Yang stopped his pen and handed the paper to Yi Yun, smiling, "I guess you guys have a connection with Hua Chungfeng. This second method of making money, I suggest you work with Hua Chungfeng and go for it." Yi Yun, who had slowed down a bit from the shock, quizzically said, "Working with Hua Chungfeng?" Yi Yun took a sip of milk tea and nodded. "That's right, it's working with him. You're in charge of doing the up and down publicity, and he's in charge of putting out the product. At that time, with the help of Profit Rebate quickly publicized, you can certainly make money quickly. After all, the quality of Hua Qingfeng's products is true." Song Yang even had to admit that the quality of Hua Qingfeng's products was really good. This guy is serious about making products. Linglong frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. "This is not passing on." The latter words were not finished, but everyone understood. Song Yang smiled and shook his head. "Not really. Oh, because you have actual products in existence. The rebates you give are actually equivalent to the commission of those people's personal sales. Yi Yun suddenly realized. So it is to use the rebate mode under the speed of light spread to sell the product, quickly gather money just. Song Yang said that there was once a company that almost dry-listed with the help of this rebate publicity plus the real existence of the actual product. As a good business talent, Yi Yun's heart was moved. Linglong was silent and heartened. In the office, Yi Qingyu once again let out a cold laugh. Shen Luo looked at her suspiciously. Qingyu, you look very disdainful. Are you angry that Song Yang has a good way of making money and didn't give it to you? Sighing, Secretary Jean answered for Yi Qingyu. Not really. The odds are that General Manager Yi is lamenting General Manager Song's ruthlessness. Both sets of proposals given by Mr. Song are appealing, but both are absolutely unworkable. With a twinkle in her eyes, Secretary Kim spoke again. No, maybe it works at first, but as long as it's called off at the emergency point, then the investors will definitely lose their money. And both of those, in turn, do translate into a lot of cash flow in a pinch. And Hua Changfeng, Lin Jie, the Long family and others who are either short of money or want to change their line of work will definitely be attracted. Shen Luo shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand any of this, besides the fact that she liked Song Yang besides the other party being really good. The other layer of reason was Song Yang's ability to do business. Her family has tens of billions of dollars waiting to be inherited and needs a capable husband to assist. Dragon Spirit spoke up at the right time. Surprised, there's still my family? With a cold snort, Yi Qingyu spoke disdainfully. The Long family is all set to marry Hua Changfeng, so guess if Hua Changfeng will pull your father along to make money. Saying that, a tease flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Unfortunately, Hua Changfeng has a hungry wolf like me spying on his side, and I won't allow him to have a good time. Seeing that Yi Qingyu did not hide her malice, Long Ling could not help but laugh and crack down. Don't you forget, Hua Changfeng with the help of his medical skills is connected to many big shots, so it is really possible to get through. Other than that, let's just say the Long family. That has a lot of connections in place. Yi Qingyu looked faintly at Long Ling and said disdainfully, let's take the second set of methods as an example. If Hua Changfeng really succeeds in large-scale publicity, with his current cash flow, even with the Long family's injection of capital to support him, he would still have to owe a portion of the payment for the goods, wouldn't he? Dragon Spirit nodded. That was inevitable. After all, behind mass production was inevitably mass expansion, which all required costs. Yi Qingyu continued. In that case, then as long as Hua Changfeng has a section of the capital chain broken, it will not be able to give the rebate, and the new joining, the ordinary people who have paid the money will be willing? At this time, only a report is needed. Hua Changfeng, the company involved in this matter, have to be uploaded. I just want to ask, does your Long family dare to get into a lawsuit involving hundreds of thousands of people? Dragon Spirit was silent. Don't dare, but Shen Luo, who was on the side, frowned and spoke. But then, there will also be a large number of people at the bottom who will be aggrieved, right? Long Ling shook her head and said softly, no, have you forgotten the lawsuit on the news 10 years ago that was forced to sell the family's assets and pay the people money? When the time comes, once the lightning strikes, it will definitely be called off urgently, and then Hua Changfeng and the others will be strongly pressured to give compensation. The tactics of the Great Ming Dynasty are so radical. When necessary, all of you will eat the iron fist of feudal dictatorship. That was why Song Yang dared to come up with bad ideas. Chapter 16, I'd rather marry Song Yang. The entrance to Ye's group. Song Yang sent Yi Yun and Linglong away with a smile. Turning his head, Song Yang said to the receptionist, keep stopping the two of them when they come in the future. When Song Yang returned to his office, he only saw the four of them, Yi Qingyu, sitting around the sofa, talking about cultivation, only to hear Shen Luo smiling and inquiring about the Dragon Spirit. Is there really cultivation, ghosts and monsters in this world? Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean stared tightly at Long Ling. Dragon Spirit smiled and nodded. There are, like the Long family is a cultivation family. Shen Luo and Yi Qingyu and the others stared wide-eyed at what they had only wanted to inquire about it. After all, the Long family was a big family in the capital. Where did you expect to inquire about the master at once? Yi Qingyu had been on guard ever since she heard in Song Yang's heartbeat that Hua Changfeng knew Taoist wonders. One should know that as the president of the $100 billion group, she has countless industries under her command, not to mention other things. Just one commercial real estate gives her tens of billions of dollars in rent every year. There were quite a few people she had access to, but she had never seen a real Taoist wonder. Now that he met a big shot from the capital like Long Ling, he naturally wanted to ask. Long Ling smiled and greeted Song Yang when she saw the returning Song Yang. Yang, busy. Song Yang nodded and sat next to Yi Qingyu. Secretary Jean got up and poured tea for Song Yang. You guys are talking about practicing? Taking a sip of tea, Song Yang asked with an odd expression on his face. Shen Luoluo opened her mouth with an excited face. That's right. Aren't you excited? This is cultivation. Flying with a sword. Thinking about it is awesome. Song Yang and Long Ling laughed at the same time. Long Ling picked up her teacup and shook her head. There isn't. There are very few cultivators nowadays. Like the Long family, up to our generation. The whole family, just me will be the only one who can. And it's also just running the gong method, doing a chi attraction into the body to make the body stronger and healthier. So that the Dragon King Hua Chengfeng only show terrible. That guy is able to send fireballs. However, also just send fireballs, through a special apparatus to do some law up. Song Yang stated that the reason he dared to go against Hua Chengfeng was because the other party couldn't use those decent secret techniques at all. Yi Qingyu heard Song Yang's heartfelt words and breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that Hua Chengfeng would use some secret techniques that only existed in novels. That would be too terrifying. By the way, if you guys want to practice, I can give you the heart technique. You guys have nothing to practice, you can beautify yourselves. The dragon spirit smiled and spoke. Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Ling, isn't this a secret technique that your dragon family doesn't spread out? You know, even if it only has the effect of strengthening the body, it is the foundation of your Long family. For a family like the Long family, which was considered to be a cultivator, heart techniques, secret arts and the like were the core. Long Ling waved his hand, his eyes narrowed, and he said indifferently, if I don't take out some treasures, how can I make you believe that I'm not on good terms with the dragon family? A strange feeling surged in Song Yang's heart. Yi Qingyu smiled and spoke. Is Sister Ling joining our big family? One sentence made Song Yang's heart jump wildly. Qingyu, your words are ambiguous. Long Ling glanced at the handsome Song Yang and blushed slightly. There is this idea. I'm afraid that Yang Yang won't accept it. No, Sister Spirit, your words are even more ambiguous. Song Yang had the feeling that he had become cargo, probably because the heart law was so appealing. Yi Qingyu was too lazy to deal with work in the afternoon and directly studied with Long Ling. In the process of learning to chat, Song Yang curiously asked Yi Qingyu how she knew that Song Yang and Long Ling had dinner. Yi Qingyu pointed at Secretary Jean. Secretary Kim says she's pretty good at this, especially the human relations part. Song Yang didn't understand. Shen Luoluo smiled and explained that Secretary Jean was good friends with the secretaries and assistants of many old bosses. Secretary Jean. Yi Qingyu, what Shen Luoluo didn't tell Song Yang is that Secretary Jean, the pervert, has always had private detectives following Song Yang. The other side. Yi Yun and Linglong went out of Yi Group, got in the car and went directly to Huayang Technology Company to look for Hua Chengfeng. The moment they couldn't get the family fortune, they defected to Hua Chengfeng. Not to mention, as soon as she saw Hua Chengfeng, Linglong handed the child to Yi Yun and bowed respectfully. My subordinates have met the Dragon King. Hua Chengfeng waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to perform so many rituals. Tell me how your actions went. This time you went. Did you test out Yi Qingyu's attitude? Hua Chengfeng had a haze in his eyes. In 3 months, Huayang Technology's loan will expire and it's time to pay the bank back. The Hua family side is now taking care of itself. The Long family wants to inject money, but before Hua Chengfeng married Long Ling, the other side does not dare to risk giving money. After all, there are some things that are only good to talk about between in-laws. Linglong told all about the trip she had taken, including meeting the dragon spirit there. Humph, that Long Ling, obviously my fiancé, but she ran off to Song Yang's place. She really doesn't care about etiquette at all. Hua Chengfeng was furious. Born in the countryside, from a young age he was taught by several masters that he is the Dragon King and should rule the world. He can't accept a little bit of women cheating, unless he's wearing it for someone else, just like Linglong is Yi Yun's wife or his. Situation. Yi Yun hurriedly fawned on the side. Your Highness, the dragon spirit doesn't understand your greatness. It's because she has no eyes. Linglong likewise followed up from the side. That's right, Your Highness. Your might is not comparable to those mortals. Hearing the words of the duo, Hua Chengfeng's face looked much better. Hua Chengfeng looked at Linglong and said in a deep voice, can someone from the Dragon King's palace over there in the black area make contact and report the results? Speaking of the black neighborhood, anger flashed in Hua Chengfeng's eyes. Those assholes, they were so unethical that they ate his goods and didn't pay. Linglong knelt down on one knee, her face embarrassed, her voice trembling. Back to Your Highness, because the old hall masters and the others have been absent for many years. Our Dragon King Hall no longer has that much prestige in the various parts of the world. This request to avenge the matter of the sub-temple over in the Negro Quarter was refused on the grounds that there was no need to go to war with the Golden Master over your private affairs. Hua Chengfeng's pupils quaked, his eyes filled with incredulity. Have they forgotten who saved them back then? The master who had taught him had said that the Dragon King's Hall was gathered by faith, and that every clan that was still around today owed them the favor of saving their lives. Yi Yun once again appropriately stepped forward and fawned. Your Highness, now that you have just returned, it is inevitable that those subtemples that have been independent for many years will be a bit disconcerted, but I'm sure that once your career is established, all those people will immediately be convinced. More importantly, the greatness you wield is something they will turn to sooner or later. As the words fell, a frenzy flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. Hua Qingfeng's mastery of the medical arts, Taoist wonders, and skills such as Shanglong geophysical survey were true greatness. Like him, he was once an incontinent man who was now showing signs of recovery with the help of Hua Qingfeng. What's more, Hua Qingfeng would also refine immortal pills, like Yin Yinshu, who was once a sickly child. It was only after taking Hua Qingfeng's immortal elixir that he got well, even if the success rate isn't very high and it takes a lot of money, resources to throw at it, but it's still greatness. Therefore, Yi Yan firmly believed that as long as Hua Qingfeng's greatness had not been stolen, then the final fruit of victory would definitely be theirs. Hua Qingfeng enjoyed listening to Yi Yan's speech and was very obedient. Taking a breath, Hua Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, I don't blame you, Ling Long. You send a message to them, saying that after I settle the domestic matters and get the dragon chi of this era, I will pay them a visit one by one to settle our karma back then. Now, you two talk about the money-making method Song Yang told you about. We need the resources, the money, to establish ourselves now. Killing intent flashed in Hua Qingfeng's eyes. What was the means by which Taoist masters ended karma? Of course it was to take back the benefits given to the other party. Those clans were given the chance to live back then, so it was time to take their lives back now. As soon as Hua Qingfeng thought of the dragon chi of this era that his masters had spoken of, endless excitement flashed in his eyes. Every 60 years, a dragon's chi that has been scattered in all directions will appear in the Jianghu, and whoever can get all of it will become the Dragon Lord of the current generation. The forefathers who established the Dragon King's Hall were the recipients of the Dragon Chi at one time. Yi Qingyu, Song Yang, the Dragon Chi of you two is bound to be mine, Hua Qingfeng muttered. Yi Yan told him bit by bit about the two money-making techniques that Song Yang had said. In the end, Hua Qingfeng chose to take all of them, only that he needed to discuss with the Hua family, and Lin Jie, and it would be best to bring the Long family down as well. Night. In the lounge of the Yi Group's president's office, Shen Luoluo let out a scream as she looked at Song Yang and Yi Qingyu who, in just one afternoon, had accomplished what the dragon spirit had said about drawing chi into the body so that they could use it to cultivate their bodies. Awa, why are you two so good? A smug smile hung at the corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth. Because sis is the queen. Song Yang felt the faint chi in his body and was surprised in his heart. Is Song Yang's body so strong? It can't be the effect of the dragon's energy, can it? Song Yang remembered the Dragon Chi battle in the back of the novel and suddenly realized. No wonder Hua Qingfeng had set his sights on Yi Qingyu right from the start. It probably wasn't just because of the money. Next to her, Yi Qingyu got up and thought, Dragon Chi? Long Ling looked at Yi Qingyu and Song Yang, similarly pondering, and a piece of gongfu named Yin Yang also popped up in her mind. What she didn't tell Song Yang was that the other reason the Long family valued Hua Qingfeng was because Hua Qingfeng had accomplished his cultivation. This was also the reason why she passed on Song Yang's gongfu. She wanted to marry Song Yang more than Hua Qingfeng. Chapter 17, Getting into the Game. Night. Song Yang, who had returned to the villa, took the initiative to assume the responsibility of cooking. Doing it for Yi Qingyu alone was also doing it, and doing it for 4 beauties was also doing it. Yi Qingyu's 4 girls, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with their hearts in their mouths and chatted idly. Dragon Spirit hesitated to reveal the gongfu named Yin Yang intercourse. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, was hesitating on how to pull the Dragon Spirit into the group. To be honest, messing with the matter of 4 women and 1 man, Yi Qingyu, the blackened main wife, was also a bit terrified. Mostly, he didn't know the Dragon Spirit very well. Shen Lolo and Secretary Kim, on the other hand, have their hearts in the right place. This morning Yi Qingyu had told them to take Song Yang down directly. In Yi Qingyu's words, Song Yang's character was the kind of twisted one with a super strong sense of responsibility. You confide in him, seduce him, and as long as it's still a marriage, he'll absolutely refrain. But if you force him, he will be responsible for you. Yi Qingyu, who could hear Song Yang's heart, was very sure of this idea. Song Yang, who was thinking of divorce the day before yesterday, was able to directly and decisively start to you after having a relationship with Yi Qingyu. Such a great sense of responsibility and perfect for tidying up. But after all that happened today, Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean hesitated again. While the 4 of them were absent-mindedly gossiping, Song Yang had already finished the dishes and set up the bowls and chopsticks. 3 cold, 5 hot and 1 soup. Flavors are balanced for 4 people. After dinner, Song Yang waited for Yi Qingyu to finish washing up and then went to take a bath himself. Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean came to Yi Qingyu's room. Yi Qingyu said indifferently, then let's talk about how to deal with Hua Qingfeng now. Shen Luoluo frowned, puzzled. Qingyu, I've always been curious about one thing, that is, why do you have to deal with Hua Changfeng? From Shen Luoluo's point of view, the hatred between Hua Changfeng and Yi Qingyu was not considered dead, and although there were calculations, they were all dissolved one by one. After Secretary Kim breathed a sigh of relief, she said seriously, because there's only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Yi Qingyu smiled and said to Shen Luoluo in a deep voice, Luoluo, you really should be with Song Yang and should believe in him unconditionally. Otherwise, with this head of yours, you'll be screwed over sooner or later. The most remembered thing in the mall is a soft heart. Look at Lin Jie and Yin Yanshu. One is my hairdresser, and the other has no grudge against me. But in order to be able to get something from the Yi group, they are able to directly victimize me. They will all continue to do it for fear of my retaliation. Shen Luoluo was silent, which was why she went into the entertainment industry and stayed away from the mall. Too vicious. After sighing, Shen Luoluo hurriedly asked as if she had just thought of it. Qingyu, do you want to go to the banquet that the Lin family is organizing in a couple of days? A strange color flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she shook her head, not wanting to go, and turned to Secretary Jean. We still need to trouble your father and brother to check on the Hua family's fleet side. Secretary Kim nodded. No problem, or she'd have to check herself. Shen Luoluo tilted her head and looked at Secretary Jean in confusion. What is the identity of Secretary Jin's father and brother? Hey, can Secretary Kim's father help with the Wall family? Song's son, who had come out of the shower with his upper body and rubbed his hair, asked suspiciously. Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean instantly blushed when they saw Song Yang's figure. Tiger back, B-waist and mantis legs, coupled with a biased bronze heterochromatic skin on hidden 8-pack abs. It just looks wild. Secretary Kim stammered. My family was a brocade family, and then with the times, it became a police family. Song Yang suddenly realized that this was the case. The author of the original book wrote a lot of blackness and violence in this book, and for fear of not passing muster, he set the setting in modernized Daming, probably in the era of Zhang Zhuzheng. Should have stepped down. The old Zhang suddenly blackened, completely the emperor into the circle, so that the cabinet power unlimited expansion, into the era of the virtual king, and opened the sea ban, the big boom in maritime trade, silk in the west to do business, access to a large amount of silver and gold, and, most importantly, successfully keep up with modernization into the city. The blackened old Zhang lived to be 150 years old, and with his own strength, he swept away the paralysis of the Great Ming and made it a powerful nation. Then I really must trouble you, Secretary Kim. After all, investigating these things is something your family specializes in, but why aren't you engaged in? Secretary Kim? Song Yang is very puzzled. The original book of Secretary Jean and Song Yang for Yi Qingyu failed to take revenge, then mentioned that the heart is disheartened. The examination of the public to go to a certain border area to teach. Secretary Jean blushed slightly and lowered her head. She could say that she was actually the Genieways lurker in the shopping mall of Fenghai City. It's all a Damian specialty now, making sure to hold everything in the hands of the people at the top. At the very least, intelligence cannot be missing. Shen Luoluo looked at Secretary Jean with surprise. You, a big-breasted, long-legged, black silk imperial secretary, actually came from the murderous Genie family. Outrageous. So outrageous. Genie family should not be all cold and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye. You, this gentle imperial sister image, also does not look like After Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean left, Song Yang directly pounced on Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu didn't care in the slightest that there were people in the villa and indulged loudly. This made Long Ling, Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean, who were sleeping next door, could only run their minds and tell themselves that it was the right time to practice. Secretary Kim returned to her room and sent a message to her father. The problem with the Hua family's fleet was revealed by the dragon spirit who came from the capital. The reason is that foreign trade is not profitable, yet the Hua family still maintains it. Kim's father received the news with a toothache. What is this? Still, it was time to start sending out scouts. The Jinui investigates the case with nothing more than suspicion. On the other hand, the old Hua family mansion was holding a dinner party, and a large family of the Hua family, Lin Jie's family, Yin Yanshu, Yi Yun, Ling Long, and others were all there, except for Hua Ling. In order to show that Yin Yanshu and Lin Jie are really a good match, Elder Hua praises Yin Yanshu's youthfulness at the banquet. Lin's father and mother were beaming with joy, and Lin Jie was also smiling happily. They now turned their attention to Yin Yanshu. Yi Qingyu's Jedi couldn't be eaten, and Yin Yanshu's wasn't bad either. Yin Yanshu had been acting decently. It didn't matter. She had Hua Changfeng behind her. A dinner party with 3 families and all the hard eyes. At the climax, Hua Changfeng brings up the 2 plans Song Yang gave Yi Yun. Several families were amazed at what they heard, especially the first one, which they felt was too strong. The act of leveraging to keep lending at the bank, even if there is a large amount of bad debt. which can be thrown back to the bank at the end, is so awesome. And what's the most important thing? Hua Chengfeng brainstormed to combine it with the second plan. If the bottom of the people do not have the money to buy new drugs here in their membership, participation in the rebate does not matter. You can also make money here in their participation in the membership rebate. Well, Hua Chengfeng has the slogan all figured out. Buy Huayang Technology's products. Become a shareholder of Huayang Technology. Become a boss. Keep investing money. Keep making money. If you don't have the money, you can still join the family by borrowing from Huayang Technology. Anyway, their family's industries are real. Their family's products are real, especially the medicines produced by Huayang Technology. Only Yin Yinshu frowned and raised a little question. But aren't drugs always bought in bulk? Hua Chengfeng waved his hand in a spirited manner and said smugly, I'm going to come up with a new product for daily application called the Peacefulness Pill, whose main function is to relax, meditate, and aid in sleep. The effects are all real. I can't believe no one buys them. Elder Hua clapped and applauded. Worthy of being his own grandson, just excellent. Next to Lin Jia's sister Lin Huayin's eyes were glowing as she stared at Hua Chengfeng. What an excellent man. So wanting. This man, so much better than Hua Ling. It also happened to be at this time that Lin's mother said suspiciously, Uncle Hua, why isn't Hua Ling here today? He's Echo's fiancé. Elder Hua blanched and changed the topic. Let's not talk about that loser. Give him a boat tour itinerary, and it all ends up everywhere. Looking at the spirited Hua Chengfeng, the Lin family instantly understood. At night, the Lin family stayed here after drinking a lot under the temptation of Hua Chengfeng's big project. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but the door to Hua Chengfeng's room was knocked on, and Lin Huiyin walked in. You're Hua Ling's brother. That's not good. Humph. What's wrong with that? I'm just taking back what's mine. Echo Lin laughed. Harbor, busy until midnight. Hua Ling can finally go home. Chapter 18. On the table in the early morning, Shen Luoluo darkened her eyes, biting into a slice of bread and staring dissatisfiedly at the red-faced Yi Qingyu across the table. Half a night. A whole half a night. And you two call people too. Secretary Jean calmly reported the group's work to Yi Qingyu. Long Ling asked Song Yang if she could accompany her out to see the project. This look at the program caught everyone's eye. After thinking about it all night yesterday, I think I'm still being used as an outcast for the union because I'm not valuable enough. Think about it. If I had my own industry and made as much money as I do in a sack every day, wouldn't I be left alone? Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu. Not necessarily. Here's an example in. So I thought about doing some industry out on my own. Long Ling looked at Song Yang with a smile in her eyes. She's rich, she has more interactions with Song Yang, and it's also convenient to communicate her feelings. Next to her, Yi Qingyu looked at Long Ling warily. She sensed a crisis. This woman, prying in her face. What project is Sister Spirit going to do? As a local snake in Fenghai City, I can just take a look for you. A smile hung at the corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth. Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu suspiciously. You don't believe me? But there was a little bit of joy. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang breathlessly. Good guy. You like to see me get jealous with other women, right? Long Ling looked at Yi Qingyu and said with flat eyes, nothing, just wanting to open a small restaurant. I'm a pretty good cook. The four people at the table were shocked when the eldest Miss Long family said she would just open a small restaurant. The dragon spirit said to calm down. It was nothing. Suddenly, Long Ling's cell phone rang. Dragon spirit frowned and picked it up. Rebel girl, where did you sleep last night? Didn't I tell you to find Windy? As soon as the call was answered, there was a growl from the dragon's father. From the tremor in his voice you could hear that Father Long was pissed off enough. Long Ling smiled disdainfully. I slept at Yang Yang's house. I fell in love at first sight with Yang Yang's wife, and for the sake of love, I'm still ready to marry Yang Yang privately. Anyway, as long as we don't get a license, it's not illegal for either of us. What a mess this is. Not only was Father Long stunned, even Song Yang and the others were confused. The sound of a chair falling came from the cell phone, followed by Father Long's growl. Do you know what you're talking about? The disdain in the dragon spirit's eyes grew. Of course I know. Father Long's breathless voice came again. The Long family gave birth to you and raised you, and you're prepared to do this to the Long family? Yawning and taking a sip of porridge, Long Ling continued. Is there something wrong? I'll hang up if there's nothing. I was quite tired last night. After all, as you know, oil workers have always had good physical fitness. On the other end of the phone, Long's father only felt his blood pressure spike. This rebellious girl. It's really exasperating, but this is ultimately his own daughter, or the only bargaining chip for his family's marriage. After taking a few big breaths, Father Long said in a deep voice, rebellious daughter, I know that you have anger in your heart, but you have to understand one thing, leaving the Long family, you are nothing? Do you think the Song family would want an outcast? Hearing this, the dragon spirit snorted and laughed with disdain. Stop it. What did the Long family give me besides a missy status? Didn't you stop all my resources after that bastard of yours came back? The company, the feats, the secret arts, the studies, they all stop. Even the engagement news was unannounced, requiring me to go out there and receive it myself. After seeing the news on the Gold Coast Forum yesterday and seeing Yiqingyu settle for a better life for his elders, Long Ling felt enlightened. He was not even treated as a person by the Long family. If he stayed any longer, he could not get any benefits. In that case, he might as well hurry up and leave, so as to save himself from being counted again. You were born to me, raised by the Long family, you have to repay the favor, you know? Otherwise, you're a wolf-hearted man, and I'll see who dares to marry you. And marrying Song Yang, do you know what kind of family the Song family is? They're not going to marry a man with a wolf's heart. And, you're doing right by your grandfather for raising you. Father Long held back his anger as he ranted. Long Ling waited for him to finish and calmly said, firstly, the old master cultivated me, and just gave me a copy of the heart technique when the bastard didn't come back. Secondly, who said I'm going to marry Yang Yang? I'm serving Yang Yang as a third that's not right. It's just serving Yang Yang as a venting tool. So it's none of Song's business. Not only was Father Long stunned, Song Yang and the others were dumbfounded, looking at Long Ling's calm face, gentle expression and stable emotions as she kept spitting out amazing words with those sexy lips. Song Yang and the others didn't know how to get along later. Goodbye, old Den. Our account books don't go together anyway. Bye. Long Ling directly hung up the phone and smiled at Song Yang. Yang, do you want to accompany sister out? Song Yang gulped and said incredulously, Sister Ling, are you crazy? Yiqingyu and the others also looked at Long Ling with the eyes of a madman. What happened to the originally gentle and lovely pretty big sister who suddenly had a seizure? Long Ling covered her mouth and laughed as she looked at the incredulous eyes of Song Yang and the others. After laughing enough, he said gently, my mom and I are one of those people who can't tolerate mistakes. After my father and my mother divorced, I stayed in the dragon family for 2 reasons. First, the dragon family won't let go of me. And second, I want the dragon family's techniques, the secret arts. But as it turned out, the Long family held me there, didn't give me the secret arts of kung fu, didn't give me a good life. And when I wanted to study scientific research in college, they wouldn't allow it, and forced me to enroll in the arts and study the violin. Folks, there's a limited ceiling for a woman to study art. It's a blatant restriction on my development. Dragon Spirit's eyes were red, not to cry, but with murderous intent. On top of that, they control my money, and how ridiculous it is that I only get 20,000 a month in pocket money. The old man is sick and needs me to serve, and says he wants to cultivate in me the temperament of a good wife and mother. Speaking of which, Dragon Spirit's smile was a bit maniacal. They also variously tell me to marry the chicken and follow the dog. Even back then, when I brought me to the Song family, I actually wanted me to cultivate a relationship with you. Yang. Long Ling smiled indifferently. I'm not stupid. I know that the Long family is PUAing me. Shen Luoluo, Secretary Jean, Yiqingyu, and Song Yang were all silent. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. A sober person confronted with PUAs of their own, it would only be hate. Yiqingyu looked at Long Ling and said seriously, then why didn't you break away from the dragon family before and choose now? Facing the questioning, Long Ling cackled. It's very simple. Before, when I detached from the dragon family, there was no way to give them a heavy blow. Now, when I detached, I can give them a heavy blow. How nice to have the marriage contract with the Hua family torn up. It will both cause the Long family to lose face, and it will also cause the Long family to increase their cooperation in order to make up for Hua Qingfeng's loss, to the point that they will fall deeper into the hole and end up more unlucky. Song Yang and the other 4 were silent. Indeed, Yiqingyu pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Long Ling. Long Ling boarded the Gold Coast Forum without saying a word and recorded a video of herself refusing to marry Hua Qingfeng. Then, Dragon Spirit looked at Song Yang with a smile. Sorry Yang, for affecting you. Song Yang shook his head and didn't care. He was already hostile to Hua Qingfeng, so why should he care about this? After dinner, Yiqingyu clapped, and the 5 of them went out shopping together today. Gold Coast Forum went crazy. Hua Qingfeng was withdrawn from the marriage, or Yiqingyu sent the video, which made many people speculate that this is Song Yang cuckolded Hua Qingfeng. After all, Yiqingyu didn't have this ability. Hua Qingfeng's eyes turned red when he saw it. Hua Ling laughed and took Lin Huiyin's hand to leave the Hua house and go outside to shop. The Long family in the capital. The furious father of the dragon told this to Elder Long. After listening, Elder Long sighed deeply, then let her go. After all, she was her own granddaughter, and it was the Long family that had wronged Long Ling first. Long's father cursed and said, it's the same as that mother of hers, a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised, a refined egoist. It can't just be left alone. Long father immediately called the Song family, and then immediately issued a news release to the public, severing his relationship with Long Ling, and announcing that the original marriage contract would be continued by Long Ling's younger sister, Long Xian. In order to show his sincerity, he immediately gave Hua Changfeng $1 billion. Its dowry. Hua Changfeng was cool with it, and after making a vow that one day he would make the dragon spirit kneel down and beg him, he decisively began to execute his plan. The Hua family, the Long family, and the Lin family, with the full force of the three families, the Reassurance Nutritional Pill Program was established. Yi Yun's open flower. Hua Qingfeng's Huayang technology also began to give Yi Yun, the Long family, the Hua family, and the Lin family to liberalize their shares. The four families joined forces and the various formalities were completed in a few hours and a team of professionals was hired to promote the event. The factory for the anxious nutritional pills is directly the factory of Hua Changfeng. For the sake of the big plan, Hua Changfeng put in all the cash flow squeezed out of the four homes in one breath. This time, he's going to make four families take off. On the other hand, Song Yang, who was shopping in the mall, received a call from his grandfather, smiled faintly at Yi Qingyu's four girls, and went out to answer the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Grandpa Song's calm and robust voice came out. "The dragon spirit is with you?" Song Yang hurriedly began to explain in a panic. "Grandpa, listen to me. This thing is..." The words were interrupted before they were finished. "Needless to say, I don't care how you and Yi Qingyu are doing, nor do I care about your personal life. I just want to see my grandchildren." Grandchildren with the Song family's blood flowing through their veins, and find a time to bring Yi Qingyu back for a trip. Also, your great-aunt's cousin has opened a new medical research institute over in Fenghai City, so you have time to go with Yi Qingyu to get your health checked. Hesitating for a moment, Grandpa Song spoke again. "It would be better if you could bring a few more of Yi Qingyu's friends." Song Yang was confused as to what was going on. In the original novel, doesn't it say that Grandpa Song is a feudal old man? Song Yang was confused. When he went back to look for Yi Qingyu's four girls, he found that they were chatting with Hua Ling, Lin Huiyin, who was calling out sister after sister. Looking at Lin Huiyin, who was wearing a white halter dress with a generous chest, Song Yang couldn't help but spit in his heart. No wonder Hua Changfeng can look at Lin Huiyin. Just this flirtatiousness. Which man can stand it? Yi Qingyu was listening to Lin Huiyin's story about the beautiful scene of their three family dinners yesterday. While frowning at Lin Huiyin's chest, she really wanted to cut it off. TSK, the three families have gotten together, and I don't know if Lin Huiyin climbed into Hua Qingfeng's bed. I remember that the first time I crawled into bed was at a potluck when it started. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrunk violently, shocked beyond measure. What? Hua Ling probably never imagined in his life that the woman he'd rather go to jail than protect had long ago put a hat on him. It's a pity that I don't know Lin Echo well. Otherwise I could have gone to her place to get the flash drive. This woman is a fan of photo documentation. If this record is given to Hua Ling, I wonder if he'll grow to hate him out of love. After all, Hua Ling has always seen Lin Echo as his white moonlight, the salvation of his life. Yi Qingyu took a look at Lin Echo and then at Hua Ling. The two could be said to be quite a pair. She had heard some stories of the duo as well. It's probably that Hua Ling was stupid and cowardly as a child, and was often bullied, and it was Lin Echo who helped him and saved him. From then on, Hua Ling became a licking dog for Lin Echo. Coupled with a comparable family history, the two became engaged. This time, Lin Echo returned to China, and it was rumored that she was coming back to get married. Song Yang looked at Hua Ling with a face full of pity. The other party was very handsome and gentle, a warm man type. Unfortunately, what was entrusted to me was not. Oh, come to think of it, it said that Lin Echo and Hua Changfeng were conquered after they got together, and then the two of them played openly with their appetites. Gee, it's good to get someone to follow them, Yi Qingyu silently said in his mind. I've written it down. After chatting for a while, Lin Huiyin smiled and said to Yi Qingyu, Sister Qingyu, the day after tomorrow, my homecoming banquet, you can be sure to come to participate. We can't be relatives, we can still be sisters. Yi Qingyu answered with a decent smile and must go. After watching Hua Ling and Lin Echo walk away, Shen Luoluo spat. As usual, he's a tart, Yi Qingyu said quietly to Secretary Jean. Find someone to follow her and check it out. The four then headed for the fourth floor of the mall. This mall was owned by the Yi family, and there happened to be stores that were empty that could be introduced to Long Ling. Lin Huiyin parted with Hua Ling after shopping with her for a while longer, gently urging Hua Ling to go to work. After all, work do matter and involves a good life for them in the future. After seeing Hua Ling off to work at the office, he pulled his cell phone out from under his body, and there was a hotel message on it from Hua Changfeng. Thinking about last night's madness with Hua Changfeng, Lin Huiyin was nostalgic. It was really cool. For a woman like her, who loved this type of sport, it was the greatest joy on earth. Chapter 19, Too Scary. Do not know Lin Echo and Hua Ling follow-up situation of Song Yang and Yiqingyu. Long Ling and other people came to the fourth floor of the mall to look at stores. 260 square feet, previously a hot pot restaurant, but it went out of business due to poor management. Long Ling turned around and lamented. Where? It's all good. The only bad place is that I'm also opening a hot pot restaurant and the feng shui doesn't work. Yiqingyu said flatly. Then take a look at the others. My family has quite a few real estate projects in Fenghai City, and now they have all been converted into rental businesses. Led by Secretary Kim, the five drove on to other stores. The second set is a doorstop. Small 3-story building. Dragon Spirit then frowned. Too big. Can't use it. 3 floors, nearly 1,000 square meters. It's a waste to open a hot pot restaurant. Yiqingyu raised her eyebrows and said doubtfully, isn't it just right to make a high-end hot pot? Long Ling smiled slightly and explained, what I'm going to do is not a high-end hot pot, but a chain store. Being high-end, it's hard to go public, and being a chain, as long as you open it up, you can eat the whole business from ingredient stocking, hot pot-based development, store sales, etc. Dragon Spirit said he had big goals. Yiqingyu and the others gave Dragon Spirit a high look. Not bad for coming from a big family. Song Yang became interested and looked at Long Ling curiously. Sister Ling, what's your selling point? Hot pot is actually very difficult to do. The taste is similar. The only can make a difference only meat, environment, service and other items. And since Dragon Spirit doesn't do high-end, the meat, the environment is negligible. Just the service. Dragon Spirit narrowed her eyes and smiled gently. I'm going to do the service. Shinluoluo spoke in surprise from the side. Service? Dragon Spirit nodded. That's right, it's basic service. It's important to take the saying that the customer is God to the extreme. It's a chain, after all, and it's got to be something standardized that can be rolled out. Dragon Spirit impressed the crowd even more with one professional remark after another. At the same time, it also put Yiqingyu on guard in her heart. This woman was not raised by the Long family as a waste. How could she have so many things? Sensing Yiqingyu's vigilance, Long Ling was unconcerned and said easily, even though I'm being raised by the Long family as a waste, my mother is raising me as an heir. I stayed in the dragon family. I just had something to do. Song Yang tilted his head, puzzled. Didn't Auntie Lin marry again? Long Ling smiled and explained. Oh, the old man my mom married again died and she ate the Jedi. 6. Song Yang, Yiqingyu and the others were collectively convinced in their hearts. Long Ling began to tell Song Yang and the others about the requirements of the hot pot she was going to make. Ladies manicure, jacket bagging, cell phone bagging, sauce quality, personal qualities required of servers, snack giveaways, dancing to birthday songs, live ripping and more. Whatever a customer might need, she has to have on hand. She wants to be a brand that is famous for its extreme service. In Long Ling's opinion, the current chain restaurant lacks such. Everyone is relying on who is large, who has more members in building the brand. I'm ready to create a whole new membership model. Unlike the old charge, it's been fully converted to a spending type of membership, where customers can get a couple of discounts for how much they've spent. Very add up. This was Yiqingyu's thought after hearing it. So, do you guys want to pitch in a little bit together? Dragon Spirit's smile transformed into a fox grin. Yiqingyu said without hesitation. Vote for it. She thought it was pretty screwed up. The point is, if the investment is successful, the store can also be moved into Yes malls in various parts of the country, becoming a standard part of Yes malls and part of her business empire. Song Yang answered with the same cheerfulness. Secretary Kim and Shin Lolo not to mention. Secretary Kim didn't vote in her own name though. It was one of her distant cousins. This made Long Ling and Song Yang and the others look at her more. Secretary Kim shrugged calmly at this. It can't be helped. The genie family is also human and needs to eat. Although their family serves the country, they don't want to suffer. Not everyone is Lord Yu and can be like him, serving the country while having a family. It took a few more stores before Long Ling found a satisfactory one. The same as Yiqingyu's industry. A few people also met Lin Echo and Hua Ling during the lunch meal. Sharp-eyed Shin Luoluo saw at a glance that Lin Hui's stockings had been changed, and smiled as she flirted with Yiqingyu and a few others about Hua Ling's energy being good enough. A realization flashed in Yiqingyu's eyes as she picked up a few sentences and didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Secretary Jin's cell phone then received several photos, which Secretary Jin decisively forwarded to Yiqingyu. Looking at the time watermark on the photo, Yiqingyu quickly filtered the order. That's good. Gather some more and send it to Waring. Nope. Should have waited until Waring couldn't before sending it. When a man has nothing left to lose and what he thought was his salvation betrays him, anything is possible. Yiqingyu even thought how cool it would be if Hua Ling got excited and drove over Hua Chengfeng. That would be a real blessing and peace of mind. After lunch, Yiqingyu and Secretary Jin went back to Yi Group to work. Skipping work every day was not an option. Longling's mother called her to take care of some work in Fonghai City. Only Song Yang and Shinluoluo were left behind. Originally, Shinluoluo had wanted to invite Song Yang to her house to play, meet her mother on the way, and talk about what happened between the two of them. Unfortunately, Song Yang received a call from his cousin, Shanglin Hotel, the largest hotel in Fonghai City. As soon as Song Yang entered, he saw his cousin Song Qingling, accompanied by a blonde foreign beauty in a white lab coat. Song Qingling brightened up when she saw Shinluoluo, and without even everyone Song Yang, she shushed Shinluoluo. Song Yang was puzzled as to why Song Qingling was here, so as soon as he arrived at Song Qingling's room in the hotel, Song Yang asked about his doubts. Glancing at Shinluoluo, Song Qingling said word for word, "Come over here to give you a physical examination, to determine if you can pass on the family name." Song Yang rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Yi Qingyu is a nightly screamer." Song Yang couldn't help but spit out, "Sis, something couldn't have happened in the family. How come one by one they all care so much about passing on the family name? And grandpa, who called me this morning, doesn't even care that I have a mistress, even though I don't have one, right?" Song Yang looked through his predecessor's memories and realized that his predecessor basically hadn't had much contact with his family in these 3 years. It's all just daily communication. And the book writes that the reason Song Yang doesn't communicate with the Song family is mainly because the Song family dislikes Yi Qingyu's origin and doesn't think it's good enough. Song Qingling quietly waited for Song Yang to finish, glanced at Shinluoluo, and calmly said, "Because grandpa is already about to be pissed off by me, your cousins, and others." Song Yang's head was a bit spinning for a moment. What did this mean? What have you done? Song Qingling smiled faintly and wrapped her arms around the blonde foreign girl next to her and kissed her with a single mouthful. Song Yang and Shinluoluo were stunned. For a long time, lips parted, and Song Qingling smiled. "Our family's juniors, this is basically the case. You're the only one who's married normally, but hasn't had an heir in 3 years. It's the old man who's in such a hurry." Speaking of this, Song Qingling glanced at Shinluoluo next to her and said in a meaningful way, "Now you can say this. As long as you can pass on the family name, as long as you don't do anything illegal, even if it's a bit immoral, the old man doesn't want to care about you. After all, my family, my second uncle, my youngest aunt, and several other branches of the family, are next to be in a state of extinction, and their estates are waiting to be inherited." Song Yang didn't know how he walked out of the Shanglin Hotel and returned home. The amount of information that Song Qingling had brought with her was just too amazing. Shinluoluo then sent the message to a group chat called Song Yang's Wife. This group now consisted of 3 people, Secretary Jean, Yi Qingyu, and Shinluoluo. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean also expressed their astonishment. "This is too powerful." After lamenting, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean began to analyze the Peace of Mind pill project that Hua Chengfeng had initiated. Chapter 20, Evidence in Hand. The more Yi Qingyu analyzed, the more she felt that Hua Chengfeng's gang was sick. The project was set up yesterday. Today began to implement. Hua Chengfeng also took time to go out in the morning and Lin Huiyin screwed a hand, and in the afternoon on various TV programs began to engage in peace of mind health pills publicity. That's efficiency, bar none, and problems are bound to arise with high efficiency. Are the Hua family and the Long family crazy? And the Lin family? How did they dare to fling a group of former passing personnel to form a team? Yi Qingyu looked at the cell phone that Secretary Jean handed to her, and on it was a message sent by Secretary Jin's elder brother. Ever since Secretary Jean had reported the Hua family to her father, the Jinui and the police department had sent people to keep an eye on the Hua family. As soon as the Peace of Mind pill program was established and began to be publicized, Secretary Kim's father's people who were sent to keep an eye on the Hua family found out about it. When the professional teams organized by the Hua and Lin families began to privately horse people into groups and persuade them to invest in Peace of Mind health pills, they followed them in. As soon as the people who were stalking the Huas entered the group, they started checking the background of this team of professionals. It doesn't matter if you check. They're all people who've been in there before, and they've all been involved in tens and hundreds of billions of dollars on their plates. And, of course, this resume is really a symbol of competence. This group of professional team teachers just with an afternoon, with the help of the previous residual down, earned money from the People's Network in the city of Fonghai pull up 2,000 people group. Another 2 hours, one after another. More than 100 people on the Peace of Mind health pill program to invest money, get their own area of the distribution rights. Of course, this dealership needs to have money thrown into it all the time to have it. 100 people, $3,000 each. This is 300,000. And Hua Chengfeng only need to give these 100 people tomorrow, each person rebate $300. This one-day profit of $300,000 war record. Direct proof that this set of plans can be implemented. Secretary Kim's dad also passed along another copy of the Wakovia's magical operation. Hua Chengfeng directly placed the Peace of Mind nourishing pills under the drug business license he already had. To put it bluntly, It's just a name change for a former drug. At the same time, all the production lines under Huayang Technology have been converted to the production line of the Peace of Mind health pills. This is going to be a big one. Yi Qingyu's anxiousness towards the Hua family, the Lin family, was just an idea. These guys are crazy. Where do you do that in business? They're basically non-compliant. From the people to the procedures. It's not just waiting for me to light up. Secretary Jean nodded at Yi Qingyu's sentiment, pushed his glasses, and said in a deep voice, "My dad said that their side made an evaluation of Hua Chengfeng, that his personal ability was very strong, and that the quality of the medicines he had produced before were all very good, but it's too wild to take the court and the law into account, and point out extra about him and Lin Echo." Yi Qingyu laughed and spat. Of course people are going to be mad. He's the hall master of the Dragon King Hall, and he's proficient in Taoist wonders and healing arts. Secretary Kim frowned. The Dragon King's palace? Yi Qingyu nodded. That's right, Secretary Jean said in confusion. Isn't this an underground force? It was even cracked down on severely back then, and the brocade guards even broke a leg of the martial hall master in them. If they hadn't run away fast and moved abroad, they would have been wasted back then. Yi Qingyu stared at Secretary Jean with wide eyes, shocked. No, shouldn't the Dragon King's Hall be a secretive underground kingdom, hidden especially deep and difficult to deal with? If it's not a special channel, I've never even heard of it. Secretary Jean waved his hand and sat down opposite Yi Qingyu, mocking. It's an underground kingdom, but in front of the state apparatus, they are nothing. As for the reason you haven't heard of them, it's also simple. One is that it was 40 years ago when they were on fire, and one is that the crackdown was so hard back then that I wouldn't have known about it if my family wasn't a brocade family. Yi Qingyu's eyes turned. Since the Dragon King Hall was an underground force, or filed with the brocade guard, it would be good to report it to the brocade guard and let the state machinery confront them. Secretary Jean listened to Yi Qingyu's idea and nodded, calling his dad and talking about it. Secretary Jin's dad was silent for a while before slowly saying, "The person behind Hua Chengfeng has handed in a letter of surrender to the Imperial Court, and the Dragon King Palace will gradually transform into a Jianghu power recognized by the Imperial Court. So for the time being, there will be no crackdown on the Dragon King Palace." Yi Qingyu was a bit disappointed, and Secretary Jean frowned. Why? Secretary Jin's dad sighed and said helplessly, "In your grandfather's words, the reason why we cracked down on the Dragon King's palace back then was because that group of people had a lot of technology in their hands, and not only did they not hand it over to the Imperial Court, but they also engaged in a monopoly in private, gathering a large amount of wealth and developing believers, so it's directly defined as a religion. And at the moment Hua Chengfeng left the mountain, an old man from the Dragon King's palace back then, the master of the Temple of the Tao, handed over a copy of the Tao's secret art to the court in exchange for a chance. So, if the Dragon King's palace doesn't commit a crime, we won't deal with them, at least not the Jinyui." Yi Qingyu pondered for a while, then suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, "Uncle Jean, if the treasures of the Dragon King's Hall are emptied out, will you guys get angry?" Secretary Jin's dad was silent for a moment and slowly said, "Qingyu girl, it's meaningless for people to be divided into those who are close and distant. You and Song Yang boy are our relatives." Yi Qingyu laughed. As long as what the Dragon King's palace pulled out wouldn't bias the court, then she wasn't afraid. The phone hangs up. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean continue to analyze and start making plans on when to pit Hua Chengfeng. According to the two people speculated that the best time was when Hua Chengfeng, a propaganda big success, was ready to go public, and they directly reported him for rumors. If this doesn't work, then report him for social disruption. After all, Hua Chengfeng is encouraging the people to take out loans to invest, and that channel of loans is ready to pry $20 billion, $200 billion of large projects with $2 billion of cash. The most critical thing is that the loan channel that, but also all from the bank unlimited loan out, but a bad debt, are the bank to bear, TSK, Yi Qingyu said. As far as the court's attitude of vigorously pursuing the state's control of the economy is concerned, it will definitely smoke Hua Chengfeng's series of people to death. As law-abiding citizens, we must be law-abiding, report when we should, and trust the state apparatus. Yi Qingyu took a sip of coffee and spoke calmly, her face filled with comfort. Secretary Kim nodded. That's right. However, with a hint of a strange expression, Secretary Kim asked, "I'm kinda curious about one thing. Why don't you go into microfinance those? I see a lot of them companies are doing it." Disdainfully snorting, Yi Qingyu indifferently opened his mouth. Those people are used to making quick money, not knowing that the only entity, stable investment, down-to-earth work is the most correct path. Yi Qingyu couldn't look at those guys who made crooked money. Secretary Kim smiled. Ding dong. Another message came from Secretary Kim's cell phone. It's not just the video this time. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean looked at each other. their eyes twitching at the corners of their eyes. Is this Hua Changfeng a Teddy? Why are you out with Echo Lin again? The two men looked at the video luminosity and angle, which was clearly captured by an invisible camera. The bottom line is that Hua Changfeng has a long private room in the hotel that they went in to install today. The contents of the recording are not playable. The general idea is that Echo Lin is just playing with Hualing. After all, having a lickspittle dog that can serve you for life, but is also willing to spend money on you, be devoted to you, and be a catch for you in the future is a must for every sea king. At the climax, Lin Huiyin blurts out that she wants to give Hua Changfeng a child for Hua Ling to raise. That's a real kick in the pants. Yi Qingyu murmured, then decisively sent the video to Hua Ling. She wanted to see Hua Ling go crazy. She wondered how mad Hua Ling would go. Chapter 21. At night, inside the villa, Shen Luoluo's three girls were chatting in the living room, while Song Yang and Long Ling were busy in the kitchen. Shen Luoluo asked Yi Qingyu, "So relieved?" Yi Qingyu smiled. She trusted her husband. Not to mention, she had other ideas. Secretary Jean, on the other hand, said flatly that Mr. Yu was going to share his husband with them, so how would he care about the matter of Song Yang cooking with Long Ling? At the dinner table, Yi Qingyu asked suspiciously why Song Qingling wasn't invited over to play. She hadn't met Song Yang's family yet. When the two got married, no one from the Song family came over. Song Yang hadn't mentioned it before, and Yi Qingyu hadn't thought to go over and take a look. Song Yang said with a complex and incomparable expression, "I still haven't gotten over the shock she brought me." Is really did not slow down. A large family of siblings of the same generation. I am the only one with a normal sexual orientation. What is this dog blood plot? Also, Song Qingling likes women. How dare I put pretty you in front of her? Yi Qingyu bared her teeth and laughed as she listened to Song Yang's heartfelt words. Shen Luoluo was immediately dissatisfied. "Qingyu, are you finding what I just said funny?" Yi Qingyu cocked her head and said suspiciously, "What did you say?" Shen Luoluo became even more dissatisfied and snorted coldly. It was still Long Ling who acted as a knowing big sister and slowly said, Lolo said that she decided to turn behind the scenes and become the boss so that she could have more time to run back and forth, but her mother asked her to start a business on her own, and she didn't know where to start investing. Yi Qingyu looked at Shen Luoluo in surprise. This good girlfriend of hers had actually gotten motivated and was ready to be her own boss. Shen Luoluo deflated her mouth, looked at Long Ling, and pouted. "Sister, why do you want to open a chain of hot pot restaurants?" Long Ling gently smiled. "Because when I first went to study abroad, the food there was too difficult to eat. Looking up at the stars, seeing it, desperate dishes, so I opened up a new track alone, cooking by myself." Speaking of this, Long Ling's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Do you guys know? The first money I saved on my own in my life was earned at that time, and I opened a boarding school that specializes in serving stay-at-home children. They give me money, and I order 3 meals a day for them." Song Yang couldn't help but glance at the dragon spirit. The predecessor's memories had this paragraph. But it was the predecessor who told her when he accompanied the dragon spirit around the world that there were many ways to start a business to make money, such as cooking for Ruizi and earning money from these rich kids. Shen Luoluo deflated her mouth and said in annoyance, Then where should I invest first?" Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jean, and dragon spirit Song Yang were all happy. After being annoyed, Shen Luoluo fiercely turned her head to look at Song Yang and pitifully said, "Brother Song Yang, you surely won't leave me alone. I'll do anything if you'll help me." The corners of Song Yang's mouth twitched as he thought of the black silk photos of Shen Luoluo from his small cell phone. "It's a little on the nose." Yi Qingyu smiled faintly from the side. "Hubby, just help my poor bosom friend." Looking at Shen Luoluo's big watery eyes, Song Yang softly said, "You can do skits. One of those topsy-turvy but nonsensical skits." Shen Luoluo was a bit confused. That thing could make money, but she decided to do it anyway. On the other hand, in the Hua family, Hua Changfeng reported the progress of the Peace of Mind Pill project to Elder Hua in high spirits. $300,000 in just one day is a good start. Hua's mother couldn't help but clap her hands and said, "Worthy of being my own son, he is just better than some of the ones who rely on the family to dabble in food and drink." Hualing's back hunched involuntarily. Ever since he was a child, no matter how hard he tried, Hua's mother couldn't see him. He used to think it was because he wasn't doing enough. But then he realized it was because he wasn't from the Hua family and wasn't related by blood and wasn't naturally close. Hua father finally sighed and meaningfully told Hua Ling to work harder and learn more from Hua Changfeng. Elder Hua talked to Hua Ling alone again. The general meaning is that you are after all the Hua family cultivated. The ship business did not make too much money, but did not lose money, and the secret business is also run very well. So, you don't have to be discouraged. Hua Ling forced a smile. Under the night, the tired Hua Ling left the old Hua family house. Since Hua Changfeng came back, Hua's mother hadn't squeezed him much. Hua Ling drove aimlessly down the street. Driving on, he arrived at the downstairs of Echo Lin. Echo Lin grew up self-reliant, allowing her parents to buy her a separate suite and live out on her own. Looking at the cool lights above and the occasional flickering silhouettes, a warmth flashed through Hualing's heart. Click! Unbuckling his seatbelt, Hualing was just about to get out of the car when his body stiffened violently. A figure appeared on the balcony where Echo Lin was. With her familiarity with Echo Lin, Hualing knew it was her. The point was that there was a stocky figure behind the figure. Echo Lin's hair danced and the figure behind her swayed. Hualing has also been here before. Engaging in love sports with Lin Echo, he knew that this was Lin Huayin's favorite position. Hualing felt a lack of oxygen in his brain and went limp in the car. Hualing doesn't know how he ended up back at his house. That night, Hualing didn't know how many cigarettes he had smoked. Early in the morning, Hualing looked at his bearded self in the mirror and persuaded himself, maybe Echo is having a hard time. Isn't it written in some novels that the heroine will give something for the hero's career? But the pain in Hualing's eyes didn't go away a bit. After doing the mental construction, Hualing cleaned himself up and drove to the company. Opening his computer, Hualing first clicked on his private email. He had been summoned back to the Wa's house yesterday on an emergency call and hadn't even had time to read the papers. Looking at the familiar hair trust, Hualing calmly clicked on it. A photo made Hualing's pupils shrink violently. The time of the watermark on it sent Hualing's brain into a trance. They slept together less than 2 days after they met. Hualing clicked on the video inside and watched it with self-mutilation. After the lovemaking was over, Lin Huiyin lay in Hua Chengfeng's arms and laughed daintily. Brother Chengfeng, you're much fiercer than that punk Hua Ling. Only to see Hua Chengfeng rubbing Lin Huiyin's softness and smiling smugly. Really? Then will you marry me? Lin Huiyin turned around, wrapped her arms around Hua Chengfeng, and in his ear, replied with a gentle, delicate smile, Brother Chengfeng, I can't leave Hua Ling. If something goes wrong with the Hua family's business, you can use me to blackmail Hua Ling into talking back. If the Hua family had been good, Hua Ling could have raised children for you. Woman, Hua Chengfeng laughed out loud. Well, worthy of being his Dragon King's woman. Just know how to scheme. Hua Ling's eyes were crimson, and he only felt a wave of rebellious blood rushing to his head as a wave of dizziness surged to the top of his head. But Hualing still forced himself to exit his private email. Bang! Hualing was lying on the ground. At noon that day, the news that Hua Ling, the vice president of Hua Group, had fainted due to multi-day exhaustion hit the news. In an instant Wakovia's stock plummeted. Song Yang, who was dealing with his work within his own company, was dismayed to see this news. That storyline wasn't in the original book. Chapter 22, the show is about to begin. Inside the E group, Yiqing get a laugh when she saw the news that Hua Ling was in the hospital. That's not very good. Mentally. Next to him, Secretary Jean pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, perhaps there is something else that we don't know. In the hospital, when Hua Ling woke up, he saw Lin Huiyin sitting by the bedside with teary eyes. One bite at a time. Brother Ling, what can I do if something happens to you? Hua Ling only felt in a trance. If he hadn't stayed downstairs at Lin Echo last night, and hadn't seen the surveillance video that Yi Qingyu had sent him, Hua Ling really couldn't believe that this gentle woman who peeled apples and watched the bed for her would be poisonous and scorpion-hearted. Perhaps, it's camouflage. Thanks. Hua Ling pulled a gentle smile at Lin Echo. At noon, Lin Huiyin answered a phone call, and she was going to try on clothes for tomorrow's banquet. Hua Ling smiled and said, Go on, I'm fine here. I'll rest for a while later. I'm also discharged from the hospital, and I'm going to prepare a big gift for you. Lin Echo kissed Hua Ling and left reluctantly. After watching Lin Huiyin leave, the gentleness in Hua Ling's eyes and face quickly disappeared. Lying on his bed, Hua Ling began to review his past. Growing up, his mother disappeared for a period of time every year, most of which was when he started school, birthdays, bar mitzvahs, and so on, and he and Hua Chengfeng were the same age. This also counted, and coupled with the fact that the Hua family never put anything under his name, Hua Chengfeng had a guess in his heart. Most importantly, the dark side of the Hua family is in his hands. If Hua Chengfeng hadn't come back, this was the sign of an heir, but Hua Chengfeng had come back, and with Lin Huiyin's line about threatening him with her in the surveillance video, it was all clear. So I'm a discard that can be discarded at any time. The so-called redemptive white moonlight is just using me as a backup. 2. Ho 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 ho. Anger flashed in Hua Ling's eyes. In the evening, Hua Ling finished the 4 alone and walked out of the hospital. Aimlessly he arrived at the Shanglin Hotel. The party is huge and arrangements will be made in advance. After wandering around, Hua Ling met Hua Chengfeng and Lin Huiyin who were having fun in the locker room. Men and women just like Teddy. The corners of Hua Ling's mouth curled up in mockery. I'm being counted out, and neither are you. Song Yang also didn't know what Yi Qingyu thought, but even asked him to come and pick up and drop off every day. It was as if someone was constantly threatening her life. Just after walking into the front desk of Yi Group, Song Yang was stopped by a youth with a shriveled expression. Mr. Song, my name is Hua Ling. Song Yang was astonished for a moment. This is the same licking dog that was tricked by Lin Echo. Yi Qingyu, who had just come downstairs, happened to hear these words and looked at Hua Ling in confusion. Wanted to have a chat with you too. The three of them and Secretary Kim went to the lounge in the lobby of the group. I know that the Yi group has connections with the government. I have something in my hand that I want to give to the government. I need them to speed up the investigation and build a case. Hua Ling directly took out a flash drive and placed it on the table. Yi Qingyu looked Hua Ling up and down, always feeling that something was going beyond control. Song Yang frowned. It's not right. There's no such plot. The evidence that Hua Ling possessed should have been blown out of proportion after Hua Chengfeng had confronted the forces of the Dragon King's palace that had defected overseas. When the other side approached him with the evidence of Lin Huiyin and Hua Chengfeng being together, Song Yang was a bit confused. He remembers it well from reading the book, and it was a minor climax. About 3 years later, Hua Chengfeng cleared the country and began to enter the overseas market, and began to clear out the overseas forces of the Dragon King's palace. Those who had once belonged to the Dragon King's palace but had defected faced off against Hua Chengfeng. The battle took place abroad, and it was treacherous, because there were so many things that could be used and moved abroad, and those people were real outlaws. Coupled with the fact that Lin Jie and Hua Chengfeng at that time had a falling out because of Yin Yanshu, Lin Jie sold a lot of things to foreign countries, causing Hua Chengfeng to fall into a crisis for a while. Even at that time, Hua Chengfeng's embrace lay. The Chen family's eldest miss was killed by the renegade forces of the foreign Dragon King palace, so much so that Hua Chengfeng inherited the Chen family's property with tears in his eyes. Yi Qingyu listened to Song Yang's heartfelt words. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Oh, so it was the handle of the Hua family. What are you going to do? Yi Qingyu put away the flash drive and gave it directly to Secretary Jean to pass on to her father, only to bring along a certain number of characters from the police department when investigating the case. Hua Ling's eyes were filled with calmness as he calmly said, I'm going to take revenge on those who counted on me. Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Song Yang also raised his eyebrows, his heart even more puzzled. Retaliation? Revenge how? Didn't you already give us all this stuff? Yi Qingyu was laughing in her heart. Her man was a bit naive. On her face, Yi Qingyu laughed softly. You are still the young master of the Hua family. If they all fall, you can still inherit the Hua family, so why choose to retaliate? Hua Ling sneered and said in a deep voice, I'm not on the same account as the Hua family. They just allow me to use some things. The salary I get for myself is all from the Hua family company credit card. A mocking voice issued from Hua Ling's mouth. Family backstabbing, white moonlight betrayal. Even if I bring them down, I have nothing. What a ridiculous life. Yi Qingyu nodded. It was indeed ridiculous. Song Yang couldn't help but lament. Why do those people have to do things so excessively? Hua Ling glanced at Song Yang and turned to leave. Among the figures, there was more or less a sense of depression. Yi Qingyu faintly said to Secretary Jean, have someone prepare the clothes. Tomorrow we'll go to Lin Huiyin's banquet to watch the show. Another night, in Yi Qingyu's villa, Shen Luoluo was mad at Song Yang. She went and researched the skits and they weren't profitable at all. Song Yang took the information Shen Luoluo brought back and looked at it, and said bitterly, how come there's no Dragon King one? Then we'll have to start with the Dragon King novel first. Shen Luoluo frowned. Dragon King novel? What is that? Next to Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jean and the others were also curious. They were aware of the Dragon King Palace, Dragon King Hua Chengfeng. Song Yang gave Shen Luoluo a lecture on the Dragon King's text. What god of war returns, learns that his wife and daughter have been sold into a greenhouse, and in a fit of anger, calls 100,000 men to level the city of So-and-so. What with the 3-year period having come and gone, the Dragon King returns as a flunky. The 4 Shen Luoluo girls had a headache from listening to it. Song Yang shrugged. That's it. Can anyone watch? Song Yang firmly said. Definitely. Shen Luoluo decided to get a handful, just for Song Yang's business intuition. It's not a big enough investment to get it going anyway. The other side. As soon as Hualing returned to his house, he received a call from Lin Echo. Lin Echo gently reported to Hualing about her day today and her arrangements for tomorrow, hoping that Hualing would accompany her. Hualing answered in a low voice and said yes. Chapter 23, A Windswept Rainbow. Lin Huiyin's homecoming banquet was held in a grand manner, and all of the famous families in Fenghai City received invitations. Looking at the stars, netizens, reporters, and business families that were constantly shuttling around the banquet, Song Yang gently picked up the corners of his eyes and smiled as he said to Yi Qingyu by his side, the Lin family is going to make a big move. Look at the fact that even netizens with a little bit of traffic are here. Yi Qingyu nodded. Most of the people who came here were celebrities, netizens, journalists, all of whom had publicity points. Brother Song Yang, Sister Qingyu, you guys are here too. Feng Qiuyu appeared in front of the duo with sweet sister makeup. looking at the adoration in her eyes as they swept over Song Yang. Even if it was quick, Yi Qingyu managed to capture it. Yi Qingyu smiled at Song Yang. I have something I need to talk to Sister Qiuyu about. Song Yang nodded doubtfully. Yi Qingyu tenderly took Feng Qiuyu's hand. Sister, accompany sister around. Although doubtful, Feng Qiuyu did not resist and followed along. Eyeing the departing figures of the duo, Song Yang couldn't help but say, luckily Song Yang is clean and has not been tempted by Feng Qiuyu, or I would still have to be Chaijiao right now. Yi Qingyu smiled sweetly in her heart. My husband really does still love me. As soon as Yi Qingyu left, several generously dressed actresses and netizens walked over. Although their quality wasn't as good as Yi Qingyu's, they were more numerous. If they could hook up, Song Yang's casual leakage of something at hand would be enough for them to get out in one piece. Song Yang smiled and refused, finding a corner to drink alone. Shen Lolo was coming with her mother. Secretary Jean had something to do today, and Long Ling was busy handling the Fenghai City business her mother had given her, as well as starting her own hot pot brand, and was also away. Looking at the crowd of people coming and going in the banquet hall, Song Yang felt pity for Long Ling and Secretary Jean in his heart. They can't eat live melons anymore. He had a hunch that Hualing was going to make a big deal out of it this time. What a disheartened lickspittle can do is anyone's guess. There might be some excitement. After all, in the original book, it was written that Hua Chengfeng was a harem-oriented dragon king. Lin Huiyin was a bit sick in that area, and the two were in a long-term intercourse. If this had been more exciting, we might have seen a double kill today and a violent death of the Dragon King. Thinking about it made Song Yang feel good. While Song Yang was bored waiting for gossip, Yi Qingyu had already dragged Feng Qiuyu into a room upstairs. Closing the door, Yi Qingyu directly threw Feng Qiuyu on the bed and spoke bluntly. You like Song Yang? Feng Qiuyu instantly turned white, barely let out a laugh. Sister Qingyu, you're joking. How could I like brother Song Yang? He's your husband, or an uptight. Yi Qingyu waved his hand in annoyance. His heart is speechless. How to still cover up on? Cannot be greatly. Don't dilly-dally with those. Both Shen Luoluo and Secretary Jean have already admitted to liking Song Yang, and previously bad-mouthing Song Yang in front of me was just hoping that the two of us would get divorced sooner. After saying that, Yi Qingyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Feng Qiuyu with a displeased expression. Then I reviewed the process of how our sisters met. It was after Song Yang saved the Win family. I looked up your past with Song Yang again, and you only befriended me after Song Yang took you on non-stop business trips and then also rejected you. So, you like Song Yang? But Song Yang is restrained, so you came up with the trick of fooling me into getting a divorce, right? Feng Qiuyu was silent, and a touch of annoyance still surfaced on his face. Yi Qingyu revealed a touch of mockery. Looking at the mockery on Yi Qingyu's face, Feng Qiuyu raised his head and stubbornly said, you're right about everything. That's it. But why don't you let Song Yang to me? You obviously don't love him. Indignation flashed in Feng Qiuyu's eyes. I hate you, Yi Qingyu. You obviously don't love Song Yang, yet you keep dragging him around. Yi Qingyu fell into silence for a long time. Snap. Feng Qiuyu covered his face and lay on the bed. Yi Qingyu exhaled deeply. Cool. Secretary Jean was her partner. Shen Luoluo was her BFF. And Long Ling had no evidence of meddling in her marriage with Song Yang, so she couldn't fight any of these three people. So for a while now, she's been kind of holding back. Seeing Feng Qiuyu today, Yi Qingyu finally vented. Lighting a cigarette, Yi Qingyu leaned against the cabinet and said quietly, tell us why you like Song Yang. Feng Qiuyu sat up and looked at Yi Qingyu mockingly. General Yi is still in the mood to care about her unloved husband? Yi Qingyu annoyingly skimmed her head and impatiently said, don't force my sister for me to delete you again. Feng Qiuyu let out a low laugh and calmly said, if you are willing to let Song Yang to me after hearing this, I can say, snap. Yi Qingyu nonchalantly hit again. Chick, I'm the rightful wife. You're in no position to talk about this. Feng Qiuyu was furious, but she gave in under Yi Qingyu's cold eyes, and she said aggressively, I love Song Yang because she came down from the sky when I was in the most difficult time, saved me, and brought me out of my predicament. A look of reminiscence surfaced on Feng Qiuyu's face. Mr. Yi, you won't understand the muchang heart of a cowardly girl like me. That year, my family went bankrupt. All my close friends around me left me. My father was very sick. My family and friends were eyeing me, and I hadn't interned a single day even though I was studying management. In order to renew the life of the company, I attend banquets and lowly beg other for projects, investments and orders. Feng Qiuyu brought tears to her eyes, and every time she thought back, it was hard for her. Yi Qingyu's eyes drifted for a moment as she thought of the time when she had just taken over the Yi family, which was also in turmoil. Sister Qingyu, you wouldn't understand the attraction of a great lady to those people after the family's decline. Yi Qingyu nodded. She really didn't understand. She had Song Yang to help her at that time, a party where my drink was drugged. It was then that Song Yang appeared, as if he was carrying light. He chased away those disgusting people and he gave my family an order. At that time, Song Yang was my light. A light flashed up in Feng Qiuyu's eyes, followed by a darkening. But I have relied on him like a dog, asking him to instruct me and shelter me. Song Yang is also really a good person. He taught me to disconnect, to clean out the group's bad business, to remove unnecessary people, to teach me how to invest and how to do business. So, I'm in love with Song Yang. The story is simple and sounds cliched, but Yi Qingyu, who has been in business for many years, thinks that perhaps only cliched stories can breed love. But you knew Song Yang had a wife, and you still went up to him. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth. That was the one thing she couldn't stand. The one thing she couldn't understand. Shen Luoluo or Secretary Jean or Feng Qiuyu, they are all beautiful and come from a good background. So how did they do such shameless things? Feng Qiuyu yelled with red eyes. But you don't love him. If you loved him, you wouldn't be ashamed and annoyed when you hear us call him a loser. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed her anger. This was really her fault. Taking a deep look at Feng Qiuyu, Yi Qingyu said in a deep voice, I can allow you to pursue Song Yang as long as he is willing to do so, but if you let me know that you have done anything excessive to Song Yang, then I will definitely take you. By thunder, Feng Qiuyu's eyes widened. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, took out her phone and pulled Feng Qiuyu into that small group. This made Feng Qiuyu dumbfounded as to what was going on. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, walked out on her own and said faintly, there are some things that are not good to be put underground, and are only good to be dealt with in the open. Chapter 24, Tough. In the banquet hall, Song Yang was chatting with Mother Shen. Unlike Long Ling's gentleness, Secretary Jin's competence, Yi Qingyu's queenliness, and Shen Luoluo's maidenhood, Mother Shen was more mature and belonged to the ripe kind, possibly out of respect for his elders. Song Yang didn't notice the admiration and desire hidden in Mother Shen's eyes. Mother Shen introduced Song Yang to some of the lesser-known bigwigs at the banquet. Originally, a homecoming banquet wouldn't have been able to invite so many big names, but the Hua and Lin families privately let slip that there was a big event to be announced. That's why everyone's here. Song Yang nodded thoughtfully. So that was it. So Auntie Shen, do you know what's going on? Song Yang felt that the older generation must have their own sources of information. Mother Shen said softly, I only know one thing. It's the announcement of Hualing's marriage to Lin Huiyin. As the two of them chatted, the Lin family couple walked in with Lin Jie, the Hua family couple, and others laughing. Not a moment later, Yi Qingyu and Feng Qiuyu also walked down. Looking at Feng Qiuyu's red eyes and the makeup on her face that had obviously just been made up, Song Yang was puzzled. Yi Qingyu shouldn't have bullied Feng Qiuyu. Yi Qingyu's brows furrowed. What? You still want to stand up for Feng Qiuyu? Oddly troublesome. I hope it was Feng Qiuyu who provoked it. Otherwise I will feel bad in my heart when I help my wife. Yi Qingyu was in a much better mood. My husband really loves me. Mother Shen was aware that Yi Qingyu was willing to share Song Yang with Shen Luoluo. So, looking at Feng Qiuyu's reddened eyes, she glanced meaningfully at Yi Qingyu. Not bad for a queenly character to pull out the proper wife act so quickly. Yi Qingyu looked at Shen Mother's eyes, and the sixth sense in her heart told her that this ripe old woman was very difficult to deal with, and there's definitely something being hidden. When coupled with Song Yang's good guy personality that liked to help people, Yi Qingyu could hardly imagine if he had ever helped Shen's mother and made this beautiful woman, who was often lonely and alone and cold, feel good about him. Shen Luoluo is so old. Aunt Shen shouldn't have a crush on Song Yang. Even if Yi Qingyu had maliciously thought about using mother and daughter Shen Luoluo to keep Song Yang before, she had only thought about it. It was too evil. Mother Shen silently looked at Feng Qiuyu and Song Yang, occasionally glancing over the pondering Yi Qingyu. She was thinking that she wasn't planning to marry Song Yang, she just wanted to be a friend, so Yi Qingyu shouldn't mind. As for self-confidence, she felt that most men would like a right woman like her. Not to mention, she had also gotten the mind techniques given by the dragon spirit from Shen Luoluo, and after practicing them, she obviously felt much better physically. Even if they are not destined to make it to the end, they can still experience a different kind of coolness. All four of Song Yang's men were harboring things on their minds, chatting casually. The time for the banquet to start also arrived. The only difference was that the main character, Lin Huiyin, never came. It didn't put everyone at the party in a good mood. We're all respectable people. Is it appropriate to wait for you? A little girl? Lin Jie watched as Lin Echo never came and stood up on the stage, ready to stabilize everyone. Just about to open my mouth, a wretched figure hurriedly ran in and shouted, Family Master, the eldest young master and Miss Lin have been in a car accident. This voice spread throughout the entire room, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What the hell? Hua's father drew himself up and stared angrily at the figure that had entered. Hua-san, what's going on? Hua-san gasped, his eyes terrified. It's Hua Ling. It's him. He did it. He drove the dump truck and crashed into the car of the eldest young master and Miss Lin. Hua's mother fainted directly, and Lin's father and mother's pupils shrunk violently. their eyes filled with incredulity. How exciting! Yi Qingyu's eyes glittered with excitement, and both Mother Shen and Feng Qiuyu's eyes were filled with melon-eating pleasure. Song Yang was even happier that Hualing had really made a big deal out of it. What the hell is going on? Lin's father asked anxiously. His own daughter was hit and it was her fiancé. How big a deal would it be if it got out? Hua San began to narrate. Today's banquet was supposed to announce Lin Huiyin and Hua Ling's marriage. Hua Chengfeng was excited at the thought that Lin Huiyin was going to become his younger sibling, then touched Lin Huiyin's car. A custom-made white dress modeled after a wedding dress excited the duo. Just as they were having fun, Hualing rushed out in his dump truck and directly crashed the car. The banquet hall was dumbfounded. This melon, it's so cool. Song Yang said that he was also very cool. Hua Chengfeng, the Dragon King, shouldn't have been run over. If it's true, it's a blast. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth brought up a smile. Very good. Lin Jia on the stage suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. Scanning the occasion, he loudly and angrily rebuked Hua San. What are you babbling about? My sister is ice clean. How could she possibly have done those things? Who the hell are you? At this moment, many people also realized that it was not right. This Hua San is obviously a bodyguard specially cultivated by the Hua family, belonging to a kind of dead soldiers, should be a smart person. Shouldn't make a situation of telling this kind of scandalous matter of brother-in-law and unmarried sibling to the face. So, and melons, pust. Lin Jia lowered his head in horror. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Hua's father, Hua's mother all stepped back in shock at this sudden scene. Hua San laughed sarcastically. Of course I'm telling the truth, and the reason why I'm saying it here is to make your Hua family and Lin family lose face. How else will I take my revenge on you? With a hideous, frantic expression, Hua San walked towards Lin's father and mother. Hua's father and mother. Song Yang subconsciously stepped forward and protected Yi Qingyu, Mother Shen, Shen Luoluo, and Feng Qiuyu beside him. Song Yang's big robust tall man gave the several women plenty of security. The hotel employees were dumbfounded at the sight, or one of the owners attending the party told him to go out and call the bouncers. When the bodyguards entered, Hua's father and mother, and Lin's father and mother were already lying in blood and water. The accident came so suddenly that none of the people present at the banquet came forward to save them. Even the partners of the Lin and Hua families. TSK, if the Lin and Hua families have no one left, then those who owe them money won't have to pay them back, and those who have collaborated with them will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to embezzle property. The heart is a dangerous place, Shen's mother mocked, and as for who she was mocking, no one knew. At the same time the eyes that looked at Song Yang became even deeper. It was still Song Yang who was good enough to protect them in the first place. On the other hand, at the scene of Hua Qingfeng's car accident, only Song Qingling in casual clothes and the blonde foreign beauty were seen standing aside. Song Qingling calmly made a 120 call, then looked at the people surrounding the onlookers. Watch out for lawsuits. After the onlookers dispersed, the blonde foreign beauty stepped forward and calmly reached her hand through the broken window and placed it on Hua Qingfeng's forehead. Song Qingling glanced at her watch and calmly said, "There's only 10 minutes left." The blonde foreign beauty laughed. This guy is horribly thin-willed for 3 minutes. Song Qingling was surprised. Only 3 minutes? That's really the fastest way to extract a memory. He's an heir to the Dragon King's Hall. So let me see how much he knows about the precious knowledge that the Dragon King's Hall has accumulated. There was a glint in Song Qingling's eyes. 3 minutes later, the blonde foreign beauty retreated to Song Qingling's side. 10 minutes later, the police car arrived with the ambulance. That night, the Lin family and the Hua family were on the news together, with the headline that the Hua family's fake young master, Hua Ling, couldn't stand the fact that his fiancée was cheating on the real young master, and drove his car to vent his anger. The Lin family couple, the Lin family, the Hua family couple, the Hua family's old man, and Hua Chengfeng entered the hospital together. Hua Ling went to jail. Hua Ling went to bump into Elder Hua after bumping into Hua Chengfeng. Meanwhile, a ship under the name of the Hua family is detained by the Jinui, and a large amount of contraband is found on it. In the middle of the hospital, a handsome man dressed in ancient Jinui clothing walked into Hua Qingfeng's hospital room and left shortly after. The handsome brocade guard who had been to the ward in the brocade guard base in Fenghai City bagged a well-organized document named Dragon King Hua Qingfeng's memory and had it sent to the capital. Chapter 25, Opening of the Dragon King's Palace. What it means for people to go away and kill you while you're sick was sort of made visible when the Lin family couple, Lin Jie, and a whole family of the Hua family all went to jail. With the internal documents of the Hua family handed over by Hua Ling through Yiqingyu, the Hua family was completely seized, and except for Hua Chengfeng, the rest of the Hua family members all more or less needed to squat for 5 years to life imprisonment. All of the companies under the Hua family closed down, and the Jinui and Fenghai City officials liquidated the Hua family's industries and sold them off to the outside world in accordance with the law. People have been buying up the quality assets in them. Thanks to the humanization of the laws of daming, When the assets of the Hua family are not enough, the government began to sell Hua Qingfings. Who makes you a Hua family? You enjoy the wealth of the family. When the crisis comes, you have to pay. Yi Qingyu and Song Yang took the opportunity to acquire the pharmaceutical factory under Hua Qingfeng's name. The Lin family didn't get to the point of bankruptcy and liquidation though, and no criminal record was reported. But the partners of the Lin family have come down hard. The first step for the board of directors to take over the business is to sell the excellent projects of the Lin Group to their own group. The second step was to sell off the outstanding industries within the Lin Group to other families in Fenghai City. Also, as a real estate magnate, Yi Qingyu took over several shopping malls that originally belonged to the Lin Group, further improving the Yi Group's commercial real estate map. Long Lingdu took the opportunity to poach a number of hotels and restaurants under the Lin Group. In the third step, the money recovered is transferred away in various ways in the name of the directors, leaving an empty shell. In step 4, it wasn't enough for the upper echelon to eat, but they also let the middle management of LAM make a big deal out of it in the meantime. Signed a large amount of orders, owed money not to pay, rolled up the money to run away, and so on have appeared. It could be said that everyone in this wave had had their fill, and when Lin Jia and his parents woke up and were discharged from the hospital, what they would see would be the gutted Lin's group and endless debts. Song Yang's sentiment on this is that a company really cannot be the same time all the people have accidents. The Lin family, this is the example. No one to sit in the town after, out of the big things. Right. The destruction of the Lin family put Yi Qingyu in a good mood. This group of people who had been counting on themselves were finally all out of luck. While they were happy, Song Qingling visited Song Yang and Yi Qingyu at their door. Looking at the trio of Shin Luoluo, Long Ling, and Secretary Jean on the dining table in the villa, Song Qingling revealed a happy smile. After this meeting, Song Qingling asked them to go for a medical checkup together, a full medical examination. After determining that there was no problem with Song Yang and Yi Qingyu's bodies, Song Qingling decisively turned on the hypnosis mode. Brother, you're the only one in this generation of our family who can carry on the family line, so you need to hurry up and have a child. Foundations like my medicine industry, my elder brother's military, my second brother's education, my elder sister's politics, and your uncle's side of the medical, military, and business are all waiting to be inherited. Oh, and you'll have to pass on a child to your aunt and brother. How it works will come in time. It has to be such a process anyway. Song Yang's face darkened after hearing this. Looking at Yi Qingyu beside him, he said in dissatisfaction, "Is the old man using me as a seeding machine? And to top it off, he's treating my wife like a birthing machine, and that's not okay." Song Qingling didn't care about Song Yang staggering, and smiled gently. "Brother, the old master's position for you is to pass on the family name, and the rest of the family status spelling is handed over to me and Big Brother. Nowadays, the situation of our family is such that I am the family's female phase and my elder brother is the family's general. You are the head of the family in charge of passing on the family name." Song Qingling's eyes were filled with teasing. Song Yang is dissatisfied. There is no such paragraph in the original book either. Song Qingling looked at Yi Qingyu next to her and smiled. "I know that it may be hard for you to accept this situation, but understand that both the Song family and the Li family are both the original founding families of our daiming. The inheritance is very far, and the bloodline cannot be broken." The voice was soft, but it was filled with condescension. The Song and Li families are both descendants of founding fathers. It is proud to have been handed down for hundreds of years, through the vicissitudes of the Great Ming, and never made a wrong choice. Most famously, decades ago, their grandfather's generation, who volunteered to lead people to open up land for the imperial court, moved his family to the Great Northwest to reclaim oil. Yi Qingyu didn't mind Song Qingling's words. Glancing at the suffocating Song Yang, she faintly said, "Yes, I agree to give you the child to inherit your side of the family business." Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu in surprise. "I remember the blackened Yi Qingyu as the queen character. How will agree to such nonsensical conditions?" Yi Qingyu smiled. "Nonsensical? It's not inane. What's so unacceptable about your own child being born with a huge share of the family business to inherit? It would be really irresponsible to circle a bunch of kids around and let them fight over a share of the family fortune and get a smaller piece, wouldn't it?" After Yi Qingyu agreed, Song Qingling gave Song Yang and Yi Qingyu and the others a shot each. In the words of that celestial master on Longhu Mountain, "It is now the age of the end of Dharma, and cultivation is becoming less and less easy. So, it has to be practiced by the scientific method. The shot you were given was a top-notch drug, specialized to stimulate the body." During the night, Song Yang experienced the benefits of the stitch. Afterwards, Yi Qingyu looked at Song Yang tenderly. "Honey, you don't blame me." Song Yang shook his head. He was the one who enjoyed it, the one who had a vested interest, so of course he wasn't to blame. "It just doesn't feel like the plot is quite right." Yi Qingyu felt amused. "It's like that joke on the internet about allowing polygamy. If the court allows polygamy, Then your girlfriend would rather be some fresh meat's 108th concubine than look at you. That's the reality. Song Yang's children will inherit a huge inheritance when they are born. Song Yang is handsome, strong, and capable, and has a deep family background, so why not marry him? Song Yang's good days had just been refreshing for a few days when Secretary Jean brought a message. An old man came to the Dragon King's palace, a former divine doctor called Gale. He cured Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jie's family in one shot. Master Hua and Father Hua and Mother Hua are involved in too many things to be worth saving. It would be better to die rather than live and suffer. Old man Gale's arrival had caused Feng Hai City to change once again. Some low-profile medium-sized clans had struck out, launching attacks on those who had appropriated the Lin family's property. Both the Yi Group and Dragon Spirits Industries were also hit. On Song Yang's side was Yi Qingyu as the main response. After a few encounters, Old Man Gale helped Hua Chengfeng and Lin Jie get back a lot of their industries. Immediately after that, Old Man Gale took out the proof of the establishment of the Dragon King's Hall permitted by the Imperial Court and invited the clans of Feng Hai City to attend the opening ceremony. Villa. After Song Yang received the invitation, he couldn't help but laugh. The Dragon King Hall is going from underground to above ground. I just don't know what kind of might they'll bring out this time. Yi Qingyu's eyes were grim as he said in a deep voice, "Who knows?" Secretary Jean, who had returned from outside, put down a document and said, "It's been found out. Those medium family businesses that charged for Old Man Gale had all been favored by Gale at one time or another." Song Yang looked in a trance for a moment. Come to think of it, the biggest card of the Dragon King's palace is this. These old things used to harm people, save people, and give grace a dragon. So many people owe them favors. At the opening ceremony of the temple this time, the probability is that a group of clans will support the Dragon King's palace, and from now on, there will be pressure to go against Hua Chengfeng again. Chapter 26, Young Men Don't Speak of Martial Virtue. Yi Qingyu was in a trance. So it was like this. That would be nice. Secretary Jean said in a deep voice from the side. Old Man Gale's medical skills are truly unbelievable. This ability to save lives has made him the guest of many families. A group of people are surrounding him and hugging each other for warmth. Knowing what this life-saving ability means, everyone's face was gloomy, and the atmosphere was a bit tense for a while. Being rich and powerful, they understand too well what energy this ability represents. To put it in the simplest terms, there are foreign groups that join forces to spend huge sums of money each year on researching longevity. The effect is also very obvious. Some rich people who should have died in their 70s or 80s live to be more than 100 years old by a shot of $1 million of life-extending potion. Oh, Song Qingling had also said that the potion given to them was a reduced version of the life extension potion, the main function of which was to replenish the substances needed in the body and radically prolong life. Because according to medical research, a person's life expectancy should be between 100 and 150, but it can be shortened due to illness, diet, and various other reasons. The injection that Song Qingling had given was to make up for the deficit and try to keep them alive longer. Therefore, the rich and powerful who are afraid of death value the life-saving ability of Old Man Gale. Headache. Really cannot imagine. The Dragon King Palace is so played down. Hit the small out of the old. Should we get a dump truck to send Old Man Gale away? Yi Qingyu listened to Song Yang's heart and laughed in her heart. But one has to admit, it's really a good one. With the idea of growing in knowledge, Song Yang and the others attended the opening ceremony of the Dragon King's Hall together. The opening ceremony of the hall was very simple. That is, Old Man Gale announced Hua Chengfeng's identity as the Dragon King in public, hoping that the patriarchs of the big and small clans who came to the banquet would give Hua Chengfeng a chance. As for the news about Hua Chengfeng's with Lin Huiyin, no one cared. After all, it's normal for powerful people to get laid. But, looking at Zhao Shuang, who had disappeared for a long time and appeared behind Hua Chengfeng, Yi Qingyu's eyes instantly sank. I didn't realize I had a traitor on my side. Secretary Jin's face was not good either. She herself was an undercover agent, well versed in all kinds of sophisticated intelligence. But Zhao Shuang, however, really didn't know. On the stage, Hua Chengfeng spoke vociferously about the next strategy of the Dragon King Palace. One sentence says that the Dragon King's Hall is the religion of the Great Ming and is supposed to preach the world for the Great Ming, and that it will go overseas next. Immediately after that, he began to talk about the next goals of the Dragon King's Palace, especially the benefits of joining the Dragon King's Palace. The Dragon King's Palace is about a cooperative model, with the Dragon King Hua Chengfeng leading a professional team responsible for researching new products, and the family underneath responsible for production and marketing. The last focuses on the zero tolerance for traitors in the Dragon's Palace. Speaking of this, Hua Chengfeng was gritting his teeth. Who would have thought that Yi Yun had rolled up all the money that Hua Chengfeng had invested in the Peace of Mind health pill project? The Long family, Lin family, and Hua family, the three families jointly invested more than $3 billion, plus the money swept up by the professional team during this period of time, a total of more than $4 billion. all of which were taken away by Yi Yun. The one who cooperated with Yi Yun's actions was Linglong. Song Yang was stunned when he heard about it, completely unable to understand the reason for the betrayal of the two of them. In the original book, these two were Hua Chengfeng's loyal little brothers, or Yi Qingyu was sentenced to understand the reason. Hua Chengfeng is too waste. Many people in the Dragon King Palace are not convinced of him. To see his bad luck, of course, he withdrew. Hua Chengfeng was speaking at length on the stage, while Song Yang and a few others chatted under the stage. Just, Mr. Yi, Mr. Song, Elder Lai invites you to talk at the back. Zhao Shuang interrupted the elegance of Song Yang and the others. Secretary Jean pushed his glasses and said mockingly, Zhao Shuang, I can't believe that you're actually someone from the Dragon King's palace. Zhao Shuang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, each to his own. Yi Qingyu did not say anything more and let Zhao Shuang lead the way. Inside the lounge, Song Yang's group met the crane-haired Gale, in a tang suit, with white hair casually draped behind his head. The immortal old man Gale sat on the sofa and greeted Song Yang and the others with a smile. There were also two spirits stuck in an ice tray on the table. Song Yang and the others were too embarrassed to directly dislike Gale Carrot, and could only respond with the same politeness. After they were all seated, old man Gale didn't dilly-dally and said bluntly, there's nothing I'm inviting you here for, it's just a declaration of war. These words caused Song Yang and the others to be staggered for a moment. Worthy of the old generation of Jianghu characters, is enough hot-blooded, false or not with engage. Yi Qingyu ignored Song Yang's tirade and faced the Gale straight on, saying in a deep voice, it's because of the Dragon Chi? Gale wasn't surprised and nodded his head, saying slowly, the competition for Dragon Chi is brutal, and the only way to dissipate it is through death, so it's deathless between you and Feng. Song Yang frowned, then why are you telling us? It's never good for the old guy to come right out and say it. Gale laughed and said unconcernedly, of course I'm telling you who your opponent is, so that you don't even know who killed him. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu several people laughed. Old man Gale's blandly smiling face was now naked arrogance in the eyes of the Song Yangs, looking down on them. Before, Feng was arrogant and gave you guys a bit of a break before the Yi clan one allowed you guys to win a round. And the Hua Ling one was also because Feng was overly proud and allowed you guys to take advantage of it. Next, old man, I will personally maneuver for Feng, so that you can see the full power of the Dragon King's palace. Incidentally, mud trucks live and let live, and so do we. Old man Gale's eyes were filled with mockery. Song Yang wanted to get up and give him a big mouthful. If it wasn't for the fear of you guys touching the porcelain, I would have smashed the bottle on your head. You're kidding, old man. We honored the old before we came. Yi Qingyu spat out cold expletives with her fiery red lips. Old man Gale looked at her incredulously. Song Yang was a bit used to it. After all, Yi Qingyu had already cursed when he was at Ye's house. Next to Feng Qiuyu, Shen Luoluo, Secretary Jean, and Dragon Spirit, the four women too were looking at Yi Qingyu incredulously. They saw Yi Qingyu cursing for the first time, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This trip was worth it. Originally they just came out with Song Yang to watch the Dragon King Palace act like a pussy, but they didn't expect to see Yi Qingyu explode. Old man Gale was about to continue, when he saw Yi Qingyu copy the bottle on the table and throw it next to old man Gale's head. The broken glass ballast and wine spoiled old man Gale's crane-haired, cloudy and clear temperament. Zhao Shuang, who was about to rush up, was copied by Secretary Jean, who grabbed another bottle of wine on the table and buckled it directly on his head, and before he could react, he was kicked off by Long Ling. Secretary Jean stepped forward, pointed the bottle in her hand at Zhao Shuang's neck, and said indifferently, don't move, is this my girl? So damn handsome. Yi Qingyu wiped her hands with the paper towel that Shen Luoluo handed to her, her cold face bringing up a mocking smile. And the dirt bike Yuhua threatened me? Believe it or not, whenever I have an accident, you're the first suspect. Old man Gale glared at her angrily. A mere woman dared to threaten him? Oh yeah? Lolo. Shen Luoluo silently took out a tape recorder from the bag. It is the conversation just now. There is that one sentence in it. Gale old man's he will also be a mud truck Juha. Staying frozen for a moment, old man Gale couldn't help but crack. Young people don't speak of martial virtues. Chapter 27, Spitefulness. Old man Gale didn't expect Yi Qingyu to be so shameless as to record. With this recording, as long as something happened to Yi Qingyu, the first thing that would be suspected was him. Gale. Yi Qingyu didn't care about Gale and took Song Yang and the others to leave directly. The banquet in the hall also happened to be over at this time. Song Yang and his group brushed past Hua Chengfeng, paying no attention to anyone. Hua Chengfeng came to old man Gale's lounge alone. As soon as he entered, Hua Chengfeng was greeted with a sweet master. Old man Gale's originally stiffened expression got a lot better. Looking at the mess all over the place, Hua Chengfeng frowned and said in dissatisfaction, Master, do they still dare to be rampant when they see you? With a disdainful sneer, old man Gale's eyes were fierce as he said, just a few unseen brats. Ah Feng, Tomorrow accompany Master on a trip around Fonghai City. Master will show you the true depths of our Dragon King Palace. A joy flashed in Hua Qingfeng's eyes. Song Yang and the others started their own work once they returned to the villa. As a bully, everyone is busy and has a lot to deal with. Like Yi Qingyu, she came back and started dealing with Yi Group's charity program. There are many charitable real estate projects under the Yips Group. For example, the agricultural area next to Fonghai City, where there are shrimp farming bases, fish farming bases, etc., that Yi Qingyu has invested in these 2 years. On top of that, there are supporting private schools, which are free for the children of employees under the Yi Group, and only outside students need to pay tuition. However, because the stores around the school were also owned by Yi Qingyu, they had been able to break even. This was one of the reasons why Yi Qingyu could be selected as one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fonghai City. Provide jobs to the people, give the people's children to solve the problem of schooling. This in the Ming, it is called a serious Confucian businessman, very worthy of respect. One of the tasks Yi Qingyu dealt with nowadays was whether or not to open a school specializing in disciplining dilettantes. Honey, do you think I should open this school? Many of the workers under our banner say they have some no good kids in their families and want us to help train them. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and spat incredulously. Are those parents crazy? They're not afraid of meeting the thunder and lightning Dharma King. Yi Qingyu felt that Song Yang had told a good joke and snorted a laugh. People have trust in me. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. Song Yang thought about it and said seriously, open it, train those dilettantes and send them to work in factories. It's best to organize some blind dates and let them get married. As the saying goes, to start a family, they should all be honest by then. Yi Qingyu nodded her head in a good way. Song Yang looked at Shin Luoluo and realized that she was personally reviewing the manuscript. This girl has actually started a Dragon King skit, and the brainchild is completely in line with the hoi polloi. Shin Luoluo spit out the brainstorm she came up with, and then the author underneath frantically coded, then furiously pushed it on the website, and finally lined it up as a skit. In just a few days, under Shin Luoluo's large amount of money, the Dragon King novel had already begun to take the entire internet by storm. That kind of extremely implausible brainstorming is really appealing. Especially the flunky, young woman, male lead fool returns variety. What made Shin Lolo torn was that she was contacted by someone from abroad who wanted to introduce the Dragon King skit. Song Yang decisively agreed. Dragon King skits were sold out abroad before he crossed over. And this type of earthy high literature and skits are really appealing to foreign boys. Mostly, it's a shocking triple whammy. Dragon Spirit is in the hotel chain business, which was given to her by her mother. With the idea of raining on the parade, Song Yang also wanted to give advice to Long Ling. As it turned out, there were no suggestions to be made, and Longbringer's hotel chain business is doing very well, complete from high-end to low-end to franchise chains. Most of all, because of the early start, Long Ling her mother and willing to spend money. Each city's directly managed stores have occupied a favorable position. Like Fonghai City, Long Ling family has a hotel open next to the stadium. 200 rooms. The average price of each room has not been less than $600. The annual turnover of more than 30 million. Pure profit up to more than 15 million. Very profitable. Dragon Spirit is now doing businesses mainly to compress costs, open up the market, but not the hotel market, is supporting the surrounding, such as bed sheets and covers, pillows and so on. One of the tasks that Long Ling's mother had given to Long Ling was to start a factory here in Fonghai City. Thanks to Song Yang, Long Ling and Yi Qingyu carried out a partial reorganization of their industries. Yi Qingyu put up the land, Long Ling put up the factory technology, recruited workers from the rural areas around Fonghai City, and finally further improved the charity industry. You could say multiple wins. Song Yang, who had no way to give advice, talked to Long Ling about the training for the chain of hot pot restaurants she had opened. Song Yang took the business philosophy of Heidileo in his previous life and used it to pretend. After all, Heidileo is really successful. Listed in the investors' circle a large sum of money. At the same time, Song Yang also talked about the operation of some chain brands of grilled fish restaurants and ground pot chicken restaurants that he had seen in his previous life. Song Yang had seen how lucrative those restaurant chains were in his previous life. Some grilled fish restaurant, more than 200 square feet, more than 60 tables, more than 20 employees, the hot time a day sales of more than 100,000, basically every month in the million sales, profit margins up to 40%. It can be said to be very top. The four aspects of clothing, food, housing and transportation were very worthwhile investments in Song Yang's eyes. Long Ling thought about it and said that if the hot pot restaurant was a success, she would invest in something else. After all, her mother's industry was mainly in the service industry sector. Immediately after that, Song Yang talked to Long Ling about the chip expert. Dragon Spirit stated that she really didn't know about this one. She can't relate. This made Song Yang a bit lost, and he could only think of ways to dig up some talents abroad first. Song Yang really wants to make the chip specialty bigger and stronger. Do you want me to go back to the tutor? In desperation, Song Yang thought of his predecessor's mentor. Sometimes, it's still necessary to use the power of the school valves a bit. It is the academic valve that is the gateway to the horror of the new era, the monopoly of knowledge, the monopoly of technology, and the monopoly of talent, which is a three-pronged approach that is almost always a money grab, or the playful robbing kind. The next day, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu and the others parted ways. Yi Qingyu and Long Ling, Secretary Jean went to a meeting at Yes Group to discuss about building a factory. Shen Lolo went to his old mom. Feng Qiuyu, on the other hand, followed Song Yang to Fenghai University to find Song Yang's mentor, a famous professor of materials science. And Old Man Gale led Hua Chengfeng to the countryside outside of Fenghai City. Rejecting the limousine transportation, Old Man Gale changed into a rough linen suit and made Hua Chengfeng change into a medicine boy's clothes. The master and disciple were like traveling barefoot doctors. Hua Chengfeng was puzzled by this kind of behavior of not suffering hard. Although he didn't have much money right now, his industry was still taken away by Yi Qingyu and the others, and his assets were still swept away by Yi Yun and Linglong, but he still had a female-licking dog Yin Yanshu in existence. The other side still has quite a few industries. Assets in. Gale hammered at Hua Chengfeng. Feng, have you ever thought about the reason for your successive bad luck? Hua Chengfeng grimaced for a moment and said with dissatisfaction, because those people are too inconsiderate, obviously having received favors from your old man in the past, but as a result, they still don't support me. It's simply a moral degeneration, especially Yi Yun and Linglong. They don't have any loyalty at all. Chapter 28, Holding a Favor Against Me. Hua Qingfeng's resentment could be said to have risen to the sky. He was truly angry. Linglong and Yi Yun had hit him too hard, paying lip service to loyalty, and then he lays down one foot and the next these two donate and run off to the black neighborhoods. Oh, it doesn't have to be called divisive. It has to be called listening to the tone. Glancing at the indignant Hua Chengfeng, Old Man Gale slowly said, this is only one of the reasons. More because you've got the wrong guy. Hua Chengfeng frowned. What did he mean? Negative hearts are mostly readers, and righteousness is always a matter of slaughtering dogs. Feng, in fact, when you are looking for a subordinate, you can't just look for readers like Yi Yun and Linglong, but you should look for more rural stingy men. Hua Chengfeng was thoughtful. Old Man Gale continued, those medium plans under the current banner, they all have interests in us, and once we die, they will immediately vanish in smoke, and will not avenge us at all. But if it is the people we have favored, they are likely to avenge us. Next, Master will show you the true underbelly of our cards among the people. Hua Chengfeng still understood what Old Man Gale meant. When establishing your power, try to find pure and simple people. Guijia Village, Fenghai City under a large village of more than 5,000 people. A whole village, more than 4,500 people are surnamed Gua. Ancestor is an ancestor. This village was in the past a representative of the local clan. And, of course, a representative of poverty. The only advantage is that because Fenghai City is by the sea, Guijia Village is also by the sea and can fish for a living. But since they are all related, no one wants to see who gets rich first. However, this situation improved 15 years ago. At that time, Yi Qingyu's mother was in charge of the Yi Group, and at that time was not optimistic about the residential, early layout of the commercial real estate, and invested in a large area of land in Guijia Village. The introduction of some technology, aquaculture, the local area is gradually affluent. Later, with Father Yi in power, the industries here were gradually marginalized, and things got bad again in Guijia Village. 2.5 years ago, after Yi Qingyu took power, in order to proclaim a good name, the first thing he did was to make a layout here. Private schools were built to send all the children of Ye's aquaculture workers. It also built a medical and healthcare nursing home nearby. Together with the subsidiary industries of these, it can be said that the economy and living environment of Guijia Village have been greatly improved, especially with Yi Qingyu increased investment in aquaculture. Guijia Village's economy is better. Every family is rich, have achieved an annual income of more than 300,000 yuan. However, after Hua Chengfeng appeared, the clan elders of the Gua family village sighed with sighs of relief. Guo Wu, the nominal patriarch of the Gua family village, who was already 75 this year, stood in the ancestral shrine, a memory flashing through his eyes. It was about 30 years ago, when the city of Fenghai was just beginning to develop. Something big has happened in Guijia Village. A plague has descended so silently that it can be said that every household hangs a white flag. The city sent a lot of people over, but they couldn't cure it. It was a middle-aged man who finally stepped in to save them. The middle-aged man named Gale saved their Guijia village, and did not charge any clinic money, just let them promise a thing, that is, when there are young people out in the future, to support a hand. For Guo Wu, this is a must. People saved their lives, it's only right to help. But, Why does it have to be against the Yi family? Struggle flashed in Guo Wu's cloudy eyes. The man is old and smart, and as the patriarch of the Guo family village and part-time village secretary, he is still a bit of a network in the city of Fenghai. At the very least, his family contracted the transportation of Ye's aquatic business. A while ago his son even sold a dump truck to a manager of the Yi group. Ha 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 ha. Old brother Guo. Old brother, I've come to see you. When Guo Wu was torn, a bright laugh came. Turning his head and looking at Gale who entered the door, Guo Wu still recognized him at once. The benefactor who had once saved Guijia village. Big brother Gale, haven't seen you for many years. You're still in good health. Go with me to my house for a drink. Guo Wu greeted Gale with a smile. Gale smiled at the small child who was leading the way and said, "Little friend, let me say that I know your family head." The small child leading the way cocked his head, called out to Grandpa Five, and scuffed away. Guo Wu smiled and didn't say anything more, just leading Gale and Hua Chengfeng towards his house. Along the way, the villagers within Guojia village greeted Guo Wu warmly when they saw him. Hua Chengfeng looked at the scene in surprise. Gale explains to him that this is a family-run village. Passing through a small square along the way, some old men and women were physically shaken at the sight of Gale and came up to greet him and to invite Gale to their homes for dinner. Gale waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He was just bringing his family's offspring here to skulk around and to come for a clinic. After all, that plague back then caused a great deal of impact, and as a medical sage, I deserve to study it to see if there is any possibility of a recurrence. The old men and women said that Gale was really a good man, worthy of being a doctor with a kind heart. Gale's arrival was warmly welcomed. Guo Wu's younger brother Guizhou even greeted his eldest son, who is the manager of Yi Group, back to accompany Gale to have a drink and catch up with old times. When the drink was in full swing, several old men in their 90s from Guijia village who were already in nursing homes came over to pay their respects to Gale. Hua Chengfeng watched the 90 old men of Guijia village kowtowing to Gale and thanking him for the scene, and couldn't help but feel that it was still the rural people who were simple and honest. This favor was remembered for decades, and he would be sure to travel more to the countryside in the future as well. So, during the banquet, Hua Chengfeng began to brag that he was also one of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs in Fenghai City. The only reason they haven't done it yet is that there are some bad guys holding them back. At night, Guo Wu and Guizhou and the others invited Gale and Hua Chengfeng to stay and directly cleaned out a separate courtyard for them. Also at night, in Guo Wu's home, the group of Guijia village elders who had accompanied Gale for a drink, including several 90-something-year-olds, were sitting around. Gui Jianjun, elder Guizhou's oldest son, sat to the side after pouring a glass of water for one person. Don't look at him as a powerful manager outside, but in the clan, he still has to sit at the back table for meals. Guo Wu and the others each lit a pot of dry tobacco. When the cigarette was almost finished, Guizhou spoke up. "Fifth brother, what's the choice? Look at that Hua Chengfeng at the wine table. Yi is the bad guy. What they mean by coming here looks like they want us to return the favor from back then." Chapter 29, Good technology is only popularized. Guizhou Shi's face was filled with depression. Old man Gale or the Yi clan, they had all been kind to their Guo family village. If it wasn't for old man Gale, they might have died back then. If it wasn't for Yi, they'd still be poor. At the very least, Guojia village couldn't do what it does today, where one person in every household has a job. After Guo Fifth Master exhaled a mouthful of smoke, he tapped on the cigarette stick and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Hua Qingfeng's kids company was acquired quite a bit by Yi." Gui Jianjun, who was serving these old men on the side, nodded his head. Yes, Hua Qingfeng's Huayang technology was acquired, and Yi Yun and Linglong of the Dragon King Palace also rolled away a large amount of his property to go abroad. An old man in his 90s slowly spoke. Back then, Guo Kuei came back to bring our entire village to sell sugar because of his own family, which is good to use and won't sell out easily. The probability is that Gale's purpose in coming here is to try to fix up some trustworthy, plain men for Hua Chengfeng. Guo Fifth Master took a drag on his cigarette and continued thoughtfully. Second Master, I understand what you mean. We can leave it alone and let our descendants make their own decisions. But Yi supported our lives, the jobs we have now, the schools our children go to, they're all yes. The Second Master sighed. That was the hardest part. Wei Jianjun's face changed as he spoke. Elders, this morning, General Yi had a meeting and said that he wanted to cooperate with a hotel group in the capital and build a factory here in our area, specializing in pillows and quilts. It is said that this is the first project, and after that there will be a succession of furniture factories to be built. There's also talk of building a training school to clean up the dilettantes. As you all know, that incident with Guo Kuei back in the day gave us quite a few dilettantes in our village, and now they're still staying at home. The faces of the second prince and the other old men changed instantly. That's the interest. He built a factory here and gave them a yearly dividend. This dividend is enough to make families lie down and get paid. They also prioritize recruiting in their area. plus free education, which they take advantage of in particular. This is the reason why Guojia village is still able to maintain its unity in the form of a clan. Because the clan has money, their villagers don't have to go out to work. Even they, the patriarchs, had a say in the dozen or so villages next door because they had a portion of the Yi factory's recruiting rights. They're dozens of years old and they're still respected. All thanks to Yi. Yi open another factory here and they'll still be able to expand that right. After all, back then Yi said they wanted a group of long-lasting partners. So, Master Guowu's face appeared a scowl in the light. Jianjun, tell uncle if it's possible for Yi to build a factory. Wei Jianjun smiled smugly. Uncle, grandfathers, Mr. Xiao Yi and Mr. Song, when have they ever lied to us? Guo Fifth Master had a decision in his mind, exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said quietly, Yi can't fall. The second great master took a tobacco stick and knocked on the ground, said in a deep voice, I think that year that plague came and went suddenly, just like someone calculated. Wei Josie heatedly laughed, poor metal, where is the take the money dashing cool? And now technology is so advanced. What disease cannot be cured? Wei Jianjun interjected, only the poor can't be cured. These old men of Guijia village dispersed, each going back to his own home. Early the next morning, Master Guowu brought his family to the door to greet Old Man Gale. Old man, we've set up a booth for you in the little square. What medicines do you need? We'll go get them for you. Guijia village greeted Old Man Gale and Hua Changfeng with fervor. Wei Jianjun also greeted his eldest daughter back, a diminutive aquaculture expert. Hua Changfeng's eyes went green when he saw it, but with Old Man Gale suppressing it, he didn't say much. The old men and women of the village publicized to the young people how good and amazing the Chinese medicine represented by Old Man Gale and Hua Changfeng really is. But for a while, Old Man Gale and Hua Changfeng were also in the limelight. After hearing that Gale had come, some of the clan elders of the neighboring big family names also came over, led by their children at home, to see Gale catch up on old times, and get cured. It had to be said that Hua Changfeng's medical skills were strong, and once he touched his pulse, he knew how the other person's body was. For a while Hua Changfeng became famous here. It even drew a lot of people from Fenghai City over. Song Yang was looking at the decoration of her hot pot restaurant store with Long Ling when he got the news. It also gives a name that is still salvageable. Yi Qingyu made a special call to Song Yang, telling him not to care about Hua Changfeng and Gale, and even more so, not to intervene, because Secretary Jean had passed on the words of the brocade guards. Song Qingling also gave Song Yang a call and told him not to meddle in this cure indiscriminately. With the arrangement of his sister after his wife, Song Yang also gave up, so much so that Hua Changfeng and Old Man Gale cured the disease for 2 months in a row there in Guojia village, and their reputation completely resounded through Fenghai City, and many people were cured by the two of them of their difficult illnesses. The miraculous ability of Chinese medicine made countless people envious, and many physicians and experts, as well as Chinese medicine practitioners, arrived in droves, wanting to learn from Gale and Hua Changfeng, but Old Man Gale refused them one by one, with an expression that my close disciple is Hua Changfeng, and I no longer accept disciples. This behavior has caused many doctors to sigh, especially the herbalists. The inheritance of Chinese medicine is too heterogeneous and disorganized, and in the past, most of them were handed down by families in such a way that the absence of good sons and daughters in a certain generation would lead to the loss of medical skills in that lineage. Occasionally, a TCM practitioner who has taken on an apprentice will also appear to be keeping his hand in the game. This, coupled with the fact that many TCM practitioners died accidentally before they could pass on their skills during the years of war and turmoil, has made it difficult for TCM practitioners to pass on their skills nowadays. The Chinese medicine practitioners who came to study an apprentice found that Old Man Gale's skills were truly awesome and his methods were varied. The Dragon King's palace had also been honest during this period, only developing several new medicines and selling them on a large scale. By the time the first snow fell, the city of Fenghai was already on fire online. The title of the House of Traditional Chinese Medicine was struck. Hua Changfeng cured the sick and saved lives, and the name of the miracle doctor resounded throughout the Ming dynasty. Even the King Ning of the capital came here for treatment. After recovering from his illness, King Ning asked again and again if it was true that he would not take on any disciples, even if it's Hua Changfeng taking on an apprentice. Old Man Gale politely declined, not accepting disciples. We, the Dragon King Hall, are more focused on our own legacy. King Ning sighed and left Guijia village. King Ning didn't leave Fenghai at the first opportunity, but stayed behind, even came to Song Yang's house for dinner. The white-haired King Ning sighed at the dinner table. Xiao Yang, when you say that a person who cures the sick and saves people is using his strength to break the sky, how many people can he save? Song Yang smiled slightly, maybe in the eyes of a doctor. The weighting of life is different, like saving your life can affect a lot of trends. King Ning smiled, his eyes deep, and said, but for the Zhu family, one divine doctor is useless. The only way to be useful is to have more divine doctors. Technology, after all, is best when it's popularized. There are many diseases that we can cure even without this amazing Chinese medicine. But why is there no publicized method? Because ordinary people can't afford to spend that kind of money. After drinking and eating, King Ning left. When Song Yang sent off King Ning and returned to the villa, he only saw Yi Qingyu hanging up a phone call. With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu did not open her mouth, and Secretary Jean beside her slowly said, "Do you know Guokue?" Song Yang nodded. Of course he knew. A white sugar giant village secretary who needed to send out thousands of people to eliminate. What's interesting about this man, though, is that his white sugar, he's been dumping it overseas. A viciousness flashed in Secretary Jin's eyes. He was released from prison because of his good behavior, plus the amnesty granted to the crown prince for his marriage a while ago. Chapter 30, Death. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Feng Hai Prison. Guokue stood at the gate with a confused look on his face. He, a lifer, was thus amnestied. Boom. The SUV known as the Land Cruiser stopped in front of Guokue. The car window rolled down and Gui Jianjun warmly greeted Guokue. Uncle Kue. It's been a long time. Get in the car. I'll pick you up. Guokue recognized Gui Jianjun, the eldest son of the Laojiu family. The SUV first drove to the largest bathing center in Fenghai City. Bathing, rubbing, soaking, massage healthcare, a set of walk down. Guokue almost did not die of pleasure. Then Gui Jianjun brought Guokue to the box on the top floor. Guokue looked at Gui Jianjun, who was pouring wine for himself and chucking in vegetables, and said in a deep voice, "Jianjun, after having a good time, it's time to say some real words." Gui Jianjun did not say much, but once again gave Guokue a dish and smiled. "Uncle Kue, try this dragon and phoenix." The chef who made the dish didn't retire before he was specialized in cooking for the cabinet. After he retired, he went to Prince Ning's house to retire. Xiaoyi always has a few friendships with Song Yang and Prince Ning, plus he admires you. So he asked to come and cook a meal for you. And this wine, 100 years old, special for the palace, also invited by General Manager Xiao Yi and General Manager Song. After hearing this, Guokue looked at this table of extremely sumptuous, aesthetically pleasing dishes. His complexion drifted for a moment, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a bitter smile. This still doesn't want me to live. Gui Jianjun shook his head, pulled out his cell phone, and put it in front of Guokue. Guokue looked at the picture of the contract on his smartphone with a confused look on his face. "Uncle Kue, this is your family's dividend contract. My brother-in-law with your oldest grandson lived on this before. It's not much per year. Your family gets $500,000. Guokue nodded. Gui Jianjun's hand slipped, and what appeared was a video. Above are factories under construction, aquaculture sites, and beautiful schools. Master Kue, this is our current Guijia village. Guokue nodded. Gui Jianjun's hand slipped again. And there was the next video. What emerges is a video of a small two-story building and a middle-aged woman who looks ordinary, but whom Guokue recognizes, cooking at home and taking care of her 4 children. Master Ka, this is the brother-in-law and your 2 grandsons and granddaughters. Master Kwai, sister-in-law is a capable and good woman. Ah, for so many years, relying on a little help from the village, little by little, brought up 4 children. Your eldest grandson and granddaughter were even better educated. And now one is working as a technical supervisor at an aquaculture base under the Yi Group, and the other is working at a chip research institute under the name of Mr. Ye's husband, Mr. Song. The 2 slightly younger grandchildren are also in college, one studying art and the other a doctor, and both will be successful in the future as well. Guokue's eyes flickered and he sighed deeply before picking up the 100-year-old wine and taking a sip. Jianjun, thank you so much. Gui Jianjun hemmed and hawed, his hand continuing to slide. Another share contract. This is the contract for outsourcing the fleet of Ye's aquaculture base. It's the sister-in-law's. She pulls a fleet of vehicles all by herself. It's very bullish. Guokue took a closer look at it, and it said that Yi Group had promised to give his daughter-in-law's fleet of cars $5 million a year in net profit amount. It's not a lot of money, but it puts Guokue's mind at ease. He couldn't afford to give a few $100 million for this. Putting away his cell phone, Gui Jianjun picked up his wine glass and said seriously, "Uncle Kue, the second great master and the others added your name back to the family tree, and my great-nephew is now the head of a house in our Gua family. Uncle Kue, I'm sorry for the sake of Guijia village." Guokue smiled sagely. Good food, good wine, and a couple of beauties would be even better. Gui Jianjun smiled and took out a room card to Guokue. "Kagan, it's ready for you, proper bonobo, Guijia village." In order to thank Old Man Gale and Hua Chengfeng, Gua fifth master specially gave them a whole separate large courtyard. And those who served them were all from the Gua family village. Just as Hua Chengfeng and Old Man Gale arrived at their residence after a busy day, there were people serving sumptuous delicacies. After everyone had left, looking at the mundane food, Hua Chengfeng said with dissatisfaction. Master, when are the two of us going back? Hua Chengfeng had already had enough of this daily smiley face saving routine. After he learns the skill, he wants to think of a life where a group of powerful people cry for his cure and dedicate the beauty and wealth of their family to him in order to cure them and live. Instead of smiling here, this is too much. Old man Gale ate his mouthful of food, slowly, smilingly said, Ah Feng ah, you have a great talent. Everywhere is good. The only bad thing is too anxious. Don't you see that in the past few months, you've become famous and your connections have spread all over the Great Ming? What are you missing now? It's just a chance to take off. Gale was truly satisfied with Hua Chengfeng. He had passed on disciples before, but they all failed. Those people were too useless to learn. And Hua Chengfeng could learn everything. Medical arts, Taoist secret arts, martial arts, and mental arts. So it could be said that he had inherited them very perfectly from the old men. Hua Chengfeng was dissatisfied. Master, but where is this opportunity to take off? Can I wait just here? The bottom line is why you won't allow me to touch a woman. Hua Chengfeng wanted a woman, but old man Gale wouldn't let him touch her. Hearing the word woman, old man Gale couldn't help but grunt angrily. Woman, can you think less of women? Have you forgotten about Echo Lin? It was because of her that you were almost killed by Hualing. Gale was terrified just thinking about it. Hua Chengfeng was dissatisfied and said that it was just an accident. The duo in the heated discussion didn't realize that a crowd had gathered not far from the courtyard where they lived. Hua Fifth Master and Second Master and other older Guijia village clan elders were sitting at one intersection after another, followed by a number of young men with sticks. Thanks to several consecutive days of heavy snowfall, loaders have a reason to shovel when they hit the road. With a wave of Guo Wu's hand, the two loaders shoveled directly toward Old Man Gale and Hua Qingfeng's house. I wanted to settle you guys a long time ago, but, Mr. Yi said you still have value, so that's why I stayed. I don't know why, but the Prince of Ning won't even protect you, so you'd better see each other again. Inside the house, Hua Chengfeng and Old Man Gale were startled by the sudden vibration and ran straight out. The large loader on fire chased the duo, and with the house collapsing, Hua Chengfeng shouldered Old Man Gale and ran. At night, with heavy snow drifting in the sky, Hua Chengfeng stood in the snow breathing heavily, and Old Man Gale sat on the ground with terror in his eyes. The loader just bulldozed the entire house. A situation that is unheard of. Kill them both. For the duo to be able to run out of this matter, Hua Fifth Master had already expected it, and the heavily armed Green and Strong directly rushed up, watching the people who usually begged them for treatment rushing up with controlled knives. Hua Qingfeng's eyes were red. Give me death. A fireball coalesced from Hua Qingfeng's hand and was just about to be sent out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hua Chengfeng covered his chest and looked incredulously at the man with the crossbow not far away. Why would such a weapon be available? Master Guo Wu sneered. Who's playing melee with you? It's natural to get something that will mitigate casualties when you have people at the top. As Hua Chengfeng froze, the people surrounding behind him similarly raised their crossbows. Hua Chengfeng, Old Man Gale, dead. Chapter 31, Aftermath. Early in the morning, along with the rising of daylight, the news of Hua Chengfeng and Old Man Gale's death hit the news. The nation was shocked. Everyone was terrified. Why did they die? This is a great guy who has saved a lot of lives. That's hundreds and thousands of lives they've saved in the last few months. Countless people petitioned for a thorough investigation. King Ning, who is still in Fenghai City, immediately held a meeting, and the local governor was removed from his post due to law and order issues, and was immediately transferred to the cabinet in the capital to wait for his release. King Ning ruthlessly remembered the regret of Gale and Hua Qingfeng's deaths in front of his eyebrows, and then proclaimed that a three-tiered joint investigation team of the Jinui, the Imperial Guards, and the police had been formed. The people in charge of the investigation are nationally known for their excellence. With these talented investigators, the case was cleared on the third day of Hua Qingfeng's death. It was done by the once great devil Guo Kuei. Guo Kuei attempted to escape after committing the case and was directly detained by the Jinui. To show the hearts and minds of the people, Guo Kuei's interrogation was conducted live. Guo Kuei tells the reason for killing the duo, which is very simple. Guo Kuei found out that the plague in Guo's village back then was poisoned by Gale. Guo Kuei's parents and several brothers died in that plague. In front of the live camera, Guo Kuei hissed in pain. The others in Guijia village are not people they want Gale and Hua Chengfeng to be cured, so they hide it and don't report it. I can only go on alone. The revenge of killing my father can't be unreported Guo Kuei's voice was filled with sadness. Guo Kuei then tells the public about all the evidence he investigated when he was the head of Guo's village. The act, which implicated a shocking case from decades ago, sent the nation into an uproar. What I thought was a case of the death of a divine doctor turned out to be the devil. King Ning immediately stated in public that the deaths of Gale and Hua Chengfeng were heartbreaking, but as the king of Daming and an official of the imperial court, He had the responsibility to protect each and every one of the people and to investigate each and every case, and immediately ordered that the case of the plague investigation of that year be initiated. Coincidentally, at this time, the pharmaceutical research base presided over by Song Qingling dug up a past experimental base during its expansion, in which a large number of corpses were found, and after DNA matching, they were villagers from Fengjia Village, Guojia Village, and Jiajia Village in Fenghai City. Immediately afterward, a patriarch came forward to tell of past cases of missing persons, and people could not bring themselves to cry. Under the layers of searches by the brocade guards, it was soon discovered that this abandoned experimental base was left behind by the Dragon King's palace where Gale was located. The nation is in an uproar. The newly emerged religion of the Dragon King's palace turned out to be such a badass. Everyone was outraged, and the Dragon King's palace personnel who were running propaganda in other cities were attacked. Because Gale and Hua Chengfeng saved a limited number of people, most people were more concerned about whether they would be victimized. After all, in most people's eyes, the divine doctor wouldn't necessarily save him, an ordinary person. But when the divine doctor did his experiments, it must be the ordinary people who were harmed. The mission of the Temple of the Dragon King suffered a blockade. Immediately afterward, the brocade guards found out that some medium-sized families in Fenghai City had been involved based on the files in the abandoned experimental base, among which were the Hua family and the Lin family. The Lin family couple who were saved by Gale. The Lin family siblings were taken away by the brocade guards before they could get over it. Under the prerogative of the King of Ning, he was beheaded outright, and his body was burned and thwarted to the extent that he was killed. When outsiders find it cruel, someone will immediately come out and explain that it is for the sake of civilian anger. With the fall of a number of clans, the market in Fenghai City was greatly reshuffled, with the Yi clan, the Feng clan, the Shun clan, as well as the school valves where some professors from Fenghai University were located, and some clans led by the Gui clan village rising rapidly as they entered those vacant markets. Even Song Qingling ripped off a piece of the pharmaceutical cake market. The deaths of Gale and Hua Chengfeng caused Song Yan to sigh and couldn't help but lament. The Dragon King with his exceptional martial arts skills and proficiency in Taoism is also a waste in front of the loader. A flush-firing crossbow. That Dragon King's Hall, which has been hidden underground for decades and has connections all over the country, is also so untouchable in front of the imperial court. The only pity is the medical skills represented by Gale and Hua Chengfeng. Song Yang was really feeling a bit of pity. It's all been inherited. So what's the pity? Song Qingling's words attracted Song Yang's attention. The place where the two of them stayed at this time was Yi Qingyu's villa, and there were more than Song Yang and Song Qingling around, as well as Yi Qingyu and several other women. Today was a potluck day for their large family. Song Yang feels that it is important to get together often to unite friendships. Song Qingling slowly said, in the cabinet's upcoming medicine policy, there is support for Chinese medicine. And secondly, the Imperial Hospital has newly developed several new medicines that are a combination of Chinese and Western medicine, which contain the Chinese medicine's theory of the 5 elements of reincarnation, which can solve many diseases. Next to her, Shen Luoluo said in surprise, could it be that among those doctors who came to pay homage to the master before were people from the Jinyui? In Shen Luoluo's opinion, it could only be the brocade guards who did the dirty work who did these things. Shaking her head, Song Qingling softly said, not really. It was someone who stole Hua Chengfeng's memories. Song Yang was incredibly surprised and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Isn't this the copying memory skill that those people in the Americas used to steal Hua Chengfeng's technology in the later stages of the novel? It is said to take a long trip to use it once. Yi Qingyu heard this heartfelt voice thoughtfully looking towards the blonde foreign beauty following Song Qingling. She remembered that this woman had disappeared for a while. Now it seems that it was the Song family that took Hua Chengfeng's memories. The Americas have the ability to copy memories over there. There's no way Damien doesn't have it. Gee, those who play politics really have hearts. Yi Qingyu once again got thoughtful. Therefore, when these few Hua Chengfeng and Gale were treating the sick and saving people, the brocade guards who had taken Hua Chengfeng's memories were secretly comparing the medical skills of the minions, and took the opportunity to steal them. As for the matter of not being able to learn by stealing, Yi Qingyu had never thought about it. Daming, dominating Asia, once shocked the world's empire, which contains the heritage is absolutely horrifying, even if Gale's medical skills are unique. But the collection of a whole empire's resources to build the imperial hospital, it is impossible in the case of Hua Chengfeng memories still cannot learn, copy his medical skills. Thinking like this, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That is, the upper echelons of the empire actually wanted to let Gale live. It was because King Ning had once asked Gale if he was willing to publicize Chinese medicine and accept disciples. Sure enough, for the empire, talent that can't be used for them is better than nothing. Next to him, Song Qingling glanced meaningfully at Yi Qingyu. Observing Yi Qingyu at all times, she noticed the change in Yi Qingyu. Didn't really care, though, Sis, are you coming home for New Year's this year? Song Yang counted the days. It was almost the new year. It was time to go home. His former body didn't go back for 3 years, but he crossed over and had to go back, especially with so many beauties around. You have to go home and show the old man. Song Qingling smiled bitterly and sighed. As much as she doesn't want to, she still has to go back. Chapter 32, What is the Dragon King's Palace? Yi Qingyu's girls stared wide-eyed. Song Yang was going to take them home? Shen Lolo was happy and nervous, happy to be going to meet the parents. The nervousness was that if they went back together with several women, would the older generation of the Song family be able to accept it? Even though they had both already devoted themselves to Song Yang. Song Qingling's words solved their worries. This time when they go back, the old master is going to set the position of Song Yang's next family head. And for families like ours, it doesn't matter how many wives a man has, after all. It's not like they're licensed. It's just immoral. It's not illegal. Song Qingling's mouth was tinged with a few hints of mockery. Yi Qingyu and the others' hearts were inexplicably bad, and it always felt like their status valence was lowered after being spoken to by Song Qingling, especially Shen Lolo, who knows all too well what she's done. Only Feng Qiuyu, who took a bite of melon, said doubtfully, Qingyu, why have you guys gotten worse emotionally? Yi Qingyu looked at her clear and stupid eyes and didn't know what to say. Are we to say that none of us women are actually regarded by the Song family? The blonde foreign beauty beside Song Qingling covered her mouth and laughed nastily. Sister Qiuyu. What Qingling meant in her words just now is that none of you can marry young Master Song Yang. Song Yang spoke up in dissatisfaction. Sister, it's excessive. Even if you scold the Song family for being a big feudal family, you can't hurt my woman. Song Qingling didn't say anything, only revealing a gentle smile. Feng Qiuyu took a bite of melon and with clear eyes, spoke faintly. Oh, so Sister Qingling is despising this matter of several of us females liking brother Song Yang together. These words instantly made a few people blush even worse. You can't talk your way out of it. Song Yang all frowned. Song Qingling looked curiously at this follower behind her. The little fool. Song Yang's several women. Yi Qingyu is the queen, ruling the business empire. Long Ling is a noblewoman plus a martial arts master. Secretary Jean has a background in the brocade guards, but also has a deep family history. Shen Luoluo looks harmless, but behind her there is a wily and ruthless mother. The only thing is that this Feng Qiuyu has nothing, and will only follow the Song Yang to wander around. Nothing is not the most excellent. She wanted to see what Feng Qiuyu would say. Feng Qiuyu calmly continued, but, being born in this era, isn't living the most important thing? Brother Song Yang is so good. Isn't it right for us to follow Brother Song Yang in order to stay alive? Song Qingling was silent. Yi Qingyu and the others stared wide-eyed. Song Yang couldn't help but roar wildly in his heart. Shake the grass, shake the grass. Wen Qiuyu, you're going for the big score. I only saw Feng Qiuyu pick up a piece of melon again and rambled. My family has gone through bankruptcy, and I've witnessed the world. So I know one thing, and that is, the rich and powerful may look dashing, but the security is not as good as that of the ordinary people. So in order to live a good life, you have to make a choice. I don't know what the other sisters think, but I follow brother Song Yang with one idea, to stay alive. Song Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's not for love. Sister Qiuyu. Feng Qiuyu looked at Song Yang with a smile. Of course I also love you, brother Song Yang, but ask yourself, the most essential thing is still to live and live well. Therefore, I, who have no ambition, will remain steadfastly behind you, brother Song Yang. You see, this year or so down, I'll do whatever you say. Song Yang rubbed his nose at the words, a little embarrassed, but he was also really aroused. Empty talk about love is really not as comforting as this passage down from Feng Qiuyu. Song Qingling's eyes changed instantly when she looked at Feng Qiuyu. This woman, living through? Still, it has to be forced. The blonde foreign beauty next to her spoke up at the right time. Sister Qiuyu, so if another man comes out to give you a sense of security, are you going to run away? The several women beside Yi Qingyu also wanted to see how Feng Qiuyu would answer. I don't know why the topic has drifted here, but it's good to hear. Feng Qiuyu cocked his head and asked rhetorically, why? The blonde foreign beauty froze. What for? Feng Qiuyu put down the melon peel in his hand and picked up another piece of melon, eating it as he said, Sister, beauty is a card that will surely die if it is played alone, but it is a king bomb if it is played together with any card. I don't have the high IQ, the emotional intelligence, the family history behind me, the strong personal abilities of a few of my other sisters, so the card I've paired with my beauty is loyalty. So, I can accompany brother Song Yang to his death. A little touched, Song Yang couldn't help but think in his heart, Feng Qiuyu, this woman, said on her lips that she had no emotional intelligence, but this teasing was also too fierce. The blonde foreign beauty wanted to continue speaking, but was stopped by Song Qingling raising her hand. Catherine, that's enough, let's stop here. This was the first time Song Qingling had said the name of a blonde foreign beauty. It was very plain and popular. Song Qingling took a deep look at Feng Qiuyu and said suspiciously, "Sister, I'm just a little bit curious as to why you would say loyalty." Feng Qiuyu stared with clear eyes and said seriously, "Before I was sure that brother Song Yang was a good man and confessed to him. I researched a lot of successful people as well as their followers around them, and I found out that they all had one common merit, which was absolute loyalty." This statement caught the attention of the crowd. Feng Qiuyu rambled as he ate his melon. Like the Lin Jie, Yi Yun, Hua Chengfeng, and Sister Qingyu's unlucky father that we've seen recently, as well as the batch of Dragon King Palace medium clans that collapsed, none of them are loyal enough. Lin Echo was unfaithful to love, so she was almost run over by Hualing. Lin Jia was not loyal enough to Qingyu's sister, so after Lin met the crisis, there was no way to directly ask for help, but only to corner all kinds of calculations, and finally died a miserable death. Those medium clans swing back and forth between the court and the Dragon King's palace and aren't loyal enough to anyone. So after Hua Chengfeng died, they followed suit and had no one to save them. So I must enforce loyalty to the end. This theory silenced Song Yang and the others. Right or wrong, but certainly a bit of truth. Shaking their heads, several people stopped thinking deeply. Song Yang continues his own villain-building operation at night. The medicine Song Qingling had given him made his body strong and full of energy. As soon as they entered the waxing moon, after there was nothing in Fenghai City, Song Yang and the others made a whole fleet of cars and headed towards the Song family in the Great Northwest in great numbers. It's worth mentioning that Shen's mother came along too, because Shen Lolo felt it was too inhumane to keep her mother at home. Along the way, on the 15th day of the lunar month, the convoy drove into the oil towns of the Great Northwest. The architectural styles here were all wild, making Yi Qingyu and the others who grew up in the city of Fenghai very uncomfortable. The warmth of the Song and Li families made the women even more uncomfortable. Song Yang's mother, Ms. Li Qingqing, gave Yi Qingyu, Shen Luoluo, Feng Qiuyu, Long Ling, Secretary Jean 5 women a hug, and then one person set 2 large gold bracelets, one from the Song family and one from the Li family. Song Yang's grandparents also prepared gifts for the 5 daughters. The 5 daughters were flattered by these 4 elderly men who appeared in textbooks to promote the hard-working spirit of the oil generation. During the meal, the Song family's old master, Song Yang's own master, was even letting the 5 daughters and Song Yang sit at his table for dinner. All happy smiles on their faces, and the words of praise for Song Yang were turned into the fact that it was an honor for him to marry the 5 daughters. Of course, some people are happy and some are unlucky. The Song and Li families, the siblings of Song Yang's generation, except for Song Yang, were collectively criticized by old master Song. It couldn't be helped. Who made them give the big task of passing on the family name to Song Yang alone? After the meet and greet banquet, Elder Master Song invited everyone to join him for tea in his tea room and carefully inquired about the careers of Yi Qingyu and the other 5 girls. Then, Elder Master Song leaned on the soft sofa, holding a teacup, and said with a smile, "I've heard about the Dragon King Palace targeting you guys, and you guys fought back very well. Don't be afraid. If something happens, the big deal is that I'll give up this old face to fish you out." Song Yang couldn't help but say in his heart, "Alas, Hua Chengfeng is dead, and I don't know who will come out of the Dragon King's palace again. And then there's all those enemies overseas, and I don't know what to make of it. It's a long way to go." Still, with the words of the old man, it's quite a boost. Yi Qingyu's heart tightened. There are still enemies behind him. On her face, she smiled and said sweetly to Elder Master Song, "Elder Master, just don't worry, nothing will happen to us. You see, the little Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace has been defeated by us." The old master shook his head to put down the teacup, and Chief Song's father, who was standing to serve the old master, hurriedly took it. Grandpa Song Yang, who was next to him, slowly spoke, "Qingyu girl, you probably don't know the hidden experts of the Dragon King Palace." Song Yang hurriedly looked at Grandpa. "Grandpa, you can introduce us." "Master, I'm counting on you for intelligence." Song Yang said the book was hard when it was incomplete. Grandpa Song Yang slowly spoke. "The Dragon King Hall." In fact, they weren't initially an organization, but rather a group of people who sought immortality. This statement staggered everyone in the room. Chapter 33, Failure to Act Like a Pussy. Song Yang spat out with a face full of incredulity. "Grandpa, are you kidding? He didn't write this part at all when he read the book. But Hua Chengfeng did do everything exceptionally well in his later years, and had the support of big brothers everywhere he went." Grandpa Song Yang shook his head and said seriously and gravely, "There's no joke, but it's true. Otherwise, why do you think the Dragon King's palace can spread all over the world? Just rely on Gale to go around saving people?" When he said the last sentence, Grandpa Song Yang's face was filled with disdain. The ability to save people is really buggy, but just look at Gale's death. Old Master Song spoke slowly. "The Dragon King's Hall is theoretically a traitor to those who pursue immortality. These words attracted the attention of Song Yang and Yiqingyu's few people. Taking a sip of tea, the old master relaxedly said, "The existence of the Gale few is more of a matter of everyone supporting them and using them to explore the path to immortality." But Gale and the others betrayed everyone. After a few elders told him, Song Yang learned about the past of the Dragon King Hall. It is probably that since ancient times there have been powerful people pursuing immortality, but some dangerous work is not good to come personally, so they support an external force. Dragon King Hall was the name of this power in the previous era. Unfortunately, a couple of guys from Gale betrayed these powerful people and ran away with the money. This wave of Gale and the others returned for the legendary Dragon Shi. However, Old Master Song was very dismissive of this, saying that this thing is just nothingness and not to care. After this wave of conversation, Song Yang got a lot of things from the past from Old Master Song. Grandpa and Grandpa. These are knowledge. Then Song Yang was puzzled. Tai Yu, didn't you say you'd pass the position of family head to me? When will the ceremony be held? Elder Song was happy, picking his eyes and calmly saying, "These past events that I'm telling you about now are the inheritance ceremony." Song Yang was dumbfounded. Yi Qingyu and the others were staggered, and the elders laughed away. Song Yang's father teased, "Silly son, family inheritance is not that troublesome, it's just a verbalization, everyone knows it, and then the older generation will just tell you the experience they have accumulated in their lifetime." Song Yang was a bit speechless. The family fortune and connections are not passed on? Yi Qingyu couldn't help but laugh even as she listened to the spewing in Song Yang's heart. After the next few days, Yi Qingyu's girls followed Song Yang back and forth in the oil town. Song Yang's brothers and uncles and aunts and uncles and grandparents of the same generation are mostly back to work. Because of some of the nature of the Song family, they can't be away from work for too long. Only Song Qingling and a few others who were engaged in business activities or research stayed behind. Wandering in this oil town located in the Great Northwest, Yi Qingyu's several women felt a different rhythm. It's slow here, without the anxiety of the big city. The people here are very innocent, without the big city deceit. Therefore, Yi Qingyu proposed to come here to retire in the future. Song Yang smiled and agreed. The beautiful days continued until close to the new year. Some people who only exist on TV come to the oil town to pay their respects to Old Master Song. Among them were Father Long and Elder Long. Father Long's eyes were grim when he saw Long Ling. The Long family had not only suffered heavy economic losses there in Fenghai City, but politically, they had also lost a lot of things, because there were so many people who came to pay their respects. Old Master Song set up a banquet to welcome them as usual. On top of the banquet, Old Master Long said to Old Master Song with a sad face, "Old leader, I'm bitter." Song Yang, who was sitting at a table alone with a few women, frowned. This old bastard, is he up to something? Long Ling tensed up while Yi Qingyu held Long Ling's hand, his narrow eyes narrowing. Mother Shen, who was sitting on the other side, looked at Long Ling and Song Yang thoughtfully. She wanted to know what Song Yang was going to do about it. On the main table, Old Master Song put down his chopsticks and laughed as he looked at Old Master Long. "Say, little dragon child, how bitter." Elder Long sighed and said sadly, "Old leader, you also know that I don't have any talent. Besides being able to fight, I can't do anything. Now that the business has collapsed, not to mention that the only granddaughter is also a concubine to young Master Song. This day, what can be done? The nakedness of asking for favors is coming." The rest of the people who came to pay their respects to Old Master Song narrowed their eyes and did not speak. Grandpa Song Yang was in a bad mood. He didn't expect Elder Long to be so unintelligent, and secretly spat in his heart that the Long family really deserved their bad luck. Old Master Song suppressed the Song family very who wanted to open his mouth and beckon Song Yang and Long Ling over. What's the old man up to? Song Yang was puzzled in his heart. Yi Qingyu was a bit nervous. After Song Yang and Long Ling had passed, Elder Master Song held the hands of the two together and raised them above his head in front of the crowd's astonished gazes. "Little dragon, I can't do anything about this matter of your family's business closing down, but I can solve this matter of little dragon spirit being a concubine. As you said, today I make the decision to make the two officially married. How? I can still get the Song and Li families to pass the dowry for this heavy grandson of mine on the spot. I just don't know what kind of dowry your Long family can come up with." It was a hand that scared the hell out of those in attendance. What an on-the-spot engagement for the Song family's open air. Elder Long's complexion was obscure. He had come here today to cause trouble. He offered Dragon Spirit to Song Yang as a concubine because he wanted to tarnish Song Yang's reputation, not because he wanted to get engaged. Now, it's hard to ride the tiger. If he answered, the Dragon family would completely stand with the Song family, but he was now a member of the Dragon King's palace. If it shouldn't, it means he was just bull ******* ting. Left and right are not people. Everyone looked at Elder Long with smiles. "Elder, you'd better stop joking. The Long family is our Dragon King Palace's people. How can they be joined in marriage with your Song family?" A nice female voice suddenly rang out. and the crowd only saw a beautiful young girl walk in at the main entrance. The young girl was followed by two old men, one with a limp and one wearing a Taoist robe. Yin Yanshu. Song Yang softly spoke the woman's name. It seems that Yin Yanshu is the second Dragon King, but it's right, after all, it's the Dragon King's stepford wife. It's not possible to have only one protagonist. Hua Chongfeng. Yi Qingyu sipped a mouthful of wine and smiled indifferently in his heart. The Dragon King's stepford wife. Doesn't matter. The Dragon King is dead. Can you, the stepford wife, still be alive? Yin Yanshu ignored the gazes of the people present and saluted Elder Master Song before smiling at Song Yang. Long time no see, brother-in-law. Does my sister know about this matter of you marrying a young petite wife behind her back? Careful you don't get shoveled to death with a loader by my hard-hearted sister someday. Song Yang pursed his lips. He could not open his mouth at this time. Yi Qingyu wanted to get up, but was pressed down, and turned around to see the cold look of Song Yang's mother, pressing down Yi Qingyu. Song Yang's mother said in a cold voice, "How did you guys get in here? We didn't invite you guys, that's right." Following behind Yin Yanshu, the old man with a limp laughed heatedly. "Little girl, with the old man here, your Song family's secret guards will be useless." A sentence full of killing intent. What's more, there's the old man. The old man in the Taoist robe also spoke in a cold voice. "I'm here today to smash the scene." The three of them's direct entry was telling everyone that they, the Dragon King Palace, could pick the heads of the Song family's crowd at any time. But, Song Yang's mother smiled wanly. "So Senior is so powerful, but our Song family didn't arrange for guards. After all, we live in the safety of Damien Ah." Pust. Song Yang didn't hold back and laughed outright. Chapter 34, The Coming Crisis. Old Mother Mighty, Granny Mighty, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu said in their hearts almost simultaneously. You Dragon King Palace is not pretending to be able to marry the head of the Song family at any time. But my Song family did not engage in any guards at all. My Song family, the door is wide open. If you come in, you're committing burglary or provoking the laws of the Great Ming. So, Song's father took out his cell phone and dialed the police in front of Yin Yanshu's several people. "Hello, I'm Song Qingfeng, I want to call the police. Someone broke into the house and threatened us." So shameless. Yin Yanshu and the crippled old man behind her, the dow-robed old man, were speechless. 3 minutes later, the police arrived and directly detained the three. Yin Yanshu. Dry. Elder Master Song looked towards Elder Long, who was standing there with a stiff body, and calmly said, "Little Long, just like you said, you only know how to fight." Elder Song did not say anything more, greeting the others with dinner and drinks, and chatting with the guests about life, and telling them about his daily life. On top of the banquet, Elder Long, Father Long, had a hard time. Returning to his seat, Song Yang smiled and said to Long Ling, "Sister Long Ling, from now on, you are completely free. With this mess today, everyone knows the news that the eldest Miss Long's family is not in agreement with her family and is splitting up." Dragon Spirit nodded. Shen Luoluo asked in a low voice, "What are Yin Yanshu and the others doing here? What else can I do? Pretend. Tell everyone that the Dragon King's palace is still there." That said, if I remember correctly, those two old men should be Hua Chengfen's martial emperor teacher, Hurricane Cloud, and Taoist teacher, Zhang Yiwen. Headache. This Zhang Yiwen is a contemporary Taoist master. How should I deal with him? Alas, there is so much power in the Taoist method, the power of surprise. Song Yang spat in his heart. Yi Qingyu listened quietly and calmly. After the banquet was over, Song Yang, Song Qingling, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jean, Song Yang's father and others accompanied Elder Master Song as he personally stood at the front door to see off the guests. Such courteous and polite behavior was appreciated by all. When sending off Elder Long and Father Long, Elder Song said softly, "Little Long, you used to be my personal guard, and you've taken bullets for me, so I'll advise you to stay away from those people from the Dragon King's palace. The water here is very deep, and your family's intellect can't grasp it." A struggle flashed in Elder Long's eyes, resentment flashed in Long Father's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Grandpa Song, if you really remember my father's goodness, why don't you pull our Long family strings? Isn't it too much for the Song family to grasp the energy business and live a prosperous life these past few decades, yet they're not willing to pull us affiliated families along?" Old Master Song shook his head and walked straight inside. Song Yang's father looked at Long's father and let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, he's a fool. No wonder little Dragon Spirit her mom wants to divorce you." Father Dragon was furious. "Old undead, do you want to die?" A yellow hair came down from the car that came to pick up Elder Long, holding a cigarette and cursing at Song Yang's father. Song Yang's father's eyes narrowed. Song Yang was furious when he saw yellow hair. This is not Long Ling, that unlucky brother Long Tingfei. Well, TSK, 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 Yin Yanshu's licking dog. A killing intent flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Secretary Jin's glasses reflected for a moment and rushed up before Elder Long, Father Long, and yellow-haired Long Tingfei could react. A punch. Long Tingfei flew straight out, hitting the car before stopping, a mouthful of sacrificial blood spurting out. You can keep your mouth shut if it's not clean, Song Yang said in a cold voice. Elder Long clenched his fists and Father Long clenched his teeth. Gah! Random assault. I'm calling the police. Yellow Hair laughed triumphantly. Song Yang was a bit stunned. What was this? A boomerang hitting himself? He had just called the police to lock up Yin Yanshu and the others, and then he was counted by this Yellow Hair. Elder Long turned around, snapped at Yellow Hair's head, and shouted at Elder Song, who was still walking inward. Old leader, I'm listening to the entry. The yellow-haired dragon Tingfei said in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm doing it the way it should be done. Master Long pressed him and got into the car. Long father coldly looked at Song Yang, as well as Song Yang's father, and said in a deep voice, loader crashed into people. Alarm reporting. These means are not the only ones you can use, so can we. This time, I'll let you go first. The real mudhorse can pretend. Song Yang's heart flashed a path of displeasure and twisted his head to look at his old man, realizing that the other party was just expressionless and didn't have any other thoughts. Go back to the house and rest. As soon as he returned to the living room, he found Elder Master Song chatting with Long Ling. Little dragon spirit, you are the daughter of the dragon family and have the right to inherit the dragon family. When Song Yang heard this, he said breathlessly, Tai Master, Sister Long Ling doesn't have any resources in the Long family. Do you think she can have the right to inherit? Elder Song smiled without saying anything and left after saying that he was tired. Song Yang sat down next to him and began to comfort Long Ling. Dragon Spirit just smiled. Song Chingling, on the other hand, pulled Yi Qingyu's hand to the side and muttered, this younger brother of mine is sometimes very naive, so I'm troubling you. Yi Qingyu laughed softly. The other side. In the car of the third generation of the Long family, Elder Long instructed the driver with a gloomy face, find a hidden road and leave this oil town directly. Father Long and Long Tingfei were disgruntled. Long Tingfei, in particular, said with dissatisfaction, Grandpa, we haven't picked up the chanting yet. Ever since he first met Yin Yanshu at the Dragon King Palace's party a month ago, Long Tingfei had fallen in love with her at first sight. Such a beautiful woman, worthy of him. What's more, by marrying this Dragon Queen, he would be able to become the Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace, and with this dragon surname, how perfect it would be. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with Elder Long's behavior just now when he stopped him from calling the police to take it out on Yin Yanshu, which knows that usually extremely loving Long Tingfei's old master Long's face changed greatly and roared, catch a fart. Let's just take care of ourselves first. Because of your father and son's idiotic behavior, we've just offended the Song family. Now run for your life. Father Long and Long Tingfei were filled with disbelief. Elder Long closed his eyes in pain and said helplessly, you guys don't even know the terror of the Song family. Long Tingfei was full of concern and said, Grandpa, is it possible that they, the Song family, would still dare to send someone to directly kill us? Aren't they afraid of being targeted by everyone for breaking the rules? There was an unwritten rule amongst the world's powerful and wealthy that forbade assassination, stabbing, because that would result in mass casualties. You find someone to get me today, then I can find someone to get you tomorrow. After all, even the strongest masters have to play it out when they go down with a shovel. Elder Long sneered in disdain. Rules? Let me just say this. If we die in the middle of a storm in the Great Northwest, is it considered a natural or man-made disaster? Long Tingfei was shocked. Father Long said dryly, Dad, we just tore our faces with the Long family and died in the Great Northwest. They can't get out of it. They're afraid that they'll have to beg us not to die. Elder Long let out a deep sigh. Guess why the Song family and the Li family, as well as a number of other families, either stay in the Great Northwest or amongst the mountains, and yet they are still feared? Father Long shook his head, not knowing. Master Long looked at the scenery flashing by outside the car and said quietly, the oil field workers, coal workers, iron miners, shipwrights, and other jobs those families did all had one characteristic, and that was hard work. Long Tingfei didn't understand what that meant, and Long Father seemed to understand some of it. Elder Long continued, the children of the world's families, yet they can still do the most exhausting and bitter vigorously, little by little, climbed up to the top. You say, how ruthless is their heart? Father Long drifted off for a moment. Long Tingfei then scoffed, but they were still driven out of the capital? Elder Long looked at his only grandson and said quietly, driving out of the capital? Is there a possibility that it's a game they're pressing the capitalists for? With a sharp break, the three generations of the Long family almost fell. Only a sign was erected on the highway. Snow collapse ahead. No traffic. Chapter 35, a new chapter. The four words no passing angered and divided the three men in the car. Long Tingfei was furious and wanted to go back to fight the Song family. Father Long was torn and felt panic for the first time. Elder Long insisted on going back to the capital. The reason was very firm. If he went back to fight for his life now, there would be no point of turning back in the future. He believed that as long as he didn't die this time, and went back in the future, he would still be able to chat. Long Tingfei stated that he was going crazy. Why do we have to rely on the Song family? Can't our Long family stand on our own feet? The furious Long Tingfei stepped out of the car, his face full of annoyance. Elder Long growled, "Self-reliance? You think Lousy doesn't want to? Your father lost money in business. I don't know how to do business. Traditional cultivation is getting worse by the day, and the technology mastered by the Dragon King's palace isn't being shared with us. So what are we going to rely on if not the Song family? When the new style cultivation method rises again, how will our Long family live when we lose our last value?" Long Tingfei growled back grumpily, "Then put all your bets on the Dragon King's palace." Laughing coldly, Elder Long disdainfully said, "In my life, I've never seen a lineage that only presses one side of the bet." After the annoyance passed, Long Tingfei got in the car again. They went to the neighborhood to buy a map, filled up the gas, and began to walk the mountain road. Roads don't work, then other roads. Along the way, the three members of the Long family did not speak. The Song family. At dinner, Song Qingling laughed about the choice of the three members of the Long family. Old Master Song sighed quietly. That little dragon guy is still as wimpy as ever. There are times when there are choices that are often either not made or made to be made. Song Qingling couldn't help but laugh. Tai Yu, if Elder Long came back to beg you, would you give him a chance? Without hesitation, Old Master Song firmly said, "Will." After saying that, he gave a meaningful glance at the dragon spirit on the table. Long Ling smiled sweetly. The day before the new year, the story of the three Long family members braving the great Northwest Wilderness region spread among the lineages. Everyone says the Longs have guts and are men. Old Master Song's comment on this was that there was no bitter hard feelings, because he was the only one who knew that he really wanted to have no hands. After all, a giant dragon never counts with an ant. It was also the day before the new year that the three Yin Yinshu were released from detention. The three of them left behind a sentence of see you in Feng Hai in a year's time, and also left the place. Song Yang didn't care much about the harsh words. Everyone from the Song and Li families came back again for New Year's Eve. Everyone celebrated the new year with joy. The Li family's cousin overseas told Song Yang something. Those people overseas were also researching cultivation, and they heard that it was a certain thing that Yi Yun brought over that gave them a breakthrough. It was also said that Yi Yun and Linglong had done well overseas, and that the two were now sublords of the Dragon King's Hall over in the Black District. Oh, it should be called the new Dragon King Hall Master. Song Yang had quite a few groans to spit about this new Dragon King and his little petite wife. In the end, it all came down to a single sentence: terrifying world correction power. Yi Qingyu smiled at this, not realizing that Yi Yun's defeated man was quite capable. Cousin also told Song Yang that Yi Yun had engaged in a new style of fundraising overseas and swept up a lot of money, which was the basis for him to establish the new Dragon King's palace. There's no way. In this world, money is always the main thing. Outrageous. Yi Yun actually really got that capital raising maneuver to play up and running. Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Was it because no one messed up? After the new year, Song Qingling held a big physical examination for everyone in the Song family and the Li family to make sure everyone was in good health. Also at this time, a major event suddenly occurred in the capital. The second master of the Lin family, a scientific research family that has risen to prominence in the modern era, suddenly announces that he has found his long-lost daughter. It was Zhang Yuan of the Dragon King's palace who deduced it and found it. His daughter Song Yang and Yi Qingyu also knew each other. It was Zhao Xinjin, the legal affairs of Yi Group. 6 of a batch. I didn't realize that this master's daughter is beside me. Song Yang was really not expecting it. However, Song Yang felt that this was not his fault. Who made the original story that the second master of the Lin family changed the name of his daughter after he took her back to be called Lin Qingyin, a proper name of the protagonist of the novel. Next to him, Yi Qingyu sighed quietly. This wave, to the Dragon King's palace loaded to sighs. I hope Yin Yinshu won't go after me in the chip market. Song Yang sent out a prayer in his heart. This second master of the Lin family is the existence of the future to lead the Deming chip industry to take off. Whoever holds him holds the future. And the Lin family had always been a meat and potatoes family, a family that worked with the outside world all year round. After Yi Qingyu sensed Song Yang's worry, she smiled and said, I'm still on good terms with Zhao Xinjin. She was sponsored by my mother, so I might be able to get her to match us up. Song Yang shook his head. No, the probability is very small. Unless we can prove that Zhao Xinjin's disappearance was the work of the Dragon King's palace, so that the Lin family will be disgusted with the Dragon King's palace. Song Yang sighed quietly. After all, Zhang Yuan helped the Lin family's second master to find Zhao Xinjin, supposedly to tell us that he, who is proficient in deduction, can snipe us anytime. It's a demonstration. Yi Qingyu's eyes flashed up with a fine light. A demonstration? In that case, Yi Qingyu gave Secretary Jin a wink, and the other party looked for a deserted place before contacting Zhao Xinjin. The answer given by the other party was that my own father wouldn't let me contact you guys for fear that I would be a gun for you, and said that the Song family and the Yi family were too vicious. This reply made Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean sneer. It's really coming at us. Just straight up is telling us that your Dragon King Palace is trying to snipe us. Still, it's not exactly surprising. Song Yang, on the other hand, began to ponder in his mind how to deal with the siege. Well, come to think of it, Zhou Jinjin went home and lived a period of abusive literature, because Zhao Jinjin is the real Qianjin, so the fake Qianjin Lin Qingyu has a sense of crisis, afraid of not being able to get the second master of the Lin family's property. So they take advantage of the second master of the Lin family is not at home to target Zhao Jinjin. The first bullying I remember was at the recognition feast. It seems like this is something that can be manipulated a little bit. Yi Qingyu's heart was clear. Okay, there is an arrangement. Song Yang also took the opportunity to propose to the crowd to go to the capital and attend Zhao Jinjin's recognition banquet, which knew that before they could move. News came back that Zhao Jinjin refused to go to the capital and wanted to live in Fenghai City all the time. This has staggered a lot of people, but it became a good thing for Song Yang. He could go straight back to Fenghai, and in Fenghai City, Shanglin Hotel, in the restaurant, Zhao Jinjin ignored the gazes of the people around her and ate at the table with an expression that she hadn't eaten before. Zhao Jinjin's father and mother, the fake millennial Lin Qingyu, Yin Yanshu, and Zhang Yuan all looked at her in shock. No, is it because Yi Qingyu didn't pay you? How can you wolf down your food like that, with no regard for etiquette? Chapter 36, another one. Zhao Jinjin ate while wooing in her mind. Brothers, who understands Suddenly appeared a group of people, said through fortune-telling no she is lost daughter, the key is, through the paternity test, she is really the other side of the daughter. Then the other person said a bunch of bad things about her boss who was overbearing and kind and beautiful and funded her schooling being a bad person and the Yi family eating people's bones. What's more crucial is that her own mother also told her to befriend her boss's enemy, Yin Yanshu, more often. Now the group was discussing how they were going to deal with her boss right in front of her. The most horrifying thing was that her fake Qianjin sister Lin Qingyu, who wasn't a good person at first glance and hadn't sent her a single red envelope, kept asking her about her boss's husband Song Yang. Boss, hurry back and save me. Oh, and come back to save your own marriage. I have a feeling my fake $1,000 sister has a thing for your husband. Sister Lightning, I heard in the capital that Yi Qingyu was particularly bad to her husband. Is it still true? Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered with brilliance. Zhao Jinjin carefully glanced at the surrounding crowd, gulped, and softly said, Sister, you should still call me Jinjin. I'm not used to it yet. Also, there's a good relationship between my boss and his wife. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered for a moment. It's a good relationship. It seemed like he would have to contact the dragon spirit to see if he could form an alliance. Thinking about Lin Qingyu is difficult. Family people, who understands go abroad for 3 years for further study. The white moonlight that I liked when I was a teenager has become a husband, but the husband of a man seems to have a better sense of what's going on. At the banquet, the second master of the Lin family and Yin Yanshu had a good conversation. He was very satisfied with the concept of a strong science and technology country proposed by Yin Yanshu. This is a good young man who knows how to make progress. So much so that after the banquet was over, after the Lin family's second master sent Yin Yanshu and Zhang Yuan away, he said to Lin Qingyu and Zhao Jinjin individually, the two of you must walk around with Yin Yanshu more often in the future. This child is exceptional and has a vision. It's much better than people like Yi Qingyu who only do real estate and make money from the people. And Lightning, you resign from Yi as soon as possible. Mom and Dad will take you back to the capital. Zhao Jinjin instantly panicked upon hearing this. Dad, Mom, I'm not going to the capital. I'm going to stay in Fenghai City. I have feelings for this place. She does not want to go to the capital, where life is not familiar. In case of being bullied, how to do? Stay in the city of Fenghai. How cool. The second master of the Lin family frowned, and Zhao Jinjin's mother also frowned. Zhao Jinjin's real mother, Song Mei, said in dissatisfaction, light tone, Mom and Dad both work in the capital. What are you doing in Fenghai? You child, can't you be more filial? Lin Qingyu beside her couldn't help but snort lightly. She knew it would be this sentence. The Lin family's second master spoke immediately after. When you were 2 years old you ended up suffering for more than 20 years because you didn't listen and ran around blindly. Haven't you learned your lesson by now? Zhao Jinjin stared wide-eyed. No, you two are sick. Who's a good person to blame a 2-year-old for wandering off? Isn't it obvious that you guys aren't taking care of it? Lin Qingyu's body slightly backed up, looking disdainfully at the Lin family's second master and his wife. You two, you just look glorious and pretty, but you're practically all psychopaths. However, thinking of the Lin family's amazing brain circuits, Lin Qingyu decided that she must detach herself from them soon. Sick. I was already upset with you guys for badmouthing my boss, and now you're still chatting like this, so this is a kiss you'll love to acknowledge. There's no way I'm going back to the capital with you guys anyway. Zhao Zhenjin rolled her eyes and left directly. It's already annoying to go to work day in and day out, and then to meet such psychotic parents. Is this what recognizing a relative looks like? Ridiculous to the core. Obviously when we first met a few days ago it was quite good. Talking and chatting was quite normal. But since she said she didn't want to go to the capital, this talking was getting harder and harder every day. And today she was directly blamed for it, which was really enough. It wasn't like she, Zhao Zhenjin, couldn't support herself. So why did she have to go back to the Lin family? It was true that she, Zhao Zhenjin, was not a rich man, but after all these years, she had also saved up a considerable amount of property, and was also a small rich woman. What's more, she didn't lack love. She didn't need to shamefully beg the Lins to love her again. So off you guys, psychos. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei frowned, their eyes filled with disgust as they looked at Zhao Zhenjin's departing back. Kids who grow up on the outside are really not going to be able to live up to the stupidity of being able to lose themselves at 2 years old. Lin Xingyu's eyes turned and she said with a smile, Dad, Mom, my sister just isn't used to it yet. Why don't you let me stay in Fenghai and persuade her? After all, the only way Grandpa will be willing to keep putting money into your program is to claim his sister back. The Lin family's second master and Song Mei fell into silence. Indeed, the crazy old man and his own family was going to cut off their research if they didn't claim this flesh and blood back. Even if the Dragon King's palace was willing to throw money at them, their research was going to burn out. Who let some of the resources that only those old bastards could call upon? Thinking about it made them angry. The Song family's second master clenched his fists fiercely and said with fiery eyes, It's been hard on you, Xingyu. When Daddy's research on my human chip is complete, you won't have to pay for it anymore. Song Mei spoke with the same fiery eyes. That's right, our research is supreme. As long as it succeeds, everything is worth it. The three of them then separated as well, and after Lin Xingyu respectfully sent the two of them away, he directly drove after Zhao Zhenjin. On the road, Zhao Zhenjin was really regretting why he hadn't gone to the hotel restaurant to order more delicious food and hang the bill on that psychotic couple's heads before leaving. The wild Big G stopped in a pendulum stop in front of Zhao Zhenjin, scaring her and almost crashing into her. The car window rolled down, revealing Lin Xingyu's bright and wild face. Older sister, get in the car. Sis will take you to drag race. Zhao Zhenjin shook her head, backed up frantically, and said seriously, it's illegal to race a car, and I don't want to get my lawyer's license revoked. Lin Xingyu snorted and laughed. Just kidding, I'll take you home. Zhao Zhenjin ended up getting on the bus because she could save money on the taxi. In the car, Lin Xingyu asked the doubt in her heart, why don't you go back to the capital? When you go back, you can get a lot of money. Rolling her eyes, Zhao Zhenjin spat. Just that pair of crazy parents. The moment they come up here and spit on my human beautiful and kind-hearted boss, the hell with them. Lin Xingyu was speechless. True 6. Although the reason for the refusal was outrageous, but the result was indeed right. The Lin family, indeed, is a crazy family, especially this couple's research. The human body chip. Really Spider-Man watched too much. Shaking her head, Lin Xingyu smiled and said, can you tell me the story of your human and kind-hearted boss? And her husband Song Yang. Zhao Zhenjin was instantly alert and decisively refused. No way. There's absolutely no way I'll betray my boss. Lin Xingyu heckled. Name a price. Zhao Zhenjin continued to refuse. Both Yi Qingyu and her mother had sponsored her. She couldn't be ungrateful. 100,000. Zhao Zhenjin stared wide-eyed. So rich, but no, cannot betray the benefactor. Lin Xingyu was speechless and could only speak again. It's just some life gossip. No group secrets involved. Zhao Zhenjin's eyes lit up. 100,000. Oh, you can't lie to me. Chapter 37, Reasons to Like You. Lin Xingyu felt that Zhao Zhenjin was really funny and smiled, nodding her head, not lying. Zhao Zhenjin began to tell the stories she had heard, about Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, with great interest, including Song Yang spoiling Yi Qingyu into a life idiot. Incidentally, he also spat on Yi Qingyu's character of not knowing what to do. In the end, Zhao Zhenjin lamented, if it wasn't for the fact that I really couldn't beat the boss in terms of face value, I would have wanted to go and rob the boss man for a bit. That's a greatly good man. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhao Zhenjin would really find it hard to believe that there could be a man as good as Song Yang in the world. Make money, take care of your family, never contradict your wife, and give full emotional value. Lin Xingyu lightly glanced at Zhao Zhenjin, although she was also very beautiful, but it was indeed less interesting than her level. However, she recognized Zhao Zhenjin's assessment of Song Yang. That was truly a good man, from childhood to adulthood. I remember the first time I saw Song Yang was at a family gathering. The Lin family went there to pull investment. She followed the second master of the Lin family there. At that time, she was rejected by a group of bejeweled young princesses of the world because she was dry and skinny from malnutrition. At that time, Song Yang's skin was dark, like a savage. So at the party, the two of them were ostracized together. A bunch of people said the two of them were otherworldly. Song Yang, who possessed social bullheadedness, pulled her aside to play on her own and didn't bother with them. In Song Yang's words, it wasn't them isolating the two of them, it was the two of them isolating the idiots. In one sentence, the kids who had isolated them broke their defenses, and a few of them pointed at the two of them and called them bitter vigor, stinky oiler, match girl, and so on. Song Yang did not get angry at first, until after someone scolded her. Song Yang stormed up, directly rushed up, and roared, "It does not matter if you scold me, I am a manly man, the top of the sky. You scold Xiao Yu cannot be, she is used to spoil the girls. In case of bullying inferiority complex, how to do?" Grumpy Song Yang managed to complete the 120 achievement on that day, beating his opponent so much that he didn't dare to make a move. It was also that day that Song Yang's figure deepened into her heart. Too handsome, too strong, too gentle. After contacting down afterwards, Lin Xingyu realized that Song Yang was simply a treasure on earth. She and Song Yang had studied together for 3 years in high school, and Song Yang would always say yes to anything she asked for help. And if she hadn't had no way to break away from the Lin family at the time, she would have wanted to confess her love to Song Yang. When Lin Xingyu came back from abroad and had the foundation to break away from the Lin family, it turned out that Song Yang got married. That's pretty pissed off. What a late step. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyu's heart rose with a monstrous hatred towards the Lin family. This bull family has given her nothing but the opportunity to study and has restricted her from pursuing true love. Thinking about it makes me angry. Therefore, Lin Xingyu said to Zhao Zhenjin, "You were right not to choose to go to the capital. The Lin family is not as good as the world thinks." Zhao Zhenjin looked at Lin Xingyu in surprise. "Your words are full of dissatisfaction with the Lin family." While driving, Lin Xingyu said quietly, "In the eyes of most powerful families, the Lin family is a highly intelligent and noble family. A family that has passed on its scientific research and wisdom. But there's a saying in psychology that people who get psychotic tend to be smart kids." Zhao Zhenjin's entire body instantly stood on end as she stammered. "So most of the Lin family is mentally ill?" Thinking about the mental state of the Lin family's second master in Song Mei, as well as the disparaging remarks about Yi Qingyu regardless of the occasion, Zhao Zhenjin felt that she might have guessed correctly. Lin Xingyu laughed a little. "Be confident, minus most of it, it's all of it." Thinking of something, Lin Xingyu subconsciously clenched his fists, and the veins in his hands holding the steering wheel burst out. "When I was a child, one of my aunts in the Lin family came up with the Gifted and Talented Child Nurturing Program. I am one of the chosen ones. Then, growing up, I didn't fall out of first place academically. I've been experimented on in countless ways to stimulate the intellect and help the brain. Among them electroshock, high voltage, and the stick, to name a few. So there wasn't a day before high school that I wasn't physically carrying an injury. And the Lin family feels that this research is so significant, so much of a family heirloom, that my generation of Lin children are basically depressed and claustrophobic, whereas the previous generation, basically paranoid, only believe what they want to believe." Zhao Zhenjin gulped, her eyes full of disbelief. "It's more fiction than fiction." Lin Xingyu laughed. "Yeah, it's more fiction than fiction. So, it's best if you don't go to the capital and stay here. Yi Qingyu can still shelter you for a bit. When you go to the capital, you'll probably be tortured a bit by those envious and jealous peer lunatics of the Lin family. And then all your mentally ill parents will say to that is, who made you not a highly intelligent child? And if you were, you'd give it back." Zhao Zhenjin was speechless and spat. "Really? If this is true, then this family is not sick." Lin Xingyu sighed quietly and looked at the scenery flying past the car window. If it was fake, the reason why she was so obsessed with Song Yang was because she experienced a different kind of light in Song Yang. It's like a child who has seen the light simply doesn't want to retreat into the darkness. And Lin Xingyu, who had studied psychology, guessed that there was paranoia in herself, or else she wouldn't have been infatuated with her husband Song Yang. "I really want to destroy the Lin family." Mania and killing intent flashed in Lin Xingyu's eyes. That was the lunatic family. Especially the recent years of going underground in joint research with the Dragon King's palace. That's one more than a dam. The car was parked downstairs at Zhao Zhenjin, and Lin Xingyu watched her go upstairs before lighting a cigarette in the car. "Song Yang, when are you coming back?" And Song Yang is still high in the oil town at this time. Cultivating relationships with a few women every day and waving them around is in no hurry at all. Old Master Song also preferred the feeling of being on his knees. Especially Yi Qingyu's several women are very good at coaxing people. Accompany the old master to play chess is to kill the flag. The only person who is more awkward in an oil town is Shen's mother. Of course, this embarrassment is what Song Yang thinks. Shen mother herself thinks it is quite good, dabbling in food and drink, and there is a circle of people of the same age to communicate with. Stayed until the first 10 days of the new year. Song Yang a few people before taking the car back to Fenghai. On the 15th day of the new year, Zhao Xinjin's birthday. The second master in Song Mei, who should have returned to the Lin family for some reason, did not go back, but instead stayed behind to Zhao Xinjin to hold a recognition banquet. Zhao Xinjin was playing hard to get, refusing to go back to the Lin family without mentioning what Lin Qingyu had told her. The life of a luxury family is outrageous at first glance. Angry, the second master of the Lin family was cranky and mad, asking her why. Zhao Xinjin gulped as she looked at the second master of the Lin family who had broken his defense. You go crazy so easily, let alone the rest of the Lin family. The Lin family's second master almost lost his breath. In the end, Zhao Xinjin agreed to hold a recognition banquet, or Lin Qingyu gave a solution and gave Zhao Xinjin $5 million. Chapter 38, New Conflicts. The $5 million spent annoyed the second master of the Lin family, so angry that he pointed at Zhao Xinjin and cursed bad luck. Song Mei looked at Zhao Xinjin's eyes are also all disgust. Open mouth is all about money, really is a lowly embryo. If the old man hadn't said that he had to hold a recognition banquet so that Zhao Xinjin could recognize her ancestors, they would have returned to the capital long ago. It's just a daughter, what do you care? Unfortunately, the old man has his hands on the investment money for the research program, and if he doesn't comply, he will really be cut off. Zhao Xinjin didn't care about it. She loved money, not the love of the Lin family's parents. During this time Lin Qingyu also found reasons to stay and conduct chip research. After all, the entire Daming domestic, for the time being, the best chip research is still in Fenghai University, mainly here Song Yang's investment. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei also hoped that Lin Qingyu would be able to break into the inner workings of Song Yang Company and become one of Yin Yanchu's helpers. Their Lin family had a lot of cooperation with the Dragon King's palace now. Lin Qingyu's thoughts on this were, it's up to me, Lin Qingyu, to say who to help. As for the Lin family's upbringing, I'm sorry, but everyone pretty much fell apart when you guys were using me as a test subject. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Shanglin Grand Hotel was once again bustling with activity, as the second house of the Lin family in the capital city recovered their true daughter and celebrated here. Song Yang and the others had also finally rushed back. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu arrived in the name of blessing the employees under their command. Dragon Spirit, on the other hand, came on behalf of her mother. Secretary Kim made it simple. Co-worker, Shin Luo didn't come. She went to work on her own short drama, and as soon as the new year was over, people from overseas came over to talk about cooperation. Feng Zhouyu went back to the Feng family when she came back. There was something she needed to discuss with her old man. Could she and Song Yang's child inherit their Feng family's legacy? Of course, said to discuss. In the view of Feng Zhouyu, now the entire Wind family rely on her to rub Song Yang's rice to live, where worthy of the opening, but also to come back to notify. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, Song Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is the same hall where Echo Lin's last homecoming banquet was held. Unfortunately, things have changed. The Lin and Hua families, which were in full bloom at the time, were now yesterday's flowers. The grave of Hua Changfeng, the Dragon King who was held up by countless people, should have grass growing by the time spring rolls around. I just got news that the Lin family has a good relationship with the Dragon King's palace. I wonder if Yin Yanchu was involved when this hall was chosen. Secretary Kim smiled and Song Yang pursed his lips and didn't say anything, laughing in his heart. The Lin family, still came together with the Dragon King's palace in this life. It was also unknown if Lin Qingyu would still destroy the Lin family. TSK, who would have thought? Bullying Zhao Xinjin's fake millennial Lin Qingyu, and ending up as the mourner of the Lin family. Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up. Interesting, too interesting, the fake 1,000-year-old Lin Qingyu was actually the mourner of the Lin family. Thinking, Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang and thought quietly in her heart that she didn't know if Song Yang and Lin Qingyu had any contact. If so, seduce each other with male sex. Selling out her husband's color has eventually become Yi Qingyu's habit. With thoughts in mind, Song Yang's few people wandered around the banquet hall. This recognition banquet had many people from the capital as well. Although none of them were the heads of the families, they were all young masters. Song Yang's eyes swiveled around and found quite a few acquaintances from his predecessors' memories. All of them were beaten up by their predecessors back when they were in the capital. Now that they saw Song Yang, each one of them also had anger in their eyes. I wanted to make the mistake of going up and teasing, but unfortunately, the second master of the Lin family was here. Looking at the second master of the Lin family who walked in with a serious face and a fierce look on his face, Song Yang shook his head. It's a talented man, but unfortunately it didn't end too well with a lot of sins. Yi Qingyu narrowed her eyes and surveyed the second master of the Lin family. She could tell at a glance that this was not a good person. Not long after the Lin family's second master came in, Lin Qingyu walked in holding Zhao Xinjin's hand. TSK, it looks quite sisterly as well. I just don't know if Lin Qingyu will still let people taunt Zhao Xinjin for not knowing the etiquette this time and then give the slip. That said, Song Yang and Lin Qingyu had also been high school deskmates for 3 years, and had protected her for a while when they were young, so I wonder if we can chat for a few moments. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang and said in her heart that it was stable, from her recent experience, but there was no girl who had come into contact with Song Yang that she didn't love. In popular words on the internet, the sky does not give birth to him Song Yang, and the ancient phantom demon road is like a long night. Therefore, Yi Qingyu was prepared to take down this fake Chen Jin who gave the Lin family a funeral. Without waiting for Song Yang and Yi Qingyu to implement it, Lin Qingyu saw the duo and brightened up, bringing Zhao Xinjin over. Long time no see, Song Yang. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Lin Qingyu, an ordinary scientific researcher. Lin Qingyu had a smile on her face that made her heart feel good. Zhao Xinjin wrinkled her face and seemed to be in a bad mood as she calmly said Mr. Song, Mr. Yi. Song Yang was the first to return the salute. Long time no see, light rain. Smiling, he looked at Zhao Xinjin, who made my family's legal affairs angry. Yi Qingyu greeted Lin Qingyu and also looked curiously at Zhao Xinjin. This little girl's mind could always be very good. Lin Qingyu slowly explained. The old master has engaged his sister in a marriage to an overseas bishop of the Dragon King's palace, so my sister is not in a good mood. The marriage was finalized so early. I remember that Zhao Xinjin only stopped being bullied by the Lin family after she got engaged to that overseas bishop. Well, I remember. That bishop's name is Alexander. He's a nobleman from Europe. He's rich, and his family seems to have a knighthood. Unfortunately, it's a pervert. Hearing Song Yang's heartfelt words, Yi Qingyu's eyes flashed up as she thought of more. Why the Lin family had to retrieve Zhao Xinjin was most likely for the sake of the marriage. After all, those psychopaths in Europe put a premium on pedigree. Yi Qingyu was just about to say something to Zhao Xinjin when the second master of the Lin family called Zhao Xinjin over. And Yi Qingyu couldn't stop her. Lin Qingyu looked at Yi Qingyu and said softly, "Can I borrow Song Yang?" Yi Qingyu calmly replied, "Whatever." Song Yang was a bit embarrassed, but he also followed Lin Qingyu to a secluded place. Yi Qingyu walked towards Long Ling and whispered a few words, and Long Ling quietly followed. Just a look of understanding on both of their faces. Looking at the still handsome Song Yang, Lin Qingyu's eyes were mesmerized as she said, "I like you. Let me enter your company. I want to add to your chip business." That straight ball made Song Yang even more embarrassed. Smiling awkwardly, Song Yang softly said, "Like rain. You deserve a better man." The refusal was straightforward. Although he already had many women, Song Yang couldn't accept that he was going to actively accept other women. After all, there was still a big gap between Yi Qingyu sending up and him taking the initiative to open harems everywhere. Lin Qingyu was not surprised by Song Yang's refusal. If Song Yang came up and took it, it would be a broken white moon. "Okay, so is it okay for me to work at your company? I'm an expert in chips." This time Song Yang didn't refuse. Of course he could. A genius from a scientific research family and claiming to be an expert in chip specialization. That has to be put away. "Bitch, who do you think you are? How dare you reject my old man's advances? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." A roar spread throughout the banquet hall, and Song Yang brother Lin Qingyu looked at each other and hurriedly walked back. Just about everyone looked at the center of the ballroom in shock. At that moment a blonde foreign muscular man was standing there angrily. Zhao Xinjin, on the other hand, covered her stomach and slumped on the ground, while the second master of the Lin family, Song Mei, the biological parents, stood indifferently to the side. Of who grew up from a commoner's slum. "It's an honor for me to marry you, and you deserve to refuse." Alexander, the blonde man, said and kicked Zhao Xinjin again. Chapter 39, Selling Your Husband. "If you weren't of the Lin family bloodline, you think Laozi would have married you. That Lin Qingyu is much better looking than you," Alexander said, kicking again. Only this time, bang. Instead of the imaginary heavy blow landing on Zhao Xinjin, the pressure mountain flew out, opening her eyes in confusion. Zhao Xinjin saw Song Yang's upright figure. Yi Qingyu helped Zhao Xinjin up and stood next to Song Yang. Lin Qingyu's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Song Yang's back. So damn handsome. Song Yang didn't hesitate when he rushed out just now. The lowly oilman sure doesn't know how to be polite. The Lin family's second master opened his mouth to taunt with a gloomy face. Song Yang returned him with the same disdainful look. A father who can watch his own daughter get beaten doesn't deserve to be called a father, much less a man. Finished, Song Yang coldly looked toward Alexander who had already climbed up. His eyes deep, coldly said, "Is it that the prestige of the Great Ming in recent decades has been lowered? Well, how would cats and dogs dare to come to the Great Ming to cause trouble? Still dare to beat up the women of my Great Ming? Have you forgotten the bitter experience you once had?" Song Yang said, and took a few steps forward. Alexander wiped the donated blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Song Yang indifferently. Only the eyes were laced with a madness and hatred that one could not ignore in any way. "A mere East Asian. You dare to take a shot at me. You're afraid you want to die." With that, Alexander began to chant, one winding incantation after another coming out of his mouth. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. No wonder he was so crazy. So he was still a cultivator. It looks pretty strong. But, the front rocker is so long, it's pretending to be a mudblood. Song Yang rushed up and kicked, directly interrupting the chant and kicking Alexander out again. 2 kicks in a row and Alexander is going crazy. I'm a heavenly pride who has been crowned as a great military god. How dare you make a move? Asterisk 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 me. Alexander pulled out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Song Yang, with a cold smile. Before Song Yang could make a move, the secretary Jean next to him rushed out, kicking the pistol and slamming his fist into Alexander. Yi Qingyu called the police at the right time. Bringing guns into the country privately, that's got to be heavily scrutinized. Within a few moments, the brocade guards arrived to take Alexander away. Let me go. Let the old man go. I am Alexander, a descendant of that great emperor. How dare you lowly fellow seize me? The leader, the head of the brocade guards, slapped Alexander on the head, took off his own socks and shoved them in his mouth. Pretend you're paralyzed. In my daming, who doesn't have a bullish ancestor in their ancestry already? Alexander is nothing. My surname is Bai. My ancestor may not be the god of killing by Qi. If Alexander came over from the east in that year, he also had to die. Alexander was held back and taken away. Song Yang skimmed his mouth, most damnably hating foreigners pretending in front of him. A cynic in his previous life. His identity in this life is a positive red flag, and no matter where you look, you're going to strike out. Young Master Song, you've done too much. This is our Lin family's territory, and it's my Lin family's honored guest you're hitting. Song Mei's face was quite gloomy. This was a naked slap in the face. Their Lin family was also a family with a reputation. Song Yang had directly ruined their banquet with this outburst. Song Yang tilted his head to look at the Lin family's second master and sneered. A good scientific research intelligence brain, why net with the foreign gang of misfits? Qingyu, call the police. I suspect that the second master of the Lin family has something to do with Alexander's bringing illegal weapons into the country. The Lin family's second master was dumbfounded, and Song Mei was also dumbfounded. No, young man, you don't speak martial arts. Yi Qingyu smiled as she took out her phone and dialed out. Not a moment later, the police came, accessed the surveillance, and directly took the second master of the Song family and Song Mei away. Since you said that Pressure Mountain is your honored guest and that this is your Lin family's territory, you're just waiting to be questioned. Lin Qingyu looked around. The Lin family no longer had an officiating person. She took the initiative to go up to the stage and started hosting. Everyone, the essence of the banquet is to make friends, so there is not much of a problem right now. Everyone keep getting high, keep making friends. When Yin Yinshu, Zhang Yiwen, Hurricane Cloud arrived, ready to communicate and cooperate with Alexander, gradually recovering the overseas Dragon King Palace matters, steeply found that their partners went in, but also broke the law, or was taken away by the genie way. When she understood what happened, Yin Yinshu indignantly came to Yi Qingyu and said in a cold voice, "What a good tactic. However, don't think you can stop the great cause of resurrecting the Dragon King's palace just like that." Yi Qingyu and Song Yang were dumbfounded. After Yin Yinshu left, Yi Qingyu and Song Yang looked at each other. She's sick, isn't she? But that's okay. Alexander has ties to the Dragon Palace, and it's nice to be silenced. TSK, Alexander's identity is so valuable. Will he be directly buckled and crushed to death? Song Yang couldn't help but think in his heart. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, her eyes flickered a bit as she thought more. Yin Yinshu was not the type of person who was indolent, so Yi Qingyu guessed that Yin Yinshu might have come here in order to bring out this matter of Alexander's honorable status. The more honorable the status, the more likely Alexander was to be detained by the brood. Thinking along these lines, and then linking the fact that the Lin family is going to marry Alexander, then some answers come out. The Dragon King's palace wanted to break the cooperation between Alexander and the Lin family, and then they tied the Lin family to their chariot. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean looked at each other and Yi Qingyu quietly said, "We don't need to move, have faith in the Jinx's own judgment." Immediately after, Yi Qingyu and Lin Qingyu communicated, taking advantage of the gap between bringing Zhao Xinjin to the back to apply medicine. Yi Qingyu communicated with Lin Qingyu. "You like Song Yang? With such a straight ball?" Lin Qingyu froze for a moment before nodding. "Yes." Yi Qingyu laughed. "Then to what extent do you like it?" Yi Qingyu was already too lazy to ask why she liked it. There was no point. Each of them, these women, had different reasons for liking Song Yang. Confusion flashed in Lin Qingyu's eyes. To what extent did she like it? After a long time, he slowly said, "Like to the extent that I am willing to rebel against the Lin family for Song Yang and subvert the Lin family." Yi Qingyu raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Oh, then my husband is quite charming." Yi Qingyu even licked her lips and made a state of reminiscing. Lin Qingyu frowned. It was so unpleasant. Yi Qingyu pressed against Lin Qingyu's ear and said, "There's nothing I can do if I'm not happy, but I can work with you." Lin Qingyu's heart moved. As long as it was close, there was a chance. This night, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei became completely famous in the upper circles. The couple spent the night inside the police station cooperating with the investigation. It was also the night that Song Yang drank the great tonic soup that Dragon Spirit served him and fell into a muddle-headed sleep. Chapter 40. Early in the morning, the Lin family couple waited inside the police station for Lin Qingyu to come and retrieve the person. Also early in the morning, Song Yang and Lin Qingyu met at the hotel. Song Yang's face was slightly red, and Lin Qingyu had a teasing smile on her face. When Song Yang and Lin Qingyu walked out of the room, the three of them, Yi Qingyu, Long Ling, and Secretary Jean, were sitting in the living room. "Husband, last night was fun." Yi Qingyu smiled and handed Song Yang his breakfast. Nowadays, as the family got bigger, breakfast was not only made by Song Yang, but Long Ling also started to help out. Song Yang sat down in a depressed manner and smiled bitterly. "I don't even know how to describe my mood." Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and snickered, not saying anything. Long Ling smiled and walked behind Song Yang, squeezing his shoulders. Lin Qingyu sat down next to Song Yang and said grudgingly, "Are you complaining that I don't know how to be shameless?" These words caused Song Yang to hastily shake his head and explain, "No, it's just that I feel as if I'd become a tool person." Yi Qingyu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "You're right to say that, husband. At the very least, I've met so many partners because of you, my husband. By the way, I'm going to form a business alliance to unite industries and try to make a closed loop." Song Yang tilted his head. Uniting the industries. Feng Qiuyu he still understood. After all, the other party had industries. As for Long Ling, the industries under her name were now only those hot pot restaurants that had just opened, right? And speaking of hot pot restaurants, Song Yang suddenly thought of something, grasping the grass. If I remember correctly, there was a storyline where the catering-rich second generation molested Yin Yanshu, and then Hua Chengfeng stood up for Yin Yanshu and used Taoist magic to make the catering outlets of that rich second generation's company all suffer from food poisoning. Yi Qingyu's face instantly darkened. Damn it. Lin Qingyu looked at Yi Qingyu and Song Yang stiffening at the same time and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Song Yang said tearlessly, "Suddenly, I remembered something. Do you think there's a Taoist method that can make all of the stores of a catering company get food poisoning at the same time?" Long Ling's face was instantly gloomy. Among their group, she was the one who opened the catering, and because of her act of rebelling from the Dragon family, she had a direct grudge against the Dragon King's palace. Lin Qingyu smiled and said, "There definitely is. The project that Master Lin studied has always been the inevitability between Taoism and science. I remember him saying that Taoist transmission is amazing, and if it could be deciphered with science, then mankind could become gods. This is also the reason why the Lin family has cooperation with the Dragon King Hall. But alas, nowadays, these kinds of bullish Dao dermas require either a tragic cost or a medium in order to be cast. So don't worry too much." After Lin Qingyu finished speaking, she looked at Song Yang and continued with a smile, "Now it's better to talk about what's going on between the two of us. Hubby, can I go work in your company?" Song Yang nodded decisively. "Yes." Jingle bells. Before Lin Qingyu had a chance to be happy, Secretary Jean received a call, and after umming and ahhing for a few sentences, he put down the phone and said with a grim expression, "Bad news. The Jinui side has received a request from the upper echelons to release Alexander immediately." Yi Qingyu frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Why?" An indignation flashed in Secretary Kim's eyes. "The family behind Alexander maneuvered its chip companies to cut off all chip business in our country last night. According to the speculation of the relevant departments, the country's chip storage, only enough to use for a month. That's a thunderous blow." Yi Qingyu, Song Yang and the others revealed a collective helpless expression. "That's a real trick to get out of the way." Immediately afterward, Song Yang looked at Yi Qingyu. "Qingyu, hurry up and find someone to change Zhao Xinjin's residence and protect her. That lunatic, Alexander, probably won't leave her alone." Martyr, just remembered. That bastard Alexander had once gone after the people around Hua Chengfeng because he couldn't beat him. Who knows if Alexander will go after Zhao Xinjin? After all, perverted brain circuits are always incomprehensible. Secretary Kim shook her head. "There's no need to get too worked up. Alexander will be escorted out of the country by the kamikazes themselves. A dangerous man like him can't be completely spared." Secretary King says that if Alexander is completely spared, then the court's face is gone, and that is a major blow. So, for the sake of the economy, it is possible to release people temporarily, but it is impossible to release them completely. TCH, it's not good to have your skills taken. Song Yang bristled, his face full of displeasure. Lin Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed. "This is when my importance is revealed. Chip research, leave it to me." Lin Qingyu was very proud. Next, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu's few people separated, each going about their own business. Song Yang went back to his own company to prepare for Lin Qingyu's induction. Yi Qingyu and Secretary Jean went back to Ye's group to look into the next group strategy. Long Ling, on the other hand, drove back to the capital and prepared to mess around with the means of defense against Dao attacks. She didn't want her hard-earned industry to be destroyed by a Dao. That's too much to lose. Lin Qingyu then went to pick up the Lin family's second master in Songmei. Just as I picked it up, I received a call from the old man of the Lin family. Lao heir, you and your daughter-in-law go back to the capital immediately. And now immediately research chip technology for me. Don't mess with that bull ***** human chip of yours. The second master of the Lin family was dissatisfied. On what grounds did you stop my program? Elder Lin growled. On what grounds? On the basis that we've been taken and necked by Alexander's family. And that big cabinet member in charge of scientific research is now very disgruntled and has issued a challenge to our Lin family. The second master of the Lin family's face changed instantly. And Alexandria's family already has a way to take death after this time. We don't need to join forces with him. Zhao Xinjin is also useless. So hurry up and get back. Lin Qingyu shrugged. This was really good news. After hanging up the phone, the Lin family's second master growled in displeasure. Damn Song Yang, it's not even enough that he caused me to lose face at the banquet, but he also caused my project to be halted and he had to go and research the damn chips. Not cool to the core. Lin Qingyu spoke at the right time. Dad, I'll avenge you. The second master of the Lin family looked at her with red eyes. How to take revenge? Lin Qingyu smiled and said, I'll go work at Song Yang's chip company and use his resources to break through the technology, and secretly hand it over to you at that time. We eat his food, we use his food, we drink his food, and finally we register the technology first and make him look foolish. These words made the Lin family's second master in Song Mei happy. It's worthy of being the daughter they personally raised. She just understands things. She's much better than that punk Xiao Xinjin. Very well, I'll leave it to you here in Fenghai City. Alexander was handed over to his family by the brood at the high seas. Immediately afterward, foreign countries began to impose a chip blockade on the Ming court. The cabinet members of the cabinet were furious. How can our great Ming be bullied? The policy of encouraging independent research came out soon after, and various universities began to conduct research in chip specialization. Yin Yinshu took advantage of this to start cooperation with the Lin family. In Yin Yinshu's opinion, if this thing was done successfully, it would be a 2-for-1 deal. It could strike Song Yang. It could also bundle the Lin family onto the chariot, and it could also utilize the profiteering of the chip industry to coalesce all of the hidden forces of the Dragon King's palace in the country. After all, Zhang Yiwen and the others had disappeared for too long, and the failures of Hua Chengfeng and Gale and the others were too devastating to the point that the Dragon King Hall was now torn apart. However, while Yin Yenshu was doing this chip industry thing, he was also preparing to deal a blow to Song Yang and the others. Heavenly Master Zhang, please use your Dao to find something for Song Yang and the others to do. Yin Yenshu looked at Zhang Yuan and said with a gloomy face. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. No problem, it's just that I need some precious aids, and the Feng Haichen family has a rat tiresome stone that can be borrowed just in time. Yin Yenshu frowned. Feng Haichen family, not familiar ah. Zhang Yuan hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. It's okay, we are a great power. We can be unfamiliar with mortals, because, mortals will actively seek out the mighty over life and death. Not long after, the Chen family's old lady suddenly fell ill, and the entire Chen family was in chaos. The old lady of the Chen family issued an order that she would pass the family headship to whichever child found a strange person who could save her. Chapter 41, was it a wrong guess? Song Yang was doing research with Lin Qingyu in the company's lab when he got the news from the Chen family. During the break, the duo argues about the development of technology for the country and the changes in people's lives. The two chatted more and more until the secretary came in to report that the Chen family's eldest Miss, M.S. Chen Yuan, had come to pay a visit. Song Yang was surprised at the arrival of this great lady. For this reason also deliberately checked that small number of WeChat, and did not find Chen Yuan's information on it. After checking the memory of his predecessor, he had only communicated with Chen Yuan in some business activities. The rest of the time, the two did not cross paths. For this reason, Song Yang recalled the overview of the Chen family in the original article again. The Chen family is a famously neutral family, and it is said that their ancestors were one of the 9 doors, who started out as grave robbers. Nowadays, the business deals in ceramics, embroidery, restoration of ancient artifacts, replicas, antiques, pawnshops and a host of other deals. The original Chen family old lady also suddenly got sick. In order to cure the disease, Chen family old lady took out a piece of treasure called dust avoidance beads, and then the world's strange men and women came a lot. This is also when Hua Chengfeng made his debut and pretended. After a series of pretending to hit the face, Hua Chengfeng not only gained the recognition of the Chen family's old lady, but also harvested Chen Yuan's secret love. Thinking of this, Song Yang then associated it with what Lin Qingyu had said, that a medium was needed to cast a Dao spell now. Maybe the medium that brought down the catering rich kids family company in Hua Qingfeng's original story was taken from the Chen family. After all, the Chen family has been the 9 gates of tomb raiding since their ancestors, so it's normal for their family to have any treasures. Thinking of this, Song Yang immediately decided to have a good chat with Chen Yuan. Under Lin Qingyu's ambiguous gaze, Song Yang walked towards the company's meeting room. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qingyu followed suit. She was afraid that Song Yang would be too charismatic and take Chen Yuan under his wing as well. After all, Yi Qingyu's lower limit was so low that she didn't care in the slightest how many women Song Yang had as long as he still came home on time to serve her, take care of her, and feed her. In Yi Qingyu's words, she was a traditional woman who could accept a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's more, it was a man like Song Yang whose family history, looks, and ability were all nearly perfect. Pushing open the door of the parlor, Song Yang saw Chen Yuan standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window watching the scenery of the factory. Surprised, under the sunlight, Chen Yuan in a lavender dress seemed to be glowing. Song Yang couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Su Song really didn't lie to me. Chen Yuan turned around when she heard the sound of the door opening and greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Song, and this one behind you is. Song Yang smiled gently. It's been a long time, Miss Chen. This is my friend Lin Qingyu, the eldest miss of the Lin family in the capital. Lin Qingyu stepped forward and reached out to greet her. Hello, Miss Chen. My name is Lin Qingyu. Chen Yuan was surprised for a moment. After both sides were seated, Song Yang's beautiful secretary served tea. Chen Yuan lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and laughed. Mr. Song, I thought you would be a male secretary. Song Yang rubbed his nose and let out a bitter smile. This female secretary was introduced to her by Secretary Kim, her schoolmate. Straightening his complexion, Song Yang looked seriously at Chen Yuan. Eldest Miss Chen, please directly state your intentions. Song Yang didn't want to dilly-dally much. We didn't have that deep of a friendship, so we might as well be straightforward. Chen Yuan similarly straightened her face and looked seriously at Song Yang. Mr. Song, I took the liberty of coming here for one reason, to talk business. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. About the old lady? Chen Yuan nodded, her eyes dark. Mr. Song must have heard the rumors about the Chen family's heir apparent. Song Yang began to turn over the memories of his predecessor. The Chen family was a thieving family, and thanks to that ruthless old ancestor who was known as the Nine-Gate Governor, the Chen family didn't mind the existence of illegitimate children because their system of inheritance was compost raising. It's basically a case of one heir and countless contenders, male and female. Every person who competes for the position of the head of the family will hold a Chen family business as an adult. Then it's off to grow the business. The better you develop, the more benefits you create for the family, and the more you can beat the other competitors. You are the next generation of power in the family, the head of the family. That's why the Chen family was able to go from being a lower ninth-rate Nine Gates family to a top-rate family. Generations of ruthless family heads have kept the family going and moving forward. However, the Chen family has always denied it to the public is all. So Miss Chen called this a rumor. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. So Miss Chen came over to find an ally? Chen Yuan first nodded and then shook her head before saying, yes and no. I wanted to come and ask if Mr. Song knows any methods to break the evil spell on my grandmother. This. Song Yang was confused. A caution flashed in Lin Qingyu's eyes. Song Yang really couldn't understand Chen Yuan's thought process. You're asking a layman for a way to break an evil spell? Isn't that too funny? Chen Yuan leaned back into her chair and laughed lightly. I know that Mr. Song thinks I'm joking, but I've checked the course of Chief Song's fight with Hua Chengfeng. My people told me that Hua Chengfeng did poison you, but it didn't work. Song Yang's eyes widened, and Lin Qingyu's face instantly changed, extremely gloomy, and said in a cold voice, what did you say? Chen Yuan looked at the killing intent on Lin Qingyu's body and realized in her heart that recent rumor in the upper circles about Song Yang opening a harem seemed to be true. Chen Yuan softly explained, I'm sure Mr. Song and Ms. Lin also know that with the advent of the Age of the End, the once forbidden spells in the West are now just a small ball of fire, and the magical Dao Jitsu in the East of us all require a medium to implement them. That's why the treasures that my Chen family possesses give us significant power within the mystic circle. Song Yang said with a serious expression. So, you found out that Hua Chengfeng has cast a Taoist assassination spell on me, but it didn't work. Song Yang recalled everything he had experienced since he crossed over and realized that he was not in any discomfort and there was no sign that he had been backstabbed by a mysterious force. You know, he's been eating well lately, and he's been having a great time with all the beauties every day. There is not a single sign of being backstabbed. Chen Yuan nodded depressingly. That's right, so that's why I came to find you. The backstabbing of the number one person of the younger generation in the mystic circle didn't work. so I guess you must have a special method. Special methods? Song Yang waved his hand and smiled. Miss Chen, stop it. I've never been in contact with the mystic circle, so how would I know anything about Taoism? It's probably because Hua Qingfeng's backstabbing didn't work. Chen Yan stared at Song Yang dead on and sensed the pendant in front of her, realizing that Song Yang was truly not lying. This made Chen Yan depressed. Had she really guessed wrong? Chapter 42, The Coming Meeting. This caused Chen Yuan to be a bit disappointed, and she said undeterred, Mr. Song, then if it was you who was backstabbed, what would you do? This query left Song Yang speechless, but in the spirit of befriending, Song Yang thought about the original Chinese Qingfeng's method of cracking the evil spell that the Chen family's old lady had been subjected to. It was in the old lady's room that the framing medium was found and then crushed with one foot. After thinking it through, Song Yang said in a tangled and serious manner, if it were me, I'd think about whether or not I've received anything special recently, find the root cause, and crack off the source, and then think about who could possibly harm me and then go take him out. Chen Yan was a bit disappointed, so that was the only solution. Everyone knows this solution. After all, you need to use a medium to cast the spell and find it to destroy it. But how to find it is a problem. They, the Chen family, had already cleaned up and down the area where the old lady lived, and they hadn't found the medium. Chen Yan said with disappointment, We've searched up and down the Chen family, and we've cleaned up all the newly imported goods. Even went so far as to clean everything the old lady had touched in the last month with the Plutonian cleaning method handed down from her ancestors. Suffice it to say, it's all cleared out except for the people. Right now, in the entire Chen family, there is not a single bit of it that has anything to do with evil magic. Song Yang was stunned. This was even more bullish than the evil magic that the old lady was struck by in the original. As for Chen Yan's ancestral cleaning method, Song Yang also knew about it. Because the Chen family was from the Nine Gates, they were always in contact with things underground, so they had a set of means specializing in cracking underground filth. In the original, when Hua Chengfeng went to recover the Dragon King's palace in the west at a later stage, he was once backstabbed by the people there with Dracula's rings, and it was Chen Yan, who had already become boyfriend and girlfriend with Hua Chengfeng, who saved him with the Chen family's Plutonian cleansing method. So, if Chen Yan said that the Chen family was clean, then it must be clean. Next to her, Lin Qingyu frowned. You said besides people? Chen Yan nodded. Yes, except for the people. Then why don't you check and clean up the people too? Lin Qingyu asked rhetorically. Chen Yan let out a bitter smile. Ms. Lin may not know that there is no way for a human being to be used as a medium to cast Taoist or evil spells. Lin Qingyu smiled. Why is it impossible? Faced with this aggressive attitude, Chen Yan was a bit dissatisfied. Ms. Lin, my Chen family is a professional. Lin Qingyu wasn't angry and smiled. Ms. Chen, but it's you, the professional and the family, who are now begging around. Chen Yan froze, then felt a coldness throughout her body. Yes, it was their group of professionals who were begging around, even to the point of begging Song Yang, an outsider, for a mere hope. Lin Qingyu looked at the frozen Chen Yan, took out the cell phone he was carrying and smiled. Every cell phone needs a chip for data processing and arithmetic? It's like mediumship items in dowsing. Chen Yan looked at Lin Qingyu incredulously and stammered. You mean to say that someone buried the medium in a human body? Lin Qingyu nodded with a smile. Yes, that was the meaning. Chen Yan's body stiffened at once. This is a cognitively subversive operation. There was a struck Chen Yan who said to Song Yang thanks for the guidance, exchanged WeChat, and hurriedly left. She needs to go home and check it out thoroughly. Song Yang was a bit sad that he hadn't been able to do a big favor after all. Behind her, Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered. She needed Chen Yan to verify whether the guesses she said were true or not. The second master of the Lin family did the human chip project is this. The goal is to give people superhuman strength through external forces. At one time Taoist wizards could cast Taoist spells directly. Now they cannot. They need to go through a medium, then put the medium directly within the human body. And wouldn't that still appear to be the result of direct human dowsing? But this project research, despite the huge amount of manpower and material resources invested, still did not reach the goal perfectly. But here's the biggest appeal of scientific research. You set a perfect goal and can reap a bunch of small results in between. Lin Qingyu guessed that the second master of the Lin family's project might not have been realized, but there should have been small results. For example, burying the medium for casting down magic into the human body. On the other hand, Chen Yan, who was on her way back to the Chen family home, suddenly felt a palpitation. Chen Yan subconsciously rubbed the ring on her middle finger and felt a warmth. There's danger in coming home this time. Chen Yan's face was instantly ugly, and with a sharp brake, he parked the car close to the parking lot by the road. Her main business in the Chen family is the antique line. Put away the good stuff and sell the baby. In between, It has passed hands with countless amazing things that ordinary people can't see. She's collected some treasures of her own. Jade necklaces like the one around her neck called Haiti Horn can sense if what someone is saying is true or not. The downside is that it requires distance. And the ring on her hand is named White Tiger Stone. Legend has it that the White Tiger has the duty of good luck in guarding the people's peace. The White Tiger Stone's function was simple. It could sense danger. The downside is that the size of the danger is unknown. Chen Yuan hesitated. If going home means danger, then she, gritting her teeth, Chen Yuan still decided to go back. Rich and powerful. The Chen family's so big industry. She didn't want to give it to others. However, she needed to pull an ally. Song Yang looked at the message he received from Chen Yuan on his cell phone and had a bit of a headache. To go, or not to go? Hearing Song Yang's mumbling, Lin Xingyu became curious. What's wrong? Song Yang handed her his cell phone. Chen Yuan, Mr. Song, I perceive a certain amount of danger for myself on this trip homecoming, and I would like to ask this friend of yours to escort me for a bit. As a witness to making friends, I can give you a dragon ring. This dragon ring is kept in the Aussie antique shop under my name, so you can just go and get it directly. Ah, the dragon ring. Song Yang knew about this stuff from reading books. This is the treasure that Chen Yuan gave Hua Changfeng. In the words of the original, this is a magic treasure in ancient times, and the effect is also very simple. It is to strengthen the physique. The effect is very weak, but the victory is sustained. Wearing him, as long as you can withstand the backlash of the dragon ring, your body will always strengthen at a slow rate. It's what many practitioners want. However, the side effect, or backlash, was so great that Hua Changfeng almost died from the backlash of the pressure of the dragon ring when he killed his enemy in one of his fights against someone. Go for it. The Chen family is worth befriending, for sure. However, you need to bring along Secretary Kim, the master. Lin Xingyu expresses his support for this matter. Song Yang hummed, listening to his wife. He couldn't go wrong. In the Chen family's old mansion, Chen Yuwen's younger brother, brought Yin Yinshu and Zhang Yiwen to meet the Chen family's old lady. Grandma, the sun has invited Tianshi Zhang from the Dragon King's palace for you. Chapter 43, The Reverse Sun. The Chen family's old lady sitting in the wheelchair looked at the three people indifferently. Yin Yinshu and Zhang Yiwen greeted the old lady of the Chen family in the wheelchair together. Only, Yin Yinshu was gentle. Hello, Grandma Chen. Zhang Yiwen was mocking. This is not the year's big female main imperial sister with a flamboyant personality. Now how is it that she is sickly and weak lying on top of the bed, and still needs me, the old Taoist priest who is being mocked, to come to her rescue? The Chen family's old lady did not hide the killing intent in her eyes and said indifferently, Dragon King Hall's female Dragon King, old Zhang Yiwen, do you two have something to do? These cold words immediately made the scene go down awkwardly. Yin Yinshu glanced at Zhang Yiwen. What's going on? Are you guys on such bad terms? Chen doggedly came behind the Chen family's old lady, pinched her shoulders, and whispered, Grandma, of course these two are the ones I invited to save you. Granny Chen snorted and said disdainfully, Little Chenzi, guess why I didn't have Zhang Yiwen? This old bastard. Come over in the first place. Chen hand stiffened. Zhang Yiwen's face instantly turned ugly. Yin Yinshu felt a headache. Again. The reputation of the Dragon King's palace was particularly bad among the top families. The Lin family is like that, guarding their hand when working with them. Hua Changfeng made contact with many clans when he was the Dragon King, and everyone was on guard. The overseas Dragon King's palace is even in direct rebellion. Yin Yinshu felt that this shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, a power that had bullied its way through should have some loyal minions left behind no matter what. However, after Ling Long and Yi Yin ran away with the money, Yin Yinshu felt that the Dragon King's palace was strange. After she became the Dragon King asked Hurricane Yun and Zhang Yiwen, as well as other old people in the village. The reply was that people's hearts are not the same. The world's culture is deteriorating, and when you fall, even your former junior brother has to step on a foot. Incidentally, I also got a lesson. So read the book. You must remember to just treat your opponent as you would a dog. However, as a successful entrepreneur, Yin Yinshu, who had run his own business into the ground, felt that what this group of old men from the Dragon King's palace had said was not right at all. However, she who was feeding on the knowledge of the Dragon King's hall was too embarrassed to refute it directly, so she could only endure it. Now well, Yin Yinshu felt that she should be able to get the answer from the Chen family's old lady, the head of the top family who once ran the world. The Chen family's old lady said in a cold voice, Mo Yun, in. An old and hoarse voice sounded in the corner, and a middle-aged woman dressed in all black slowly walked out from the corner and came behind the Chen family's old lady. Young master, it's better for the old slave to take care of the family head. Chen's face was dark, and he said in an aggravated manner, Grandma, old Mrs. Chen snorted again, don't call me grandma, I'm afraid you'll rip my head off. Chen was dissatisfied, and he secretly hated it in his heart. Old lady, your guess is really accurate. I really want to rip your head off. One of Chun Chen's greatest grievances against the Chun family lay in that damn inheritance system. Competition is fine. Why should women be allowed to compete as well? Those women should have gone to the union. What right do they have to compete for the head of the family? Chen Chen hated this rule that women could also run for family head. Otherwise, he, the first eldest son, would have been able to directly become the family head, where to use the way it is now, and still have to compete with Chen Yuan. Along with that, he even hated his own grandmother, the current head of the Chen family, old Mrs. Chen. But even with all the dissatisfaction, Chen Chen could only respectfully step back. The Chen family's old lady looked at Chen Chen's silence and indifferently looked at Zhang Yuan. Old man, do you know why I didn't seek you out to undo this evil spell on me in the first place? Zhang Yuan's face did not turn red and he calmly said, maybe he's afraid that I'll raise the price. Snorting, the old lady of the Chen family said hatefully, it's because I guessed that this evil spell was put down by you. Yin Yanshu stared wide-eyed. How do you know that? Zhang Yuan was also filled with incredulity. How did she know? Chen Chen was backed up several steps by these words. His body was covered in cold sweat all of a sudden, and he looked at the Chun family's old lady with a face full of horror. Their movements were so stealthy. How did this footloose old lady know? And the whole Chen family was checked by the old lady's minders, and no traces were found. The Chen family's old lady sneered at the three people in front of her and laughed coldly. Zhang Yuan, do you think that I won't know that you did it just because you did it seamlessly? Zhang Yuan frowned tightly and said incredulously, how did you know that? Laughing coldly, the Chen family's old lady's eyes were filled with indifference. It's very simple. Because the evil spells that even my Chen family can't break. There are only a few people in the whole world who can, and other than you, it's impossible for anyone else to lay their hands on me. Sometimes, too much perfect maneuvering is the biggest deal breaker, and then there's, the Chen family's old lady erupted with terrifying killing intent. Only you, the Dragon King's Hall, can do the thing of first poisoning, then detoxifying, and then buying people's hearts. So, Zhang Yuan, wait for death. Do it. Accompanied by an order from the Chun family's old lady, a group of black-clothed bodyguards instantly appeared in the room, surrounding Zhang Yuan, Yin Yanshu, and Chen Chen. Then, Overlord Breaking Lance, an explosive shout came from outside the door, and a terrifying gunpowder instantly covered the entire room. Those black-clothed bodyguards were sent flying out before they could react. The crippled Hurricane Cloud walked in through the door carrying a long spear, his face full of arrogance. TSK, the Chen family's guards are weak as always. Hurricane Cloud issued a taunt to the Chen family's old lady. Old Mrs. Chen's face instantly darkened. Mo Yun, Sister Mo Yun. Two shouts opened at the same time, and in the next second, Mo Yun stood next to Yin Yanshu. The Chen family's old lady was filled with disbelief. Your own beloved dead man, defected? Yin Yanshu smiled as she stepped forward and stood in front of the Chen family's old lady, softly saying, Grandma Chen, you don't think that I didn't prepare any backhanders at all, and foolishly came to your Chen family's base camp? The Chen family's old lady didn't say anything, she just sat there disheveled. She had lost after all, but she wanted to know where she lost. The Chen family's old lady looked at Yin Yanshu, inquiring with her eyes instead of words. Yin Yanshu laughed softly. Grandma Chen, Sister Mo Yun once had a child. Did you know that? The Chen family's old lady glanced at Mo Yun who stood indifferently to the side inside. After all, she had lost. Yin Yanshu sat to the side after finishing, and seeing the reversal of the situation, Chen Chen laughed maniacally as he rushed forward. Old woman, hand over the position of the head of the family and I'll spare you from death. The old lady of the Chen family glanced at Chen Chen disdainfully. Do you think that old lady I am stupid? If I hand over the head of the Chen family now, I'll still have a chance to live. Chen Chen let out a sardonic laugh. Old woman, don't refuse to drink until you've been punished. Hand over the key to the treasury that symbolizes the position of the head of the family. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chen family's most valuable treasures were uniformly placed in the treasury, and the key to the treasury was on the Chen family's old lady, and she was the only one who knew where it was, Yin Yanshu and Chen Chen would have already made their move. Dreaming. Waste. Old Mrs. Chen leaned back and casually said, Chapter 44, Mutual Torture. Whoosh. A shot of gunpowder instantly shot through the Chen family's old lady's shoulder. The donated blood flowed instantly. Hurricane Cloud laughed coldly. Girl, hand over the key to the Chen clan's treasury and give up the position of clan head to Chen Chen, and we'll spare your life. At this time the situation where people still do not understand, the Dragon King Palace is ready to move strong. Yin Yanshu sighed softly. Grandma Chen, the position of the family head should have been held by a man in the first place. Chen Chen's natural talent is good. Why are you not willing to pass it on? Old Mrs. Chen didn't say anything. Chen Chen stormed out. Old woman, you're just biased. You don't see it as well as an outsider. This time, The Chen family's old lady was completely disappointed with Chen Chen, but she still said in a hoarse voice, Chen Chen, 40 years ago, the 9 families representing the 9 gate tilers were robbed one after another, and a few of them even went extinct. The only 5 clans that still exist today are our Chun clan, Wu clan, Xia clan, Hua clan, and Li clan. Guess how they didn't have it 40 years ago? Guess why I'm so hostile to the Dragon King's palace? Saying that, the old lady of the Chen family spat out a mouthful of donated blood. She's in really bad shape right now. But who let the only heir left around Chen Chen? Even if she despised this child, she had to find a way to save herself and not let the Chen family become extinct. Which Chen Chen did not care, kicked over the wheelchair, and kicked hard on the Chen family's old lady. Frantically said, it's not just that the Dragon King's palace exterminated the other families. It's not just that the tactics are a bit dirty, and undercover agents, and poison, and pitted with Taoist techniques. But so what? It's none of my Chen Chen's business. It's not like I care about them. There's only one thing I care about today, and that's the position of family head. And the only way to win is to cooperate, Chen Chen said as he brutalized the old lady. And strangely enough, with all the commotion here, not a single member of the Chen family came over. The Chen family's old lady closed her eyes in pain. This grandson of hers, completely crazy. Is the Chen family going to die? She didn't believe that the Dragon King's Hall would cooperate with the Chen family. With the style of behavior of the Dragon King's Hall decades ago, it was all about eating and cleaning. She didn't believe in change. Whoosh! A flying knife shot through the door. Bang! Halfway through, he was picked off by a gun. Chen Chen, you are truly a fatherless scum. I can't believe you took a shot at Grandma. Chen Yuan covered the wounds on her body and appeared at the door of the room with a ragged breath. Chen Chen tilted his head and mocked indifferently. Sister, you actually managed to come over? The others didn't stop you? But even if you could rush over, with your current injured body, what would you be able to do? It's just adding another object for me to inflict violence on. Ha 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 ha. Chen Chen laughed maniacally. If someone were to take a turn around the Chun family's old mansion at this time, they would realize that there were people lying all over the place within this small manor. A closer look would reveal that they were all sons of the Chun family branch. There were also several middle-aged men among them, and the bodyguards hidden in the shadows all stood indifferently to the side. The Chen family's ancestral rule is that bodyguards are not allowed to intervene in times of civil war. Chen Yuan glanced at Yin Yanshu and Zhang Yuan, especially Mo Yun who was standing next to Yin Yanshu, and said in a cold voice, the Dragon King Palace does things so dirty. Aren't they afraid that the world's powerful families will resist together? One must know that the worldly families and gentry valued inheritance the most, and this kind of eat-dry behavior of the Dragon King Palace was most alarming. Yin Yanshu let out a light laugh and casually said, Sister Chen, don't say you're laughing. Our Dragon King Palace is just kindly coming over to treat Grandma Chen, and as soon as Grandma Chen was happy after she recovered from her illness, she made Chen Chen the new head of the family and had him engaged to me. It's as simple as that. Sister Chen, do you think this ending is bad? Chen Yuan sneered and instantly fumbled for her cell phone, frantically videotaping at the Chen family's old lady who was spitting blood on the ground, her body covered in footprints. When Hurricane Cloud saw this scene, his pupils tightened and he directly rushed up. Then Chen Yuan started the kite-flying tactic. If I can't beat you, I can run. Yin Yanshu looked at Chen Yuan with a stiff face and gritted her teeth. Sister Mo Yun. Mo Yun rushed up to grab Chen Yuan together. The other side, at the gate of Yi Group, Song Yang, who had picked up Secretary Jean, received a WeChat message from Chen Yuan. Looking at the video sent from above, he silently handed it to Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim calmly dialed a phone number. Brother, the performance is here. The Chen family's old mansion. After seeing that the message was sent successfully, Chen Yuan smiled faintly, threw the phone to Hurricane Yun, calmly came next to the Chen family's old lady, picked her up, and indifferently looked at Yin Yanshu and the others. Breaking and entering, elder abuse. If you don't beat me and Grandma to death today, you'll be guilty of both charges. When the time comes, let's see if it's your Dragon King Hall's connections that are solid or our Chen family's connections that are hard. Chen Yuan felt the pain. Thanks to Daming's high-pressure policy management, the lineage families, were able to solve many problems by official means. Yin Yanshu, Zhang Yiwen, Hurricane Yun, Chen Chen, and Mo Yun were all 5 confused. They were truly surprised that Chen Yuan was so shameless. It was clearly a game between cultivators, the lineage, and she called the police. How is this behavior different from that shameless man Song Yang? Hurricane Cloud gritted his teeth and said, Little girl, do you still have some cultivator's dignity on you? But anytime you step up and fight me, I can look at you. Chen Yuan sneered and said disdainfully, I'm stupid using my 28 kung fu to harden your 82 years of kung fu. Also, don't you feel shameless when you say these words of bullying the small with the big? Hurricane Cloud wanted to say more but was stopped by Zhang Yiwen. Only Zhang Yuan, who hadn't said much before, stepped forward and calmly said, "The evil spell that your grandmother has been struck by can only be solved by me. Are you sure you want to fight us to the death?" Chen Yan glanced at the old lady of the Chen family who was in a depressed state, and looked at Zhang Yuan with a grave gaze. "What does it mean?" Zhang Yuan calmly continued. "Our Dragon King Hall has no other thoughts about the Chen family. We just want to cooperate. You should also know that those treasures in your coffers are what we need. As the saying goes, a wistful man is a wistful man. Ahem." The Chen family's old lady braced herself to look at Zhang Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Zhang Yuan, don't make banditry sound so simple. It's true that harboring the right thing is a crime, but it's also true that you're skillful with your ideas. Coupled with the previous hatred, I will never agree to work with you, unless you beat me to death." Impatience flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Then go to hell." With that, he raised his right arm and clenched his fist, a black gas coming out. Bound. The Chen family's old lady instantly covered her heart, as if some force was squeezing there. Chen Yan wanted to make a move. Yin Yanshu laughed softly, "Sister Chen, if you make a move now, we're just beating each other up." Oh. Chapter 45 is a demonstration. Yin Yanshu sneered, "Not only you guys will call the police, I will too. You're trying to put me in, and I'm trying to put you in." Chen Yan looked at the agonizing old lady of the Chen family. Her face instantly grimaced. The scene was not in her favor anymore. The other side is using the old lady's life as a threat. Chen Yan was in a tangle. She didn't know what to do now. The key to the Chen family's treasury is in the hands of the Chen family's old lady, and there's nothing anyone can do if she doesn't let go of it. But if Chen Yan chose not to save the Chen family's old lady, he might be kicked out of his position as a candidate for the head of the family. Now if she saves, she can only fight with Yin Yanshu, but she can't beat Hurricane Cloud. Don't look at the Hurricane Cloud crippled. But this crippled leg is the year of the brocade guards and dozens of top experts together to siege the big one. The three great hall masters of the Dragon King Hall were all top talents among their respective comprehensions, which was recognized back then. As Chen Yan was torn, Zhang Yuan began to exert force once again, and the Chen family's old lady revealed a pained expression. Yin Yanshu gave Chen Chen a wink. Chen Chen immediately laughed and stepped forward, grimly laughing. "Old woman, now this Chen Yan can't save you either. You can either pass on the family head to me now and I'll spare your life, or wait for death. Taoist murder. No one can do anything about us if we can't find out the evidence. The law adjudicates cases on the basis of evidence. Otherwise there is nothing you can do, even if you know who moved it." In the midst of the severe pain, the Chen family's old lady barely opened her eyes and said in a deep voice, "You're dreaming. I'll die before I give you the chance to betray the Chen family." Chen Chen roared in dissatisfaction. "Old woman, Nianshu has promised me that as long as I become the Chen family's head, she will marry me, and I'll be able to become the Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace, and at that time, the Chen family will rise to another level. Isn't that good? You'll stop struggling fearlessly." When the Chen family's old lady heard this, her pupils shrunk violently. Chen Yan was shocked. How could that be? How could Yin Yanshu look at a punk like you? Next to her, Yin Yanshu gently said, "Sister Chen, Chen Chen is not a waste. He is very capable." Chen Yan does not answer. A man who can't even double the profit of the business in his own hands, what ability can he have? Don't joke. Since you're obsessed, go to hell. Zhang Yuan's fists clenched violently as he looked indifferently at the Chen family's old lady. Tough as Chen's old lady also let out a roar of pain. Chen Yan gritted her teeth and violently rushed towards Zhang Yuan. The slender whip leg kicked towards Zhang Yuan like a shadow. It's just that the opponents are so horrible. Mo Yun instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and blocked the move. Hurricane Cloud took the opportunity to attack towards Chen Yan. The gunpowder from decades of cultivation fell like rain. Chen Yan gritted her teeth and charged directly at gunpowder, to fight to defeat Zhang Yuan even if she had to trade her life for a life. Bang! The powerful punch smashed into Chen Yan, directly sending her flying. No amount of desperation is enough in the face of absolute strength. With Hurricane Cloud and Mo Cloud joining forces, Chen Yan didn't stand a chance. Yin Yanshu looked at Chen Yan, who was lying on the ground, and the old lady of the Chen family, who was struggling in pain, and said as gently as she could, "Grandma Chen, Sister Chen, what are you still holding on to? Your help won't be here for a while, and your lives are in our hands. Hand over the keys to the Chen family's treasury and spare your lives." Speaking the last sentence, Yin Yanshu could no longer maintain the surface gentleness, and his voice was extremely grim. "TSK, when will the Dragon King's palace also be able to make life and death decisions on my Daning's lineage? Are you trying to rebel?" A calm, atmospheric voice came through the door. Yin Yanshu turned her head incredulously. Only Song Yang walked in with Secretary Jean and a middle-aged man with a shadowy face. Seeing the shadowy middle-aged man, Hurricane Cloud said in a deep voice, "Jean Daton, the northern commander of the brocade guards, I didn't expect it to be you. The shadowy middle-aged man swept a glance across the room, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Private penetration of people's homes and abuse of the elderly. These two sins you're sitting on. Yin Yinshu signaled Zhang Yuan to put down his hand, revealing a bright smile. Commander Jin, where is the evidence? Which one of your eyes saw us abusing the elderly and breaking and entering? Chen Shan walked forward with a proud smile and said smugly, they are the guests I invited, and just now they were treating the old woman. As for the old woman's and Chen Yuan's injuries, I did it. So, at best, you're treating me for domestic violence and elder abuse, but these two sins, they don't kill. Chen Shan was very proud. Yin Yinshu smiled and looked at Song Yang. Brother-in-law, is there a feeling of having missed a trick? She, Yin Yinshu, had already found a scapegoat. Shaking his head, Song Yang did not say anything, but led Secretary Jin straight towards Chen Yuan. With a wave of Jin Di's hand, two brocade guards came in and directly took Chen Shan away. Yin Yinshu brought Zhang Yuan, and the three of them, Mo Yun, also left directly. Just before leaving, Zhang Yuan smiled grimly. Out of the Chen family's old mansion, Mo Yun picked a tooth out of his mouth, and Hurricane Yun stirred it with gunpowder. Bang! In the room, the Chen family's old lady spewed out a mouthful of sacrificial blood and instantly perished. Zhang Yuan looked at the Chen family's old mansion and sneered. The old man who wasn't afraid of death is gone. I don't know if the successor is afraid of death. Yin Yinshu looked at this scene with an unsurprising face. Is this the way the old Dragon King's palace did things? Kill them if they don't cooperate? Honestly, she hated it. As far as she was concerned, the threat of a threat was enough. There was no need to kill anyone. Once this man is killed, doesn't it mean immortality? Sighing deeply, Yin Yinshu didn't know what to say anymore. Inside the Chen family's old mansion, Chen Yuan looked at the dead old lady of the Chen family with a terrified expression. She hasn't gotten the key to the Chen family's coffers yet. Kim Cosmos sighed. This is the way Hurricane Cloud in Zhang Yuan's generation does things, treating human lives like grass. Song Yang's face was unsightly as he said unhappily, Uncle, why didn't you exterminate them back then? Shaking his head, Jin Datong walked toward the door and said quietly, who knows? There are many reasons for this, all of which are unspeakable. Song Yang guiltily said to Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I'm the one who came late, but he didn't mean to. On the way here, he'd been in a total of 3 car accidents, each one small enough to delay him. Song Yang wouldn't have been able to come if Secretary Jin's dad, Jin Datong, hadn't rushed in with his men. This was Yin Yinshu's confidence just now, because everything had been arranged before things went wrong. Chen Yuan sighed and didn't say anything more. The Chen family still had a bunch of things to take care of, so she didn't keep Song Yang. Night. Song Yang's mood was complicated when he returned to Yi Qingyu's villa. This was the first time he had ever seen a Taoist strange art kill someone, and it was indeed powerful. Secretary Jin told the Yi Qingyu girls everything that happened in the latter part of the day. Makes defense impossible. This time it's kind of like Yin Yinshu demonstrating against us again. Yi Qingyu's vermilion lips slightly opened. Chapter 46, taking you away out of fear. That's a bit harsh. Then, to just kill someone. Shin Luoluo huffed and puffed. She didn't understand. It was a human life. A living human life, and it was used to make a statement. This is too crazy. Yi Qingyu took a sip of red wine and shook the glass, saying blandly, first of all, we didn't go soft when we killed Hua Chengfeng either, so we're not qualified to talk about people in the matter of establishing authority. Secondly, this is the Dragon King's palace's style of doing things, domineering. After all, in their eyes, they who have reached the top of the human race and can take human life at will are transcendent, a different kind of being. Shen Luoluo's eyes were filled with trepidation. Disregard for life. Is this the world of adults? After Song Yang cleaned up the kitchen, he came to the living room, poured himself a glass of wine before sitting on the sofa, and said with a headache, what should be done next to defend against Zhang Yuan's Taoist techniques? What a headache. Chen Yan said that I was attacked by Hua Chengfeng with Taoist magic, but it didn't work. I'm not afraid for now, but what about these girlfriends? After all, he was not a cold and heartless monster. Song Yang couldn't do anything to disregard the loss of his woman's life. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrunk. What? Song Yang had been attacked. Damn it. Anger flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Not having a person with heavenly Dao skills on their side to escort them was the biggest weakness at the moment. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu's fingers gently tapped and glancing at Song Yang, she had an idea. Secretary Jin pushed up his glasses and said at the right time, I asked my father to help me get some defense runes from the brocade guards, so let's all wear them when we get there. Hearing this, Song Yang's eyes lit up. Thinking of it, I remember that after Yi Qingyu's death, Song Yang went to a trip to Longhu Mountain when he took revenge, and asked Zhang Yu, a genius female Taoist, to help make a concentric talisman to use in the same death. Perhaps we can ask Zhang Yu for help. I just don't know how close this Zhang Yu is to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu was speechless. How did this husband of hers think that Zhang Yu was striking out for her? This brain circuit, it's amazing. However, Zhang Yu may be able to get in touch with him. The treasure of the Chen family represented by Chen Yuan, and the Taoist skills of Zhang Yu. Yi Qingyu said she wanted them all. With Secretary Kim's words, everyone was quite relieved. After all, it was something from the Jinyui, and it was definitely all good. In the old Hua family mansion, after the was died out, the mansion was put up for auction. In order to remember her lover, Yin Yinshu bought this place. Now this is also the base camp of the Dragon King's palace. At the dinner table, Yin Yinshu reported to Zhang Yuan and Hurricane Cloud about the current situation of the Dragon King Hall. Although they didn't get what they wanted from the Chen family's old mansion, they had established their authority. Two elders, although our Dragon King Hall's road to unification is stumbling and difficult, especially overseas, where the many branch halls are either betraying or silent. However, after our cultivation and development over this period of time, especially with the scar removal ointment left behind by Elder Gale, we've finally made a big stride forward. Yin Yinshu took out a data chart. I utilized the good effects of the scar removal cream to open the beauty salons under my command to the whole country as a chain franchise. And the franchisees were none other than the partner clans from the various parts of the Dragon King's palace back then. Zhang Yuan frowned, puzzled. The revenue from a mere beauty parlor. Those clans also look at it? Yin Yinshu smiled. Of course those wolfish families can't see it. After all, they can make hundreds and millions of dollars from just any real estate project in the area. But those second generation of families need this kind of sure thing to make money. So, with the benefits that come from the beauty store franchises we have at Dragon Palace, we have connected with the second generation of those families that were once there. I believe that with the continued output of our Dragon King's Hall research department, we will eventually use the benefits to build up the Dragon King's Hall once again and become a giant in the sun. Yin Yinshu is very ambitious. At that time, those who have betrayed us and those who are hostile to us will be judged one by one. When she thought of her man Hua Qingfeng's death, a murderous aura rose from Yin Yinshu's body. That pair of shameless people, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu, had used the loader to backstab, and framing a death row inmate is ridiculous. There was also that King Ning, who was even more of an asshole. Gale cured him, but he turned a blind eye to Gale's and Hua Qingfeng's deaths, and didn't even care about revenge. It's a total loss of conscience. However, it was precisely because of this that this world needed a facelift from their Dragon King's palace. After hearing the progress and the pace of unification of the Dragon King's Hall, Zhang Yuan and Hurricane Cloud both smiled in satisfaction. Night. Yin Yinshu sat in his study working hard alone. Now under her governance, the Dragon King's palace mainly followed the path of business to unite the many clans. Her biggest ally at the moment was the Dragon family. The beauty parlors over in the capital are all opened by the Long family franchise. It's not a lot of money for a family, but it's still possible to get over $1 million a year in net profit. Like the Long family invested in 100 stores in one breath, and the net profit in a year is quite a lot. In Yin Yinshu's vision, she wanted to hold the upstream factories and raw material origins of all the industries developed by the Dragon King's palace, and outsource the downstream sales piece to various small and medium-sized clans across the country. Then tie those families to the chariot and use it to besiege the great families. Once the business empire is established, the network is formed. With the connections those small families had in the official circles, they, the Dragon King's palace, would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to influence the underlying policies of this country. After all, what goes up, comes down. At that point, they can do whatever they want. Yin Yinshu continued to work hard overtime with bright expectations for the future. And in the corner of the villa, Mo Yun picked up a phone and respectfully said, "Missy." Chen Yuan's hoarse voice rang out. "Kill Zhang Yuan at all costs." In the Chen family's old mansion, Chen Yuan stood in the Chen family's old lady's spiritual hall with a gloomy face and hung up the phone indifferently. Looking at the Chen clan's old lady who was lying there quietly, Chen Yuan murmured, "Grandma, thank you for admonishing me with your life about how bizarre those Taoist wonders really are. And thank you for using your life to show me how much guys like Zhang Yuan deserve to be gotten rid of." The next day, Song Yang and the others had just gotten up when they received information from Secretary Jin's old man. Last night, a fire broke out in the old Hua family's mansion, and Zhang Yuan, a Taoist wunderkind and top wunderkind of the Dragon King's Hall, was assassinated and killed. The murderer was Mo Yun, a former old servant of Mrs. Chen's old lady. After Mo Yun kills someone, he turns himself in to the Jinui and asks to be sentenced. And Mo Yun explains the motive for the murder, to avenge the old lady of the Chen family. It turns out that Mo Yun once had a child with Chen Yuan's father. This child is also qualified to run for the position of head of the family, but the boy went strangely missing 10 years ago. Old Mrs. Chen has been searching for her. Unfortunately, in the end, it was found by Yin Yinshu, which was the reason why Mo Yun betrayed the old lady. But after decades of getting along, Mo Yun also has feelings for the old lady. asking that the old lady's life not be taken, and supporting her children to become the Chen family head. As for Chen, that's a waste of space, used for scapegoating, but the old lady of the Chen family died, and the head of the family fell into the hands of Chen Yuan. And more crucially, Mo Yun found out that the child Yin Yinshu found wasn't hers at all. In a rage, Mo Yun chose to take revenge for the old lady. Regarding Mo Yun's explanation, Yi Qingyu gave the comment, "It's a lie. Pushing 2 of my friend's books." Book title, All Mechs, 5 Levels of a Divine Talent. Synopsis, disaster strikes. Monsters wreak havoc. Replicas appear, and the age of mechs arrives. Awaken the mech core of all people. Get unique talents, and freely build your own mech. Yi Feng awakened level mecha, was looked down upon by his girlfriend's mother. The stick, good thing that he obtained a god-level talent evolution. Every 5 levels, you get a talent. Energy saving, mech energy is boosted twofold and loss is reduced by 90%. Others are still struggling with the fact that mechs use a lot of energy and have to be finicky with their choice of piggyback components. As for Yi Feng, Gauss gun, super particle cannon, spirit snake floating cannon, refractive defense shield and so on, as long as they could be equipped, they were all equipped. Winds of recovery, when a mech's life value is reduced to 30%, life force, energy value, and recovery are increased by 200%. Indomitable, reduces the damage taken. The lower the life value of the mech, the lower the damage taken. When lethal damage is taken, it is immune to the damage for 10 seconds and converts the damage taken into attack power. Sacred Wrath, all attributes are boosted tenfold for 1 minute. While others were afraid of being surrounded by the monstrous beasts, Yi Feng intentionally drilled into the monstrous beasts and ran rampant. When monsters besieged the city, others stood firm for fear of losing their lives, while he, in the guise of the Grim Reaper. Book, Vegetative Wife sits up after listening to my heart. Synopsis, Shinmo marries a vegetable wife just because his father-in-law gives enough. Then with everyone else laughing at Shinmo, Shinmo laughed. Bunch of idiots. My wife may be a vegetable, but she's good looking. The most crucial thing is that she's lying in bed. I can just go out and make waves. As long as it's not too much. Who cares about me? Ha 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 ha. When the time comes, Junior and Senior will still be here. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu heard Shinmo's voice and did up in a flash, growling, "You are Lao Miang's man. You dare to find an outsider to try." Purely a new book. It belongs to the dying disease that sits up in shock. Chapter 47, Preparing to Eat Melon. Of course it's a lie. Mo Yun's real child is Chen Yuan. The probability is that Mo Yun was afraid that Zhang Yuan would make a move against Chen Yuan and directly got rid of this high Taoist scholar. TSK, this young master falls in love with the guard, is cruelly separated by his old mother, and in order to make the guard's daughter the heir of the Chen family, he takes his body into the game to bring his main wife to her death, but it's a climax. Song Yang couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Yi Qingyu's pupils shrunk violently. If the truth is like this, then the plot of the whole thing is probably that both Chen Yuan and Chen Shen want to get to the top. Chen Yuan uses this hidden incident of Mo Yun's to pretend to surrender to the Dragon King's palace, helps the Dragon King's palace and Chen Shen to take down the Chen family's old lady, and allows Chen Shen to get the key to the Chen family's treasury. Then Mo Yun steals the key out to Chen Yuan, and at that time, Chen Yuan then puts the charge of murder on Chen Shen, and he himself will be able to get to the top of the stage without any bloodshed. The first step is to get the key to the Chen family's storehouse. And the reason for getting to this point is probably because Chen Yuan didn't realize that Zhang Yuan was too ruthless. So Yi Qingyu guessed that the probability was that Chen Yuan panicked, so she directly let Mo Yun take Zhang Yuan away. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Were there any good people left in these powerful families? Oops. Today seems to be the funeral of the Chen family's old lady. I remember that there was a joke at the funeral of Mrs. Chen's old lady that she had a son in her old age with a foreigner, and that person would go over to ask for the inheritance today. Oh, come to think of it, the reason Shen Yuan and Hua Changfeng are together is that when Shen Yuan inherited the Chen family, this Chen family old lady's illegitimate son came over to cause trouble, and also took the paternity test with the Chen family old lady, and in the end, it was Hua Changfeng who used some means to settle the matter. TSK, how should I persuade Qingyu to go to the theater in one piece later on? Song Yang's mood was torn at the thought of being able to eat melon up close. Although there is a crisis on the side, it can't interfere with the eating, can it? Yi Qingyu was in a trance for a moment. There were still clean ones in the older generation of this worldly family? After finishing her trance, Yi Qingyu quickly adjusted her state and asked the others. Today is the day of the Chen family's old lady's funeral. Do any of you want to go? Shen Luoluo shook her head and was the first to speak. I won't be going. I want to discuss overseas skit business with the Rocky family in the West. Song Yang was surprised to hear this for a moment. It's not a done deal. Shen Luoluo smiled bitterly. It's not a good deal. The Lokis want too much. I just want to give them the rights to sell in their own country. Song Yang shook his head and said softly, "In that case, why don't you just sell half of the company to the Rocky family and outsource all overseas sketch business to them? There's no end to the money." Song Yang knew that Shen Luo's idea was to take the resources of the short drama in his hands and cooperate with every single one of the Western countries. Shen Luo was stunned, not expecting Song Yang to come up with such an idea. Yi Qingyu glanced at Shen Luo and sighed. "Sister, you are really not good at doing business." Shen Luo was a bit annoyed, but didn't say much. After all, this really wasn't her strong point. This made Shen Luo a bit lost. She felt useless. Feng Qiuyu, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Sister Luo, you have to admit your own inadequacies. Look at me. I directly admitted that I am a waste of space, and just followed everyone around, taking equity to eat, and trying to diminish my sense of existence. In the end, it was Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and Secretary Jean who went. Windy Autumn Rain has recently taken a new look at a project and is planning to pitch it. Shen Lolo decided to get back in touch with the Rockies. If you can't do it, you'll swing for the fences and give up. It's so difficult to talk about a simple project. What can we do when we face more business competition in the future?" Lin Qingyu, on the other hand, went to continue her scientific research. She wanted to break through the research on chip technology as soon as possible to add one more card to Song Yang's bottom card. If Song Yang's company could break through the foreign chip blockade, then Song Yang's weight at the national level would increase. In particular, the employment generated by chip processing plants, which is what the state values most. A great Confucian named Lu Sun once said that the people revolted because they could not live any longer. As long as the people are allowed to live and have hope, they will never rebel. And how do you keep the people alive? That's giving the people a job, a stable price, and that's it. Therefore, whichever enterprise can create the most jobs is the one that the imperial court values the most and is most willing to give a few points of face. Before leaving the house, Yi Qingyu made a call to Chen Yuan in the gap between Song Yang's bathroom visits. Chen Jiawen, who was preparing for the funeral at the Chen family's old mansion, was a bit puzzled. She was just a nodding acquaintance with Yi Qingyu. Why did she make a phone call? But thinking of Song Yang, Chen Yuan still decided to take it. Where no one else was, Chen Yuan stared. "Hello." Yi Qingyu's clear and cold voice instantly sounded. "Your old lady has an illegitimate son who will be going over to cause trouble today, so be prepared. My advice to you is to just cremate the old lady. No chance for bastards, or else the inheritance of the bastard with the paternity test in hand is ahead of you." Oh. Yi Qingyu hung up after saying that. Chen Yuan stood in place with a cold body. Damn it. What a show after a show. "Eldest miss, the guests are almost here." The housekeeper found Chen Yuan and asked softly. Looking dazed for a moment, Chen Yuan gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle Zhong, you find a car now. I want to pull my grandmother directly to the cremation. Tell the other guests to go to the crematorium for the memorial service. The public declaration is that the old lady was poisoned, not to harm the lives of others, and the poison will be said to be His Highness the Dragon King's, and we have no choice." At this time, Chen Yuan couldn't care less if this excuse worked or not. She only wanted to stay out of trouble. As for whether it was Yi Qingyu who wanted to see her joke, she was too lazy to think about it. After all, she had no grievances with Yi Qingyu. Uncle Zhong out and hurriedly said, "Eldest miss, this is out of order." "Rules?" Laughing coldly, Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, "Does our Chen family have rules?" Uncle Zhong could only retreat. The Chen family really had no rules. When Song Yang and Yi Qingyu drove to the Chen family, the Chen family's old mansion here had already prepared the car and invited everyone to move to the funeral home. When Song Yang and Yi Qingyu arrived at the funeral parlor, Chen Yuan had already brought people here to set up the funeral hall. However, the remains are gone, only the effigy and the urn. The guests who came here were puzzled as to why a good funeral was so hastily organized, but thinking that the Chen family has been in a state of insanity for so many years, and that one should still not look for trouble in the attitude, no one talked too much. Only Song Yang was puzzled. This is an early cremation. What about the people who come to make trouble later? Can we still eat the melon? Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. Surely you cannot eat the melon. You can eat only the one on the stage wearing a black funeral dress. Chen Yuan. Yi Qingyu had the certainty of sending Chen Yuan to Song Yang's bed as well. After all, a marriage is always the best means of making an alliance. Chapter 48, Watching the Show, Death. The loss of my grandmother saddens me because she was the one who nurtured, educated and raised me after my parents left one after the other. I hereby promise everyone that my Chen family will fight to the end against the person who plotted against grandma, even if we exhaust our family's strength. Even if there is only one person left in the family, I'm sure my uncles and aunts and uncles will support me and help me. Chen Yuan stood on the stage and gave a tearful speech. The faces of the top families listening on stage were all quite gloomy. One of the main reasons why they came to attend the funeral of the Chen family's old lady today was that the old lady died too suddenly, or died from an evil spell. Plus they suddenly received the news of Mo Yun assassinating Zhang Yiwen this morning. A guess instantly sprang to mind. The Dragon King's palace. The damn Dragon King's palace again. For the head of a top family, in his own lifetime, he had experienced all the good things. And what he was pursuing again was nothing more than living a few more years. And the Dragon King's palace. It dared to assassinate the patriarch of a family with an evil technique. How frightening it was. Everyone understands the truth that when the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact, and that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Therefore, these clans had come today to stand up for the Chen family as well, and they wanted to give the Dragon King Palace a warning. Chen Yuan continued, once again, I would like to thank all the elders in advance for their support, and I hope that the friendship between our families can. Wait, an explosive shout came from outside the door, followed by two figures rushing in. That's one adult, one child. The adults were about 40 years old and the children about 12 or 13. Chen Yuan frowned. This gentleman, what is your business? The 40-something adult swept a glance across the room and said in a deep voice, my name is Zhu Lei. I'm here to see my wife off. Sending off? A family head of a lineage family said suspiciously. Zhu Lei proudly said, that's right, it's a send-off. I'm Chen Xiuwen's husband. The entire room instantly clamored. Chen Xiuwen was the name of the Chen family's old lady. Everyone instantly thought of something and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts that the old lady was playing quite fancy. Song Yang got excited. Coming. Bastards are coming for the family fortune. Zhu Lei gave the little boy next to him a kick, and the little boy rushed forward, knelt down in front of the Chen family's old lady's statue, and bawled, Mother, why did you suddenly leave, and just left Xiaowen me alone in this world? Chen Yan gathered her hair and looked at Zhu Lei calmly. Mr. Zhu, please respect yourself. My grandmother has a reputation of being a virtuous person. How could she have such a small child? Zhu Lei smiled smugly and fished out a paternity test from his arms. There is a paternity test here as an example, and the hospital where the test was done, but the largest private hospital in the city, Lin's private hospital. Zhu Lei smiled triumphantly. With the paternity test in hand, his son is the only living son of the old lady of the Chen family, which means that his son has the highest priority of inheritance. The old lady of the Chen family did not hand over her property before she died, and most of the Chen family's property was still under the old lady's name. Whoever inherits it becomes instantly rich. Everyone present knew about this ring, and the faces of the rest of the Chen family instantly changed. For her part, Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, wanting just that. How do you unite a family in a crisis? Quite simply, it's making an enemy of this family. After receiving Yi Qingyu's call, Chen Yuan was flustered, but immediately after she realized that this was likewise an opportunity to unite the Chen family. After all, the Chen family was special enough that all the shares were concentrated in the hands of the head of the family alone, and the other subfamilies received money to spend in the hands of the head of the family every year according to their contribution. It used to be that the head of the family would determine who the next generation head of the family would be before he died, and then the handover and transfer would take place in advance. A situation arose in which the other Chen family members, even if they had a bit of industry in their hands, would work for the position of family head. Similarly, there is also a situation where once the head of the family dies a tragic death, the estate can only be inherited according to legal succession and the heir becomes the new head of the family. Chen Yuan felt that the person who divided the family between her and an outsider would definitely choose her and not an outsider. It was also true that with Zhu Lei taking out the paternity test, the Chen family members present had already flourished with murderous intent. The Chen group, which involved the black, white, and gray channels, could never fall into the hands of outsiders. Chen Yuan saw that the atmosphere was almost over, stood out and calmly said, Mr. Zhu, those present are all smart people. They all know that my grandmother's death is related to the Dragon King Palace, and you don't show up early, you don't show up late, and you show up at this time of the day, and the paternity report you took is still issued by the Lin family, a once-affiliated force of the Dragon King Palace, so it's hard for you to keep us from suspecting that you are coming over to cheat me of my Chen family's property. Ah! Chen Yan's words didn't just cause the faces of the Chen family to change, the faces of the rest of the lineages changed as well. The thought of how disgusting they'd have to be if they were backstabbed one day and the Dragon King's palace found someone to take the paternity report and claim the family fortune. Zhu Lei, on the other hand, laughed out loud without a care in the world. No matter what you say. Anyway, I don't know the Dragon King's palace or anything else. I just know that my son is Chen Xiaowen's biological son, and he has the priority to inherit Chen Xiaowen's property. Zhu Lei's attitude completely offended the people present. Song Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the furious Chen family members, the gloomy-looking family heads of the lineages, and the complacent Zhu Lei. This Zhu Lei is afraid to be a fool. Doesn't he know that the Chen family is famous for its ruthlessness? Doesn't he know that the Chen family has people in the black, white, and gray channels? Chen Yuan took a look at Zhu Lei, then at the Chen family members who were already furious to the extreme, and calmly spoke. Second uncle, why don't you and Mr. Shu go down and talk about it? The second uncle of the Chen clan, a mustachioed middle-aged man in a black tang suit from the partial branch of the Branch family, came before Zhu Lei with a gentle smile. Mr. Shu, let's go to the side and talk. Relax, I can do most things. Zhu Lei smiled smugly and pulled his son to the side. Chen Yuan continued to read the eulogy as if the farce had never existed. After the funeral, Yi Qingyu and Chen Yuan went to the next room together to talk about the project, while Song Yang followed the large group to go back first. He also had to find someone to contact Zhanyu on Longhu Mountain, and was also very busy. Following the people from other worlds just walked out of the funeral parlor. Song Yang's pupils shrunk violently, only to see Zhu Lei and his son lying quietly on the street outside the funeral parlor. The Chen family's second uncle stood with a gentle smile and spoke with the police who had come to carry out on-site monitoring. Gee whiz, I thought I was going to have one more brother-in-law, but who knew that just as they left the house, a car came rushing by like crazy and ran them right over. There's nothing I can do about it, except to say that things change. The other family heads of the other families only had cold eyes for this scene, and once they thought that Zhu Lei might have been instructed by the Dragon King Palace to come over and find trouble, they felt that they deserved to die. Taking a paternity test for inheritance. These kinds of cheap tricks are used. The Dragon King's palace is really disgusting. Song Yang could only whisper. How ruthless. However, why did the Chen family have to use cross-country Juho when Hua Chengfeng in the original story had dismissed him by bullying and taking money? Grasping the grass. It can't be that Zhu Lei really has a relationship with the Dragon King's palace. Gee, it makes me sick to think about it. Chapter 49, Temptation. In the parlor of the funeral home, Yi Qingyu and Chen Yuan sat down face to face. Chen Yuan was the first to say thank you. If it wasn't for Yi Qingyu's timely notification, today's matter wouldn't have ended so easily. At the very least, it would catch her off guard. Yi Qingyu smiled. She was just selling it. After the two complimented each other a few times, Yi Qingyu went straight to the point. I don't know if you've gotten the key to the Chen clan's coffers, but I think you should know that the Chen clan has become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of all forces at this point. After all, those treasures you hold in your hands can be spellcasting props wanted by various higher powers. Chen Yuan nodded, not denying it. Indeed, Yi Qingyu continued. That's why I want to talk about cooperation with you today. What cooperation? Chen Yuan frowned. The basis for cooperation between the Chen family's industry and the Yi family's industry was very small. So what does that mean? What's this about? It was mainly because Chen Yuan did not feel that the Chen family and Yi Qingyu had a basis for cooperation. What kind of cooperation can we talk about when one is in the cultural relic business and the other is in the real estate business? Joint development of foreign tombs? So Chen Yuan decided to be careful. The only way to go farther is to be careful. Regardless of Chen Yuan's caution, Yi Qingyu said to herself, behind Song Yang are the Song family and the Li family, the two that started the country. So Song Yang's background is destined to have enough support no matter which path he takes. Chen Yuan nodded. A very tempting offer, but not enough, because there are some people in the industry that don't care about your background. After all, the world is fair and everyone only has one life. Yi Qingyu continued in a self-conscious manner. By joining us, you can also enjoy a portion of the resources of the Yi family, the Xin family, the Feng family, and the Jinyueo. Chen Yuan's eyes grew bright. This one has enough appeal, but what about the reason? Can you, Yi Qingyu, represent so many clans? A glance saw Chen Yuan's skepticism. Yi Qingyu smiled. I have formed a business alliance, and these families are all within the alliance. What Yi Qingyu didn't say was that the basis for the formation of this alliance was Song Yang. Chen Yuan, who believed in Yi Qingyu's ability, didn't pursue the matter any further. Yi Qingyu continued in a self-conscious manner. In addition to that, there are also Song Yang's own resources. You probably don't know it yet. Song Yang has invested in a large number of scientific industries, and is one of the representatives of the academic valves. This was what Yi Qingyu had gotten from Feng Qiuyu. Feng Qiuyu told Yi Qingyu that most of those industries that Song Yang had brought her to invest in were the scientific research results of university professors, high-end intellectuals, and most of these people were Song Yang's classmates and teachers. The vast majority of the cooperating industries were joint ventures, in which Song Yang held a large share, and the position of those scientific research bigwigs is, how can I put it, terrible, because a certain series of bigwigs, who directly monopolize a part of the industry technology, are held up by many people. The school valves, too, have always been a formidable force independent of the mundane. Like the famous one was the Lin family in the capital, but they were just a strand of the school valves, which made countless people look at them. However, this was not enough for Chen Yuan, not enough for her to make up her mind and join Yi Qingyu's alliance. Therefore, Chen Yuan faintly said, it's not enough. Yi Qingyu smiled. With these words it was stable. We're going to contact the people from the Dragon Tiger Mountain next, and if you join in, we're a strong team," said Yiqingyu as she took out a talisman paper triangle from her bag and placed it on the table. The talisman paper passed down within the Jinyui, specifically for life-saving purposes, is the deposit. Chen Yuan was excited. This was what she wanted. This was what she needed the most. She had her hands on the Chen family coffers and needed to turn those treasures into truly valuable ones. But Chen Yuan didn't agree to it all in one go either. However, "I need to see your cooperation with the Dragon Tiger Mountain before I officially join." Chen Yuan decided to get herself another portion of the benefit. Yi Qingyu smiled and left. Song Yang left the funeral parlor and went to find Lin Qingyu. After determining the progress of the research, he went to Fenghai University to find his former mentor and asked him to help find some manpower specialized in chips. The mentor waved his hand. "No problem." Song Yang invested another sum of money in his mentors as well as several of his brother's new projects. One of the projects that Master Sun is working on is called Intelligent Robotics. This project is what Song Yang is most optimistic about. Song Yang estimated that on the day this project was successfully researched, this Sun's senior brother of his would not be able to sneak around at will, and would have to live the kind of life of an arranged marriage in the imperial court. In those days, money or no money was trivial. After determining these, Song Yang gave Song Qingling a call and asked this sister of his if she had the contact information of Zhang Yu of Longhu Mountain. Song Qingling said there was. The relationship between the Song family and Longhu Mountain was still good. However, Song Qingling was puzzled that Song Yang and Zhang Yu didn't have a fragrant relationship. How come there wasn't even a contact information? This made Song Yang confused. "Are you kidding me? I didn't realize while reading the book that in the original Song Yang goes to Zhang Yu for help and Zhang Yu angrily refuses. It was only later when the original Song Yang mentioned Yiqingyu that Zhang Yu agreed to help." Frightened, Song Yang searched his original body's memory again and found no trace. "In my memory, the predecessor Song Yang donated a sum of money to Longhu Mountain when he was a child. Is really not seen Zhang Yu. This made Song Yang a bit hesitant. How should this next contact be made? Direct contact? While Song Yang hesitated, Yin Yenshu was reorganizing the Dragon King Hall. Zhang Yuan's death made Yin Yenshu clench his fists in anger. Fought the Dragon King Palace hand-hold medical, Taoism, martial arts 3 top experts, can countless dignitaries grace? There were once countless minions in, absolutely also the top domestic forces. As a result, it never occurred to them that they were first backstabbed by their former junior brother, followed by the deaths of Gale and Hua Chengfeng, and before they could slow down, it was the death of Zhang Yuan. This made Yin Yenshu wonder if her perception of this world was wrong. With that in mind, Yin Yenshu returned to the small village where Hurricane Cloud and the others used to live in seclusion. The village was small, with only about 50 families, adding up to over 200 people. But this is the foundation of the Dragon King's palace. At the internal meeting of the village, Yin Yenshu told all the situations and let these people within the village who truly belong to the Dragon King's hall make their choices. "Everyone, our Dragon King palace has lost one after another and is now on the verge of extinction. So please make a choice, whether you continue to follow Elder Hurricane Cloud and I, or leave alone. It's fine. Those who choose to follow will no longer remain within the village as a base, but will go out together, alone. This time, those who leave, just go straight," Yin Yenshu calmly said. This time she came back with one main purpose, to bring out all her underpinnings, her bottom cards. She's going to open wide. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would lose it all next because of a little bit of oil-filling tactics. Chapter 50, Failure to Convene. The people within the village did not choose to leave. They all decided to follow the Dragon King's palace. In their words, "We were picked up by the 3 elders and personally nurtured and educated. If we left, wouldn't we be unkind and unrighteous people? Yes, a manly man, born in heaven and earth, should never do anything unkind or unrighteous. Besides, the Dragon King Hall has only just died 2 elders. There are still us elite sons and daughters around. And although we are not as good as the 2 dead elders in terms of Taoism and medical skills, we are large in number. That's right, we have the numbers, and we can also gather back all the people who have gone out from the village over the years, like the famous Dr. Lai Do from the capital, the little heavenly master Zhang Yu from Longhu Mountain, all these famous and renowned people. We can gather them back." It seemed to the people within the village that they had not yet reached the point of exhaustion, and that they were perfectly capable of concentrating all their forces to do great things. Yin Yenshu smiled triumphantly. "Good, everyone's very spirited." Then Yin Yenshu dialed Lai Do's phone in public. Lai Do was the adopted son of Lai Feng, now known as a famous doctor in the capital. In the middle of the capital, the sudden ringing of a cell phone interrupts Lai Do's beautiful dream. Looking at Yin Yenshu on the caller ID, Lai Do sighed and helplessly connected. "Hello. It's been a long time due. The Dragon King's palace needs you and needs you to fulfill the promise you once made." After a moment of silence, Lai Do slowly said, "I'm sorry, I'm married, and my wife is King Ning's first daughter. Yin Yinshu's breathing shortened by a few points. A wave of anger surged to his heart, and he asked in a deep voice, "Brother Do, what are you trying to say?" Lai Do's voice was calm as he said, "What am I going to do? Haven't you already guessed? Of course it's to tell you that I'm not going to hang out with the Dragon King's palace anymore." There was the sound of a pen being pinched and broken. "Brother Do, you are the adopted son of Elder Gale, a candidate for the next generation of the elder position in the Dragon King Hall. You do this, quite suitable." Lai Do nonchalantly said, "Nian Shu, you're a smart kid, very talented, so I don't think there's any need for you to work on a doomed power like the Dragon King's palace. Listen to my brother's advice. While the Dragon King's palace still has a few moments of steam left in it right now, sell it and go ashore. As for those who used to hate, just let go of it. Isn't it just a few dead bad guys?" In Lai Do's eyes, Hua Chengfeng, Lai Feng, and Zhang Yuan were all animals. Hua Chengfeng grew up to be the village's mongrel, which girl hadn't been molested by him, and his attitude towards women was that of a machine. Gale, needless to say, has not done a lot of unethical experiments in pursuit of medical extremes. Zhang Yuan, a guy who uses Taoist magic to harm and save people. Can you expect him to be a good guy? So, dead is dead. Yin Yinshu hoarsely and unbelievably said, "Brother Do, Elder Gale is your adoptive father. How can you say that?" Lai Do in the office poured himself a cup of water, and after drinking it, Lai Do said disdainfully, "So what? It doesn't change the fact that Gale used to take me to refine and test medicines. So, play by yourselves in the Hall of the Dragon King, and seeing as we're all good friends, I won't give you any more trouble." Snap, the phone hangs up, and Griddle changes into his white coat and goes out to work. His job now was simple, to organize, categorize, study, and then pass on the medical knowledge from Hua Qingfeng's memory that the brocade guards had copied. The work was simple and not much more tiring, but it meant a lot. Those medical knowledge that Gale had held for a lifetime and had only passed on to Hua Qingfeng had been gradually turned into reproducible finished Chinese medicine under the attack of those of them. The development of these medicines has provided the basis for the treatment of many diseases. It can be said that a sentence Hua Qingfeng and Gale's death made a great contribution to the medical profession. Yin Yinshu in the village had a rather gloomy face. She never expected that Lai Do would make such a choice. It was really hateful enough, unworthy of a human son. Yin Yinshu gritted his teeth. Hurricane Cloud coldly said, "When we go to the capital one day, we must slaughter this deceitful, disloyal, and unrighteous sinner." After relieving her mood, Yin Yinshu started dialing Zhang Yu's phone. On Longhu Mountain, Zhang Yu, who lives alone in a bamboo forest halfway up the mountain, is interrupted in his purification by a sudden phone call. Looking at Yin Yinshu on the caller ID, Zhang Yu sighed lightly. "What is it?" After a moment of silence, Yin Yinshu said as calmly as possible, "The Dragon King Hall needs you. Elder Zhang is dead." Zhang Yu looked in a trance for a moment. She was raised by Zhang Yuan. She lived in the Dragon King Palace before she was 8 years old, and she was sent to the Dragon Tiger Mountain when she was 8 years old. Zhang Yuan said she needed the most orthodox teaching. Who killed him? According to the theory of karma, Zhang Yu still owed some of Zhang Yuan's karma unpaid. If you never pay it back, something could easily happen to you in your future practice. Not hearing a refusal, Yin Yinshu breathed a sigh of relief. It was done by Chen Yan of the Chen family in Fenghai City. I suspect there's Song Yang and Yiqing Yu behind it, but these two you don't recognize. No, I recognize it. Zhang Yu looked to one side of the wall in a trance, where there was a painting of a man in a suit, handsome, and a woman in a white sari, beautiful. The man is Song Yang and the woman is Zhang Yu. However, if Yiqing Yu was here, she would have realized that this picture was exactly the same as the wedding photo at home, except for the female lead being different. Zhang Yu looked at the painting and thought of her first encounter with Song Yang. That year she was 8 years old, just came to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, not yet formally initiated, because of playfulness fell into a cave, is to come here to play. Song Yang saved her. Song Yang used his body to hold her up. When she was 13 years old, Zhang Yu was cheated out of all the money she had when she traveled down the mountain and was almost sold. But it was also Song Yang, who was passing by, who saved her. At Zhang Yu's ordination ceremony when she was 18 years old, Song Yang donated a large sum of money for her. It was this large sum of money that made Zhang Yu's master value her more and give her the best resources. After all, while money isn't everything, not having it is everything. On several occasions when they met, Song Yang left an important impression on Zhang Yu, because marriage is not taboo on Longhu Mountain. Zhang Yu had sneaked down the mountain and wanted to confess her love to Song Yang and fall in love with him. However, the day Zhang Yu went down the mountain to find Song Yang, who was in the middle of a big wedding, he only smiled faintly at her and warmly invited her to go in and embrace the seat. That meal ended up being heartbreaking for Zhang Yu. The recollection ended. Zhang Yu pursed her lips and said softly, "Nian Shu, Master said that my dusty destiny has been purified, so I'm only suitable to stay on the mountain to chant the sutras and recite, so you'd better find someone else. I'm sure that my adoptive father, when he finds out about my choice, will support me as well, because he loves me, he's willing to honor my choices. Read the book. Bye. Chapter 51, Failure to Convene continued. The phone was hung up again, and Zhang Yu breathed a fierce sigh of relief in his cabin. Letting her go against Song Yang for the sake of the Dragon King's palace, which she hadn't spent a few days with? Are you kidding? She's not sick. Although she stayed on the Dragon Tiger Mountain for many years to cultivate and seldom came into contact with people, it didn't mean that she was stupid. On the contrary, she was smart as hell. For example, Zhang Yuan said that she was picked up, but Zhang Yu used the ancestral Taoist method of Longhu Mountain to deduce that she was abducted, which means that without Zhang Yuan, she would be working as a young lady right now. Therefore, the feelings between her and Zhang Yuan were really light. What's more, back when she was a child, that bastard Hua Chengfeng bullied her whenever he moved. But Zhang Yuan said that as a girl, she should support and assist Hua Chengfeng. What an asshole thing to say. If you have a vested interest in being nice to me, then why should I respect you enough to return the favor? Zhang Yu remembered that the Heavenly Master had told him that true love had no intersecting interests, like a certain mother who can move a big truck with her bare hands to save her child, a certain father who can travel all over the world in search of his daughter, and a certain father who braves the gangs for his child. Are they doing this so that their children will give them a pension later? Are they doing this so that their children can be more kind to them in the future? No, it's just because they love children. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, did not have this kind of love for Zhang Yu. It was simply a matter of finding Hua Chengfeng a Taoist couple who could mutually reinforce him in his Taoist cultivation. Even more, if Zhang Yu hadn't come to Longhu Mountain and never gone back, and had quickly made himself into a genius, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Yuan's take. Zhang Yu estimated that he had now become the crotch of that bastard Hua Chengfeng. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Yu felt that he was right to stay away from the Dragon King Hall. On the other side, Yin Yanshu's eyes were dead set on the cell phone. Another traitor. The other members of the Dragon King's Hall at the village meeting looked at their cell phones incredulously. Why? Why did everyone who walked out of their Dragon King palace betray? Hurricane Cloud said indifferently. Longhu Mountain. Sooner or later, I will walk up. Hurricane Cloud was not worthy of his two best friends, both of whom had been betrayed by their adopted sons. I'll fight this time, and I have an adopted son. Hurricane Cloud dialed his adopted son's number. Northern Grasslands. Zhou Yuan, who was riding a horse and herding sheep with his wife, frowned at the sudden call. Why is that old bastard calling himself? However, thinking that he was ultimately raised by the other party, Zhou Yuan still connected. I'm your father, Hurricane Cloud. As soon as he connected, Hurricane Cloud's voice with anger rang out. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Why was this old thing talking with fire? He remembered that he hadn't contacted the other man in 8 years, so he shouldn't have been angry with him. With a question, Zhou Yuan queried, is there something wrong? Hurricane Cloud spoke in a cold voice. Our Dragon King Hall is going to re-establish itself between heaven and earth, and the entire village is going to go out. So hurry up and get back to me. Oh da. Zhou Yuan sneered and said disdainfully, you're sick old thing. I've been away from home for 8 years. Why should I listen to you? And don't you have any idea what you did to me in the first place? I haven't gotten back at you for brainwashing me in the first place. What makes you think I'm going to go back and help you? Zhou Yuan was furious at the thought of living in the village. In the past, he was young and ignorant, and thought that Hurricane Cloud was right when he said that he was made for Hua Chengfeng, that he was his guard, that he was his sword. Later in high school, he met a teacher. In Hua Chengfeng bullying him, he said Hurricane Cloud instilled in him. Scared teacher immediately took him to see a psychiatrist. A check was hypnotized brainwashing. The teacher called the police. Zhou Yuan was Hurricane Yun withdrawal. Go back is a beating. Later, the Dragon King Hall even retaliated against that teacher, and the angry Zhou Yuan directly turned his face. In the words of that teacher, a normal person wouldn't give everything for another unrelated person. Not to mention, that person bullies you. When Zhou Yuan lifted the hypnosis and escaped from the Dragon King's Hall, it was that teacher who helped him, gave him food, drink, and taught him the life of an ordinary person, and introduced him to his current wife, a wild prairie woman. Hurricane Yun sneered, kid, I'm your father. Your life is all picked up by me. You have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. The law can't control it. Zhou Yuan similarly sneered back. Can't manage it? Then you come and beat me to death. I'll send you the address when I get back, if you have the balls. Snapped off the phone, Zhou Yuan rode to find their own height of 1 meter 8, weight 105, known as the grassland heavy-duty tanks of the wife, and find their own height of 2 meters, weight 200 father-in-law, crying to tell the things they met. The father-in-law was immediately furious. You're the flunky of my golden family. How dare he, a mere elder of the Dragon King Hall, bully you? Send him the address and tell him to come. My golden family can't smoke him. Their golden family was an existence that stampeded the world back then. Today the entire northern grasslands, and half of their shares, are recognized by the court cabinet. He, the Dragon King's palace, has Taoist wonders, and my golden family still has ancestral sorcery. The hurricane cloud could have his legs broken by the brocade guards back then. My golden family could have buried him alive to compost the grasslands. Full of cross-faced burly father-in-law patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder, yelling, "Don't be afraid. Since you have joined the family, it is our family. Hurricane Yun dare to come." Legs to him broken. In the village meeting, the furious hurricane cloud ignored Yin Yanshu's obstruction and gathered the villagers of his lineage and rushed out. He's going to beat Zhou Yuan to death. Yin Yanshu was helpless. She couldn't afford to offend any of these three elders, so she could only sit down and continue to contact other talents who had gone out from the Dragon King Hall. Back then, when Gale, Hurricane Cloud, and Zhang Yuan made their plans, they cultivated talents and channeled them into all walks of life and sects, paving the way for Hua Chengfeng's rise. Unfortunately, before Hua Chengfeng could enable the pretense, he died. Yin Yanshu started dialing again, and the callbacks he received were all, "Nian Shua, I'm married and don't want to get involved in the Dragon King's palace." The Dragon King's palace? Those three bastard old things haven't died yet? Nian Shu, listen to your sister's advice. Hurry up and leave. Hua Chengfeng is just a nasty thing that inherited the nasty genes of those three old bastards. Nian Shu, you're a good boy, and smart, and now you have a successful career. So hurry up and make the cut with the Dragon King's palace. What? You said the great cause of the Dragon King palace? Don't make a fuss. Nowadays my Ming country is peaceful. Why should I go to destroy Ah? That saying is good. Once the hero draws his sword, it is another 10 years of robbery for the people. Not to mention that the Dragon King's palace is still just an ambitious person. Nianshu's sister, listen to my brother. Don't take care of those crazy people in the Dragon King Hall. Send them point guns in. Take the money and come to the capital to look for my brother. Club massage. My brother will give you a point of 10 male models. It's not as if there aren't old men in the village meetings angrily calling these people assholes. The answer received was one. Whatever you old things say, as long as you dare to mess with us, we'll call the police and say that the Dragon King's palace is targeting it, and see if the court will take us down or you Dragon King's palace. Some people even directly disliked. Silly fork, it's a modern society. Who still thinks about making trouble all day long like your Dragon King palace? Isn't it good to live an honest life? Chapter 52, Silly Husband. In the evening, after the call, not a single person was summoned back. Yin Yanshu came alone to the village's ancestral hall. Looking at the densely packed rows above, of those who had died for the Dragon King's palace, she was confused. She's lost. She didn't understand why the Dragon King's palace kept losing, or been unlucky. Before she came back, she still thought that it was Yi Qingyu, Chen Yuan and those people who were too ruthless. It was Ning Wang and those people who were too desperate. And it was Yi Yun and Ling Long and those people who were too heartless. But this time the convening of all walks of life of the Dragon King's palace direct line, led by Lai Du, Zhou Yun, by the three elders personally cultivated talents. This matter directly told Yin Yanshu, do not think that you and Hua Chengfeng loyal to the Dragon King's palace, and everyone else is also loyal to the Dragon King's palace. We have a very bad feeling about the Dragon King's palace. Perhaps this is the reason why the Dragon King's palace has lost time and time again. Staying in the middle of the shrine, Yin Yanshu had a headache. She doesn't even have anyone to discuss it with now, to argue with. Feeling out her cell phone, Yin Yanshu tapped into her address book and slid down from top to bottom to find Song Yang's number. It was given to her by Song Yang when she first met him. Her first meeting with Song Yang was at a party 2 years ago. At that time, Yin Yanshu's chain of beauty salons had just opened up, and the beauty products produced had just opened up sales, but the fame was not too big. Yin Yanshu took the invitation given by Lin Jie to attend the banquet of the Zhu family in Jinghai. Many people at the party taunted her, thinking she was in a bad profession. Song Yang stood up for her that time, smiled and said the industry this thing can make money on the line, where there is what is the difference between in and out. Then the second time we met was some kind of private bar party. Yin Yanshu and Hua Chengfeng went for a drink with a few of their second-generation friends who had come over from the capital to play. Although those few second-generation called Hua Chengfeng with a mouthful of Big Brother, the look down in their eyes was still there. One person drank too much, saw that Yin Yanshu was young and beautiful, smiled and scrutinized his hand. Hua Chengfeng didn't give any indication that it was just a joke. It was also because of the lack of indication that when Yin Yanshu went to the bathroom, that second generation who moved his hand dared to chase after him with the intention of misbehaving. In the end, it was Song Yang who saved Yin Yanshu. Song Yang gave that second generation cuckoo a beating. Later, Yin Yanshu realized that Song Yang had taken Feng Qiuyu to a bar to meet his friends. Then there were a few more chance encounters that made Yin Yanshu realize that Song Yang's attitude towards ladies was completely different from the others. For example, Feng Qiuyu was a small follower following Song Yang, but Song Yang never touched it out of loyalty to his wife. And outside, he didn't let Feng Qiuyu drink, and would protect her very well. This is completely different from Hua Chengfeng. In Hua Chengfeng's eyes, women are clothes. They will wear them every day when they like them, and they will throw them aside after they have worn them enough. An example of this is that Hua Chengfeng and Lin Huiyin were together every day for a while there, and couldn't even think about Yin Yanshu. And even when Yin Yanshu reminded him to be careful of Hua Ling, Hua Chengfeng felt annoyed that it was Yin Yanshu who was jealous. After hesitating again and again, Yin Yanshu still dialed Song Yang's cell phone number. That's a first. Fenghai City, Song Yang, who had just arrived at Shen Luoluo's company, looked at the unfamiliar caller suspiciously. The predecessor was a cautious person who made notes on every cell phone number. However, Song Yang still picked it up. Hello. Song Yang answered the phone while saying hello to the receptionist and walked into the small reception room of Shen Luoluo's company, which was quiet enough. Inside the shrine, Yin Yanshu didn't expect to really pick it up, hesitated, and slowly said, "Brother-in-law." 2 words plus a familiar voice made Song Yang's body shake. Surprisingly, it was Yin Yanshu. Hesitating for a moment, Song Yang first turned on the recording function, then slowly said, "Is something wrong?" After dwelling on it, Yin Yanshu said bluntly, "Brother-in-law, why do you think the Dragon King's palace keeps losing and fails to face anyone?" Song Yang really knew about this question, so he spoke calmly, "Although I don't know why you're asking me, but for calling you brother-in-law, I'll tell you. Because the philosophy of the Dragon King's palace is not compatible with our country's development philosophy. That is, as it is commonly known, Daming does not have the soil to support the hall of the Dragon King." Yi Qingyu stared incredulously. "Why this reason?" Song Yang slowly said, "Firstly, all the top-line powerhouses in Daming basically have credits to this country, while the Dragon King's palace does not, which makes those in the upper echelons unable to accept the Dragon King's palace. Second, what the Dragon King's palace did was too dictatorial. Just like Gale's medical skills, what Daming can accept is the top medical skills that are popularized and opened up, not the top medical skills that are exclusive to the Dragon King's palace. Thirdly, what the Dragon King palace did was too disgusting. Take the Chen family's old lady for example. No top family can accept that the head of the family's life is not in their hands." Yin Yanshu went down in silence. She knew all this, but was the reason so simple? Is there no other deeper reason? Song Yang sighed. "Believe it or not, it doesn't matter if I tell you all this anyway. I just want to say one thing, Yin Yanshu, there is no unresolved hatred in the world. As long as you let go of it, we can all be friends." If he could, Song Yang did not want to fight Hua Chengfeng. "Yin Yanshu, the reason is simple. There's no need to make so many enemies." Yin Yanshu said thank you and hung up. Song Yang hung up the phone and went to find Shen Luoluo. When Song Yang arrived, Shen Luoluo had just finished negotiating and signing the contract with Keisha of the Rocky family. This time Shen Luoluo's cooperation with Keisha was very simple. Shen Luoluo set up a separate company overseas, and she and the Rocky family that Keisha was a member of each took half of the shares. All of Shen Lolo's domestic skit resources are shared with that company. "Dang it, Lolo, I've come to take you home." Song Yang walked into the office with a smile. Shen Luoluo stood up happily. "You're here." Kesha turned around in surprise at the familiar voice and saw Song Yang, who was much more mature than he was 5 years ago, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Song Yang was equally surprised as he looked at the big European and American beauty with long burgundy hair in front of him. "It's beautiful." Seeing that Song Yang didn't recognize her and only cared about making love to Shen Luoluo, Keisha was a bit disappointed and couldn't help but speak. "Mr. Shen, won't you introduce me?" The snarky tone caused Shen Luoluo to blush slightly and whispered, "Yan Yang, this is MS. Keisha of the Rocky family." "MS. Keisha, this is my best friend's husband, Song Yang." Song Yang shook hands with Keisha, whose name did not exist in the original, nor was it in the memory of the predecessor. Kesha's eyes flashed with disappointment when she heard Shen Luoluo talking about her best friend's husband. Are they all married? Then she didn't have to dwell on it much, or how stupid she'd look. Saying goodbye to Keisha, Song Yang took a happy Shen Luoluo home. The people at the company were not surprised by the Qingqing duo. At night, Song Yang gave Zhang Yu's contact information to Yi Qingyu. "I think it's more appropriate for you to make contact. After all, in the original story, Song Yang was the one who used your name, Yi Qingyu, to get Zhang Yu to make a move. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Qingyu had previously stated that she didn't know Zhang Yu, Song Yang had planned to let Yi Qingyu find the contact information herself." Yi Qingyu thoughtfully sized up Song Yang. This silly husband of hers wouldn't have done favors to Zhang Yu and then not known about it himself. Yi Qingyu knew herself well, and she was not connected to Zhang Yu at all. A little bit of my heart. For some reason, the subject matter of this book is skewing a bit more sensitive, so my earlier chapters need to be revised. Sorry, I'm going to be changing and updating at the same time for the last few days, so I'm going to go ahead and take the day off today. All of you Quest Big Brother never delete books. I will definitely come back. This is my return to QQ reading to write the first book. Absolutely will not suck. I'm not only changing it myself, but I've paid a big guy to help me change it together, and I'm really serious about it. So please, 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 please don't delete the books. Chapter 53, Results of Hurricane Cloud. Night. The sudden ringing of a cell phone interrupted Zhang Yu's evening class. I seem to understand why people in the current world are getting slower and slower to cultivate. Zhang Yu wasn't in a very good mood. She didn't quite understand why she had gotten 2 calls today, knowing that in the past she had gotten less than 3 calls a year. However, in line with the idea that no one is looking for anything, but someone looking for something is bound to be a big deal, Zhang Yu picked up his cell phone and answered the unfamiliar call. Hello, I'm Zhang Yu. Hello, I'm Yiqing Yu. The gentle voice made Zhang Yu's heart tremble. What was this woman looking for her for? Hello, can I help you? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zhang Yu asked as if nothing had happened. Yiqing Yu on the other end of the phone smiled and said gently, nothing much, it's just that I want to talk to you about life. And I want to ask how much I need to pay if I invite Master Zhang to come and sit in my place. Zhang Yu's heart sank. This was a demonstration? Otherwise, she really couldn't think of a reason for Yiqing Yu to be so rampant against her. Sorry, I will not go out. Zhang Yu directly refused. Inside the villa, Yiqing Yu, who was holding up her wine glass and sitting on the balcony, was not surprised by this answer and smiled lightly. What if it was my husband Song Yang who was threatened? Zhang Yu's heart fluttered fiercely for a long time, and after a long time, his voice hoarsely said, what's going on? As expected, Yiqing Yu sighed in her heart. One thing she had discovered a long time ago was that Song Yang, this guy, was particularly kind, willing to help anyone who met something, and possibly forgetting about it afterward. This Zhang Yu, most likely, has been helped as well. You know, the hero saving the day is a very cliched story, but it really works. Imagine, when you are in despair, a handsome man comes down from the sky with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and saves you from the fire. Are you touched? Isn't it a thief's delight? Yiqing Yu didn't hide much and said lightly, nothing, it's just the Dragon King's palace. Zhang Yu clenched her fists. Zhang Yiwen, no matter what, had raised her for a while, and Song Yang had saved her when she was in distress and ignorant. So, okay, I'll help Song Yang. You guys can come to me in the future if you meet any Dao difficulties. By the way, I have a set of self-written health maintenance techniques. Turn around and receive it for Song Yang. It can help him regulate his body. I also personally carved a few jade pendants and enlightened them before. You can send someone to take them. They can protect Song Yang's comfort. At the very least, some evil arts can't touch Song Yang. Zhang Yu was like unsealing a seal as he rattled on to Yiqing Yu about the preparations he had given Song Yang earlier. Yiqing Yu was stunned and then also fell silent. It was hard for her to understand what Zhang Yu was doing. Can you prepare so many things for a man? Yiqing Yu was trying to ask Zhang Yu to come and sit in personally, but Zhang Yu refused. In Zhang Yu's opinion, love is selfish, and if you can't possess it alone, you might as well not want it. So, she didn't want to live with Song Yang and Yiqing Yu. She wanted to be alone and beautiful. Only she would help Song Yang. Don't worry, as someone who can fight better than the heavenly master on Dragon Tiger Mountain, my Taoist skills are one of the best in the world. Zhang Yiwen isn't even a match for me. As long as Song Yang takes what I give him, no one will be able to assassinate him. Yiqing Yu's eyes flickered for a moment and agreed. After the phone hung up, Yiqing Yu arranged for someone to go to Longmu Mountain to get something. When Song Yang came out of the shower room, he saw just the right Yiqing Yu who was in a good mood. Yiqing Yu explained Zhang Yu's words in a few words. She omitted the possible relationship between Zhang Yu and Song Yang, and directly said that Zhang Yu's Dao was unrivaled in the world, and by giving the treasure, they would not have to be afraid from now on. Song Yang smiled happily. Northern Grasslands. Hurricane Cloud and his group of more than 30 people killed Zhou Yuan's location with great vigor. When they killed the grassland tribe where Zhou Yuan was still a bit confused. No, are you guys that mean? Hurricane Cloud raised his hand to strike over with a palm wind. Zhou Yuan frowned and stopped it, chiding, old thing, I'll give you one last chance. Back off and don't force me to kill you. There is some nurturing going on after all. As if Hurricane Cloud had heard some earth-shattering joke, he laughed up in the air and said, still laying down a killer? You punk, do it if you can. Then die. A growl rose up from the flat ground as a burly man rushed over from the distance, knocking Hurricane Cloud off his feet before he could react. Shoo! A long whistle sounded. The people brought by Hurricane Cloud looked for the sound, only to see a stout but diminutive grassland woman leading a horse coming from not far away. The woman looked at Hurricane Cloud and his group indifferently. You're the ones who threatened my husband and came over to find him in trouble. Zhou Yuan bumbled over to the woman's side. Wife, you're back. The 2-meter-tall strong man also came to the woman's side. Hurricane Cloud wiped the consecrated blood from the corner of his mouth and got up, standing with the people he brought with him, smiling coldly. There are 31 of us, and only 3 of you, so fear not. The woman snorted and said disdainfully, you're old and confused. When have you ever seen us prairie people fight alone? In that distant past, living conditions on the prairie were not good, and everyone had to fight against the sky and the earth and the bad weather. Any prairie people who lived down through those harsh times basically had one thing in common: unity. And the woman's long, drawn-out whistle just now was the message to rally the men. The earth trembled as one driving horse after another sounded. Hurricane Cloud and the others looked up, only to see smoke and dust rising in all directions. That's caused by the galloping of the steeds. Before Hurricane Cloud and the others could react, they were surrounded. The woman sneered. Now it's 31 against hundreds. The advantage is mine. Zhou Yuan's father-in-law, a 2-meter-tall strong man, smiled sardonically as he stepped forward. Fool, do you really think that the fact that this grassland has only one of our tents means that we are the only family? We're just a little far apart as neighbors. Brothers, go. An hour later, Hurricane Cloud had wanted to take advantage of the night to rush over and take Zhou Yuan back. I didn't expect to end up being made into grass fertilizer while the night was still young. Zhou Yuan looked at the land at the feet of the cattle and sheep herd, and after spilling a cup of wine, he sent a message to Yin Yanshu. Don't wait, can't wait. Yin Yanshu, who was resting within the village, sighed when he received the news. The next day, there was still little movement in the village. On the 3rd day, the family of the young man who followed realized something was wrong. On the 4th day, the young men's families have begun to reach out to those contacts who are out of town, and without exception, all of them are unreachable. Everyone instantly panicked and found Yin Yanshu. As the Dragon King, Yin Yanshu must take responsibility for their village. Yin Yanshu let out a bitter smile and chose to contact the brocade guards. Contacted on 1 foot, Cosmos Kim came the next. I am now the person in charge within the Jinui who specializes in targeting your Dragon King's palace. In the room within the village dedicated to receiving guests, Jin Datong casually sat there, observing the other village people while faintly saying to Yin Yanshu. Yin Yanshu sighed tiredly and asked softly, Uncle Jin, I just have one question. What happened to those who went out? The others within the village looked at Jin Datong with incomparable nervousness. Even if they had a guess, they hoped they were wrong. Chapter 54, The Dragon King's Palace is dissolved. Everything is so fast. Dead. Jin Datong spat out 2 words in a cloudy manner. Although the northern side did a very covert job, and Hurricane Cloud and the others had tried to shake them off, but for the brocade guards, in this world, there is no car that they have lost in pursuit, and there is no case that they can't find out. What? How is that possible? Why is that? The people in the room instantly exploded. The death of the more than 30 young people can be the mainstay of their village, but also their favorite friends and relatives. They also all have parents, family members, loved ones exist. A group of people's eyes instantly reddened, and a woman hissed angrily at Jin Datong. Then why didn't you, as a Jinui, arrest those people? Jin Datong didn't even look at her, lighting a cigarette and looking at Yin Yanshu with boredom. Here, only Yin Yanshu is qualified to talk to him. The others, what are they? If you were ordinary people, Jin Datong would have answered because the brocade guards have the duty of guarding the world. But you people in this village are not. You are the people of the Dragon King's palace, or Hurricane Cloud, Zhang Yuan and those crazy people. You have the sin of subverting the imperial court in your body to a greater or lesser extent. Yin Yanshu managed to persuade everyone to be quiet before sighing and looking wearily at the playful Jin Datong. Uncle Jin? They are the people of the court no matter what. Right. Why did they die without a sound? Aren't you afraid I'll say something and then the word will get out and tarnish the image? Kim Cosmos shrugged and said bluntly. It's simple. It's not scary. And you won't be. Saying that, Jin Datong swept a glance at the people present and faintly said, I'll be straightforward about my purpose today. All the things that the Dragon King's palace's court wants have already been obtained. The next arrangement for you people is also very simple. According to His Highness, the King of Ning, as well as the great figures whose lives were saved by Gale before, as long as you no longer think of unusable ones, such as becoming the Lord of the World and other ideas, we don't care. However, after that, if you guys still always want to use the unavailable ones, then I'm sorry, the brocade guards will completely define the Dragon King's Hall as an evil sect, and will directly eradicate it. After Kim Dae-dong finished, he patted his ass and directly got up to leave. Before leaving the door, Jin Datong calmly turned back and added additionally, Girl, you're a smart person, so I think you should know that the people you've been messing with for a while aren't really big shots yet. If you let those truly great people go down, your Dragon King Hall will die a miserable death. Jean Daton left after he finished speaking, and some people tried to stop them, but they were stopped by the only old man left in the village. After seeing Jean Daton leave, Yin Yinshu sat withered in his chair and lowered his head with a bitter smile. The other people within the village looked at each other and were also filled with despair. It turns out that in the eyes of those truly great people, the so-called Dragon King, Hurricane Cloud, Zhang Yiwen, Gale's decades of scheming, and her Yin Yinshu's previous ideas are also ridiculous. It turned out that their Dragon King Hall could be destroyed with the flip of a hand in the eyes of those truly great people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So we're a joke. It's nothing like those novels. When he raised his head again, Yin Yinshu's face was filled with despair. Some of the only remaining old men in the village sighed and asked in a low voice, Nian Shu, what should we do next? Sweeping a glance at the confused, overwhelmed people in the room, Yin Yinshu sighed softly. Why are these people, from old to young, so lacking in initiative? Why were they all looking at her? A young girl? Oh, so it was Zhang Yuan and the others who had established absolute obedience to this group of villagers. Thinking back to what Hua Changfeng had said to her in the past, this village was the kingdom of the Dragon King's palace, and the people here would absolutely obey the Dragon King. Those who were in danger of disobeying were thrown out to experience the hardships of the world so that they could be loyal to the Dragon King. Now thinking about those words, Yin Yinshu only felt ridiculous, because the Dragon King's palace itself was a joke in the eyes of those big shots. The only thing that people coveted was the advanced medical technology that Gale had once experimented with. Yin Yinshu laughed softly and said gently to the people in the room, Gentlemen, the three elders are dead. I am now the Dragon King, the only one in charge. The people in the room nodded their heads. Yes, that's right. Then, I hereby announce that the Dragon King's Hall is disbanded, and all of you may go wherever you wish. Those who want revenge, as long as they don't take my name, and those who don't want revenge and don't know where to go, follow me to Fenghai City to run the company. After deep thought, Yin Yinshu decided to disband the organization Dragon King Hall. After saying that, Yin Yinshu didn't wait for the others to make a reply, and returned to his room alone, sending out the news of the dissolution of the Dragon King's palace according to the special contact method of the Dragon King's palace. Of course, the last funds in the hands of the Dragon King's palace were all rolled up by Yin Yinshu, who can be bothered with money anymore, and all over the world. Those who once belonged to the Dragon King's palace were in an uproar when they received the news. Although they don't listen to the Dragon King's palace anymore. What the hell is this dissolution? Then some agitated people went to check the money in the Dragon King's palace and found that all the money on the account had been transferred away, being transferred and run away by the new Dragon King called Yin Yinshu. Everyone pretty much frozen then. In the black area, Yi Yun and Linglong, who were mixing it up, couldn't help but lament. What Dragon King's palace disbanded? It turned out to be that woman Yin Yinshu who donated money and ran away. Toikoi City. Song Yang was experimenting with new chip manufacturing techniques with Lin Qingyu's team when he received the news that the Dragon King's palace had been disbanded. According to this technology, they will be able to produce 5 nanometers level chips in no time. Therefore, Song Yang was only surprised for a split second about the Dragon King's Hall and then stopped caring. His business goes high-tech. Yin Yinshu's business is going to be a service. Even if the independent research is all cosmetic, at most, add medicine, which is not in conflict with Song Yang. And Yi Qingyu is not in conflict with Yi Qingyu. Oh, and Yi Qingyu is still in conflict. Yi Qingyu was now in the process of forming a business alliance, and the industries under the alliance had a portion of medicine and beauty that Song Qingling had invested in. The moment the chip experiment was successful, Song Yang breathed a fierce sigh of relief and immediately held a celebration banquet for Lin Qingyu and immediately held a press conference to announce it to the world. The nations celebrated, which represented their success in breaking through a layer of foreign technological blockade. Alexander, who had learned the news, was furious. Yi Qingyu immediately held a press conference and a high-end banquet for Song Yang to celebrate. There are some things that you can only make a big name for yourself and you can only get better and better if you put them out there and let people know about them. Just like Song Yang's business, the only way to attract the best talent in the country and form the best team is to have universal heat. And in the capital, the second master of the Lin family's face was twisted as he frantically smashed his way around the room. Lin Qingyu, you bastard. You picked your own family to defend outsiders. You're punking the old me. Chapter 55, Leaving and the Celebration Banquet. The second master of the Lin family and his wife Song Mei were both shaking their hands in anger. He also contributed part of Lin Qingyu's chip research. The most crucial thing was that what Lin Qingyu had initially said to him was that he would borrow Song Yang's resources to research successfully, then share the results with him and have him release them. At that time, the credit would be the Lin family's, and the second master of the Lin family would be able to steadily increase his status within the family. And most importantly, he would be able to get more investment from the Lin family's old man. The first thing Yin Yanshu did after disbanding the Dragon King's palace was to cut off all cooperation with those scientific research organizations, especially the Lin family's second master. In Yin Yanshu's opinion, those investments are simply useless for himself. Now he doesn't even want the Dragon King's palace. Why do he still need those things? What he should do most is to run his Golden Ocean technology well, and run the Dragon King palace legacy he inherited well. The Lin family's second master and Song Mei were furious when they received a call from the Lin family's old man. On the phone, the old man's voice was cold, and first said about the chip research. The leaders at the top were very dissatisfied with their coping, and decided to give the investment in the chip research to Song Yang and Lin Qingyu's research team. The second was the punishment that the Lin family's old man had imposed on the Lin family's second master and Song Mei. According to the Lin family's family rules, the family funding for the research institute that the duo was in was cut in half, and if they couldn't come up with any reasonable results within a year, they would wait for it to be banned. The Lin family's second master hurriedly begged for forgiveness, but the Lin family's old man firmly refused, for the simple reason that the Lin family, as a family that had risen up in the age of science and technology, was able to gain a foothold amongst the lineage groups, and the hundreds of family members were able to continue to enjoy a privileged life by relying on scientific research capabilities. To put it bluntly, they can contribute to the country's research endeavors in a steady stream. But Lin family second master this stupid put orthodox chip industry do not go to research. And the Dragon King Palace research what bull asterisk human body chip, but also in foreign blockade chip industry when the small mind, simply deserve to die. If you weren't my son and were really capable, I would never let you off the hook just like that. The old man of the Lin family hung up the phone after saying it coldly. He's a father, but more than that, he's a family patriarch, and more than that, he's a polytechnic man, and he needs absolute sanity. Therefore, harboring the second master of the Lin family is something he can't do, and, within a year, if he can't get the results, the second master of the Lin family's institute will really be banned. The second master of the Lin family, who knew the old master's character, sat on the ground in despair. Song Mei is just as desperate. The reason she married the second master of the Lin family was to figure out the Lin family's money, as well as to pull strings for the Dragon King's palace. The desperate duo didn't even have the heart to curse Lin Qingyu right now. Jingle bells. Song Mei picked up her cell phone and frowned in confusion as she looked at the overseas call displayed on it. Nevertheless, Song Mei picked it up. I can give you an investment, but all of your human chip research results must be given to me. You too must come overseas, no matter what. I'm also one of the overlords of the overseas Dragon King Hall and have the right to inherit the legacy of the Dragon King Hall. The visitor was none other than Alexander, the second master of the Lin family, and Song Mei hesitated. The two of them were not fools and knew what it represented for the two of them to go overseas. That's a choice from which there is no turning back. You can turn on the TV and see how other people treat you before you make a decision. The second master of the Lin family frowned as he turned on the TV and entered the live news channel. Song Yang stood on the stage in a spirited manner, explaining his ideas without being overbearing. As an oil teenager born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, I made a vow to give everything for the country from a young age under the influence of my grandparents. The moment I heard in college that our country relies mainly on imports for its chips, I understood one thing. This industry, someone needs to step up, and I think I'm pretty good at what I do, so I deserve to step up and contribute to the strength of the country. I've always thought that the cause I work for is great. Next, I'd like to invite our company's chief engineer, MS. Lin Qingyu, to explain the future of the chip industry. Song Yang led the applause to welcome Lin Qingyu to the stage. Lin Qingyu, who was wearing a scientific white coat, went on stage with a gentle smile and said gently, I have had two noble people in my life, one being my grandfather, Mr. Lin Party Hui. The camera is given to the audience where a dry, hard old man with a buzz cut sits and nods at the camera. In the pop-ups, countless people were screaming that it was the only remaining nationalist. Lin Qingyu slowly said, under my grandfather's teaching, I understand one thing. Science has no borders. Scientists do. It's more important to contribute to the country while making a profit from what I've learned. The second valuable person I met was Mr. Song Yang Song. It was his passion for the chip industry that touched me, and it was also his desperation to grab customers and invest in our chip business despite overseas pressure. So, thank you Mr. Song. Lin Qingyu bowed to Song Yang. On the internet, as the broadcast went on, a real-time article about contributing to the country in a way that I feel honored by my cause appeared. Song Yang and Lin Qingyu's names officially hit the hot search stage. After Lin Qingyu retired, the next time was to sign the chip strategic cooperation agreement. In the limelight, the cadres praised Song Yang for his contribution to the chip business and called him a rising star. The second master of the Lin family smashed the TV angrily. All of this should have been his, if it wasn't for that Lin Qingyu fellow who lied to him. The one who was being praised and in the spotlight right now should have been him. And the old man, the phone refused him, personally went to run to the Fenghai and Lin Qingyu staged Master Ci Sun filial piety. Really disgusting. Promise Alexander we'll go abroad. In anger, the second master of the Lin family made a decision. Even if this decision goes down, he will lose a lot of things. Like, for example, the family. But the second master of the Lin family couldn't care less. None of the projects he had in hand could produce results within a year. And he pressed everything on the human chip, so go away and wait for his glorious return. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei quickly made their withdrawal after making up their minds. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention now, the two of them took the copying USB flash drive and left directly. Anyway, the human chip project was their personal research institute, and there was no attention from the people above. While Song Yang held a banquet to celebrate his success, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei boarded a plane out of the country. At the celebration banquet, Yi Qingyu walked towards some women alone while Song Yang exchanged words with the Lin family's old man, Lin Party Hui, and Lin Qingyu. The list of these women was also given to her by Secretary Jean, all of whom Song Yang had been in contact with and had nothing to do with this celebratory banquet, came or did not come, and sat underneath and watched Song Yang obsessively during his speech. Now that you've succeeded, husband, it's time to expand my business alliances further. Yi Qingyu carried his wineglass and walked towards the people on the list. Chapter 56, Crisis suddenly arrives. Long time no see. Sister-in-law. The first woman Yi Qingyu approached was his sister-in-law, Ms. Yi Yunqing, a mature and charming woman with big waves. Hearing the shout, Yi Yunqing's good-looking eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She didn't like this niece of hers. The reason, if any, was probably that the teenager she admired and hadn't yet had the chance to lay her hands on had been arched by her. Sighing slightly, Yi Yunqing turned his head and said with a complicated expression, "After years of not seeing you, how did your skin become so thick? Can't you see that I don't want to take care of you?" Yi Qingyu smiled faintly, not minding, and pointed at Song Yang. "Is it because of my husband?" Pupils shrinking violently, Yi Yunqing lowered his eyebrows and said softly, "Not really, it's because of that love brain of your mother." "Oh, then you just keep pretending," Yi Qingyu unceremoniously revealed. In Secretary Jin's intelligence, Yi Yunqing's eyes hadn't left Song Yang since she came here. Sighing, Yi Yunqing turned her head and continued to look at Song Yang, who was talking eloquently with Lin Party Hui with a light in his eyes, and said softly, "If you don't say it, you can still call me a sister-in-law, and if you reveal it, we won't be able to get along." Bang! Yi Qingyu clinked his glass with Yi Yunqing and said faintly under his disgruntled gaze, 3 days later, "I'm organizing a talk in the conference room of Yi Group. I hope you can come and talk about my business alliance." Yi Yunqing frowned and lazily ignored this divine gold niece. "It's related to Song Yang." Yi Qingyu left proudly, with the arrogance of a large house, annoying as always, just like that stupid sister. Yi Yunqing continued to look at Song Yang. "Mrs. Wang, see you at Yes Group in 3 days. This is a noblewoman with a dead man. Miss Helena, I hope to see you at Yi in 3 days." This was the noble lady from abroad who was said to have royal blood. "Ms. Zhou, I've heard a lot about you, and I hope to see you at Yes in 3 days." This was a strong woman who started from nothing. "Mrs. Lerner, I'm glad you could make it, and I hope to have a chat with you at Yes in 3 days." This one a noblewoman from the Americas. "Miss Shang, I like your movie very much, and I hope to chat with you in 3 days." This was an international star. Turning around in a circle, Yi Qingyu felt like a social butterfly, and later some women directly stated that they would be there in 3 days. Secretary Jean handed Yi Qingyu, who was resting against the window, a cup of water and pushed her glasses. "Now you know how lucky you are to be with him." Drinking a mouthful of water, Yi Qingyu looked at the hall with confused eyes. Just a moment ago, the people who had agreed to go to Yes, there were about 30 of them, and only a dozen or so that she had taken the initiative to invite, which meant that there were still a dozen or so more, that were not even discovered by Secretary Jean. "I'm just curious about one thing right now. How did Song Yang he know these women?" Yi Qingyu was genuinely curious. Also, how did Song Yang have so much charisma? Yi Qingyu wanted to peel Song Yang's face off, wanting to see what kind of chimera he was. Secretary Jin's eyes flickered for a moment as she said softly, "According to my investigation into Song Yang's resume, he's been having non-stop casual encounters since he was in middle school. That international star, Miss Shang, and Song Yang were junior high school classmates. And the family situation is about as good as a gambling dad, a disappearing mom, a sick sister, and a broken her. When Ms. Shang was at her most helpless, Song Yang protected her as class president and sponsored her to study abroad." Yi Qingyu was speechless. "So it was a white moonlight. Miss Helena, I also know a little bit. Is Song Yang high school when he went abroad as an exchange student to meet, probably as a runaway noble lady meets a threat, handsome teenage boy hero to save the beauty, and to take in the downtrodden lady." Yi Qingyu spat out expressionlessly. It's still a white moonlight. You don't say there's a white moon. Secretary Jean shook her head and said softly. Then let's talk about something else. Your sister-in-law and Song Yang met when Song Yang accompanied Dragon Spirit on a trip abroad. At that time Dragon Spirit was a big lady with a big temper. She messed up all day long, all kinds of bullying Song Yang, and once she shut Song Yang out, your sister-in-law picked Song Yang up and took him back to her home, and I don't know what happened after that. Yi Qingyu's heart tightened. Her sister-in-law was the type of person who twisted a melon by force, but quenched her thirst type. Secretary Jean said about 5 or 6 people in Song Yang encounter, which the majority of the white moonlight. After all, Song Yang is a great man. The road to see the injustice of the sword is the norm, coupled with the fact that Song Yang has money, the atmosphere of the world, and a good character. Those women later came into contact with the man. It is estimated that none of them can be comparable to Song Yang. The thicker and thicker the filters. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. My husband who keeps his body like a jade is truly perfect. I am truly lucky. Yi Qingyu had never felt that Song Yang was so perfect. To know that these women contained a variety of identities. But Song Yang was not tempted at all. What a touching situation. The banquet ended and Song Yang and Yi Qingyu sent the crowd away together. Secretary Jean apologized and left with something. Shen Luoluo was taken away by Shen's mother. Lin Qingyu and Lin Party Hui left. There are some things that need to be discussed between the grandparents and grandchildren. And Feng Qiuyu received a phone call from home and also left. Therefore, on the car going back, there were only 2 people, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Qingyu broke over Song Yang's head and carefully surveyed it, looking at Song Yang's heart. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me with the expression of a monster, and that look in your eyes? Are you trying to eat me? Shouldn't be. I haven't done anything wrong lately, but even more so, I'm keeping my body and mind in the face of all kinds of temptations. Forget it. If you can't think about it, just think about what to say to Yi Qingyu about those women at the banquet. Those women, they can be the ones who gave the Dragon King Hua Chengfeng a hard time in the original story. Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Interesting, especially Yi Yunqing, worthy of being Yi Qingyu's sister-in-law, after both Yi Qingyu and Song Yang died, but directly overseas and Hua Chengfeng opened big, almost killed Hua Chengfeng. If not for Zhang Yuan's replacement death, Hua Chengfeng directly cool, even if the final loss, but also peacefully down the field. Thieves' bull. Yi Qingyu was speechless. Her husband seemed to be a bit conflicted on this matter of feelings. TSK, there's also Helena, directly instigating a rebellion of the Dragon King's Hall in one place, making Hua Qingfeng's path to unification of the Dragon King's Hall full of contradictions. And then after the unification, the actual controller of that branch of the hall is still Helena. Yi Qingyu's heart sank. Those women, they looked much stronger than her, but it was Ms. Lerner who was the scariest of all. Bang! The back of the car was hit hard. Yi Qingyu and Song Yang turned their heads gloomily, only to see a cross-country dead behind. There was no doubt that someone was going to send them both to their deaths. The driver who drove the car whispered, Mr. Yi, Mr. Song, there's a car coming from the front as well. Crisis, coming in an instant. Thinking again that Shen Luoluo and the others all had something to leave today. A wave of uneasiness welled up in Yi Qingyu's heart. What's going on here? Chapter 57, Yi Nianshu, who has no problems at all. When he woke up again, what was reflected in Song Yang's eyes was the hospital ceiling, and what rang in his ears was the sound of cursing. In the guest room of the deluxe ward, Yi Qingyu, who was holding a walking stick, gave Secretary Jean, Shen Luoluo, Long Ling, who had returned from the capital, Lin Qingyu, and Feng Qiuyu a mouthful each, and growled at Song Qingling for a while. Come personally? Song Yang's hoarse voice caused the argument in the living room to come to an abrupt halt. In the next second, a group of people rushed into the hospital room. Song Yang looked at the crowd of women with bruises on their faces and Yi Qingyu with red eyes. The corners of his mouth pulled up a smile, and he said gently, Aren't I fine? Yi Qingyu hugged Song Yang and bawled. Both Secretary Jean and Shen Luoluo lowered their heads in shame. Song Qingling sat on the side of Song Yang's hospital bed, and after Yi Qingyu had cried enough and got up, she spoke faintly. I got the news in advance about you being attacked. Aha! Song Yang wasn't surprised. Yi Qingyu looked at Song Qingling with hatred. Song Qingling was about to open her mouth, but Song Yang stopped it and told Yi Qingyu to lead the women out. Secretary Jean wanted to say something. Song Yang just smiled and said gently, Some things are not for you to decide. I won't hate you or blame you. Go out first. I'll talk to my own family about my own family's business. The moment the car was smashed through last night, Song Yang knew that retribution had come, and even more so, he knew why. At the same time, Secretary Kim and the others had all left. It's a reckoning. After everyone had left, Song Qingling looked at Song Yang and spoke faintly. before the Dragon King Palace was disbanded. Hurricane Cloud died in the northern grasslands with a group of people. After the Dragon King's palace was disbanded, a group of people left Yin Yanshu's Dragon King's palace. Then this group of people who left from the Dragon King's palace set their sights on you. Who has the biggest grudge against the Dragon King's palace? Song Yang let out a bitter smile. Am I taking a back seat to that group of people in the northern grasslands? Song Qingling shook her head and faintly said, not really, listen to me continue. Song Yang nodded. Okay, go on. The chip breakthrough moved a lot of people at home and abroad. These people hate you with a passion. Plus this group from the Dragon King's palace, so they decided to teach you a lesson. Song Yang laughed, then said indifferently, so it came to pass that all these people around me were called away, and Chang Yu and I went on our way alone? Aha. Nodding, Song Qingling continued, there are many people's calculations in this matter. Those people want to give you a lesson and don't want to offend too many people, so they use various methods to call all those women away. And the Song family's idea was to follow up the murder of the heir by taking out a group of political opponents. Song Yang's heart was chilled. This was the lineage for the sake of the family's interests, even the admired heir could be sacrificed at any time. Song Yang can imagine what the Song family is doing at this time. At this time, it is estimated that the old master of his own family should be up in arms, naked and crying loudly, I have shed blood for the empire, and I have made merits for the empire. Song Qingling gathered her hair and said quietly, this incident also detected one more thing. What is it? Song Yang was a little depressed. Those women, they really love you. Song Qingling smiled. Under Song Qingling's description, Shen Mo knew what happened last night. Long Ling heard from the capital and urgently killed back, halfway to call Secretary Jean. Secretary Jean directly led people to kill. He also temporarily borrowed bodyguards from the Shin family and the Wind family. Feng Qiuyu went home as the home temporarily came to the noble guest. After receiving the news, directly let the bodyguard to detain the noble guest. The Shin family was in a similar situation, and Shin's mother twisted her head and reported her partner for bringing a distinguished guest to her house. What the hell? The most ruthless is Yi Qingyu. As soon as she woke up and heard that the thugs were from the Dragon King's palace, she directly rushed into Yin Yanshu's house with her bodyguards and smashed her house to pieces, making it clear that if Song Yang has the slightest thing happen to her, she will definitely be slaughtered first. Song Yang smiled. Song Qingling is gone. Several bigwigs were kneeling against old Master Song. Several big men full of bitterness. Mama, have not seen such an outrageous hooligan, more than 100 years old. Enter the door without saying anything, is a moral abduction. The first to them these juniors kowtowed one, followed by a mouthful of I have saved the blood of the leaders. I have served the empire for the merit of my family. My family's only sole seedling heavy grandchildren in the country is besieged, and there are no heavenly justice. There is no justice. Several bigwigs struggled to help old Master Song up and send him back to the Song family mansion. Then a couple of the bigwigs talked it over and, well, let's do it by law. Soon after, all the LWD personnel involved were taken away. According to the confession of this group of Dragon King Hall personnel, began to arrest people in all parts of the country. Many families were taken down. Many overseas personnel were arrested. A storm has risen suddenly. Song Yan lies in his hospital bed every day, watching the news about whoever is taken down, which family goes bankrupt, and personnel are imprisoned. Among them was the one Song Yang wanted to see the most. A large string of people doing overseas chip sales were taken down. The ending is tragic, but it's all about the choices everyone makes, and everyone needs to pay for their choices. Song Yang was counted and smashed and almost died. Those people will have to pay the price. This is the reality. With the bad luck of those corresponding to the market value of the Song Yang company instantly double tenfold. A large number of domestic orders such as snowflakes fly. Lin Qingyu assured Song Yang that she would break through the technological blockade as fast as possible and bring the chip technology up to the level of foreign countries, thus allowing Song Yang to become a true chip giant. Song Yang looked at her fuming eyes, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, but could only say, don't get too excited. What are you trying to do with this destructive expression? Before Song Yang could finish comforting Lin Qingyu, he received other news from various other parts of the country, that a large number of the children of the world's families had cut themselves at home. This scared Song Yang enough, especially when he heard that the old man of the Long family, the father of the Long family, had cut himself. His personal property was inherited by the Long Ling, and the family was inherited by the branch descendant, Long Shimen. Song Yang was even more stunned. Song Qingling's explanation was simple. This was the explanation given to the Song family, the Li family, by the families involved. According to the rules of the world, if you offend us and lose, then you have to pay something. And the Long family had blocked Long Ling's return to the capital C before, which was a sin. Song Yang was silent. The rules of the lineage were as cruel as ever. But what shocked Song Yang was that the Golden Ocean technology, where Yin Yanshu was located, had not suffered any losses in the process. It's shocking. The explanation given by Song Qingling was that this woman really wasn't involved in this incident, and that this woman was clean as a whistle, with not a single sin to be found on her. On the third day of Song Yang's hospitalization, Yi Qingyu met with those women. Yi clan group. The people arranged by Secretary Jean brought one VIP guest after another to the conference room. When the group of dignitaries saw the injured Yi Qingyu, their eyebrows raised. Chapter 58, the new game begins. Surprisingly, you only suffered such a light injury. Yi Yunqing looked at Yi Qingyu with a bad expression. The thought that Song Yang was still lying in the hospital, but Yi Qingyu was only pestle and crutch. Yi Yunqing's mood was terrible. Unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant. Yi Qingyu didn't pay any attention to her, but instead looked straight at the people present and said in a cold voice, "I'm going to form a business alliance, and I sincerely invite all of you to join in." Helena raised an eyebrow in disdain. Something like a so-and-so club? We're not joining in. The rest of them nodded together. Yes, they wouldn't join an organization like that. They have always been neutral internationally, living on their own, and with their great size, no one wants to offend them by getting all worked up, so being involved in an organization doesn't fit their philosophy. Yi Qingyu shook her head, indicating that it was not. Opening the PPT, Yi Qingyu spoke eloquently. This business alliance I formed is just a mutual benefit. The women came to a point of interest. For example, Maya's main business is commercial real estate, so I would like to cooperate with your construction companies, the direct stores under your name, so that both sides can jointly reduce costs and expand benefits. That's my main goal. Yi Qingyu smiled and stated that yes, that was her main goal, but there were no fools present. Yi Yunqing faintly said, "You are trying to use the power of the alliance to open up the upstream and downstream enterprises, thus reducing costs and increasing efficiency, and speeding up Ye's expansion, right?" Yi Yunqing thought of a certain cell phone company that he invested in. That president is the use of upstream and downstream industries of multifaceted cooperation to force down the cost of production, so as to quickly occupy the low-end market with a price war, to make up for the number of sales volume, and in one fell swoop, let the company listed. Yi Qingyu nodded directly without hesitation and spoke eloquently about her future plans, with the power of the alliance to make Ye's production costs lower, step by step. The main focus on the high artificial industry to achieve the final goal of self-preservation. The moment Yi Qingyu's two words of self-preservation came out, the women in the conference room all stared wide-eyed. I know that all of you are all magical people who know what happened to me and my husband Song Yang, so I'll just be honest and say that the most fundamental goal of all that I've done is still self-preservation. If we both have enough industry in our hands and provide enough jobs, I'm sure something like this won't happen again. If he had thousands of construction sites all over the country going at the same time, and hundreds of thousands of workers were living off our paychecks, do you think we'd still be attacked? Yi Qingyu slowly said in an organized manner. Yi Qingyu saw very clearly that the essence of her and Song Yang being attacked this time was still that her own destiny was not weighted enough. If she and Song Yang died, the industry instantly collapsed, and hundreds of thousands of people were forced to lose their jobs. Then someone would forcefully wipe out the crisis before they had hit the bottom line. I can assure you all that what I'm moving is just cooperation, and it's still mutually beneficial. After all, you're all scary too, aren't you? Yi Qingyu didn't really want to take this step if he wasn't really not powerful enough. The group glanced at each other, and finally Mrs. Wang took the initiative to open her mouth and laughed. What you said is very tempting, but I don't want to agree to it unless. Yi Qingyu looked at her. Unless what? Seeing that she had attracted the attention of everyone present, Mrs. Wang covered her mouth and laughed. Unless you can suddenly have dozens of extra girlfriends, and have nothing to do with organizing and hosting salon events, Song Yang will need to go on more foreign business trips for a little while if he's not doing anything. How? The conditions were laid out directly in one sentence. Yi Qingyu's face was a bit ugly, especially since all the women in the room were looking at her in this way. Yi Yunqing smiled at Mrs. Wang, looked at Yi Qingyu, and said lightly, "My dear niece, your sister-in-law, I don't have much in mind. I just want a child. It's not too much, is it?" Yi Qingyu couldn't help but say, "It's none of my business." The other women frowned at Yi Qingyu, who suddenly mouthed off, "Don't agree with our terms?" They had actually met once before this meeting began. They have their own forces behind themselves, and they are all bosses in their own right and sensible. So their goal is clear, to get a taste of what's coming, to eat some good food, and to have a few good days. Now that Yi Qingyu was mouthing dirty words, it made them a bit annoyed. Was this a rejection? Song Yang's industry is getting bigger and bigger. How can I control whether he travels or not? And who he works with? Besides, I'm so well liked. It's normal to have dozens of girlfriends all over the world, right? After Yi Qingyu finished speaking, she directly left, asking Secretary Jean to see her off. Before leaving the door, Yi Qingyu whispered to the women inside the door, for Song Yang's chip to make a name for itself, It will definitely need some big companies to work with, and he's bound to run around. Yi Qingyu left the conference room, rushed directly to the hospital, drove everyone away, and hugged Song Yang bawling, which made Song Yang confused, and rushed to comfort. What's wrong? Being bullied? He helped Yi Qingyu bully back, just as he had a belly full of fire with no place to send it. Yi Qingyu snorted and laughed, hugged Song Yang's shoulder and took a bite. Who made you so good? You're the one who bullied me. Song Yang was confused. That afternoon, Dragon Spirit came over to give Song Yang a set of unbreakable feats. This is from Long Shimen, to make amends to you. This time, we've accumulated quite a few goodies. This was what Dragon Spirit said to Song Yang. Song Yang didn't mind. Soon after, Song Yang received another set of body strengthening techniques. It is said to be left behind by the legendary Yin Yang clan, which can grow their own body through special methods. Just amazing. Song Yang was not polite. He took it over and practiced. He had lost a lot in this reckoning. For the next half a month, Song Yang practiced Gong Fu and recovered his body in the hospital, and the company was handed over to Lin Xingyu to take care of. On this day, Mother Shin and Mrs. Wang came over together to see Song Yang. Facing these two ripe elders, Shan Mo, who could already get off the ground, received the two in the living room. Song Yang had to say that being rich was really nice, seeing as the wards he lived in were all sweets. After Mother Shin and Mrs. Wang briefly greeted Song Yang's physical condition and determined that they had recovered more or less. Mrs. Wang proposed that she wanted to invest in Song Yang's company. As you know, Xiao Yang, I'm so old and living entirely on rental rents, which is never a proper path either, so I wanted to take a ride on your express train. Mrs. Wang's face automatically took on a sadness. Song Yang opened his mouth and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Then you can't rub against my gold-digging car. But don't worry, Xiao Yang, I'm not just rubbing up against your golden car. I've brought you a few big orders. Mrs. Wang smiled and took out several orders that Yi Yunqing and the others had prepared in advance. Just like what Yi Qingyu said, the bigger Song Yang's company got, then the more he traveled, the more he was bound to travel. Song Yang hesitantly picked up the order contract to consult are quite large, the smallest order and 500 million, more than $1 billion, a total of 5. After pondering for a while, Song Yang said that he would have to think about it for a while before he could take the risk of agreeing. Mrs. Wang quickly said that there is no problem. In the future, we communicate more. First add a WeChat chat. Chapter 59, My wife can't hurt me, can she? Then under the guidance of Mother Shin, Song Yang had a lunch with Mrs. Wang. At the table, Song Yang behaved courteously and chatted freely with Mrs. Wang Shin's mother about her future career. Mrs. Wang had no companies in her name. She didn't know how to run them herself, so she sold them all after her ex-husband died. But she is a person with super cow luck. Take the cash. Buy real estate in all parts of the country. Take advantage of the housing market. The assets have doubled more than 10 times, known as the Feng Hai Cash Cow. Combined with the rent, Mrs. Wang is generating more than $1 billion a year in net cash proceeds. Song Yang and Mrs. Wang mainly talked about the future of the property. The future of the real estate market will definitely be focused on the commercial market, and things like the pure housing market will inevitably go into the cooler. Although the rental market shouldn't be affected, a bull in the rental market like you, ma'am, can sit tight. Song Yang had to lament Mrs. Wang's power, entering the rental market more than 10 years in advance. After a large number of purchases, now the light property value added to earn over. The rent also earned back the cost of investment, belonging to the lying to make money. However, I feel that the high-rise rentals should have a crisis in the future. Mrs. Wang winks and whispers. She thought Song Yang was so handsome. It reminded her of her first meeting with Song Yang. At that time her brother transferred to the northwest side of the work. There is a piece of rotten buildings have been no one to buy, very much affecting the cityscape. In line with the idea of supporting her brother's work, she waved a big hand to take over. Her contract was tampered with when the rotten building was being renovated, and the local renovation company lionized her with a sudden price hike. Mrs. Wang naturally couldn't stand it and immediately found her brother to help. Her brother was also furious that this was someone trying to screw himself. How could this be done? And directly pressed the gang of decorators, who knew that the gang was desperate to take a shot at Mrs. Wang, and was just met by Song Yang, who was in high school at the time and had come out to participate in the competition, and it was Song Yang who saved her. Afterwards, she was in contact with Song Yang for a while in order to thank him. The last thought was why she was born a decade or so early. Young, handsome, smiling, polite, righteous and considerate teenagers are really appealing. Later, he meets Song Yang again at Feng Hai University, where Mrs. Wang goes to send her own daughter to college and Song Yang is welcoming the new students. The gentle and considerate sunny teenager once again illuminated her cold heart, and then later the hero's rescue at the reception still makes Mrs. Wang fall in love with her. It was a pity that Mrs. Wang's daughter didn't like Song Yang, or else they would be family. Song Yang nodded after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, although the building's safe service life is 70 years, a high-rise building can be called an old building after about 20 years, and the aging problem of the facilities and equipment will be serious, so it is indeed necessary to make a move as early as possible. Okay, I'll listen to you. The more Mrs. Wang looked at Song Yang, the more attractive she felt. Next to Shin's mother sighed. His girlfriend is a little crazy. Shaking her head, Mother Shin sidetracked and began to chat with Song Yang about the chip market and the future of the entertainment industry. The main focus is on the chip market. A lunch Song Yang was very uncomfortable. He always felt that Mrs. Wang looked at her like a prey, especially in the second half. Mrs. Wang shows what it means to be an old fairy with 10 fingers. Who needs someone else to peel the shrimp she eats? Song Yang felt that he couldn't let the little caregiver take the caregiver's money and do another babysitting job, so he could only take on the job himself. In the afternoon, when Yi Qingyu came to see Song Yang and Yi Qingyu talked about Mrs. Wang, and Yi Qingyu suggested that Song Yang say yes. One is that Mrs. Wang has a deep background, and the other is that a ready-made order is not for nothing, and the company can still get a huge capital injection. Although Song Yang didn't care much about these capital injections either. Something was better than nothing. That night Song Yang wrote back to Mrs. Wang, $3 billion, 10% of the shares. Mrs. Wang agreed in one breath and rushed to the ward overnight with the contract. In the hospital room, Song Yang awkwardly looked at Mother Shin and Mrs. Wang, who had come jointly. Auntie, ma'am, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Song Yang cannot help but growl in his heart. Family members, who understands? I just sent a tweet. The opposite side are not bargaining. Directly rushed over to sign the contract. Is there a scam going on here? Mrs. Wang smiled and said she could have someone look at the contract. Now Song Yang could only bring Yi Qingyu and Zhao Xinjin to help review the contract. Yi Qingyu glared viciously at Mrs. Wang from a place Song Yang couldn't see when she arrived. This woman, what a torturer. After the contract was signed, Mrs. Wang recommended a tranquilizing incense to Song Yang in order to thank Song Yang for bringing her money. As I'm getting older, but quality of my sleep here is getting worse and worse. This box of tranquilizing incense is something I've specially sought out, and it's particularly effective, so try it out. Xiao Yang. At night, Song Yang curiously lit the tranquilizing incense. Was it really so magical? But the incense does smell good and works well. The only downside was the overnight dreams. In his dream, he fulfills a youthful fantasy, heroically rescues a young woman, and then talks about a young woman. The next day, Mrs. Wang was refreshed and talked about her life with Mother Shin and informed Ji Yunqing and Helena and the others about her experience. When they heard that Yi Qingyu really didn't stop them, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Wang's tranquilizing incense was also passed around in the hands of this group of women. The first thing Helena, M.S. Lerner and the others did when they returned home was to release the matter of their cooperation with Song Yang's company in the capital circle. Alexander storms over and questions why the betrayal. Helena and M.S. Lerner and others calmly replied, "Who are you, kid? And what the hell does it have to do with us? You're not part of our family. Why do you care about us?" As for the voices within themselves, Helena and M.S. Lena and the others replied calmly, "Song Yang's chip technology is good, the quality is good, and most importantly, it's cheap, so it will allow our power to increase by 1 percentage point at the end of the year when we share the dividends. Keep in mind that chips are becoming more and more valuable as smartphones grow. Many businesses need to use it. A cheap chip can save a lot of money. For those in the capital markets, who is Alexander? Oh, a man who claims to have inherited the ancient king and calls himself the new Dragon King. Quite impressive. But it's none of our business. Can we get an extra percentage point at the end of the year when we, as a group, get our dividends? You can't? Then you're talking out of your ass. Off. For those in the capital market, Song Yang could get them an extra percentage point in dividends, so they naturally wanted to befriend Song Yang. Song Yang was uncomfortable with his company's explosive growth expansion. What Song Yang is most uncomfortable with is the sea of business trips alignments that come after being discharged from the hospital. 30 days a month. He flies to 10 countries. Song Yang felt that this was using him as a production team's donkey, but it couldn't be helped. Who let this be lined up for him by Yi Qingyu herself? His wife can't hurt him. Chapter 60, Enemy Appearance. It was true that Yi Qingyu wouldn't harm Song Yang. She was just making Song Yang a little tired. Under the Eiffel Tower, Song Yang looked at the sky in a trance, surrounded by Helena and a purple-haired woman named Saori. This month, Song Yang had spent it in pain and pleasure. The joy is that all those collaborations were well negotiated, and everyone who talked about them was kind and didn't overpressurize. Most importantly, when talking about cooperation, most of the opponents were beautiful women, and even if they weren't, he could still meet one by chance at the rival company. As it was, he was now on his last stop abroad, where he met Helena and Saori. The painful part was that each of these women he met would make strange demands, like Helena and Saori, asking him to spend the day shopping with them. In the words of the other party, "We are party A, you as party B, should not be more low-key, obedient." It is said that in your country, there are still party B in order to be able to sign the bill, to party A to transport children to and from school, clean up the room and so on. Song Yang would like to spit out a sentence. What kind of weird sales literature are you reading? I'm afraid that it's not written by a certain who. After the trance, Song Yang served Helena and Saori as perfectly as possible for shopping, take beautiful pictures, cut up the steaks for dinner, and work with the duo to rest when they are tired. One day and night later, Helena and Saori were happy that Song Yang was still the same white moonlight they once were. Before they got together, Helena still thought that Song Yang might have changed, just like her brother's white moonlight, and after many years, things had long since changed. After all, the delicate, beautiful, glamorous rose has its day to sink into the muck. As a result, after spending a day together, Helena realized that Song Yang was still the same as he was back then. The same teenager who happened to meet her helplessly on the street and was willing to lend a hand to help her and take care of her like a little child. Most importantly, Song Yang faced the temptation she handed out with a polite, clear-eyed refusal. Helena had studied psychology, and she could feel that innocence in Song Yang, that attitude of not having the slightest bit of calculation, but simply dealing with it and taking it seriously, was too much in line with the image of the white moonlight in Helena's mind. In the evening, Helena made one last request. "My Mr. B, can you cook a meal for me?" Song Yang frowned and sighed softly. "Beautiful Ms. A, I'm married and the only person who can eat my dinner is my wife." It was rejected, but Helena didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, she felt good. "So, Mr. B, would it be okay to have a meal that I made for you?" Song Yang still refused. A man who can't eat two women's cooking. That's the basic code of love. Song Yang's mind flashed to the image from Double Eclipse. A man who couldn't eat two families. Helena and Saori didn't understand. Song Yang smiled and gave an explanation. Eventually Helena had to let it go and the three of them went to a nearby restaurant. At the dinner table, Song Yang and Helena chatted freely about their knowledge of doing business. Song Yang thought for a moment and said matter-of-factly, "I personally don't have much business skills. At the very least, it's far worse than my wife eating you. It's more about the people that make my business work. So my perception of being in business is simple, abundant capital, plenty of connections. The rest, I think, is trivial." Song Yang spoke sincerely, and Helena and Saori smiled and nodded. "Oh, I thought you could be so insightful, but that's about it." A mocking voice came from behind. Frowning back, Song Yang met Alexander. Alexander looked at Helena indifferently. "Noble miss, you wouldn't be looking at this oriental boy, would you? Don't forget, you've got a union on the line." Helena calmly wiped her mouth, and returned with the same indifference. "Dogs are nosy, why are you so idle?" "You," Alexander gasped. The woman was so rough. Song Yang got up and looked at Alexander with a frown. "If I remember correctly, the two of us shouldn't have crossed paths. What are you doing here? No crossover?" As if those four words had flicked some switch, Alexander growled angrily. "It's because of you that my setup in that country came to naught. It's because of you that my position in the family has all but fallen. And now the only power I can utilize is the Dragon King's palace in this area. Asterisk 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 you. What a stupid person." Song Yang looked at the stressful and sudden attack and couldn't help but lament in his heart. Just what kind of family can produce such a stupid person? Bang! Alexander blocks a head kick by Saori. Saori frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Is your family crazy? Letting someone like you be the Dragon King?" Alexander looked at Saori with pain and hatred. Where did this woman come from? A group of men in black suddenly appeared at the front door of the restaurant and they rushed to take Alexander away. The red-eyed butlers in deacon's uniform bowed their heads and meekly apologized to Song Yang. They also didn't know that Alexander had run out and said that Alexander's behavior had nothing to do with the Dracula family they were a part of. Song Yang was satisfied with the way the other party apologized. Only, the red-eyed butler raised his head, his face no longer with meekness, and spoke indifferently. "This next decision I speak of was set by the Dracula family. We will be hostile to you, Mr. Song Yang, and oppose you until death. The relationship between our two sides will be one of immortality." Song Yang looked up 45 degrees, not quite understanding what was going on with this sudden lunatic speech. The red-eyed butler turned to leave. Apologizing was their etiquette as nobles, and issuing a declaration of battle was also their etiquette as nobles. The two are not in conflict. Song Yang resumed his seat on the chair, full of apologies. "Sorry for affecting both of your appetites." Helena and Saori shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. Helena said suspiciously, "You have a grudge against the Dracula family?" Song Yang shook his head. Not really. This was the first time he had even heard of this family. Sae stated, even more puzzled. That shouldn't be. The Dracula family rarely swears to be immortal with a person. Song Yang was instantly depressed. I really don't know what was done. Even the memory of the predecessor did not have the Dracula family. The original text to mention. It is said that this is a powerful ancient family. Hua Chengfeng came to this side, with which there was a confrontation. The two sides launched a bitter fight, but it doesn't appear to be a direct confrontation, either. That would be amazing. Inside the Dracula family, a handsome man stood in front of a large red coffin, his expression cold and indifferent. The red-eyed butler reported back to him, having sent out the battle proclamation. The handsome man spoke indifferently. Very well, the next time I recover is when I let that Song Yang die without a burial ground. Go, bring me in some food. The red-eyed butler respectfully withdrew, and within a moment, two young girls were advanced. At night, Song Yang was walking around the streets with Helena and Saori. Help! The sudden cries for help caught the attention of the three, and Song Yang quickly rushed up, only to see two men in black holding a young girl towards the darkness in the dark alley. Song Yang took a big step forward to block it. A couple of exchanges to fight off the opponent. Looking at the young girl sitting on the ground panting heavily, Song Yang said suspiciously, is it so dangerous here? Helena and Saori, who followed behind her, said suspiciously, not so much. While it's true that they don't have good security here, it's not to the extent of robbing people on the street. Humph, Song Yang, as usual, you do like to badmouth me. An icy voice rang out abruptly. Who? Saori twisted her head and rushed angrily into the darkness. Scarlet eyes lit up as the handsome man slowly stepped out. Helena frowned. It's you, Nero. Nero did not look at Helena, but rather at Song Yang, his voice icy cold. Song Yang, on the day I recover well, you will inevitably be subjected to the loader's punishment. Song Yang's pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed, Hua Chengfeng? With an evil smile, Nero instantly disappeared. Chapter 61, the results are in. Helena frowned and whispered, isn't Hua Chengfeng dead? Song Yang had more doubts in his heart. Right, didn't Hua Chengfeng die? His remains are still being handled by Kim Tatung himself. Could it be that Nero is playing God? But that killing intent that was like substance didn't seem fake. With questions in mind, Song Yang said goodbye to Helena and returned to the hotel he was in. Helena's eyes flickered for a moment, not revealing her inner thoughts. She felt that things were unpredictable, and that it would be better for her to stand in the open and help Song Yang than to stand in the shadows. After all, it's nice to be able to hide a hand. However, Helena opened another room next to Song Yang. Back at the hotel, Song Yang directly dialed Yi Qingyu's phone and told her all about what happened here. Yi Qingyu had lived with Song Qingling during this time, and Song Qingling had heard it all. Coming back from the dead is definitely out of the question. I guess it would be something else. Thinking for a moment, Song Qingling slowly said, for a medical doctor, the thing Song Qingling disbelieved in the most was coming back from the dead. If people can be resurrected after death, aren't you nakedly slapping the face of the king of hell? What would be the point of having a doctor if the resurrection of a person after death could still take away all the damage? I once heard that the Dragon King's palace has studied the art of longevity, and there is a technique within it called shifting flowers. Give up the flesh and transfer the spirit. It's almost like that foreign movie where the physical body doesn't matter and the spirit survives. Bull. Song Yang felt speechless. This thing was not mentioned in the original novel, probably because the original Hua Chengfeng all the way against the sky is too cool to use these life-renewing backstabs. Yi Qingyu spoke on the phone. Hua Chengfeng's resurrection. Does it mean that the Dragon King Palace is alive again? But what was it you said about Alexander being taken back by the butler? Song Yang sighed. He didn't know, but now they were on a collision course with the Dracula family. This family has money and power. It's hard to deal with. The Nero that Hua Chengfeng had resurrected to become was still the first son of this family, with the right to inheritance, and the resources he could use were even more terrifying. It's not a matter of being afraid to go against such an enemy. It's a very difficult thing to do. Yi Qingyu on the other side frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Forget it. I'll send someone to the Dracula family to report a wave and see. Song Qingling spoke abruptly. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu froze. Song Qingling said easily, whether this matter is true or not, whether it's Hua Chengfeng or Nero, just report it out first. I just can't believe the Dracula family allowed their first son heir to go wrong, and that Alexander. I can't believe he won't take advantage of the win to fight Nero. Bull, but it makes sense. Song Yang hung up the phone. Song Qingling asked her foreign partners to spread the story directly. Night. Song Yang entered a stupor and a dark shadow entered it. While Song Yang was sleeping, a big event was happening within the Dracula family. Nero stood in front of his own father's bed and said in a cold voice, a family doesn't need two voices. Regret filled the eyes of the head of the Dracula family as to why he had named this child Nero. As Nero stepped out of the room and stood inside the manor, his eyes were met with a manor that was fighting and burning. The red-eyed butler led a team of experts to battle the gathered-back family elders. A one-sided state. Nero charged into the fray with a big grin. Lightning wrapped around Nero's fists as he charged as if he were a god of war. In the darkness, Alexander watched the fight with fear and fled. Midnight. Nero sat on the patriarch's throne with his arm around a beautiful woman, and below him sat the newly installed family elders. The red-eyed butler reports to Nero that a rumor has been spread that he has been replaced. Nero laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I knew that punk Song Yang would make a move to sue. You see, I wasn't smart enough to settle this fight early, he said, and gave the beautiful woman in his arms a hard squeeze. The newly ascended young elder complacently appreciated. That's right, that's right. Lord Patriarch is worthy of being a dragon king with heavenly talent and enjoying the name of a great emperor. Nothing can escape your eyes. Nero, the great emperor of the ancient Roman period, was most famous for his acts of religious massacre, the killing of his mother and sisters, and for being so despicable that the name of Nero was a great evil among the myths. After Nero finished laughing at the patriarch's seat, he waved his hand to the red-eyed butler and said, Della, go tell the others that I am now in charge of the house of Dracula. As you wish. The red-eyed butler, Della, recognized it and whispered, Matriarch, Alexander has escaped. Disdain flashed in Nero's eyes. Doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to conduct our human chip research. Those two from the Lin family were gotten here by Alexander. He can be counted as a credit. Just let him live. After all, I'm not particularly cruel. Ha 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 ha, he said as he squeezed the beautiful woman in his arms again. It's a night when the newly empowered Dracula family in charge kicks off an orgy. In the name of Nero, the fallen demon of myth. Early morning. Song Yang looked at Helena and Saori, who were sitting on the sofa in his room, in shock, looking at the red-faced girls. Incredulously, he said, Why are you guys in my room? Helena nudged at Saori. The hotel was owned by Saori's family. Saori smiled sweetly. Song Yang's face was dark. Helena smiled and decisively changed the topic. Something happened. Just last night, there was a coup in the Dracula family. The younger people revolted and ousted all of the older generation from power. And now the older generation in power have all returned to the Dracula family's ancient castle in the mountains to retire. And the person in power is Nero. Song Yang's face sank. Yesterday Song Qingling even said that she was suing, but now she is still suing my ass. Helena didn't care about Song Yang's face, and continued, as far as I know, those of the older generation, all died. Song Yang's eyebrows lowered. Normal. It was Hua Qingfeng's style. Helena continued. One more thing. Nero sent out a new technology to all the nobles this morning. Also a combination of mystery and technology called the human chip. Song Yang's pupils shrunk. Wasn't this an invention of the Lin family's second master? But, in the original, this invention didn't do anything. It was directly controlled and eradicated. Jingle bells. Song Yang's cell phone rang. Song Yang picked up the phone and Yi Qingyu's voice came out from inside. Song Yang, the Dracula family's huge change is now known throughout the world. There's one more thing. The reason why the Lin family's second master and his wife defected, and why Nero turned into Hua Qingfeng, is a result of the human chip technology called thought inheritance. Chapter 62, Saving the Country. In Yi Qingyu's description, Song Yang knew what happened. The reason why Nero became Hua Qingfeng was not that Hua Qingfeng was resurrected, but that Nero inherited the human chip that represented Hua Qingfeng. Yesterday night, Yi Qingyu and Song Qingling stabbed this matter to the top. The people above frowned when they heard the word Hua Qingfeng and scouted all night. First, the Lin family found the mind inheritance in part of the research results of the human chip in their cooperation with the Dragon King's palace. By making a system template of one person's mind and putting it into a chip, and then injecting that chip into another person, you can give that person the abilities of the last person. Very buggy scientific research, but also very costly. None of the results of previous experiments have survived. Song Yang sucked in a breath and couldn't help but say, I don't believe that Nero will survive. The second master of the Lin family is considered a contemporary curveball. Next to her, Helena and Saori were confused as to what it meant. Yi Qingyu on the phone, on the other hand, sputtered with laughter and couldn't help but warn, You're not afraid that the second master of the Lin family's research into success. According to Kim Cosmos sources, the new elders of the newly installed Dracula family are using the power of the human chip. Snorting disdainfully, Song Yang laughed out loud. Stop it, wife, how could it possibly work? If the second master of the Lin family's research results were successful, he would have already taken them out to the court in exchange for a higher and better research environment. So why bother running out? My guess is that it was more of a case of him coming to the Dracula family and being deemed useless and blowing it off, handing over the research he already had in exchange for a chance to escape. Song Yang said this he had experience with. In his previous life he'd seen a lot of things where researchers had taken out ancillary products to turn in because they hadn't completed their characters on a regular basis. Yi Qingyu could only sigh when she saw how little Song Yang cared. Anyway, Lin Qingyu had said that the second master of the Lin family's research results had failed before, and even if there was a breakthrough this time, it would not be possible to succeed all at once, and the probability was that there would be great side effects. Judging from the fact that Song Yang had stumbled upon the Dracula family grabbing girls on the street, it was probably a need for other needs. After hanging up the phone, Song Yang smiled and said to Helena, "There's absolutely nothing to worry about the Dracula family. I'm sure they'll suffer retribution sooner or later." Helena didn't understand, but she trusted Song Yang. Next Song Yang kicked Helena and Saori out, got up and changed himself, went to Helena's company to sign the agreement for the chip cooperation, and then prepared to return home. Laboratory within the Dracula family. The second master of the Lin family and Song Mei frantically researched human chip technology. The duo suffered discrimination from Nero when they first arrived. It was then that the two realized that Alexander was not the highest in the family, and that there was a madman, Nero, above him. Especially after Alexander not only did not succeed in suppressing Song Yang with the chip technology, but instead allowed Song Yang to break through the technical blockade, resulting in massive damage to the Dracula family's chip profits and an even greater decline in status. For a better life, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei decisively defect to Nero. Then for the sake of research resources, decisively handing over the results of the thought inheritance in the middle of the human chip. Though this result has had major side effects so far, with those who succeeded becoming insane and those who didn't dying outright. But what a result! And it can be used to train dead soldiers. Originally, the second master of the Lin family also wanted to dedicate up to be used as a dead soldier, but never thought that Nero, this madman, would use it himself, and also give it to all the people in his faction. Though everyone had inherited great power, like Nero, who had the peak combat power of Hua Chengfeng straight away, and still seemed to be thinking normally. But the Lin family's second master and Song Mei weren't fools. They knew that it was the effect of some kind of potion or secret technique. The second master of the Lin family who came from the Lin family, who has seen the world, and who came from a mysterious oriental power, and who has been exposed to a lot of high-end education. And Song Mei understand one thing, that any inhibitor, secret art suppression, is bull ********, and it's all about treating the symptom and not the root cause, and it doesn't work. So for the sake of their little lives, the duo began to quickly research the human chip and applied for a large amount of resources. At the same time, the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei had to sigh a sigh of Dracula. This crazy family's support for scientific research was just great. No wonder Gale and the others had to come out of the country back then. Research methods that are not allowed in the country can be conducted here. As it is, another batch of live experiments has been sent in. Just freeze, traitor. Alexander stared at the duo with hatred. It was hateful that they had lied to themselves when they had obviously rescued them. The Lin family's second master and Song Mei looked at Alexander in a daze, shaking the grass. The former master came to the door. "Don't be impulsive. As long as you don't kill us, you can have whatever you want." Song Mei decisively conceded. She didn't have a bright future yet. She couldn't fold here. Alexander took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "Okay, here's what you said." Soon Nero receives word that Alexander has hijacked the second master of the Lin family and Song Mei and run away. Nero, who was in a meeting, studying how to deal with Song Yang, immediately ordered that everyone immediately go after and look for them. The Lin family's second master's human microchip is a matter of his life and the lives of his men. But the world is so big, where can we find it? Song Yang was personally sent to the airport by Helena just in time to see the Dracula family frantically searching for Alexander. This made Song Yang confirm that there was indeed a problem with the thought inheritance that Nero was using, and it was not likely that Nero would have to play it out after a while. Song Yang joyfully boarded the airplane and bid farewell to Helena. After sending Song Yang away, Helena and Saori returned to the company and began to check the current status of the Dracula family. The result obtained was simple. Nero was a madman and did not make changes to his company's industry when he came to power, and his main goal was still on the mystery. Helena snorted and began to unite her group's allies to give Alexander as much cover as possible. Fight, fight, fight. How are we going to embezzle your assets business if you don't fight? Helena muttered. There are only so many resources in the world, and they are still in the hands of a fixed group of people. So how can the rest of the world be rich without a few deaths? Song Yang had just returned to the country when he heard Song Qingling's broadcast, and the entire Western world shook. Nero is now turning into a rabid dog, biting at anyone who comes his way, and after failing to find Alexander in 3 hours' time, he snarls to the nations of the entire Western world. I can't find Alexander, and neither can you. Then this mad dog has the group of companies under his command frantically attacking the family business that has a grudge against Dracula. with the attitude that no one can live in the world without me. Song Yang's comment on this is that the second master of the Lin family has succeeded in saving the country on the curve, so he has to be protected, and he hopes that he will continue the research on human ships. Chapter 63, Encountering Yin Yinshu. What do we care what they do in the West? We just need to take care of ourselves. The human chip kind of thing that can massively enhance a cultivator's ability is definitely going to be a national concern, and it has nothing to do with us. Song Yang sat on the sofa and smiled. He is very open. Some things, cannot get is not, hard to get not only will not be rewarded, will also be punished. After all, there are some technologies that will not be allowed to be in the hands of those underneath. A technology like the human chip, which could be used to manufacture masters in large quantities once the research was successful, could only be held in official hands. Song Yang could even imagine that if their Song family interfered and got their hands on this technology, they would definitely be instantly stepped on. Those old things in the cabinet won't let them off the hook when the time comes. Song Yang's attitude made Song Qingling satisfied. His own brother's head was still clear and didn't make any stupid mistakes. After Song Qingling left, Song Yang picked up Yi Qingyu and went upstairs, traveling for a month. Su, wife. When Song Yang thought about the dreams he had had in the past month, his entire body was going crazy. As beautiful as the dream was, waking up was unpleasant for him. The coolness between the days. That's pretty weak. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth and snickered. She was very happy about the fact that her husband came back and indulged in her. Thanks to the yin-yang technique given by the dragon spirit, Song Yang's cultivation grew very quickly and his physical fitness was very high, making Yi Qingyu very satisfied, especially satisfied. After she was satisfied, Yi Qingyu told Song Yang about her business map. During this month, Yi Qingyu spread out his family's mall on a large scale and signed many agreements, like some big foreign brands controlled by Helena, some enterprise specialty stores invested by Yi Yunqing's subordinate. All of them are stationed in the mall one after another, so that the status of Ye's mall keeps rising and the brand effect is getting better and better. At the same time, Yi Qingyu also told Song Yang that he had also invested in quite a few high-tech industries, like drones, AI, and 5G technology. Song Yang listened intently, then spoke. Reduce the presence, right? Yi Qingyu froze. What did that mean? Song Yang sighed and explained. Ye's brand is getting bigger and bigger now. More and more people are relying on you for food. Your presence is getting higher and higher, and that's not going to work. It's time to diminish. Otherwise, a lot of people know about you, Yi Qingyu, but they don't know about the officials, so how can that work? Yi Qingyu blanched, as if it was such a thing. How does that diminish? Song Yang thought about it and said softly, it's very simple. Just go out and show your face less and be in the news less. Time washes away all traces. Song Yang thought he could settle down when he returned to China, but he ended up being dragged into her mom's hotel group by Long Ling on his first day. Smelling the incense in Long Ling's office, Song Yang couldn't help but spit out. Is this incense selling out now? How come it's all over the place at home and abroad? The dragon spirit hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. This is a gift for you. Long Ling gave Song Yang everything in the hotel industry to look at, and Song Yang looked so confused that he ended up falling asleep without realizing it. The next day Song Yan was again pulled into the chip company by Lin Qingyu, and chatted about the future of the chip. The third day was invited by Shen Luoluo and Feng Qiuyu to visit their newly invested drama set. Day 4 is interspersed with attending banquets to meet Mrs. Wang, Shen Mother and others. Looking at Mother Shen who was getting closer and closer to Mrs. Wang, Song Yang was puzzled. After a round trip, Song Yang was almost exhausted, so much so that Song Yang found Yi Qingyu and complained. Wife, can you curtail my schedule a bit? After traveling abroad for a month, coming back and attending various banquets, meeting various strange people, and accompanying Dragon Spirit and the girls on their inspections, it's really tiring. Honey, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed lately. I need to go to the hospital. Really, it feels like I'm living married life with you, my wife, every day. Song Yang's helplessness makes Yi Qingyu very distressed. But husband, there is no way. In order to complete a large-scale outbreak in a short period of time, we can only take some evil ways. Tough break. Before Song Yang could go to the hospital for a checkup, Song Qingling came over and gave Song Yang a checkup, incidentally giving him a booster shot and prescribing a set of recipes. Song Yang was stunned when he saw the recipe. Isn't this a recipe for health maintenance that only appeared in the middle of the Dragon King novels? This is a good thing that Hua Chengfeng has researched to officially break into the upper class. Because of this health recipe, many elderly people's bodies have been strengthened through dietary supplements, which is why people support Hua Sunfeng at a later stage. Yi Qingyu was stunned after hearing Song Yang's heartfelt words. What she learned was that it was something that the Song Qingling Institute had come up with in collaboration with Jin Datong and the others. This is the solid foundation of the Song family status. TSK, For this recipe to appear in my hands proves that the officials must have already grasped it. So that means that Hua Qingfeng's death is dispensable to the officials. After all, as long as one inherits the knowledge of the Dragon King's Hall. In this way, I am also relieved. After all, Hua Qingfeng has also come up with quite a few useful things. The relief in Song Yang's heart made Yi Qingyu happy. Yi Qingyu had noticed before that Song Yang was sometimes very lost, and now it seemed that he was blaming himself for Hua Qingfeng's death, and a lot of things would probably disappear. Maybe it was because Yi Qingyu had reduced the intensity of her business trip work. Or maybe it was because of the potion Song Qingling had given. Or maybe it was because of the deepening of his gongfu cultivation. Song Yang felt less tired. The only problem is loving Yi Qingyu more. Then Yi Qingyu began to dislike Song Yang and once again increased the intensity of Song Yang's business trips. On this day, Song Yang was dispatched to Helena's country again. On the airplane, looking at Yin Yanshu who was sitting next to him, Song Yang revealed a surprised look. The two of us can even meet by chance? The corner of Yin Yanshu's mouth twitched a bit, and he said breathlessly, how come the two of us can't meet by chance? Is it because my sister was afraid I'd hook up with you and purposely sidetracked her trip? Song Yang smiled awkwardly and decisively changed the topic. Is this your business development abroad? Yin Yanshu shook her head and said softly, no, it's because she wants to meet the resurrected Chung Feng and settle the past. You're afraid you're crazy. Song Yang couldn't help but spit. He really thinks that Yin Yanshu is crazy. Hua Changfeng and Nero's matter at a glance is yellow mud. Falling in the crotch of whoever is the degree of. Everyone stays away from it, and you even go up to it. Yin Yanshu sensed Song Yang's thoughts and said quietly, do you know how I spent my teenage years? Song Yang rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, I don't know. I really do know that you are the illegitimate daughter who ran away with the ball. Your mom had an accident before she had time to go back to his father for the money. You went into the orphanage, and then you started a life of being bullied. Later, he met the teenager Hua Chengfeng in elementary school and was brought back to the village by him. However, your life of being bullied was actually caused by the Dragon King's palace. Chapter 64, The Unexplained Man. That organization, the Dragon King's palace, is really the pits, and in order to train a loyal wife for Hua Chengfeng, they have no qualms about bullying a little girl to save her. Song Yang spat in his heart, but his face remained calm. Yin Yanshu turned her gaze out of the window and said softly, big young masters like you don't understand everything about an orphan like me. Yin Yanshu slowly told the story of his life as a young child. Isolated, bullied, almost molested when I was a little older, and beaten again for fighting back to the death, waiting to go to school, being bullied and hazing. Go to the teacher and all you get is a comment about why they only bully you and not others. It was Hua Chengfeng who saved her from the sky and brought her back to the village so that she could lead a normal life and even receive training from the Dragon King. It was just that her talent was not as good as Hua Chengfeng's, whether it was in Taoism, ancient martial arts or medicine. The only thing that she was better at was doing business. Song Yang couldn't help but spit in his heart. The Dragon King's palace was really an animal. That said, I remember the end was near the finale when Hua Chengfeng's last enemy, the monster from North America, asked Yin Yanshu, haven't you ever thought that your tragedy was artificially created? It was then that Yin Yanshu went to check it out and ended up enduring it. Oh, so that's it. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth, who had just boarded the plane, hooked up a smile. Long time no see, my good sister. Yi Qingyu stepped forward with a confident and angsty smile. Song Yang hurriedly stood up and hurriedly said, wife, why are you here? Oh, can't I come? Yi Qingyu laughed playfully. Did it bother you to ask out a girl? The dragon spirit following behind her snorted out a laugh. Song Yang was embarrassed. Yin Yanshu stood up and smiled. Sister, don't embarrass your brother-in-law. Through Yi Qingyu's 1-2 punch, there were only the four of them in the first-class cabin. Yi Qingyu glanced at Yin Yanshu, pulled Shinemo to her side, and surrounded Song Yang in the middle with the dragon spirit. Looking at Yin Yanshu for a while, speechless, couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Old lady is very much like someone who would seduce people? Yi Qingyu looked at Yin Yanshu, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. My good sister, have you ever thought about one thing? The tragedy of your teenage years was actually caused by the Dragon King Palace, and you were just the chosen child. Yin Yanshu's face sank. The whole person was not good, coldly said. What kind of bastard words are you talking about? Am I still not clear if the Dragon King Palace treats me well or not? Raising an eyebrow, Yi Qingyu played with her nails and casually said, who knows? Shake the grass, shake the grass. Wife, you're a bully, picking out the biggest problem secrets straight away. However, Song Yan thought of a question. Wife, why did you come along? Blankly glancing at Song Yan, Yi Qingyu muttered, I'm afraid you'll be hooked away by that Helena woman. Long Ling covered her mouth and laughed on the side. In fact, it was you who saw that Yin Yanshu was also scared on this flight, so you followed me and brought me here. Yin Yanshu was exasperated by Yi Qingyu and sat on the side without saying anything. The anger came down awkwardly for a moment, Airplanes are fast, but they're actually pretty boring. After all, there's so much you can't do here. Of course, there are plenty of things you can do if you let go. But Song Yang couldn't let go, so he had no choice but to sleep. On the other side, Yin Yanshu also fell into sleep. In her dream, Yin Yanshu went back to her early childhood, and somehow, when she looked at her life as a young girl, she always felt that a pair of black hands kept flashing by, then associating it with Zhang Yu and the others decisively leaving the Dragon King Hall. The sleeping Yin Yanshu had a bad guess. As she thought about it, Yin Yanshu's dream gradually changed to an orphanage she once happened to visit, which was under Ye's umbrella, and was mainly about sponsoring some poor children and helping them go to school. Of course, those kids who study well are going to work for Yi later. In that orphanage, Yin Yanshu saw order, calmness, not violence. Squeezing, bullying. Intelligent people, more often than not, are able to explore the future based on a single sentence, a single clue. Yin Yanshu was the smart one, or else he wouldn't still be alive and kicking when the Dragon King Palace was nearly suppressed with no way to live, or else he wouldn't be able to loosen up and continue to mix after feuding with Yi Qingyu. Therefore, Yin Yanshu decided to ask Nero. No, Hua Changfeng for clarification. Actually, I'm not that weak. I'm quite capable of fighting too. Looking at the white clouds outside the window, Yin Yanshu murmured. When he got off the plane, Song Yang saw not only Helena and Saori, but also Nero and butler Della. Yin Yanshu walked towards Nero with a suitcase and a gentle smile, gently saying, Hua Feng, long time no see. Nero gave Song Yang a nasty smile, suppressed the madness in his eyes, and held Yin Yanshu's hand as he left. Song Yang shrugged his shoulders, unconcerned. In this country, he was also protected by someone, right? Helena skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, no need to take care of that lunatic. He won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Let's go back together. Song Yang was curious about what that meant. Saori told the Song Yang trio in the car about Nero's crazy behavior during this time. Nero, after the second Lin family disappeared for 3 days and still hadn't been found, attacked all of the Dracula family's enemies with the attitude that either Alexander gets out or we all die together. Half a month after the second master of the Lin family disappeared, Nero challenged everyone and mobilized many masters to attack and assassinate. Even Helena and Saori have been attacked. For a while the whole city was a batch of chaos. It was also the attack that managed to blow Alexander out of the water. The sane ones couldn't stand Nero's madness and sent for Alexander. However, the Alexander who emerges is also in a state of lunacy, and he challenges Nero with a group of elites, and he has the support of Gula, another steward of the Dracula family. Both sides fought hard. Nero had the backing of the Dracula family. Alexander got the power of the Dragon King's palace in this area, and the tussle could be hard to say the least. All forces were used except for the use of heat weapons, because they played so crazy that a lot of people aren't happy with it right now. If the problem can't be solved this month, someone from above is going to be sent down to suppress it. Helena said it easily. With the people sent down from above, it's time for us clans that were affected before to claim compensation. I've had my eye on the Dracula family's winery for a long time, and there's no chance I'll be able to take it in one fell swoop this time. Helena laughed heartily. Families, no matter how strong they are not stronger than the official ones. The Western world has its own officialdom, and at best, the nobility here has more power. Saori continued. My guess is that Yin Yanshu was asked by Nero to help with the fight. The Song Yang trio nodded. It was possible. However, this has nothing to do with us. MS. Helena, let's talk about business. Song Yang looked at Helena with a burning gaze. He only wanted to talk business and go home now. He didn't care about anything else. The reason is simple. It's safe at home. At least you won't get your head blown off randomly. Helena bristled with displeasure at the unappreciative man. Chapter 65, Death. Humph. No talk. Helena snorted coldly and simply left. Song Yang was speechless, not knowing what this sudden indifference was all about. I'm afraid I'm sick. The corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth hooked up a smile, calmly lighting an incense to help her sleep. At night, Song Yang dreamed that he and Yi Qingyu were upside down, but it seemed like there were other people watching. The Dracula family estate. Yin Yanshu leaned against the window, enjoying the moon with a glass of red wine. With a creak, the door to the room was pushed open and Nero walked in with a wicked grin. Drinking alone is very damaging. Let me keep you company. With that, Nero's hand moved up to Yin Yanshu's waist, without moving to avoid it. Yin Yanshu frowned. You have another woman's perfume on you. If Yin Yanshu remembered correctly, that woman's perfume smelled today. It was met at dinner, and that woman is Nero's baby mama. Nero shrugged unconcernedly and casually said, it can't be helped. Men with successful careers will always attract many women. Didn't you used to not mind? The unbridled eyes made Yin Yanshu sigh. This was probably also a side effect of the human chip technology, massively amplifying negative emotions. The previous Hua Changfeng was greedy and lustful, and now Nero was even crazier. Nero saw that Yin Yanshu had no thoughts of making out with him, and a disappointment flashed in his eyes. Having wanted to taste the Empress's destiny is memorized by Hua Chengfeng. In Hua Chengfeng's memory, the reason why Yin Yanshu was chosen to be his wife was simple. It was Zhang Yuan who said that Yin Yanshu was an Empress destiny. Whoever can eat the willing Yin Yanshu will get a huge power boost. In other words, Yin Yanshu was a good cauldron on the path of cultivation. In order to get a bite to eat, Hua Chengfeng never gave up on Raider Yin Yanshu. But unfortunately, because of some reasons, Yin Yanshu's will was particularly hardened, and she couldn't do anything to willingly hand herself over to Hua Chengfeng. The reason is that Yin Yanshu loves Hua Chengfeng, but thinks she is not good enough for him. No matter how Hua Chengfeng tried to persuade Yin Yanshu, she didn't agree. Nero thought he would be able to take advantage of this pretended return from the dead, but to his surprise, it still didn't work. Concealing the madness in his heart, Nero sat down on the couch, poured himself a glass of wine, and said with a big grin, "Since you don't want to, let's talk about something else. I wish to gain your support to unify the entire Western Dragon King's Hall before going to the east." Yin Yanshu nodded. Another ambitious guy. The madness in Nero's eyes grew. "I know. Most of what's left of the village after those 3 old guys died is under you. Those are 3 strong teams I want you to transfer as soon as possible." Yin Yanshu shook his head and decisively refused. "The ones who are still under me now are people who have lost their ambition and just want to live a peaceful life. I won't hand them over to you and send them to the battlefield. She has to answer to those who still follow her, and she can't leave it in the hands of the ambitious." Nero was instantly enraged. "What are you doing here if you can't provide anything?" As if knowing Nero's thoughts, Yin Yanshu said softly, "I just want to ask you one question. My previous tragedy, was it caused by the Dragon King's palace? Is my fate in your hands?" Annoyance welled up in the bottom of his heart, and Nero, who was no longer in the mood to dwell on it, got up and walked towards Yin Yanshu. Sneering, sarcasm flashed in Nero's eyes. "Of course it is." Sighing slightly, a relief flashed in Yin Yanshu's eyes. So it was really like this. Looking at the approaching Nero, Yin Yanshu was not afraid, but calmly got up. Boom! Yin Yanshu raised his hand to strike out, and the sound of wind and thunder instantly appeared. Nero similarly raised his hand and thunder appeared in it. Tasteful enough. Coldly laughing, Nero once again opened up his offense. Yin Yanshu stifled a grunt and similarly greeted him. Within a few exchanges the entire room was smashed, and the duo took off through the window. Bang! Yin Yanshu stifled a grunt and knelt to the ground, and behind her, Della calmly put away her weapon. "It's a new era. Still abroad. You think I'm going to fight you alone?" Nero twisted his wrist to look at Yin Yanshu. Yin Yanshu grunted lightly, laughing out loud. Nero picked up Yin Yanshu and left. This time, Yin Yanshu was incapable of resisting. "The rest of us have seen it all before." Nero threw Yin Yanshu, who had a wound behind him and was still bleeding, directly onto the bed, and looked at Yin Yanshu, who was moaning in pain, and the blood on the bed, and an excitement flashed in his eyes. It's exciting enough before it even starts. With a wolf cry, Nero forced his way up amidst Yin Yanshu's struggles. Bang! Nero's body fell to the ground as Yin Yanshu wiped the bright red from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Soft? Nero's body was twitching on the ground, unbelievably looking at the towering Yin Yanshu. Just a moment ago, he had just licked a mouthful of brightly colored lipstick. His body couldn't move. Yin Yanshu sat on the edge of the bed, running his Xian Gong to force the bullets out of his body. Seeing this scene, how could Nero not understand? Stuttering, this is all your calculation. At this moment, there was no more excitement in Nero's eyes. Berserkness, and all the negative emotions were suppressed by death. With a Yin Yanshu looked indifferently at Nero, who was struggling on the ground. "Yes, it's my reckoning. From the beginning I felt that the technology of human microchips was against humanity, and that thought inheritance was even more of a bastardized thing. So the moment I received your invitation, I decided to send you to your death. And after learning that my tragedy was caused by the Dragon King's palace, it reinforced my idea that you need to die, and I can still experience the exhilaration of revenge." Yin Yanshu's eyes coldly watched Nero's body stiffen little by little, and endless pleasure flashed in his eyes. Putting the deadly toxin in her lipstick was the method of self-preservation that Hua Chengfeng handed over to her back when she was alive. In Hua Chengfeng's words, he is a man. He understands the habits of men, inevitably kisses first, so as long as the encounter is dangerous, it can be a fatal blow. As for the toxin, is also Hua Chengfeng personally researched. This is called the Flaming Red Lips toxin, which contains medical, Taoist, ancient martial arts, is absolutely strong, because it comes from Hua Chengfeng's desire to dominate women. After Nero's death, Yin Yanshu stood at the window and said softly, "Hua Chengfeng, you're kind of dying under your own poison." The moment she saw Nero admit that her tragedy was caused by the Dragon King's palace, all of Yin Yanshu's love for Hua Chengfeng was transformed into hatred. monstrous hatred. It's a hatred that must be ended with death. A little later, Yin Yenshu tore up a piece of talisman paper and strutted out of the Dracula family's manor. This was the existential sense ignoring talisman paper that Zhang Yuan had refined when he was alive. Extremely reduced presence is no different than invisibility. That night, Yin Yenshu bought a plane ticket to go back, all without stopping. Chapter 66, Harbingers of Chaos. Early in the morning, Song Yang rubbed his waist and got up. Last night, he was tossed around enough by Yi Qingyu. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was trying to put on her own makeup, Song Yang spat in his heart. How is it that when you go abroad, your wife's desires have even gotten bigger? Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes. It's not just me. There are 2 more who are foreign chicks. Their needs are really big. Otherwise, why do you think the dragon spirit handed you feats that were either body strengthening or yin and yang type? The heart spat, but the face was unchanged. At the dinner table, Helena teases Song Yang a bit about his poor health, and then Saori gives Song Yang a tube of potion. Nothing much, just strengthens the body and nourishes the yin and yang. Saori said that in this regard, her family is a professional. Her family's ancestors used to be alchemists in the Western world, and had specialized in making potions for the big shots. Nourishing yin and yang is one of them. Song Yang believed Saori's words for a simple reason. Just think about how chaotic the Western world's ancestors were and you'll know the gold content of this potion. Suffice it to say, ridiculously high. After Song Yang drank it, he felt no pain in his back. Immediately afterward, Helena made an announcement to them. Nero is dead. This morning, Alexander rejoined the Dracula family. This news shocked Song Yang to death. Is that outrageous? It feels like everything is out of control. The dragon spirit frowned as he said, what was the cause of death? Sighing, Saori explained, it was poisoning, and now everyone suspects that Yin Yenshu did it, and she ran back last night. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman is so crazy. Yi Qingyu agreed with Song Yang's heart. Indeed, so crazy, directly poisoning Nero. Helena wiped her mouth and said calmly, but none of that matters. Right now everyone is pondering whether or not to make a move against the Dracula family. Whether or not to take the opportunity to finish the family off and split the cake. Excitement jumped in Helena's eyes. She really wanted to strike. Not to mention, swallowing a great noble would make more money than exploiting the people of a city. Song Yang shook his head. I don't recommend you do that. Helena and Saori looked at Song Yang. Why? A strange color flashed in his eyes. Song Yang calmly said, the human chip technology must be incomplete. The high probability that the secret of Nero's survival is only known to him. The only way he can master the Dracula family. If Alexander doesn't know Nero's secret to suppressing the side effects of the chip, then odds are he'll die, and so will his men. So I think you can wait. It is better to receive the property peacefully than to be accused of taking advantage of the situation. Song Yang's suggestions are all based on the logic that Alexander is bound to die. Helena and Saori frowned. They liked Song Yang, but they wouldn't make a wild definition just because they liked it. Saori whispered with light in her eyes. Song Yang, how did you determine that there must be something wrong with this technology of human chips? Song Yang was a bit embarrassed. How do I know for sure? I can't say I saw it. I can't say that any technique I see that hasn't worked must not work. After all, it's already such a mess. I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth willy-nilly, just in case I'm wrong. After dwelling on it, Song Yang helplessly said, I'm sorry, there's no way I can guarantee it. Yi Qingyu glanced at Song Yang and faintly said, I trust my husband. Helena, Saori, whether you believe it or not is your business, as long as you don't regret it afterward. Helena and Saori's eyes twinkled for a moment, and they believed it. Helena then dialed a number and told her men to be firm about not taking a shot at Alexander and to just take care of themselves. The person on the other end of the line was horrified. Why, housemaster? What an opportunity. Did you know that just 10 minutes before you came to the phone, the other families had already made their move? With a number of experts rushing towards where Alexander was and into the Dracula family. Now that the entire city's underworld is in a fight, a lot of the Dracula family's employees are starting to run away. Commercially, quite a bit of news is coming in that the Dracula family projects are being booked. In my experience, today, at noon, will be the climax of the tussle. If we don't get down at this time, then we won't get anything to eat when the others get the Dracula family dead. The voice on the other end of the line admonished bitterly. Helena listened and without hesitation said, Are you the matriarch or am I the matriarch? If you don't listen to my words, then you will quit the family. That's a message you can pass on to the others as is. The person on the other end of the phone was shaking with rage. This woman was disrespecting them all by virtue of her position as matriarch. It's so damn true. But, as you wish, Lord Patriarch. But who let Helena go without making a mistake? But who let Helena make money with them? But who let Helena explode as an individual? Hanging up the phone calmly, Helena snorted disdainfully. These yes, they need me to threaten them every time. Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, and Long Ling were all three stunned. You're damn desperate not to get rid of a subordinate who dares to question you. Helena and Saori explained her family to Song Yang. Helena's family has been under some kind of curse and has only been able to have girls. In order to secure the family, a certain generation of ancestors set up a first line and a branch line for the Helena family. A branch is one that can be given a name to form, and the first family is Helena and her family. Maybe it's because of the curse. The first line of the Helena family has always been smart enough to make a lot of money with their branches. So many families are willing to join the Helena family. The two sides worked together and the Helena family had an unrivaled large branch and supremacy. Those branch families that join have the opportunity to expand. Of course, branch families are also allowed to withdraw. Taken together, Helena's family is a combination of interests rooted in the unparalleled wisdom of the Helena family. A very pure and easily broken relationship. But as long as the wisdom of Helena's family is not lost, this huge family will not crumble. Song Yang thought it was outrageous. Yi Qingyu also felt that it was outrageous. But this outrageous situation has been passed down through the centuries to tell everyone that we are alive and well. And for the worldly family, it just makes sense to live long. No matter how outrageous the method. Helena continued to make the conditions for signing the contract, and Song Yang accompanied them out for shopping and fun. Song Yang did not want to agree. After all, this kind of condition always had a feeling of selling his body. However, Yi Qingyu flatly admitted it, and Song Yang had no choice but to obey. As soon as they stepped onto the street, Song Yang and Helena's group knew what the phone call meant when they said that they were beaten to a pulp. Chapter 67. Only the streets were filled with charging, sprinting, burly men and the occasional burly woman. Song Yang couldn't help but gulp. Your place, is it so open? This was the most euphemistic term Song Yang could imagine. Who is a good man who dares to start a movie in the street in broad daylight with a knife, gun and stick? Helena and Saori laughed bitterly and said breathlessly, I didn't think they could be this crazy either. We'd better get back. It was impossible to stroll the streets a little while looking at the thugs who had finished their fights and started shouting for an official wash. Song Yang and the others decisively closed the door and went back. Turn on the TV and the magic happens. There's even a live commentary. This made Song Yang once again unable to stop himself from spitting. Don't you guys care about law and order at all? What could Helena say? Who made the people of this country used to it? This is a country with millions of white powder lovers and friendly greetings from the backpacks of foreign travelers when the locals run out of money. It's more of a world-famous mafia country. So, people are actually quite used to it. Also, the live broadcast is not official. Is it the private media that is broadcasting it? After thinking about it, Saori smiled and said, actually, this is quite good. It's convenient for us to receive information from everywhere in real time. And a nice shootout, which is much more enjoyable than a movie. Song Yang was speechless. This was indeed more enjoyable than the movie. We sat in the house watching the live feed and the thumping outside dubbed it. This reminded Song Yang of a tirade he once saw when watching a Hong Kong movie. You think the opposite side is acting, but in fact, they are filming their own documentary, a nostalgic and realistic outing of the past. It didn't take long for Helena's family to send a little bit of the city. No, including the situation of the nobility in this country, and the changes in business. In this intelligence, Song Yang and the others could see Alexander's madness. The other party was taking an entire family's heritage to fight against all the noble gentry again. What the clans are carrying out against the Dracula family is a frantic siege. On every level, the heads of the Dracula family in every region are under siege. Stronghold after stronghold, name after name then disappeared. However, it wasn't just the Dracula clan that was dying off, but people from those clans that were besieging were dying as well. So far, the only ones who haven't suffered are Helena's family. But, matriarch, those clans besieging Dracula asked if we should intervene. Said they'd allow us to get a piece of the action if we followed through now. If they still don't follow through, they'll completely abandon our family and say that they will never share a single benefit with us afterward. The people of Helena's family let out a long sigh. They really couldn't understand Helena's choice. Helena calmly returned, not involved. As soon as Helena's response was spread, the entire Helena family was shocked, and the heads of the various branch families were puzzled. In the end it was the centuries of sound decisions by the Helena family that chose to remain obedient. The clans that had surrounded Dracula, on the other hand, scoffed at Helena's choice, but everyone followed it up with the thought that it was good, and this way, they had one less person to share things with. However, it wasn't long before the smugness struck a major blow. Seeing that the family suffered a fall, Alexander clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, transplanting human chips to the entire family. And all of them were also watching things. That's the outrageous thing about the power of technology. As soon as it's attacked, a piece can be replicated as fast as possible, and the speed of exploding troops is outrageous. The combat power of these people transplanted with watching things human microchip sword, relying on the sufficient number of experts to surprisingly intercept the siege hard. However, sometimes it's often the case that the more you resist, the more excited your enemy gets. Those who were besieging the Dracula family saw that the human chip was so powerful, and then when they associated it with the fact that the second master of the Lin family came from the Lin family, the top scientific research family of the Great Eastern Country, they instantly felt that this was a certain lost technology of the Great Eastern Country. It is well known that the University of the East has always been a leader in the study of mystical forces, especially after the University of the East demanded the repatriation of the second master of the Lin family at the international level. Those on the fence got even more excited. Alexander relied on the human body chip to frantically explode soldiers and killed many clans, causing some members of the Dragon King's Hall in the Western world to look sideways and think that this man Alexander was really strong and really capable, especially after learning that Alexander had also transplanted Hua Qingfeng's human microchip. He felt that Alexander had the qualifications of a Dragon King who could unify the world. Therefore, many members of the Dragon King's Hall in the Western world chose to follow Alexander, especially some minor nobles. Gambling, as long as you win, it will be a big profit. Even doubling the family size is possible. It didn't matter if they lost. It didn't matter. They were such a large body. Where else could they lose? Not to mention, they were already suppressed enough by those big families. And the officials of this country don't know what's going on. Watching the battle spread more and more widely, not only do not intervene to stop it, but also have been coldly watching. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu and the dragon spirit stayed behind and never left, quietly watching the farce. Half a month after the fighting began, people who were used to it began to go back to work and get on with their lives. Alexander and the besiegers gradually transformed the fight into a hidden side. Helena and Saori got their hands on quite a bit of the Dracula family business market. Because of the battle, which caused a lot of business to stop, Helena entered the market just in time to swallow some share. Those branches of the Helena family praised Helena when they saw the expanded market share in their hands, and one old man apologized to Helena by smacking himself in the mouth in public at the Helena family banquet. Song Yang was stunned to see it, playing so big. A month after the battle began, Alexander's enemies relied on captured human chips to create a number of combatants for their side as well. But Song Yang, who was watching the battle, felt that Alexander had leaked it on purpose. Because the besieging side also had a lot more human chip warriors, their combat power gained a big boost, and Alexandria grabbed the contraction for a while. After another month, the fighting leveled off and the officials of this country began to come down when the Dracula family collapsed. Those transplanted with the human chip died violently from the onslaught of negativity, among them Alexander. Many of the members of the Dragon King's Hall who joined Alexandria. The higher echelons of the smaller clans have had a number of power-hungry individuals die violent deaths. The people who surrounded the Dracula family were dumbfounded that the human chip had such a big side effect. Frightened, they rushed to find the second master of the Lin family, the researcher. As a result, the second master of the Lin family ran away to the black area that was once a colony of the Western world. And the people who took him away were none other than Linglong and Yi Yun, whom Song Yang hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 68. Something happened at the factory. Having lost the Lin family's second master, those who had surrounded the Dracula family were dumbfounded. There's no way around it. We'll have to start the whole thing ourselves and work on the human microchip. When they first acquired human microchip technology, they were implanting themselves on a large scale to protect themselves from being assassinated. Now it's a good thing the old man hanged himself and lived to give himself a rope. Song Yang let out a big laugh at this. It was so funny. After laughing, Song Yang saw his sister Song Qingling coming. Local state officials came down anyway and partnered with Eastern University. After a bit of research, it turned out to be a failure. The role of the human body chip is very powerful. Many big countries are coveted. This is also equivalent to mass production of super soldiers if you get it right. Unfortunately, no matter how much research was done and how many people were deployed, nothing came out of it, and in the end, the project had to be retained. However, the unlucky ones were those who besieged the Dracula family, and in just 3 months' time, these unlucky ones died violently one after another, so much so that their family's power shrank severely. After all, a lot of a family's properties require their own family members to keep an eye on them. After the deaths of a large number of our family members, and then the officialdom started to come down and take responsibility for the heavy losses in the country during the time that you have been fighting the Dracula family. All of you need someone to step up and take the blame. There's no way around it. You're alive. You guys pull something out. Meanwhile, officialdom began to liquidate the sins of the unlucky families. After a while, the unlucky family spat out a lot more of the swallowed Dracula family interests after a large number of people died. And during this time period, House Helena has appropriated quite a bit of the markets of the Dragon King's palace and House Dracula. Most notably, Helena had managed to take down one of the Dracula family's castles, and Song Yang had the honor of going in to live for a while. The castle is so old that the various facilities and buildings are no longer working, but the castle is really pushy and a real pleasure to live in. On top of that, He had dreamed every day since he had lived in the castle, and every dream was so fragrant that when he was about to leave after a month of living there in a row, he received the news that Helena was pregnant. The day the news of Helena's pregnancy spread, people from Helena's branch of the family came over to celebrate. All kinds of expensive gifts were given in piles and piles, leaving Song Yang dumbfounded. Some of the branch elders even cried out when they learned that Helena didn't have a husband, making Song Yang even more speechless. So much so that Song Yang, who was attending the banquet, felt that he couldn't understand the mentality of this group of people in the Western world. Song Qingling, who had come along to the banquet, then smiled at Song Yang and turned to ask, "Good brother, how did you know that the human chip would definitely go wrong?" Song Qingling was puzzled by this point. She came over on behalf of the East University to study for a few months, or in the case of having the original technology and research reports, conducted all kinds of experiments. No matter how much research could not break through, regardless of the method of experimentation, these people who have had human chip transplants are bound to die a violent death, just plain evil. And this kind of evil is something that has not been encountered before, as if there is a ruthless black hand manipulating in the shadows. Song Yang rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "How do I know? I just think that it definitely has no way to break through in a very short period of time for sure. I can't say that the human chip technology didn't work in the things I've seen, so it's doomed to not work." Yi Qingyu, who had eavesdropped on Song Yang's heart, smiled and took a sip of wine, but immediately afterward his pupils shrunk violently. Something suddenly occurred to her. Since Shin Luoluo entered the short drama market, she also followed and watched a lot of dog blood short dramas, and also recommended the matter of eavesdropping on the heart to Shin Luoluo. In those skits, Yi Qingyu had seen the book wearing. Now, Yi Qingyu had a suspicion. Was Song Yang really still the original Song Yang? If Song Yang wasn't a book wearer, why could he know a lot about the future and a lot of secrets from the past? But Yi Qingyu had another doubt, and that was the reason why he had never suspected Song Yang, and that was Song Yang's cooking skills, subconscious movements, all unchanged. That is to say, Song Yang's subconscious, the things that should change the most, did not change. And there was also the fact that Zhang Yu fellow had said that she would read Song Yang's fortune from time to time. If Song Yang had really been replaced, then Zhang Yu should have realized it long ago. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu suppressed the doubts in her heart. As long as Song Yang hadn't wronged her, she was willing to trust Song Yang. Song Qingling and Song Yang clinked their cups and sighed. The human chip project is now listed as a key project. Everyone is ready to invest in the research. Our country, that is, I'm taking the lead. Song Qingling was sultry. She didn't really want to study this. Song Qingling felt that instead of researching human chips, it would be better to research something else. Don't understand, but respect. Song Yang shook his head and said calmly, "Actually, I think that if our family is capable enough, why don't we research on AI, on cyborgs? That's where I'm going to major in next. I also think we could look into exoskeleton armor. That thing could solve a lot of problems if it works. Combat power is no more enhanced than a human chip." Song Qingling rolled her eyes. "Stop it. None of these are good for research. The cost invested is too much. But, you apply, and you'll be able to talk to the guys who run the country's research now anyway. If you succeed in your research, the old man will be happy too." Song Yang nodded nonchalantly. Hey, I'll go back and apply then. I remember that Mrs. Wang and Mother Shin have always wanted to make technology investments, so you can bring both of them along when the time comes. Oh, and Yi Yunqing. Song Yang thought of Yi Yunqing, who he had met during his previous business trip. That woman could also be strengthened for cooperation. After all, the fighting force was very strong. Yi Qingyu raised his eyebrows, not caring, as if she thought of something. Song Qingling smiled and spoke. "Do you know that there has been an international joke recently?" "A joke?" Song Yang looked at Song Qingling in doubt. "Yes, it's a joke." Song Qingling's eyes bent with laughter. "One of our domestic gas canisters was bought and converted into a weapon by people there in a foreign war zone, and now we're being sued." Song Yang breathlessly spat. "Is this a joke?" Song Qingling shook her head and continued. "Not only that, but there are also steel pipes for natural gas pipelines, which were also bought by foreign war zones on the grounds that their quality is comparable to artillery tubes, and they were also sued. Coupled with the fact that a drone factory producing drones of too good a quality was expropriated a while ago, the country is now preparing for a major mapping of private technology." Song Yang looked up to the sky. 6. Ringing. Song Yang's cell phone rang. "Yoko, where are you? Hurry back. Something happened to our factory." Chapter 69, Yi Yun's Life. Fenghai City Airfield. Song Yang had just gotten off the plane when he saw Feng Qiuyu and his senior brother Lei Guang, who greeted him. Feng Qiuyu cheered and went forward to take Song Yang's luggage. "What's wrong, elder brother?" Song Yang then walked towards Lei Guang and looked at him with both eyes. Puzzled, he asked several times on the phone, but Lei Guang just wouldn't say anything. and had to wait for him to come back. Looking at Song Yang, Lei Guang said tearlessly, "Our factory's drones have gone to war. We're being sued." Song Yang was instantly confused. What was this? Lei Guang, when he first studied the drone, is the predecessor of the investment, belonging to the money no money to invest some, but also pulled the wind in autumn rain. At first it was said that the build was a toy, now how come it's on the battlefield? Is he, Song Yang, unable to keep up with the times, or is the speed of the cars in this era too fast to leave him behind? Feng Qiuyu smiled and pulled Song Yang into the car and went to the booked restaurant. Yi Qingyu and Long Ling had some things to be busy with, so they didn't come back, and this time they finally didn't have to accommodate Yi Qingyu for dinner. At the dinner table, Lei Guang slammed 3 big glasses of beer and then poured out bitter water. Half a year ago, Lei Guang's factory suddenly received a group of foreigners, big hair from the north. They came in and asked if the drone could order something. Lei Guang immediately said yes, it's not that difficult. After the other party tested it, he waved his hand and directly placed an order of several $100 million. Thunderlight was excited and gave away some mechanical dogs of his own production. Then half a month ago, at the international conference, Ermao's people sued Lei Guang for selling arms. Reika checked it out, and the ending made one's brain pump blood. Daimao had actually used drones and mechanical dogs on the battlefield. The results were pretty good. This is outrageous. Because of the defendant, the people above came down and inspected Lei Guang's factory, directly threw down a large amount of orders, and checked the future direction of Lei Guang's factory's drone design, and calmly confiscated a few drones. Those confiscated drones, I ordered them from the courier company. Our factory, the only drone left to sell to the public and be profitable is that initial toy. Yoko, can you find someone to talk to the top and spare us? Lei Guang was literally in tears. Song Yang rolled his eyes and spat breathlessly. It's not a good thing. You didn't get a lot of orders. Not so sad. Lei Guang sighed. This whole thing was a good thing. After all, he was taken in. However, this does not mean that he does not feel bad. He was accused of eating hot pot and singing songs, followed by the factory was organized. Who can bear it? In the future he would like to pass the factory to his son. How can he pass it on now? Song Yang rolled his eyes at Lei Guang's whimsical thoughts and ignored them. He felt that with that time he might as well care about the other factories he had invested in. Saying goodbye to Lei Guang, Song Yang started wandering around. Following Thunderlight, a factory invested in by the predecessor that specialized in producing chains for large ships was also taken over. Turns out Pretty Country ordered their interceptor locks from them. It would be outrageous. It didn't take long again for a steel material factory invested by Song Yang to be taken in. This is because the quality of the steel has skyrocketed to a level that is specialized for a particular weapon. And again, not long after that, Song Yang, a certain senior brother, opened. Have Song Yang shares of the paint factory was also incorporated. That paint, surprisingly, is resistant to infrared detection. And again it wasn't long before an engine factory invested in by Song Yang and owned by his senior sister was also taken over. Because the quality of their engines is so awesome that they are directly benchmarked against a certain type of heavy-duty vehicle. Song Yang then ran around with the big mapping of private enterprises, comforting the various brothers and sisters and telling them all to look on the bright side. However, Song Yang's mentor felt that it was good that these business disciples of his had finally followed the same path as him, to serve the country and do their best for the country. It was good. It was good. However, this wave also allowed Song Yang's lineage to eat all the benefits and their status to rise. On the day Yi Qingyu came back, Song Yang personally went to pick up, and told Yi Qingyu everything about his trip during this period of time. Yi Qingyu also recounted the situation on Helena's side. Not long after Song Yang left, Helena's forces suffered a backlash, and those clans that had been victimized by the human ship and died in a large wave were still not willing to pick up the matter of Helena picking up market share for nothing without doing anything. However, Helena had official support behind her and directly held her ground, and those families could only grit their teeth and watch. But Helena wasn't a greedy person, and gave up after taking a bite of the cake, leaving out what should be left for the clans. However, Yi Qingyu himself made some investments there, not big, but also belonged to the series that did not earn less. Yi Qingyu added, I saw Yi Yun and Linglong before I came back. The two of them are having a good time over there in the Black neighborhood, but they were going to take over the Dragon King's palace that Alexander left behind. It looks like they haven't given up on the Dragon King Hall. Yi Qingyu felt that it was just outrageous. The Dragon King's hall was shattered like this. How come those people hadn't given up yet? Song Yang was calm about it. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. And for Yi Yun and Linglong, two people without much of a foundation, swallowing the remnants of the Dragon King Hall's forces would help them gain a foothold in this world. But it's quite strange that they didn't trouble you. Song Yang couldn't help but joke. Yi Qingyu laughed softly. Of course she won't find me in trouble. After all, they all know who my husband is and how capable he is, too, but they both asked me to thank you. Thank me? Song Yang was puzzled. Yi Qingyu nodded and said seriously, "That's right, the two of them relied on that method of gathering assets that you gave them in the first place, and they have gained a foothold there in the black neighborhoods, and the company they created is preparing to go public. Most importantly, they rely on the rebate system to firmly root the company and gather a lot of people to faithfully be around. There's a downside though. Yi Yan spits out that everyone over in the black neighborhood is selfish and greedy, and a lot of people do things with only themselves in mind and not the end in mind, especially the bottom feeders." Song Yang smiled. "Those people? Only the White Lords are capable of dealing with them. Wish Yi Yun good luck." Song Yang was saying this. After all, they hadn't exactly matched up in this life, and Yi Yun had even pitted Hua Qingfeng against him. There are times and things that are just a matter of meeting each other. Unless, once again, the pair of. By the way, Yi Yun's company is going to go public with the Anshan nourishing pill. He's getting ready to go public in the pretty country. Ask us if we want a share. After saying that, Yi Qingyu looked straight at Song Yang. She was trying to take a share and make a profit. Uneasy with good intentions. I remember Yi Yun had borrowed the company's IPO to screw over many people and gathered a large amount of property for Hua Qingfeng, which is why he later became the head of business under Hua Qingfeng. Forget it, let's just ignore him. He didn't receive the most important asset of the Dragon King's palace. His company's future is in question. Song Yang found a reason. Chapter 70, Contemporary Sima E. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered for a moment. Yi Yun would borrow the listing to pit people off. Since this was the case, Yi Yun's suggestion of giving her a share of the Senate was just unsettling. Anyone who doesn't have good intentions has to die for the old lady. That said, the most important legacies of the Dragon King's palace, those in batches, the next level of Taoism, medicine, and ancient martial arts legacies have all been taken in by Yin Yinshu, right? TSK, who would have thought? The unassuming Yin Yinshu is the biggest winner. This Yin Yinshu looks like he is going to enter the military medical beauty in the future. With the resources she has at hand, there's a high probability that she can become the new generation of the richest woman. TSK, awesome. Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed, almost forgetting about that good sister. Although she had never clashed head-on with Yin Yinshu and had eased up a little now, the other party had once been in existence that was going to get her killed. Just as she thought of this, Yi Qingyu received a call from Yin Yinshu. The other party didn't dawdle and said straight away that he wanted to invite Song Yang and Yi Qingyu for dinner. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingyu answered, "Shanglin Hotel, in the top-class private room." Song Yang, Yi Qingyu, Secretary Jean, and Long Ling came together. Secretary Kim and Dragon Spirit are forceful assurances. Now in this day and age, no one dares to go to a feast without a pledge of force. After all, there are too many crazy people who break the rules. Yin Yinshu brought 4 young men that Song Yang didn't recognize. Long Ling secretly told Song Yang and Yi Qingyu that those 4 young men were all experts even when placed among the ancient martial arts inheritors. Only the next level. Song Yang and Yin Yinshu instantly understood that this was the greatest legacy of the Dragon King Palace that Yin Yinshu had received. A massive sub-level expert. A power should not only have top-tier powerhouses, but also batches of next-tier powerhouses. This is the only way to improve the hematopoietic system. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries and taken their seats, Yin Yinshu took the lead and rose, raising his wine glass. The main reason for inviting brother-in-law over today is to apologize. I won't dawdle. I'll drink these 3 jugs first. The split jugs of white wine, 2 taels a jug. Yin Yinshu directly dried 3 jugs. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu didn't stop them either. After he was done, Yin Yinshu fished out a contract from his arms and handed it to Yi Qingyu. Drinking and apologizing is just sincerity. It's practical. This is a rare property under the Dragon King's palace. A small hotel chain, called Fields, 60 stores nationwide today, all directly owned, valued at around $2 billion, given to my sister, my brother-in-law. Yin Yinshu's large sum of money caused Song Yang and Yi Qingyu to be staggered. This is too fierce. This hotel is not only valued at $2 billion, the profit is also very fierce. 60 stores, the annual net profit is $400 million. In the future this hotel group is even a giant of the domestic hotel group. The bottom can be said to be very good. Song Yang's heart set off monstrous waves. Yi Qingyu's heart sank low with it, and looking at it like this, the handwriting that was taken out was too much. Yi Qingyu didn't know what Yin Yinshu was thinking for a while. The two could only look at Yin Yinshu and wait for her next step. Sighing, Yin Yinshu continued, I know that my sister and brother-in-law think that I've taken out too much, but how can I actually say it? I don't think it's much. After all, the lives of the two of you are the most important thing, and I am also responsible for those who left the Dragon King's palace to attack you. Okay, that's an acceptable reason. What else? There should be more than that. Song Yang directly opened his mouth and asked. Song Yang was already too lazy to guess. Yin Yinshu nodded and stood up. That's right, It's more than that. I would also like to turn my differences with my sister, my brother-in-law, from hostile people to cooperative people from now on. Yin Yanshu began to talk about the darkness of the Dragon King's Hall that he had discovered, and the impression of the Dragon King's Hall by these people who had come out from within the village. Even Yin Yanshu revealed the fact that the Dragon King's palace sent people to all walks of life, and how those people denied the Dragon King's palace. After saying these dark sides of the Dragon King Hall, Yin Yanshu slowly said, "Right now, the personnel of the Dragon King Hall led by me are in denial about the Dragon King Hall. We are not optimistic about the Dragon King Hall, nor do we want to go down the path that Gale, Zhang Yiwen, and the others had once reserved, the path known as hegemony. What we want now is simply to live and work honestly. Nowadays we spend most of our energy on business, research, and life has improved a lot. Like within the village, basically every family has built a small two-story building, and every family has been given a share of the money, and they've all become middle-class people with millions of dollars in savings. The most important thing is that after letting go of the previous path, everyone is doing well. So, we are really trying to cut ties with the past, and from now on, it's just business and life, and to cut completely, dissolving previous grudges is a must. Otherwise, we're not at ease." After saying a lot in one breath, Yin Yanshu took a sip of wine when he stopped. Thanks to the superb cultivation, Yin Yanshu could not get drunk and still have a clear mind. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu nodded, indicating that they were willing to defuse the situation. After all, they didn't want to make a lot of enemies for themselves. After Song Yang and Yi Qingyu loosened up, Yin Yanshu was also relieved. The atmosphere was much better the rest of the day, with everyone eating, drinking and chatting. Yin Yanshu spoke greatly about the next business strategies for himself and others, medical beauty and medical treatment, plus the opening of some Chinese medicine centers. Yin Yanshu had already negotiated with the officials that they were responsible for a portion of the promotion of Chinese medicine, and for this reason, Yin Yanshu had sacrificed the popularized medication prescription left behind by the Dragon King's palace, which specialized in treating bruises and injuries. Song Yang applauded Yin Yanshu. She had chosen the most correct path. Yi Qingyu told Yin Yanshu about Yi Yun's time abroad. Yin Yanshu's complexion was incomparable after hearing this, and she said softly that Yi Yun had contacted her, praised her for her high skills, and then invited her to go abroad and live freely there. After all, a lot of foreign businessmen can touch things the domestics simply do not allow to touch. The Dragon King Palace of many in foreign countries can vigorously perform the dragon slaying techniques. In the country cannot be performed at all. Like abroad, Yin Yanshu can just have his competitors killed off. Simple and direct. But domestically, this would be a straight-up counter-takeout. But Yin Yanshu thought about it and still refused to turn it down for a simple reason. I don't want to go abroad and be held at gunpoint. It's better to be domestic. As long as you don't drive the bottom feeders crazy, it's not as dangerous. Yin Yanshu thought about the dead Hua Changfeng. If it is not to drive Hua Ling crazy and to the end of the world, there is absolutely no such outrageous thing as a mud truck Juha. As for Hua Changfeng last death of the loader Juhu, that's even simpler. You engage in monopoly. You have to be hit. Even if you monopolize, the monopoly is a technological monopoly. In the end, Yin Yanshu made the comment about Yi Yun. That's a contemporary Sima Yi. Be careful. Chapter 71 Changes. Song Yang did not expect Yin Yanshu's comment to come so quickly. Within days of meeting Yin Yanshu, Yi Yun became internationally famous. The reason is simple. This guy plays all the same he plays in black neighborhoods in other countries, and then rolled up 300 billion pretty dollars in the world on the strength of that. Those foreigners who had not experienced and seen this game were lapped up by Yi Yun. The words lying down and making money are just too appealing. So much so that many foreign people had angrily cursed Yi Yun for not being human. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Yun himself stayed well in the black area, and the warlords there in the Dragon King's palace people strongly supported Yi Yun, with a bullish "you guys come over and fight us" attitude. But capitalist societies are ultimately different from the Great Eastern countries, where governments are not as accountable. Yi Qingyu lamented that it was fortunate that she did not listen to Yi Yun's entry hand, but it had to be said that Yi Yun played the bull and did a good job. This is really a lesson to the entire international community with the words "making money lying down." $300 billion in pure cash. That represented too many things? For example, all of a sudden, it made Yi Yun the top few richest people in the world. Immediately after that, Yi Yun's company was even successfully listed in the pretty country. But there was a downside, and that was that people from many countries boycotted Yi Yun. You big liar. You still want to come to our country to sell your goods? Dream on. Yi Yun played another bullish maneuver at this time, subcontracting the distribution rights of the Anshan Nourishing Pill, a genuine Chinese medicine product researched by Hua Changfeng, to the dark forces of each country, the members of the Dragon King's Hall. Yi Yun just a sentence. You sell your. I'm only responsible for the production. The quality of this product is certainly over. you can rest assured that boldly sell on the line. Even in those foreign countries, officials still go through the formalities of the time. Tranquility pills have been sold privately. Take some of the black power bosses to get the distribution rights do not care about the official formalities to go through. They first sold on, and they sell through the same channels as those who put in money for rebates. Those who have participated in the lying money, waiting for rebates, are counting on the tranquilizer pills to make a big profit and get rebates. Of course, there are those who want to make a killing on tranquilizer pills and not pay the people above them. Unfortunately, their overlords are the dark forces in their own country. What those dark forces want to do is to squeeze the last penny out of them, then loan them money so that they can buy the tranquilizer pills from them and sell them out. And then when they can't pay them back, they will send these people to jail and get the tranquilizer pills back. The plan was made by Yi Yun, the main fight a mourning conscience. After Yi Qingyu and Song Yang learned what Yi Yun did abroad, they had one sentence: "You are really bullish. You are not the same as the second master of the Lin family. You are not the kind of Captain Jia who saves the country in a curved way." Yi Yun's operation was ruthless, but his company made a large fortune in the first place and pushed out the tranquilizing and nourishing pills. This extremely high profit makes with foreign capital envious. Of course, there are people in the country who are envious, but unfortunately, the country cannot be operated in this way, and it is easy to be found and ed to death by Kim Ta-tung. The old guys in the country know too well what the basis of their rule is and will never allow people to die. It's basically in a state where whoever makes a death wish is prepared to die for real, and it's handled with nonchalance. Yi Yun came up with the Transcendental Project after making big money in the Tranquilizing and Nourishing Pills project. It's a simple project, the piracy of body chips, sold mainly to cooperating dark forces. When this thing came out, it directly made the already chaotic foreign countries even more chaotic. Some desperate people will choose to spend some money on a human chip to gain power and then go on a desperate mission to take out their enemies. For a time, everyone abroad was in danger. Helena and Mrs. Lerner and the others had taken a plane to Fenghai City under the guise of a business trip. Here, not only is it safe, but you can also watch Song Yang. It's a 1-2 punch. It wasn't as if no one had thought about capturing the thief and going to finish off Yi Yun. Unfortunately, Yi Yun was surrounded by experts led by Ling Long and supported by the warlords in the black neighborhood. Those warlords in the black neighborhoods were making a lot of money off of their cooperation with Yi Yun, so they wouldn't give up on him. At the same time, Yi Yun also relied on this hand to formally unify the Dragon King's palace abroad. The honest people in the Dragon King's hall saw that Yi Yun had taken the evil path and chose to quit and leave. The dishonest people all joined forces with Yi Yun, and we all made fortunes together in various countries. The channels that Yi Yun did not have were all opened up by these Dragon King Hall personnel who had defected to the past. This news was told to Song Yang by Helena and Mrs. Lena. Song Yang's comment on this was that Yi Yun was bullish. Yi Qingyu lamented again and again that it was fortunate that he didn't have a share in Yi Yun, or else he would have to think about how not to be taken away by Jean Datong for questioning right now. What Yi Yun did caused more and more chaos abroad, and then I don't know which psycho it was that sent out Captain Jia's curveball. It didn't matter that this shot went straight to an international conference. The spokesman for the University of the East looked breathlessly across the international conference at the beautiful country, accusing the university of sending spies. No, they're not sick at the University of the East, so how could they possibly engage in psychotic-like curveballing? Although what Yi Yun and the second master of the Lin family did made the world all messed up and chaotic. For example, some small countries in East Asia, such as the Stick, the Small Days, and a certain San is even more unlucky to the point of no return. There have even been cases in A.S. where large numbers of people from the lower classes have transplanted human microchips and then called themselves gods and asked others to promote them to caste in an attempt to leapfrog classes. But this really has nothing to do with them at Eastern University. At the very least, not $10, only one, the representative of the Eastern University. After everyone else had finished speaking, indifferently said at the international conference, Yi Yun isn't even from our country, so why are you looking for us? And since all of his companies are listed in your former pretty country, I suspect that you are the ones manipulating Yi Yun to disrupt the world order. Immediately after that, the representative of Big Hair stood up. We all know that you pretty country is the world's policeman in name, but in reality the world's robber, so don't make any more sophistry. Pretty country was furious, and they would die before admitting that they were supporting Yi Yun. After all, only when the world is in chaos can those small countries be harvested by them on a sustainable basis. The World Conference was in disarray because of what Yi Yun had done. The whole world is also miserable because of the fraudulent way in which the tranquilizer pills are sold. The human chip has even caused countless people to move and die. The whole world can be said to have entered a state of microterrorism. And Song Yang, Fenghai City. Song Yang looked at the women who lived next door to him in confusion. These are the people he's been working with on his recent business trips. Song Yang didn't quite understand why they all came to live next door to him. Chapter 72, Don't care, do you? The point is that these partners came to live next door to him even if Song Yang also recognized. Why are these people still dabbling in his house? More crucially, why would Ji Qingyu even agree? Song Yang didn't understand, but Song Yang was willing to accept all the things Ji Qingyu had promised for him. The city of Fenghai also entered an era of great development because of the arrival of these people. After all, Helena, Mrs. Lerner were rich, and had a lot of resources and businesses, and they easily made large investments in Fenghai City. What happened abroad didn't affect Song Yang after all. Just like Song Qingling had once said, Song Yang's biggest task was to pass on the family name to the Song family and study what he liked. Song Yang was successfully elected during the annual selection of the top 10 conscientious entrepreneurs of Fenghai City. The main reason is that chip companies need to use too many employees, greatly leading the local economy. Yin Yinshu and Yi Qingyu were also successfully re-elected, but Hua Chengfeng was missing. The day he received the award, Song Yang was very emotional. Everything seems to change quickly. In fact, time is not long. Song Yang even pondered over the reasons for Hua Chengfeng's failure, and finally determined that for people who are crazy there must be a heavenly harvest. For this reason, Song Yang decided to lay low. So that's why you don't go out to work and leave the company to me? Lin Qingyu looked at Song Yang speechlessly. It was really hard for her to understand Song Yang's brain circuits. This guy finds her in the morning and says he's been too flashy lately and wants to keep a low profile, so the company is left to her to run. Lin Qingyu laughed, indicating that he really had been exasperated. However, Lin Qingyu ended up taking over the company for a pretty simple reason. She wouldn't refuse Song Yang's request. What's more, it was the only way for her to see Song Yang steadily every time he came to the company. How many people have to find a way to see Song Yang now? After handing over the chip company to Lin Qingyu, Song Yang began to start a business with Long Ling. Dragon Spirit's hot pot restaurant has never been very strong, or rather, a not-so-good expansion. Song Yang went to check it out himself, and the model was problem-free and highly regarded everywhere. The real problem is in the bottom-line management. Those who have been promoted up have been promoted too quickly to appreciate it. Faced with this situation, Song Yang chose corporal punishment. Set performance, set goals, high benefits. If you can stick to it, do it. If you can't stick to it, leave. It's as simple as that. In order to strengthen the physical fitness of the staff, Song Yang has organized an annual military training. All middle management participate every 2 years and are paid as usual during military training. But military training is exhausting, especially exhausting. The last item in the military training was to run 15 kilometers in work shoes. To put it bluntly, it's torture. Song Yang screwed up once, and the people underneath complained, saying that the company was idiotic and the leaders were 250%, and then none of them resigned. The best benefits in the industry make a group of people who need to support their families reluctant to leave and do their best to accomplish the goals set by the company. After all, the company only looks at results, not haphazard meetings. Fixed institutional capacity requirements have also been successfully worked out for a number of people, but the 8 words pride and arrogance are also reflected in the staff. A store manager thinks he's a bully when he gets the results right, and the future is sure to be a winner. Faced with this situation, Song Yang directly found an excuse to meet the company's requirements and fired an entire store. 30 employees, who left work at 10, met at 10:15, and were all forced to leave after the 10:30 meeting. The next morning at 10 a.m., the store was open as usual, with personnel coming from other stores. Decisive behavior succeeds in knocking down the mountain. Song Yang calmly said to his subordinates in the meeting, I recognize that you guys are good at what you do, and I'm willing to pay well for it, and I'm willing to let you guys take a share of the store's net profit, but that is not to be the basis of your pride and arrogance, and I want proud soldiers who can fight, not grandmasters who tell me what to do because of their merits. I need you all to understand one thing, the company belongs to Mr. Long. You're just managers. You don't have to think of this place as home because we'll take you out for not performing up to standards. Likewise, I won't treat you as family, because I'll take you out when you make a mistake too. But in this employment relationship, I will give you the platform and the top wages in the industry so that you can utilize your talents to the fullest, and even to put in a good word for all of you when one of you leaves. Song Yang's clear-headed speech left the middle managers underneath dumbfounded, especially some of the old men who had been working as frontline store managers for many years. And for the first time they realized that someone would say such words as you don't have to treat the company as your home. Of course, Song Yang's words are also very ruthless. Not moving is not enough ability. Performance does not meet the standard directly killed, which also makes a lot of righteousness and conscience of the middle management upset. But in the end, no one chose to leave voluntarily. The reason was simple. Just one. The money offered by the Dragon Spirit was enough. The top salary levels in the industry, and the net profit sharing from stores that don't have it, make those middle management willing to fight for Dragon Spirit. After all, people come out to make money. For a while Long Ling's chain of hot pot restaurants expanded wildly, and the performance was one day at a time. It's hard not to make money when the basic services are done well. There are points of attraction. The store manager and middle management execute well, and the staff is willing to fight. Coupled with Song Yang and Dragon Spirit's willingness to invest money, open the store, and give the people underneath a chance to get promoted and get a raise, the store got hotter and hotter. For this reason, Shin's mother and Mrs. Wang even came over to talk to Song Yang and invested in the hot pot chain. However, Song Yang also showed them another way to run their business, running a milk tea store and a burger store. Not on the high end though, but on the pure low end. The main one is cheap and affordable for everyone. Mother Shin and Mrs. Wang waved their hands and voted directly. Because they had to set up a project and other reasons, the two were in Song Yang's office every day. It made a lot of people sniff out something was wrong. When Yi Qingyu and Shin Luoluo killed over there, Shin mother told Shin Luoluo the shocking news that she was pregnant. That night, I dreamed of your father, whom you hadn't seen in years. Your father and I chatted freely about life in our dreams, talked extensively about our ideals, and finally accomplished the achievement of Violet's entry into our hearts. In the face of Shin mother's words, Shin Luoluo coldly smiled. Mom, you are just farting. But there was nothing Shin Lolo could do. Mrs. Wang is open-minded about this and recommends Shin Luoluo as Mother Shin's spokesperson to talk to Song Yang about cooperation. After all, a chain of milk tea store, burger store is not easy to build. Involved, every aspect of the situation is a lot. Song Yang also looked at the matter of talking about the project with Shin Luoluo very openly. After such a long time, he also saw something, but he didn't say anything. After all, Yi Qingyu didn't even care, did she? A year later, the day the chain of milk tea and burger stores that focused on the low-end market took shape, Shin Lolo gave birth to a pair of twins who didn't quite look like each other. Mrs. Wang's daughter brings back to Mrs. Wang a son whose biological father is unknown and is established as the heir. Mrs. Wang is furious at her daughter's behavior and begs her partner Song Yang to take her daughter around and educate her so that she can inherit the family business in the future. Meanwhile, Shen's mother, who has been out of the country for a year, is back to run the show. A lot of things happened in this year's time as well, such as Yi Yun and Linglong dying. Yi Yun was rampant after the Dragon King's power became complete, thinking that the fate of heaven was on him, and that he was blessed with the Dragon King's chi. Then the country where the pylons are located did it. They couldn't stand the fact that the Dragon King's palace had brought their former minions to rebel against them after all. It directly allowed Yi Yun to spar with the Dragon King's chi and combat power Jua. The overwhelming flames directly annihilated the new Dragon King Hall established by Yi Yun. No one survived. Chapter 73, Song Yang, Who Am I? This overthrow silenced those in the black neighborhood. They thought they had been able to challenge anyone, but it turned out to be so cruel. They're still brothers. At the same time, Yi Yun and Linglong's deaths also proved one thing. The so-called talk of chi wasn't of much use, not as real as the real sword. The company founded by Yi Yun and Linglong was directly divided by each country, and at the same time, with the help of this opportunity, each country's people cracked down on the black forces in their countries. Of course, there are also such as the stick, San-like. The whole country is composed of black and evil forces. Directly by the official Yi Yun and the country's company business swallowed the country. The behavior is nasty and disgraceful. But who made this the real world where the winners write history? There were still quite a few remnants of the Dragon King's palace, and this time they were also uprooted, with their underpinnings being split cleanly between everyone. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. The weak are still weak, and the strong are still strong. It's not a matter of a few Chinese medicine techniques, or a few chip technologies. It will take a much stronger force to shake the foundations of domination. The human microchip was also officially established as a banned research project with Yi Yun's death. Song Yang didn't have much feeling about this. He was still living his life of traveling for work every day, sleeping drowsily at night, and progressing rapidly in his yin and yang gong methods. The only change is that it's busier. And Yi Qingyu is pregnant. The day Yi Qingyu became pregnant, the entire Song family came to celebrate. And old Master Song even feasted for 3 days, inviting many big names over. This is the first son and grandson of the next generation of the Song family. This is a great joy. It was also this banquet that made Yi Qingyu once again be shocked by the Song family's heritage. Countless people who would never even think of showing up. The gifts that were sent were also all things that Yi Qingyu wouldn't even dare to think about. So much so that Yi Qingyu realized that in the eyes of those top-tier families, their Yi family, a powerful family in the eyes of the general public, was really nothing. What $100 billion group? Ridiculous. Some rich families can say a sentence. Old son has $100 billion in cash at home. Can directly buy your group. Chicken blood red gemstones were extremely difficult to find outside. And this time a family had given Yi Qingyu a string of chicken blood red gemstone strings. The direct value is inestimable because it hasn't come up. Outrageous. isn't it? But what's even more outrageous is that the gemstone mine is owned by that family, and the workers who polish it are slaves of their family. What made Yi Qingyu feel the most outrageous was that the purpose of having this banquet was for Elder Master Song to instruct people from various families to take care of some of her properties, because Yi Qingyu had to nourish her fetus and couldn't move it. Everyone laughed and agreed to go over. After the banquet, Yi Qingyu was instructed by Elder Master Song not to get angry. Don't get angry, and if there's anything at all, just say it, and they, the Song family, will go and solve it. In order to make Yi Qingyu feel at ease, Elder Master Song waved his hand and injected $10 billion into Yes, just to tell Yi Qingyu, don't panic, the Song family has the strength, and her biggest task now is to have a baby. Golden sister-in-laws, nannies, servants, and bodyguards are all arranged. It was close to announcing to the world that this was the Song family's eldest son and first grandson, and whoever moved would be prepared to cool off, possibly because he was going to have grandchildren. Song Yang's father also began to strive hard and was transferred to the capital for a position in his 40s. Song Yang doesn't have much affection for any of these changes. His main thing at the moment is to ask who I am. When Yi Qing used this banquet, the heavenly master from Longhu Mountain also came, and Zhang Yu followed. Zhang Yu asked Song Yang, do you know who you are? Song Yang was confused. Who could he be? Zhang Yu let out a light laugh. Aren't you curious as to why Yi Qingyu can't eat your food? Song Yang was confused. This was something he hadn't thought about before. So after the banquet, Zhang Yu brought Song Yang along to Longhu Mountain, accompanied by Feng Qiuyu and Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing stated that he would watch out for his niece's husband. In the middle of the back of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Yu led Song Yang to a pool of water in which several blooming lotus flowers were floating. You can go underwater and ask yourself, who are you? Zhang Yu smiled lightly and pushed Song Yang down. As soon as he entered the water, Song Yang felt a sense of suffocation. He didn't understand what was going on. He was a strong swimmer. As the feeling of suffocation increased, Song Yang gradually lost consciousness. In a trance, Song Yang seemed to have returned to his remembered past life. This world did not have the Dragon King's Hall, all sorts of strange Taoist wonders, and even more so, there were no lineages that had been passed down for thousands of years. Here, he retraced his life path. Song Yang read elementary school, junior high school, college, graduate school, founded a technology company, invested in industry, step by step to the world's perception of the pinnacle of life. In the year of his successful career he met the woman he had loved all his life, a woman 3 years older than him, but this woman somehow looked exactly like Dragon Spirit. The lover is sensible and generous, and Song Yang is happy in this relationship. The two gradually entered into a marriage and conceived 2 children. As the child grew up, Song Yang began to grow old, and so did the Dragon Spirit. In the course of the child's growth, Song Yang and Long Ling had quarreled and had conflicts, but they were gradually dissolved. In the end, Song Yang died before Dragon Spirit. After death, Song Yang watched as the Dragon Spirit couldn't eat or sleep well, and gradually emaciated and died. In the next second, the world suddenly turned upside down. Song Yang opened his eyes again and realized that he was born in the middle of a small oil town. His family had 4 generations in the same house, and he had grown up to be a good student and a child of someone else's family. Learn, grow up, and meet all kinds of girls in the process. He fell in love with Dragon Spirit, but was rejected. In college, Song Yang fell in love with Yi Qingyu, a girl like the flower of the high ridge. Song Yang did not hide his love for her, but Yi Qingyu's eyes only his childhood friend Lin Jie. Song Yang could only keep his love submerged within his heart. But Song Yang went to Yi Qingyu to confess his love and blurted out, if you break up one day, please consider me. Song Yang is such a person, bold, passionate and reckless. Yi Qingyu rejected Song Yang. She felt that her life was perfect. Suddenly, one day, the news of the Yi family's bankruptcy came, and both Master Yi and Father Yi collapsed and left the company to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu, a girl studying art, where to understand these she went to help Lin Jie, got the news that Lin Jie abroad. The other people taunted Yi Qingyu. How can Lin Jie look at you? That's when Yi Qingyu found Song Yang and asked him if he was willing to get married, which he was and didn't have to sign a prenuptial agreement. Song Yang gave Yi Qingyu all of his money and helped Yi Qingyu find a way to save Yi, which was to restart the auxiliary company program that Yi Qingyu's mother once left behind. Yi Qingyu's mother was in charge of Yes when she saw the future of the real estate bubble economy. It was proposed to go commercial real estate, and has been less effective. Yes group of shopping malls, stores across the country has more than 100. Chapter 74, Another Ending. And Yi Qingyu's mother, Ms. Yi Pillow, left a plan to assist the company, open a hotel, theater, restaurant chain, etc. in the middle of Yes Plaza. The first step in Song Yang's plan to help Yi Qingyu restart this program was the theater. In order to raise money, Song Yang had Yi Qingyu rent out a large number of stores at low prices. Once the theater opened, the popularity of Yes Plaza rose instantly. Song Yang followed up by suggesting that Yi Qingyu take the Shen family's path to enter the entertainment industry, which was a good place to rake in cash. For this reason, Song Yang personally took care of the gatekeeper, and with Shen Luoluo's help, Sun Yi Group took one good movie project after another. That's the good thing about listed groups. When you have good financial results, the share price goes up and people invest. Relying on these, Song Yang revitalized Yi within a year. The next step is to clean up Yi's non-performing assets, non-performing investments, and to determine the strategic position for the future. It was also at this time that Song Yang was scorned by the Yi family, and for this reason, Song Yang chose to quit the Yi Group and create his own chip company. Song Yang believes that the chip future is bound to be a bit of foreign blockade of the domestic. He has a petroleum town out of the ancestors have contributed to this country, naturally, to do their best. Also while starting his business, Song Yang met Feng Qiuyu, Mrs. Wang, Mother Shen, Secretary Jean and many others. Helping the Feng family is something Song Yang does casually. After all, he and the Feng family old man is a chess friend. For Feng Qiuyu's gesture of goodwill Song Yang chose to refuse. He is a man with a wife. He cannot freely accept other people's gesture of goodwill. This time period Song Yang is also very distressed. Shen Luoluo does not know what reason suddenly obsessed with him, as well as Shen Mother and Mrs. Wang. He only helped them a little help. How suddenly all look at him in the wrong eyes. For this reason Song Yang reduced his contact with them. Still, I'm a good man. I can't cheat. I have to guard my wife's innocence. When you are in the chip industry, you always have to go abroad, because the mainstay of the chip industry is abroad. I don't know what's going on, but Song Yang meets some of his former friends every time he goes abroad. For example, a little girl he used to sponsor suddenly became an international star and opened an international entertainment company. He also meets Helena, a noble lady he used to take in by chance, not realizing that the other is now the matriarch of a family. After the company got on track, Song Yang also pulled in a lot of business in China and had to travel, and that's when he met Zhang Yu, a Taoist Qing fairy. As time passed, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu's marriage came to an end. When Yi Qingyu filed for divorce, Song Yang hesitated and chose to respect the other party, because this was his wife, his lover, and it would be too much to dwell on it. But what Song Yang didn't expect was that just when he was letting Yi Qingyu go, and was also ready to let himself go, to go on a blind date with Long Ling and prepare to get married, Yi Qingyu was framed and sent to jail. Lin Jie, who married Yi Qingyu, dug a big hole for Yi Qingyu to go to jail in the name of transferring state property. Song Yang was shocked. He showed his hand with the dragon spirit that he still loved Yi Qingyu. Long Ling yelled at Song Yang for being an asshole, but was adamant about not getting a divorce. Long Ling said that she had wronged Song Yang once, and Song Yang couldn't do right by her this time, so let's just call it even. And after Yi Qingyu's incident is over, the two of them will live their lives in peace. Long Ling stated that she didn't care where Song Yang's heart was, the body had to be hers and the love had to be hers. Song Yang said he could. After Song Yang returned to Fenghai City, he immediately went to the prison to meet Yi Qingyu, and had Yi Qingyu sign a will of property donation to the state, as well as an agreement that the shares would be given to Song Yang to hold on his behalf. After getting these two copies, Song Yang went public with the fact that he had also signed a will of his own death and donation of his property to a poor mountainous area. This time, everyone in the upper circles knew that Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were being targeted, and when they associated it with the Yi family's dirty deeds, everyone sneered. Song Yang took the equity to take over Yi Group directly, looked at the money that was transferred on the account, the project, and instantly understood that there were other people inside this bureau. However, Song Yang promised Yi Qingyu that revenge would be given to her and she would only guard this place, because Song Yang made up for the deficit and finished the project, and because of the search for someone else. Yi Qingyu came out a year after going to prison. After coming out, Yi Qingyu and Song Yang quickly cut, leaving only a golden secretary by their side, and then began to go crazy. Soon after, Elder Yi and Father Yi died in a car accident. Yin Yanchu's company is caught in a storm of controversy after a mass allergy to its products. None of Hua Qingfeng's projects could be advanced, one after another. The Lin family's industries are thundering. Either people are dying or there are other problems, or the materials can't keep up. Yi Qingyu alone pressured the entire Dragon King Hall dynamically. Just then, Yi Qingyu was surrounded by people while traveling, and by the time Secretary Jean arrived with his men, he was already in a seriously injured state. The first thing Yi Qingyu did after recovering was to personally lead people to demolish that village in the Dragon King's palace. It didn't take long for news to spread that Yi Qingyu and Zhang Yuan, Gale and the others hadn't made a deal, and right after that Yi Qingyu was involved in a car accident, and the whole internet accused the village of being violently resistant. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Yi Qingyu was just a businessman, and the Dragon King's palace involved too many things. Song Yang wanted to help. Yi Qingyu refused. She didn't want this last person who loved her to get involved. Upon realizing that he couldn't deal with the Dragon King Hall, Yi Qingyu made a bold decision. One night, the village of the Dragon King's palace was simply bulldozed. One heavy truck after another directly flattened the village. Hurricane Cloud. Gale died there. The most important half of the Dragon King Palace's heritage is directly gone. When a problem erupts at one of the Lin family's construction sites, a group of workers fight their way into the Lin family's home, and only one of the daughters survives. Hua Chengfeng's company was made to lose money. Hua Chengfeng had his hand tendons chopped off and half of his kung fu wasted. Yi Nianshu met the robber when he was traveling. Immediately afterward, Yi Qingyu chooses to commit suicide and scatters his family's wealth before dying. Only left a letter to Song Yang. She played it cool. She go you. However, no one knew how many people had taken Yi Qingyu's money, and it was only known that Hua Chengfeng was frequently assassinated for a period of time, and that the Dragon King's palace had spent a large sum of money in order to obtain shelter from the officials. Song Yang chose to live with Long Ling after Yi Qingyu's death, only when it was appropriate to use his power to find something for Hua Chengfeng while living his life, and manipulate some people to block Hua Chengfeng's unification of the Dragon King's Hall. So much so that Hua Chengfeng ended up with only a nominal position as Dragon King, and none of the people in the various places listened to him. At the end of the day, before Hua Chengfeng and Yi Nianshu got together, Song Yang had someone poke and prod the matter that Yi Nianshu's tragedy was all created by Hua Chengfeng and Zhang Yuan and the others. This stabbing muttering, Yi Nianshu directly exploded, and the Dragon King's position was all split in two. One night, Hua Chengfeng died at the hands of Hua Ling, who was released from prison. Chapter 75, Awakening. After witnessing Hua Chengfeng's death, before Song Yang could react, the image in front of him turned again. This time it changed again, and he, Song Yang, became a real lickspill. Civilian origin. A poor man. Knowing that Yi Qingyu has Lin Jie this white moonlight, still because Yi Qingyu once alms to him a KFC and rushed up to lick wildly. After Lin Jie went abroad, he married Yi Qingyu and became a flunky, and Yi Qingyu did whatever she told him to do. When Lin Jie returned to China, Yi Qingyu wanted a divorce, but even more so, and was finally sued. When he learns that Yi Qingyu was going to jail, he even takes the blame for Yi Qingyu. After being released from prison, he knew that Yi Qingyu had been counted to death and went straight to madness, driving a car and crashing it against Hua Chengfeng to take revenge for Yi Qingyu. The screen turned again. Song Yang realizes that this time Yi Qingyu has become the vicious true millennium, and he has become the vicious ex-husband of the true millennium. They bullied Yi Nianshu in all kinds of ways, and Lin Jie and Hua Chengfeng spared them time and time again. For the sake of wickedness, Song Yang also framed Long Ling, bullied Yi Yunqing, and did all sorts of bad things. At the end of the day, it was even driving a car into Yi Nianshu. The screen turned again. This time Song Yang became a phoenix man. Song Yang, who was born an orphan, took advantage of the situation and married Yi Qingyu immediately after learning about Lin Jie's country. After the marriage, Song Yang entered Ye's careful hibernation, hard drilling. After Lin Jie came back, cooperated with Lin Jie, digging out Ye's, defecting to the Dragon King Palace, all kinds of betrayal of Yi Qingyu, causing the tragic death of Yi Qingyu. Afterwards, he took over Yi clan and challenged Yi Yun, Lin Jie, Yi Nianshu and others, bound to take the behemoth that is Yi clan in his hands. Such a ruthless act is bound to suffer the wrath of God. Lin Jie and Yi Yun, Yi Nianshu and the others had never trusted Song Yang from the beginning to the end. They had always felt that he was a sinister, cunning and venomous man. For this reason, they had always been wary of Song Yang, and the moment Song Yang betrayed them, they immediately mobilized all of their forces and besieged Song Yang. In a very short time Song Yang was annihilated. However, Hua Chengfeng had a kind heart and chose to let Song Yang go in the end. That's when Yi Qingyu's backhandedness showed up, leaving Song Yang with a share of the pension money. At that moment, Song Yang, who was born an orphan, felt the only warmth in his life, and directly collapsed. In order to repay the warmth of Yi Qingyu, Song Yang firmly embarked on the road of revenge. Song Yang, who had nothing to lose, spent all his money to buy Hua Chengfeng's way of traveling, and then crashed a truck into it. Afterwards, he went to turn himself in and told the whole story of how he collaborated with Lin Jie, Yi Yun, and Yi Nianshu to scourge Yi Qingyu, and brought the entire younger generation of the Dragon King Hall to their deaths. The scene finally ended at the moment when Song Yang was brutally killed by the remaining people of the Dragon King Hall. The screen turned again. This time, Song Yang became a bastard, bullied and looked down upon since he was a child, and throughout his growing up, only Yi Qingyu looked up to her, taking care of him and protecting him when he was bullied. Song Yang also naturally fell in love with this great lady, but Yi Qingyu loved Lin Jie. Even if Lin Jie deceived her and pitched her, Yi Qingyu still loved up with a single-mindedness, and finally went crazy for Lin Jie, died for Lin Jie. Lin Jie framed and hit the big wall, and gave Yi Nianshu a new kidney for Lin Jie, and finally died on the operating table. Song Yang in the spirit of love her to let go of the principal in the end can only for Yi Qingyu lonely corpse, and then guard Yi Qingyu's ashes lonely life. It's sick. The screen turned again. This time, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were childhood sweethearts, and Lin Jia descended from the sky. Yi Qingyu company bankruptcy. Song Yang desperately trying to save. Was Hua Changfeng came to a Lin Jia have bitter feelings? Yi Qingyu give up everything and Lin Jia back together. In the middle of the Song Yang desperately trying to stop, Yi Qingyu rose to the occasion. More and more crazy, so much so that they do things to hurt Song Yang. In the end, Song Yang got cancer, dying. Yi Qingyu repentance. After Song Yang's death, Yi Qingyu realizes who is the one who treats her the best, and in her madness, Yi Qingyu takes revenge on Lin Jia. This is a crazy revenge. Watching things company by Yi Qingyu do the game pit nearly closed down, and finally still used unconventional means, carried out the capture of the thief, manually destroying the source, and directly send Yi Qingyu to hell before the end. In the lotus pond at the back of Longhu Mountain, Song Yang suddenly emerged, dripping wet, looking at Zhang Yu on the shore, his eyes full of complex colors. Every Song Yang is me. I'm not some kind of traveler. I'm just me. Fixed fireworks. Song Yang. After reading so many stories, no, I should call them accidents. Song Yang finally realized that what he thought was crossing over was just a big dream he had. But, or rather, it's that he's entered other parallel times and sees a different trajectory. In fact, in the final analysis, he was still him, still the same Song Yang who loved Yi Qingyu from the bottom of his heart. This was also the reason why Yi Qingyu couldn't eat the problems with his meals, because the person hadn't changed. Every dish Song Yang subconsciously made and every maneuver he used to serve Yi Qingyu was still him. Song Yang. Zhang Yu smiled at Song Yang and pulled him ashore. After changing his clothes and cleaning himself up, Song Yang dialed Yi Qingyu's phone. Honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with you? Yi Qingyu's anxious voice caused Song Yang to go into a trance. Subsequently, honey, can you sell your collection of romance novels at home and stop reading them? I had nightmares in which the two of us went through all kinds of literature and the two of us went through all kinds of tragic deaths, Song Yang said, gnashing his teeth. Yi Qingyu snorted and laughed. That was her secret, that she hid thieves well. I did not expect that it was still discovered by Song Yang. Fine, I'll sell it when I turn around. After making sure that Song Yang was fine, Yi Qingyu was in a good mood, at the very least, soothed. For the current Yi Qingyu, her husband was the most important thing, and everything else was trivial. At night, Zhang Yu invited Song Yang to stay for the night. This night, Zhang Yu let Yi Yunqing and Feng Qiuyu, who were following, leave, and she wanted to teach Song Yang Gongfu alone. With the help of the smoky incense, Song Yang once again entered the dream world. Half asleep, Song Yang was in a trance when he saw a Taoist robe pass in front of his eyes, and he remembered that it was Zhang Yu's. Before Song Yang could react, he dreamed of Yi Qingyu. As soon as he woke up early in the morning, Song Yang realized that the gongfu he was practicing seemed to have broken through, and he didn't know what stage he had reached now. Song Yang only knew that according to Zhang Yu's introduction, he had now reached the heights of Hurricane Cloud back then, though his combat power was definitely inferior to Hurricane Cloud. Although the two are killed up, but killed in different ways. One is between life and death, killed up. One is half dreaming, half awake, killed up in the haze. Song Yang is very confused, but Song Yang does not care. In Song Yang's opinion, he practiced more, to ensure that his kung fu was good on the line. As for the rest, let it be. Look away. Chapter 76, it's over. After recognizing that he was still himself, Song Yang could no longer bear to return to his heart, and immediately boarded the plane to go back to find Yi Qingyu. This kind of naked love made Yi Yunqing and Feng Qiuyu jealous. There isn't a woman who doesn't want her man to have only her in his eyes. Possessiveness, after all, is the strongest emotion a woman can have, bar none. When he saw Yi Qingyu again, Song Yang was thrilled. He had a feeling of being a world away. At night, lying in bed, Song Yang told Yi Qingyu his secret. Yi Qingyu was dumbfounded. No wonder you were always thinking about divorce during that time, so it was a faulty memory. In response, Yi Qingyu's heart was complicated. However, it was more of a celebration. For those endings of the duo in Song Yang's dream, Yi Qingyu sighed deeply. Maybe in other worlds, the two people ended up like that. However, Yi Qingyu was also happy that no matter which world, no matter which ending, she was always together with Song Yang. This kind of love that vows to love each other until death regardless of good or bad circumstances, rich or poor family, sick or not, is especially in line with Yi Qingyu's three views. So, this night, if Song Yang hadn't refused, he would have had the chance to taste the feeling. Yi Qingyu giggled, then lit the piece of incense. Song Yang sighed in acceptance. He wasn't a fool. After all this time and meeting so many people, he had sensed something. In the days that followed, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu had been living a very uneventful life. Without the threat of the Dragon King's palace and the threat of other uncaring forces, the days couldn't get much worse if they wanted to. While Yi Qingyu was nursing her fetus, Yi Yunqing and Long Ling moved over to live. Both of them automatically took on the responsibility of taking care of their families, and Song Yang still maintained a high frequency of business trips, though not as anxiously as initially. Life, it's good. 10 months later, Yi Qingyu gave birth to twin boys for Song Yang. The child was blessed by the Song and Li families as soon as he was born. Song Yang also followed the agreement. The oldest surnamed Song, the second surnamed Li. One inherited the grandfather's family, the other inherited the property of the maternal grandfather's family. The middle and younger generations of both families were happy about this, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because of the arrival of the twins, the Song and Li families officially have the first son and grandson heirs, and also officially enter the joy of 5 generations under the same roof. There were even more people who came to the twins' birthdays banquet. If last time Yi Qingyu was pregnant there were still some clans that came over as spokespersons. This time it was directly the heads of the various clans that came over in person. There were not a lot of jokes in the upper-class circles about the jokes made by the Song and Li families in this generation, and although they were hidden well enough, everyone who should know knew about it, and so, they all knew what these 2 children represented. This was the future hope of the Song and Li families, and it was inevitable that they would come to say goodbye. But for Yi Qingyu is a bit desperate. The 2 children were carried away at the end of the birth feast. In the words of the Song family's old master, the 2 of them cannot be out of the dude. Education will be done by him personally. Yi Qingyu also only had the right to visit. Song Yang is also helpless in this regard. He is the head of the family, nominally called the head of the family, but in reality, he is a toolman. If you want to rebel, the first problem you need to face is that, as the head of the family, you have the responsibility of passing on the family's name to the family. You cannot escape. In the face of family pressure, Song Yang and Yi Qingyu could only accept that all they could do was to make more money, open more sources for the family, and lay more foundations for their children. Song Qingling in the aftermath of the physical examination for Song Yang again, to determine that Song Yang's body has no problem, let Yi Qingyu to Song Yang to arrange more multi-differences, and again Yi Qingyu sent supplements drugs. The road to having a child has not yet finished. Yi Qingyu was angry. She felt that she didn't see things as openly as she did initially, but there was no way around it. She understood that the path the 2 children were on now was the best, and that they only needed to grow up step by step without getting into the mess, and then they could grow to the top. It's safe to say that a child's beginning is the end of countless others. While other children were still thinking of taking wives and having children, these twin brothers were already being set up with the most wonderful wives. While other children are still thinking about the future path, these twin brothers already have their paths laid out, all kinds of resources ready to go, and even a word of advice: just grow up and get it. While other kids are still worried about survival, these twin brothers have already gone to the top of their lives, and to put it mildly, there's no problem with being born both on top. In the following 10 years, the whole world fell into peace again. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu were based in Fenghai City, and once a week they would go back to the northwestern town to see their children and spend Saturdays and Sundays with them. During this 10-year period, Yi Qingyu gave birth to 3 more children one after another, being passed on to Song Yang's older siblings. Also during this decade, Song Yang's friends around him have all had children like a rainbow. This caused Song Yang to sigh a sigh of good times. Yi Qingyu created a relationship map when she was bored, labeled all the children on it, and then sent one to the people around her, especially telling Song, the children of the 2 families of Li, absolutely, 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 absolutely not to fall in love with the boys and girls on it. When the children asked why, Yi Qingyu showed them Tianlong Beiji and had the individual children focus on remembering the relationship between Duan Zhengchun and Duan Yu, as well as those cousins of Duan Yu. Incidentally, Yi Qingyu also spat on Duan Zhengchun's gold content. Think back to the year, but where Duan Zhengchun stood out, the Yi and Yang and virtual bamboo recognized that Abbot Chuanxi is said to break the sky. Xiao Yuanshan is to take out the paternity test. Virtual bamboo must also be Duan Zhengchun's son. Yi Qingyu popularized when Song Yang was next to him. The whole person is speechless. How can he be compared to Duan Zhengchun? But Yi Qingyu laughed and said, "You Song Yang is a modern version of Duan Zhengchun, or else what am I doing as a relationship table?" Probably due to the fact that the next generation had too many children and was still spread all over the world. The Song and Li families had set a strategy of keeping a low profile for the next 50 years. Song Yang is a firm implementer. Absolutely cannot jump back and forth in front of those big shots. Just make money honestly. Low profile is good. Speaking of making money, when Song Yang was living in a low profile, real estate crashed, and Yi Qingyu even made a bit of a name for herself because of her early transition. When other real estate companies were dying of lust because of the plummeting housing prices, Yi Qingyu had long been ashore. This was also the last time Yi Qingyu became famous. Song Yang's comment on this is that mess. Yi Pillow is really awesome and has long anticipated this scene. The day the twin sons graduated from college, Song Yang took early retirement, officially handing over the family company to them, leaving them to their own devices, and taking Yi Qingyu with him to find a mountain hideaway. Retirement living in your 40s. It's beautiful. Chapter 77, Shin Luoluo. My name is Shin Lolo. I'm the daughter of the Shin group. My father was a phoenix man whose lifelong dream was to eat my mom, drink my mom, and then kick my mom's ass and turn Shin's group into his own Lee's group. Unfortunately, he met my mom, a woman with a relationship brain but not a stupid one. My mom kicked him right out of the house after she noticed he was cheating on her during pregnancy and got a forceful divorce that netted him. Maybe it's also because of my mom's strength that the Fenghai City gentry circle calls her a poisonous woman. But my mom also has good girlfriends. The aunt of the Yi group next to her, MS, Yi Pillow. Thanks to the BFF relationship between my mom and MS, Yi Pillow, Qingyu and I have also become BFFs. So when I realized I was in love with Song Yang, I felt so sick. The first time I met Song Yang was at a party organized by Qingyu. At that party I learned that Song Yang was Qingyu's dog licker. The first time I saw Song Yang, I thought this man was really nice, handsome, and polite. At that time, I wanted to chase him, but I didn't dare and wimped out, because I thought it was a bit humiliating for me to go after a man Qingyu didn't want, and a bit of a dig. It became the thing I regretted the most later. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I could not wait to give myself 2 mouths. Because of wanting to face, I missed out on a wonderful man. After that separation, the goodbye was a reception hosted by one of my mother's partners. I also do not understand why Song Yang always appear in the various parties. Did not hear that Song Yang has any background. Only heard that this is a snakeskin bag with bedding to the University of the Northwest, supposedly from an oil town. I was famous for my dancing because I wanted to be a star since I was a kid. At the party, someone suggested that I get up there and dance a little bit, and I refused, but everyone was up in arms, saying that since I was going to make my debut, I might as well show it to my friends first. I don't think I'm friends with them. One of the drunken men even tried to get his hands on me and drag me. It was Song Yang who stepped forward, threw a glass of wine in the other's face and coldly scolded the crowd. If you want to see dancing, go to the bar. Don't make things difficult for the girls here. I'd like to tell Sung Young that a bar is not a place for people to watch dancing. Song Yang's heckling caused the crowd to get upset, and then the host of the party stepped out, heckled the crowd again, and apologized to me. It is said that the second generation who started it all went back and got beaten up by the party hosts who told on them. This time, I think Song Yang is so handsome. I began a journey to peek into Song Yang's life. Afterward I learned that Song Yang was studying material science and was said to be doing research in the future. I also learned that Song Yang's academic performance is very good, and the reason for applying to rely on the University of Fenghai is that his mentor is a top tutor. Later I heard people say that Song Yang is still very smart. Some random investment made himself worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But I also found out a secret that Song Yang is not Yi Qingyu's licking dog. He just likes Yi Qingyu. Otherwise, why didn't Song Yang chase Yi Qingyu wildly like other licking dogs, but just made a faint declaration of love and politely backed away after being rejected? I think that's probably what happens when you start and stop. After that, I went into the entertainment industry development. The attention to Song Yang a lot less. After all, I'm a wimp. Did not dare to confess to Song Yang. Did not dare to chase. In front of Song Yang bouncing a few times. He did not take care of me after I do not want to bounce again. Once again, I had a positive encounter with Song Yang on a variety show where I was the resident guest and he accompanied an international Chinese actress named Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui came over as a guest to kick ass. Looking at the duo, who were laughing all the way down the street, I was jealous, and out of jealousy, I got brave and asked for a wee bit. After this separation, meeting again was at Xingyu's wedding banquet. Ye's family is on the verge of bankruptcy. Lin Jie carries an airplane overnight and runs away, and Xingyu chooses Song Yang to get married. My heart broke when I watched Song Yang say yes to Xingyu, with a BFF on one side and a crush on the other. I feel so disgusted with myself. I was terribly ill for 3 days afterward, and I hated myself for being a wimp and for discovering my true heart too late, but also because of the goons. I can still only watch Song Yang from the shadows. I find Song Yang in marriage too perfect. He spoils Yi Qingyu like a princess. Song Yang would cook for Yi Qingyu, massage, make up and would do everything for Yi Qingyu. Even on business trips, Song Yang would serve the brown sugar water that Yi Qingyu needed. Career-wise, Song Yang shells out money to Yi Qingyu to fill the deficit, helps Yi Qingyu stabilize the stock price, uses his own connections to help Yi Qingyu perfect the missing parts of Ye's group, and even more so, he will thunderously dispose of the rotten people of Yes Group. When Yi Qingyu was jealous of Song Yang, Song Yang could also quit Yi Clan for Yi Qingyu to set up his own company. Such a perfect husband I want, but I lacked the courage, not to mention the fact that I didn't know if Song Yang could see himself. I mustered up the courage to tell my mom, who stared, then laughed, and she supported me in grabbing it. Mom says love takes bravery and facing gossip. Mom gave me a trick to send Song Yang's own photos, starting with beauty. I did as I was told, and the results were so bad that Song Yang barely bothered with me and even deleted me. Angry, I went to Yi Qingyu to complain. Song Yang looked at me with a complicated expression before adding back. He probably didn't want Qingyu to worry. That's how people are. The less they can get, the more they want. The more Song Yang refused, the more I wanted it. Then Song Yang approached me once and I boldly told him that I liked him. Song Yang was dumbfounded and just said that his morals did not allow him to do something out of line. For this, I'm evil to the core, so let Yi Qingyu kick your ass. For this reason I started badmouthing Song Yang around Yi Qingyu. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, hardening Song Yang's perfect score in Yi Qingyu's eyes to 0. I was complacent, and then I realized that not only was I doing this, but all of Yi Qingyu's girlfriends around her were doing this. That Feng Qiuyu, Secretary Jean, the two of them were the most direct. It can be said that we constructed a big net to isolate Yi Qingyu's senses from Song Yang. It's bad to do that, but this way, it's exciting. What's more, Mom said there's nothing wrong with charging for love. I was thrilled when I suddenly received a call from Yi Qingyu that she suspected that Song Yang had someone on the outside. I was even more excited when I learned that Yi Qingyu and Song Yang were getting a divorce. Excited, I carried the plane back to Fenghai City overnight, and my mom was more than ready for the account book. Later, when my mom put her own child in my name, I realized something. My mom looked at Song Yang with more than just the satisfaction of looking at her son-in-law. No wonder Mom was so supportive. No wonder Mom said the family business would definitely go to me. I was angry, but I was also silent. Who made Song Yang so good? Chapter 78, Wind in Autumn Rain. My name is Feng Qiuyu. I'm a rookie, and I'm so rookie that I just want to be an asshat. It is because of this idea that although I was educated by the so-called sons of the world, I learned nothing. My father was not happy about this. He only had one daughter like me. What would he do with the family business in the future? I gave my dad the idea to handpick a husband with a great character for me, and when the time comes to hand down the company to me, my husband will help manage it, and we'll hug people's thighs together. My dad said I was nuts. Not bad for a new age kid. Then my dad actually picked out a boyfriend for me. Oh, people don't know us. The boy's name is Song Yang, the grandson of my dad's old leader from before. My dad specifically asked Song Yang's father what he thought about Song Yang's marriage. The reply given by Song Yang's father is also very simple. Whatever. Their family does not look at the door to the family, because there are not a few families to match, but the requirement is that the character should be good, to be able to produce a son. My dad was excited too, and with a pat on the back, he handed over my picture and resume. Song Yang's father took a look at my figure and saw that it was material for a son, and then looked at my character that had no great ambition, and agreed even more, especially when I said I am a traditional girl. I can do it. Song family members were stunned. Song Yang Mom MS. Lee even gave me a thumbs up. Child, you are really excellent. However, I also made a request. That is, we have to let our Feng family hold the big leg, and in the future, the Feng family's industry can only be passed on to my son. The Song family laughed and said on the spot that there was no problem. The thighs could be hugged at will. The Song family didn't care about the Wind family's little things. When I went back, I started to create all kinds of chance encounters with Song Yang in the university. However, didn't work. This kid only has Yi Qingyu in his eyes. According to the grapevine, Song Yang won't get married until Yi Qingyu gets married. Then I secretly contacted Yi Qingyu and tried to find out her attitude. It is not that I have to hang on Song Yang a tree, is really a few contacts. I found that Song Yang, this kid character, is hard enough. People long good, belongs to the all-round development. Let people have to sigh a family education is bull, is good. The subsequent development was a bit unexpected. Song Yang and Yi Qingyu even got married directly. I cried myself to death the day the two of them got married. I lost my thigh, so I lambasted that scumbag ringer for 2 hours. After Song Yang got married, my father felt that he should find a way to leave me a little lying down to make money in the industry, commonly known as chaotic investment, make a big death. The result was obvious. My family almost went bankrupt, but my dad is also capable. Directly went to hug the old leader's thigh and cry. His old leader, Song Yang's grandfather, gave Song Yang a call to help. It just so happened that Song Yang was starting a chip company at the time and needed raw materials, so he purchased some here at my house. I also inherited my dad's shameless style and went straight to hug Song Yang's thigh and cry. Have you ever seen a big, thick-faced beauty who is 5 feet 7 inches tall, with legs 5 feet 2 inches long, and a curvy body hugging a man and crying? Haven't seen it. I've done it in the wind and fall. That day, I almost cried myself to death, and Song Yang didn't have the heart to take me down. But my shameless dad took it to his old boss. The old leader probably saw our Wind family as too shameless and asked Song Yang to save us. Song Yang had no choice but to come to the Wind group, selling everything that should be sold and cutting everything that should be cut in the Ragged Wind group, and finally leaving some production enterprises related to Song as cash flow. My dad shamelessly handed the contract directly to Song Yang to write it himself. Song Yang then took another stab at Fangs, turning Fangs, which used to be involved in various industries, into an investment company. In the end it was a successful crisis, but there were many drawbacks, and Wind's status in Feng Hai plummeted. Instead, I took the opportunity to hug Song Yang's thighs and cry once again, and after one big brother plea after another, I became Song Yang's secretary. After I became Song Yang's secretary, I followed Song Yang on business trips to meet all kinds of clients. At my shameless request, Song Yang began to teach me how to make investments and took me to invest in some of his friends' and classmates' companies. Those companies are not large, but those companies are very profitable. Cash flow is very full, but also our technology companies belong to the kind of thief low-profile thief fierce. That's when I learned a term called learning valve. These school valves are the real sluggers. By rubbing up against Song Yang's connections, I'm living better and better, and so is the Feng family. My heart for Song Yang also turned into a true adoration as he took care of me time and time again on business trips. In the words of the internet, family members, can you refuse a man who is willing to buy auntie's napkins for you, cook brown sugar water for you, give you the umbrella even if you get wet yourself in a heavy rain on a business trip, and carry you to the hospital after you fall down in a heavy snowfall? Other people Feng Qiuyu is not known, but she knows herself. She cannot refuse a little awe, especially the time when it rained heavily. Looking at Song Yang's abs, Feng Qiuyu said that she directly did not know whether it was rain or water flowing on her body. Anyway, it's just love love love. For this reason I started researching Song Yang and Yi Qingyu's marriage. This research doesn't matter. It's really something. I found out that the two of them are married by agreement, which is cool. Taking advantage of the business trip I began to climb and harass Song Yang in all kinds of ways, and secretly became Yi Qingyu's bosom friend, mainly by my shamelessness. Then I said all kinds of bad things about Song Yang to Yi Qingyu. Heaven forbid the two of them should finally get a divorce. At that moment, I was excited beyond words, but it turned out to be Yi Qingyu's temporary backtracking, which almost didn't piss me off. At the time, I thought, who let the cat out of the bag? But it doesn't matter. I can hold out. If I can't, I'll be a traditional woman. I was stunned when Yi Qingyu approached me and stabbed through my secret, stating that I had been fooling her all along. This is not like Yi Qingyu's IQ. Then Yi Qingyu beat me up. I admitted it. Who made me do something despicable and shameless? After that I followed Song Yang brightly. I was really happy to have a handsome guy touching me every day. I always knew that Song Yang was excellent, but when I saw that there were as many as 30 girls with crushes on Song Yang, I was still stunned. At that time I wanted to say, Song Yang, you were not tempted, really strong-willed, you really are a male moral and ethical template. What shocked me the most was Shin's mother. At that time, looking at the stupid Shin Luoluo, I wanted to say, do you know what your mom looks at Song Yang? When I learned that Shin Luoluo gave birth to a pair of fraternal twins, I directly laughed. What level are you? You deserve to have the same twins as me? Don't think I don't know who that tall, strong kid with the fox eyes belongs to. However, I don't say it. I hold my own child joyfully and continue to hug Song Yang's thigh. Char, that smells good. Chapter 79, Shin's Mother. My name is Shin Miaoling. I'm the chairman of Shin's syndicate. I was the only daughter in my family and was a good candidate for all the men to eat the Jedi. So growing up, the thing I saw the most of was men intent on eating extinct men, wary of men's education. The former is a wolf. The latter is a weapon against wolves. My dad and mom taught me from a young age that a girl has to respect herself and understand that anyone in the world will betray you, but only money won't. In order to achieve this education, my father and my mother took me in and out of police stations and local police stations all year round to look at those divorce cases, even to the extent of inquiring about where the rate of domestic violence was high, and took me over to live there, to see for myself and to witness what happens to a woman who doesn't have self-respect and self-love. So I've seen the sadness of women who have married far away. I've seen what happens to love-brained women who are cheated out of their money and eaten out of their homes. It's because of all this seeing and hearing with my own eyes and ears that makes me realize that men are all big pigs and love either your face or your money. Even to the point where they hiss out psychotic statements like, if you hadn't gotten in my way, me and whoever I was with would have been together already. You're the one who wronged her. You're the one who wronged us. You're going to have to make it up to us. So, you're netting out of the house. And so on. So, growing up, my biggest pet peeve was Phoenix men. Unfortunately, I still have to find a Phoenix man, Or else those men in the second generation circle have deep backgrounds and divorce will be difficult. After my careful selection, I picked a guy in my university who was tall and handsome. He was talented and had a high IQ. His only drawback was that he came from a bad background. His family was poor, and he ended up studying the wrong major. Financial management, a major where it was hard to get a job without money. The other side obviously had the intention of using me to move up the ladder as well. After all, he was the only one who had to serve dishes during the summer of his freshman year when all the other students in his class went to work as interns at financial firms for their own companies. The difference was too great and it hit him too hard. So I created a chance encounter and he took the bait. We were officially together before we even graduated from college. The winter I was 19. I got pregnant thanks to his efforts. My parents investigated the senior's past and were satisfied. Although pregnant, the two of us were not licensed. The boys served me well during my pregnancy, and I returned the favor by saving him from having to worry about school fees and hiring someone to teach him English, all kinds of art appraisals, Mandarin, and other upper-class basics. My dad also took the senior in and out of various high-end functions to work on his aura. After 5 months of remodeling, when I was 8 months pregnant, seniors had become a great talent. After all, seniors are highly intelligent people in their own right. It is also at this time, my father arranged for the senior investment banking job. The senior entry to learn very quickly, coupled with my father's contacts, the senior soon invested in a successful enterprise, earned the first bucket of gold in life. Maybe he got too excited and the senior cheated. The senior cheated on his childhood friend, the woman who put him through college, during one of his trips back home. To be honest, I kind of feel sorry for that woman. When the child was born, I named it Shinluoluo, because Luo Chi does not see the color of youth. Poplar but the wind. The schoolteacher's machismo exploded for the first time because his last name was Lu. The schoolteacher was in my villa making loud noises and angry curses. He thought our family had been looking down on him. Otherwise, why didn't they get a license and why didn't they let the children take his name? What little love I had left in my heart vanished completely as I watched the man I was gradually moving to demonize. I told the senior because he didn't deserve it. I had a picture of him with his childhood friend thrown at him. The senior, on the other hand, sneered and said, "What successful man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Laughing, a poor man, a man who was barely keeping up with the level of the second generation of the upper circle through my family's connections, thinks he's successful? If it wasn't for the fact that the senior's IQ has been tested to be really 106, which is a high IQ, I would have to doubt my own vision. So, I threw the senior out with particular determination. As for the senior's revenge, there was later, but alas, his revenge was useless in the face of a powerful family force. Seniors have started a couple of businesses with the help of high IQ and failed. After all, it's hard to start your own business journey without the help of contacts and traction. When the senior returned to his hometown, the childhood friend he despised had by now become a small rich woman by selling seafood and had opened 2 seafood stalls of her own. Mei looked at the disheveled appearance of the senior, and then looked at the young boy he met after he had money, and decisively kicked the senior away. I laughed bitterly at this, and I asked my dad why the senior's high IQ failed. My father's words are like this: because there is something wrong with the schoolmaster's grassroots education. His high IQ lets him know to put up with it, but his grassroots education makes it impossible for him to put up with it all the time. I raised Lolo pretty much the same way my parents raised me. Also following Lolo, I met Son Yang, a little boy, handsome and polite, but I don't really care. After all, I've seen a lot of handsome guys after all these years. I had a crush on Song Yang after that cocktail party. That time I was set up and my wine was drugged. Just as I was heading out in a daze I met Song Yang. He met me when he married Yi Qingyu and called me auntie. The smart Song Yang easily guessed my situation and directly carried me away and brought me back home. Half asleep I had a bowl of white porridge. A very plain flavor. Very good. I also felt myself hair up with the aid of the medicine. Song Yang rejected me and fed me drugs. I also felt myself throw up all over Song Yang, and this little boy didn't lose his temper, just helped me clean up and organize. I woke up early in the morning and looked at Song Yang who was busy in the kitchen. I had a feeling of home. I felt in love when I saw the breakfast Song Yang made. A guy who doesn't take advantage of you and takes good care of you is really attractive. My possessiveness exploded. I wanted to possess Song Yang, but Song Yang, the boy, is too clean, so I chose to support Lolo when she said she liked Song Yang. My idea is simple and nasty. I want Luo Luo to occupy Song Yang, then I'll be near the water and get the moon first. After all, I wasn't destroying their relationship. I just wanted to join in and get a little taste of the little boys. Later I checked Song Yang's itinerary and purposely ran into Song Yang a few times, and each time the two of us chatted well. I also invited Song Yang to dinner a few times alone, and on those occasions, my clothes were very revealing, and it was obvious what I meant. But Song Yang still rejected me. To be honest, It frustrates me a little bit. In my perception, I think I'm absolutely beautiful, mature, rich, ripped body, widowed, and with my lashings of peach eyes, I really don't know what I'm being turned down for. Unfortunately, it was still rejected. I'm lost, but it doesn't matter. Being the possessive adult that I am, I love it even more. It was because of this love that I shamefully lied when Yiching-yu asked me what I thought of Song-yang, and I used some plausible words to prejudice Yiching-yu against Song-yang. When I heard that Song-yang and Yiching-yu were getting a divorce, I immediately asked my daughter to go over there with the account book and take advantage of the situation. I was so excited that day. Too bad it didn't work. Later, I asked Lolo to showdown with Yiching-yu, indicating that I wanted to join. At that time, my thinking was that as long as my daughter was involved with Song-yang, I would also be involved with Song-yang, a wonderful young boy. And then sure enough, I met and talked with Song-yang more and more often. Every time we meet, the excellent Song-yang can make my heart flutter, even to the point that sometimes I have to take a shower when I come back after meeting Song-yang. When I heard my daughter and I spouting off about how powerful Song-yang was, I had to hold back my excitement even more. Later, I found out that Mrs. Wong was just like me. To increase our chances of seeing Song-yang, the two of us became elderly BFFs. Excited, the two of us researched a smudge. This incense can confuse dreams with reality. With this smoky incense, Mrs. Wong and I managed to eat a little fresh meat. It's beautiful, fragrant and mesmerizing, especially Song-yang. Just like what his daughter said, he was really powerful, 10,000 times stronger than the senior. I managed to quench my thirst with the appearance of Song-yang. My daughter was furious when she found out what I had done and then had no choice but to raise my son for me. In the years to come, I often invited Song-yang out to talk about work with Mrs. Wong, and I often invited Song-yang to travel with Luo. In each case, we took 2 rooms. Slowly, Lolo also thinks it's good to have a mother like me to help her share the pressure. At least, not so tired. Once, after having too much fun, the incense ran out and Song-yang woke up. Sober Song-yang looked at me and quietly said, "I'm sorry," and then I experienced a raging storm of apologies. Honestly, it's cool and exciting. After that apology, I was placed on the conference room table like a rag doll. At that time I wanted to say one thing: the first few decades of one's life are really wasted. Spending time with Song-yang was delightful. His eyes were always so bright, and he was always so moody. It really makes you happy. Chapter 80, Yi Yunqing, the beginning and end of everything. My name is Yi Yunqing. My sister is Yi Pillow. I don't like my sister because she's high IQ plus relationship brain and I'm high IQ plus rational brain, but I realized later that I'm also relationship brain. My sister, that dumbass, married that man knowing he married her for her abilities, and still did it without a second thought. The best part is that my sister, that dumbass, knew the man was cheating on her and didn't get a divorce. My mom probably took me out of the country to prevent my niece, who is also a relationship brain, from dragging me down together as a mother and daughter in the future. I inherited my mom's entire fortune and founded my own investment firm abroad as a top investment investor. It's a bit ridiculous to be honest, and probably hated that relationship brain of my sister's, and probably hated men. Or maybe the men I saw were so crap I was a spinster until I was 30 and never married. But I got to the point where I liked my stable life, working and returning home from work to cook my own meals. But accidents come suddenly. We all know that the law and order in foreign countries is very bad. The other day I met a bank robber when I was out shopping. I became a kidnapper. It was also the experience that led me to meet a boy. The boy rushed up without a second thought and saved me by hitting the robber in 3 blows. In that moment, I felt in love. I felt like I understood my sister. However, I am ultimately a man of restraint. What's more, I don't know if I'll see you again. Coincidentally, a few days later we met at a restaurant in another country for dinner, and he was accompanying a girl who was full of depression. You can tell that girl doesn't like him, but Song-yang likes him. I found it interesting and a little bit lost. Can a valiant boy who can heroically save the day even be disliked? I went and thanked the boy a bit and teared up the girl a bit, incidentally expressing my determination to chase the boy backwards if I were 10 years younger. Never thought that this would cause the boy to not be able to return home at night. In the hotel lobby, I met the boy who was dealing with the front desk. During the tourist season, there are no more rooms in the hotel and the boy is kicked out by the girl. I went and talked to the boy and asked him if he would like to come to my room. The boy waved his hand in quick refusal, and he went to look at other hotels. I accompanied the boy on the pretext of repaying the favor of saving his life, and could not find a hotel possessing an empty room. But in the process I became familiar with the boy, and I learned that the boy's name was Song-yang and the girl's name was Long Ling. Song-yang had a house here, but he was kicked out by the dragon spirit. He had been on his best behavior while talking to Song-yang, which was very pleasant. You can tell that Song-yang is very domesticated. I invited Song-yang to my room again. and I smiled as I stated that I had a suite there and could lend him the living room to sleep in. Song Yang still refused. While I stated that he was still afraid that I would eat him, I actually had that in mind. I figured I wasn't ugly, and he was so handsome and still a virgin, so I might as well just eat him. That's what I thought, and that's what I ended up doing. I drugged Song Yang while he was being lured into my room. Virginity tastes pretty good. Later on, this became the reason why I was angry with Yiqingyu. This night, Song Yang and I talked about a lot of things, such as his love for Long Ling, his desire to study law, and so on. As the two of us talked better and better, Song Yang said he wanted to marry me. I wimped out and I ran. I can't accept a husband who was a decade or so younger than myself, and I'm afraid he'll be judged by the eyes of the world. But I also started to pay attention to Song Yang's life. Shortly afterward, I learned that he had fallen out of love again, and that the dragon spirit hadn't married him. Then Song Yang gave up going to the university where Long Ling was studying law and went to Fenghai City instead, studying material science. I don't know what he had in mind, but I guess he was doing it for me because I said my family is from Fenghai City. Not long after that, the person I sent to follow Song Yang told me that Song Yang had fallen in love with Yiqingyu, my niece who I hadn't seen a few times but who bore a 6-point resemblance to me, or a super newcomer, a diamond in the rough, who earned billions at a young age by relying on the power of his division. Unfortunately, I'm not so good at it. Age is too big a difference. In order to vent my anger, I pitched the Yi family and sniped at the Long family. Although I don't have a fixed industry, but I have money, I can invest. After my layout, pitfalls, within a few years, the Long family and the Yi family are bankrupt. The Long family was more decisive, taking the money and withdrawing, and the Yi family almost cooled off. But I didn't expect that Song Yang would step in to save Yiqingyu and marry her. I was completely desperate after knowing that I had helped Yiqingyu marry a good husband. What the hell did I do? After knowing that Song Yang and Yiqingyu were married by agreement, I went back to Fenghai, and I secretly found Song Yang, and I said, I'm willing to marry him now. But Song Yang said, sorry sister, I have to be responsible for my wife. Breaking up is breaking up. Later on, I met Song Yang's cousin Li Qingming by chance once abroad. He was shopping with his boyfriend at the time. Li Qingming's boyfriend is my partner. Li Qingming chatted about Song Yang. In his words, because their generation is so evil to the point that Song Yang is the only one who likes the existence of the opposite sex, so as long as Song Yang's wife can have children, their family does not care about anything. At that point I wanted to vomit blood and die. Later on, I went back to Fenghai, met Song Yang, and possessed Song Yang again through the incense of Mother Shin and Mrs. Wang. Sometime when I woke up in the middle of the night, I found Song Yang looking at me, and all I heard him say was, I'm sorry sis, I'm an asshole. I wimped out that year. I didn't dare to use my family's power to look for you, and I even found a substitute. I laughed and hugged my little man. It doesn't matter about the name or anything, I only care if you have me in your heart.